7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. So nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Today's shot of the day coming from the hand of the king. LeBron James made the one-handed grab-off pass from Russell Westbrook, turning to the Pistons bench before sinking the three from the corner. James was suspended last week after an on-court incident against the Pistons. This week, his Lakers take down Detroit by 4.
And NBA superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks made a young fan's day after he gifted him the shoes from his feet and his sister the jersey right off his back.
That's your sister right there? I got a jersey for you. This is for your sister. This is for you.
Wow,
So cool.
that's amazing. I mean, that is a moment of a lifetime those siblings will not soon forget.
And they have the best reactions still going. All right, it was an AFC North showdown under the lights of Sunday Night Football. A low-scoring game in Baltimore until the first half. There until Mark Andrews comes down with this ridiculous catch in traffic to put the Ravens in scoring position. Lamar Jackson would evade Browns defenders, connecting on another improbable pass to Andrews to score. The Ravens hold on to that lead and win 16-19. And now to a monster game in Green Bay between the Rams and the Packers.
The league's leading receiver, Stafford, going downfield for Jefferson. He's got him. Jefferson able to stay upright, and he is gone. Touchdown.
Los Angeles was looking for some revenge after losing in Lambeau in last season's playoffs, but the Packers never took their foot off the gas, capitalizing on a 16-0 run in the third to put the game out of reach. Green Bay beats the Rams 36-28. It was a wild finish in Indianapolis where the Colts tied things up with under 4 minutes to go, only for the Bucs to sail down the field in the final moments. That is Leonard Fournette there, finding the end zone for the 4th time on the day, leading Tampa Bay to a 38-31 win over Indy.
On the day the Giants retired Michael Strahan's number 92, Big Blues defense came up clutch. Daniel Jones' dime in the third helped give the Giants a 13-7 win over the Eagles. And don't look now, the Patriots are winners of 6 in a row. Kendrick Bourne caught a pair of TDs, and New England's defense shut the Titans out in the second half, winning 36-13.
Mac Jones stood tall among Sunday's top performers. Joe Mixon's 2 scores helped the Cincinnati Bengals beat the Pittsburgh Steelers by 31 points. From the pros now to college, where the University of Southern California making waves on Sunday by hiring Lincoln Riley as their next head coach. Riley was 55-10 as the coach of the University of Oklahoma.
Now to a skiing superstar to keep your eye on at the Winter Olympics. Michaela Schifrin got her 46th Slalom World Cup win. She now has tied the record for the World Cup wins in a single discipline. Schifrin already has 3 Olympic medals, including 2 golds. And in the coming Winter Games, she could become one of the most decorated female skiers of all time.
That's cool. Still to come, Matthew McConaughey making a stunning announcement in the Texas race for governor.
And reliving a treasured holiday memory, the sweet surprise that's melting hearts across the internet.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
As a simple kid born in the little town of Uvalde, Texas, it never occurred to me that I would one day be considered for political leadership. It's a humbling and inspiring path to ponder. It is also a path that I'm choosing not to take at this moment.
Oh no, no, no. Matthew McConaughey announcing that he will not run for governor of Texas, despite polls showing that he would have a serious shot. The Oscar-winning actor says he plans to focus on serving his home state in other ways through foundations and nonprofits.
There is a Rockette-loving grandma who received the present of a lifetime.
And I got us tickets to the Rockettes at 5 p.m.
Oh my God! How wonderful! Did you really? Oh, girl, I can't believe that.
One TikTok user went viral after gifting her 96-year-old grandmother a weekend getaway to New York City to see the world-famous Rockettes perform. Nanny had last seen her beloved dancers when she was 12 years old, and the Rockettes even organized a special backstage meeting with that superfan.
She's gonna have a great time. Up next, Bill is monitoring your weather for the week ahead.
And on your marks, get set, click. What you need to know as the Cyber Monday sales kick off.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, it is nice to save money on that heating bill, but we would like to build up the snowpack in the Rockies. It's kind of essential for our water needs as we go throughout next year. And it's incredible how little snow we've had so far. These temperatures today are ridiculous, from Denver to the Quad Cities all the way through Albuquerque. Numerous record highs today in 8 different states.
We're just a few days away from December as well. Thank you, Bill. Up next, the best deals for Cyber Monday.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hanukkah has begun, and Jewish families kicked off their celebrations across the globe. Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, who is the first Jewish spouse of a U.S. president or vice president, spoke at the National Menorah lighting ceremony in Washington, D.C.
Hanukkah is not just a holiday. It is a time for hope, freedom, and love.
Well, experts believe it might just be the biggest online shopping day ever. Cyber Monday sales are already kicking off, but you might be disappointed if you're hunting for deep discounts. NBC's Jolene Kent has more.
All eyes are on Cyber Monday after Black Friday served up weaker than expected spending online.
I'm excited to shop this holiday.
The top of the shopping list is usually clothes.
For the first time, shoppers on Black Friday shelled out less online than they did last year and flatlined on Thanksgiving Day. This putting new pressure on Cyber Monday for retailers looking to bounce back from 2020.
We're expecting over $11 billion to be spent online on that day.
Cyber Monday is still expected to be the biggest online shopping day ever.
The strength of the market, strength of the economy has put a lot more disposable income into people's pockets.
The long weekend spending spree was likely diluted thanks to many retailers offering discounts in October and November.
I started my holiday shopping back in July.
The National Retail Federation found 61% of shoppers started stocking up ahead of the holiday rush. That was up 10% from a decade ago, in part to take advantage of good deals amid high inflation and beat supply chain bottlenecks.
It's harder to find specific products that you want, and it's actually really hard to find discounts on particular items that are really popular.
Does Cyber Monday as a shopping holiday matter anymore?
Oh, there's no question that Cyber Monday is a big thing. And this year we'll see a lot of people doing their shopping online.
A top shopping list this season, clothes, toys, and electronics. But expect to see shallower discounts across the board thanks to labor shortages and supply chain delays. Experts recommend being flexible and having a plan B and C.
If you're not there the second that deal goes live, you risk it selling out within minutes.
And the universal advice for wrapping up your shopping stress-free:
shop earlier rather than later. And then if you do end up shopping past mid-December, you might want to opt for a more digital option like digital gift cards or subscription boxes.
Jolene Kent, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Wow, you remember you used to go to like Walgreens or CVS or Duane Reade and get like, well, I would at least get like the gift cards, and now you just email it to them.
Now, we got to be flexible. Hopefully the kids will be flexible. I don't know. Hopefully that's the case.
Thanks for starting the week with us. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great one. Urgent precautions are being taken around the globe as fears over the newly named Omicron COVID variant spreads. President Biden plans to address the nation today as other countries are shutting down travel.
Two key high-profile trials begin today with Ghislaine Maxwell's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, and then Empire actor Jussie Smollett on charges that he faked a racially charged attack.
Another weekend of violent smash-and-grab heists, plus one security guard is killed by one assailant.
Skiing superstar Michaela Schifrin just captured her 5th straight women's slalom title and tied a world record in the process.
Plus, the fashion world remembers an icon who passed away too early. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We have developing news on the new COVID variant that's spreading around the globe. Overnight, the World Health Organization published a new warning on the Omicron variant, saying, quote, overall global risk related to the new VOC Omicron is assessed as very high. In just a few hours, President Biden is scheduled to hold a press briefing regarding the White House's response to this new strain, which has not yet officially been detected here in the United States. Still, the nation has imposed a travel ban from 8 African countries, which will go into effect today. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Phil, good morning. Here in New York, the governor has declared a state of emergency taking effect later this week to increase hospital capacity and prevent staffing shortages. All this as countries around the world are now scrambling to contain this new variant. With the holiday travel season already underway, the U.S. is bracing for the new Omicron variant. New cases just confirmed in Ontario, Canada. President Biden meeting with members of his COVID-19 response team and Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Fauci.
Clearly is giving indication that it has the capability of transmitting rapidly. That's the thing that's causing us now to be concerned, but also to put the pressure on ourselves now to do something about our preparation for this.
New U.S. travel restrictions for foreign visitors from South Africa and 7 surrounding countries take effect. American citizens and lawful permanent residents are exempt. Public health officials trying to contain not just the variant, but fear.
There's no reason to panic, but there's a great reason to go get boosted.
U.S. officials spoke with their South African colleagues. This doctor was one of the first to sound the alarm.
Currently, there's no reason for panicking as we don't see severely ill patients. So it started with the younger generation, and the most predominant clinical complaint is severe fatigue for 1 or 2 days, with then the headache and the body aches and pain.
Authorities say it's too early to know whether the U.S. will need to impose new lockdowns or mandates to fight Omicron. Air travel can continue to be safe if protocols are followed. With COVID cases already rising in the U.S., demand for tests spiked last week ahead of Thanksgiving. One of the nation's largest labs says it should be ready for the holidays. The PCR test does detect the new variant.
I think that at least on the diagnostic testing side, we should be well prepared to handle it.
Now, in that White House meeting, Dr. Fauci told President Biden that it'll likely be another 2 weeks or so before we get new data on the severity and transmissibility of the new variant. But he added that existing vaccines will probably provide at least some protection against the more severe cases. Philip?
At least some comfort there, right, Gabe? Thank you.
As the Omicron variant makes its way around the globe, a growing list of countries have detected cases, which is putting the world on edge. The latest COVID threat comes as Jewish families kick off Hanukkah celebrations last night. NBC's Ralph Sanchez has more.
Travel chaos as countries around the world race to shut out the Omicron variant.
We are now in a race against time.
The most drastic response in Morocco, where incoming flights have been halted completely for 2 weeks. And in Israel, all foreigners now barred from entering the country. These passengers, some of the last to reach Tel Aviv before the first night of Hanukkah.
Just made it by a couple hours.
Literally just made it. We're probably one of the last flights to arrive before midnight.
Israeli surveillance teams will use cell phone data to track the spread of the variant. South Africa's president fighting back, urgently asking countries to lift all travel bans.
These restrictions are completely unjustified and unfairly discriminate against our country.
As Omicron continues to make its way around the world. In the Netherlands, 13 cases confirmed among passengers on 2 flights from South Africa. New cases also confirmed in Australia and Denmark, adding to a growing list that already includes Hong Kong, Italy, Germany, the UK, and Belgium. And in South Africa, stranded passengers are trying to figure out how to get home from a country cut off from most of the world. Henry Warren finally got a flight to the UK for Thursday.
I'm just missing my kids a lot, and my kids are missing me. I just want to get home to my family.
Hanukkah has just begun and celebrations are getting underway. Participants at large events here in Israel will need to show proof of vaccination, but there are currently no plans to cancel events because of the Omicron variant. Francis, Philip?
Right, good step there. Raph, thank you.
Opening arguments in the sex trafficking trial of Ghislaine Maxwell begin today. The British socialite is facing several felony charges, including allegedly grooming underage girls for Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse. 4 women are expected to testify with allegations mostly from the 1990s. Maxwell has maintained her innocence. She's been in prison since last year. The trial is expected to last 6 weeks.
Jury selection in the alleged hate crime hoax trial of actor Jussie Smollett begins today. The ex-Empire star is accused of lying to Chicago police when he claimed he was the victim of a racist anti-gay attack back in 2019. Investigators later discovered Smollett paid 2 brothers $3,500 to fake the attack. Those brothers were also actors on Empire. They will be taking the stand. It's unclear, though, if Smollett will. Prosecutors claim Smollett staged the entire thing in a desperate attempt to save his acting career. Smollett denies those claims and has pleaded not guilty.
A Supreme Court showdown over abortion rights is taking center stage this week. It's the biggest challenge to Roe v. Wade since the landmark ruling's inception in 1973. The case being argued comes from Mississippi, where a law would ban abortions at 15 weeks of pregnancy. When Roe v. Wade was decided, they drew that line at 24 weeks before what's known as fetal viability. Mississippi's attempt to set an earlier ban on abortion could overrule Roe.
A security guard has been killed in Oakland, California amid a string of violent robberies. A local news team with KRON4 was covering a recent smash and grab theft when an assailant tried to steal their camera equipment. Retired Sergeant Kevin Nishida was protecting the crew when he was shot on Wednesday. He died Saturday. The $32,000 reward is being offered for information leading to an arrest. Investigators released this image of a car they believe is connected to the shooting.
The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department says 4 people have been arrested after a Home Depot store was looted. About 8 suspects were seen carrying out hammers, crowbars, and other tools on Friday night.
Other cities saw similar crimes on Black Friday. In Chicago, police say 3 stores were burglarized within 1 hour. And 2 Best Buys in Minnesota were hit by smash and grab robberies, with groups of at least a dozen people stealing high-value items.
The city of Waukesha marked 1 week since the Christmas parade tragedy. The mayor and members of the city council held a moment of silence for the 6 people who lost their lives. That ceremony was held at 4:36 p.m., the exact time that the horrific incident occurred. The city is asking residents to display blue lights in honor of the victims throughout the holidays. During Sunday's game, the Green Bay Packers also held a moment of silence.
Lava continues to flow on the Spanish island of La Palma. Specialists confirmed a new vent opened overnight on the volcano following the reopening of the island's airport on Saturday. The eruption has lasted over 2 months, forcing thousands of people to evacuate from their homes and destroying nearly 2,700 buildings.
Back here in the U.S., a wildfire is growing in North Carolina. More than 200 acres have burned on Pilot Mountain, which is in a state park northwest of Winston-Salem. Firefighters say it could take several days to contain the flames. The park was evacuated, and officials say that nobody is in danger. And on the West Coast, the National Guard helped Washington State brace for flooding. A heavy rain threat continued throughout the weekend and this morning for the Northwest.
From volcanoes to wildfires and flood threats, it's time to bring in NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns with your Monday forecast. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning. We're just missing like the locusts and a couple other things there. So let's get into this forecast. Yesterday, by the way, they considered the busiest travel day in the air, coast to coast, and they call it the Super Bowl of the airport travel days. And it was pretty, pretty weather delay free. I mean, we had a little bit of snow shower activity, a little bit of rain in the south, but that was about it. The only exception being the Pacific Northwest with all that heavy rain. So the week ahead. So for today, it's a cool start today in the Northeast. There'll be some snow showers in the Great Lakes. Overall, though, it's a really nice map. I mean, 69 in Kansas City today, 70 in Denver. Even the middle of this week, there's really no big storms to talk about, just the unusually warm conditions from coast to coast. By the time we get to Friday, some light snow coming down through the northern half of the country, but, that's expected this time of year along the Canadian border. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Now here's a closer look at the weather outside your window. Well, pretty incredible temperatures and warm weather will be found in the middle of the country, but not through the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, and the Northeast. That's where it's still going to be plenty chilly. But look at that warmth from areas from the Texas border all the way northwards into the Dakotas. And the Pacific Northwest needs a break, guys. They've seen incredible amounts of rain this fall.
Hopefully they get it. All right, Bill, thank you.
Here's somebody to keep your eye on at the Winter Olympics. Alpine skier Michaela Schriffen just got her 46th Slalom World Cup win. She's now tied the record for World Cup wins in a single discipline. Schriffen already has 3 Olympic medals, including 2 golds. And during the Winter Games coming up, she could become one of the most decorated female skiers of all time.
All right, don't sweat it. We have a consumer alert about popular antiperspirants.
And defense dominates a rivalry. Highlights from the Ravens-Browns brawl.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We have a consumer alert to warn you about. Procter & Gamble is recalling its Old Spice and Secret brand deodorant sprays after a cancer-causing chemical benzene was detected in the products. The affected sprays were distributed nationwide and have expiration dates through September of 2023. The company is urging retailers in the U.S. and Canada to remove the products off their shelves, asking consumers to throw away any products and get reimbursed.
It was an AFC North showdown under the lights of Sunday Night Football. A pretty low-scoring game in Baltimore in the first half until Mark Andrews comes down here with this ridiculous one-handed grab that would put the Ravens in scoring position, even with that flag. Lamar Jackson would evade Browns defenders, connecting on another improbable pass to who else? Mark Andrews for the score. The Ravens hold on to the lead, and they win it 16-10. And now to a monster game in Green Bay between the Rams and the Packers.
The league's leading receiver, Stafford, going downfield for Jefferson. He's got him. Jefferson able to stay upright, and he is gone. Touchdown.
Los Angeles was looking for revenge after losing in Lambeau in the last season's playoffs, but the Packers never took their foot off the gas, capitalizing on a 16-0 run in the third to put the game out of reach for a comeback. Green Bay beats the Rams 36-28. And a wild finish in Indianapolis, where the Colts tied things up with under 4 minutes, only for the Buccaneers to sail down the field in the final moments. Leonard Fournette found the end zone on the fourth time of the day, leading Tampa Bay to a 38-31 win over Indy.
On the day the Giants retired Michael Strahan's number 92, Big Blues defense came up clutch. Daniel Jones' dime in the third helped give the Giants a 13-7 win over the Philadelphia Eagles. And don't look now, but Bill Belichick and his Patriots are winners of 6 in a row. Kendrick Bourne caught a pair of touchdowns, and New England's defense shut the Titans out in the second half, winning the game 36-13.
Mac Jones stood tall among Sunday's top performers. Joe Mixon's 2 scores helped the Bengals beat the Steelers by 31. And from the pros to college, USC made waves on Sunday by hiring Lincoln Riley as their next head coach. Riley was 55-10 as coach of Oklahoma.
Still to come, remembering a design icon who broke barriers in the fashion industry, forever changing runways worldwide.
Plus, a sticky situation for breakfast tables worldwide inside Canada's maple syrup shortage.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fashion world has lost one of its most prolific and creative voices. Designer Virgil Abloh died Sunday after privately battling a rare and aggressive cancer. He had been the creative director for Louis Vuitton since 2018 and founded the brand Off-White. Abloh was also a longtime creative director for Kanye West, who dedicated his Sunday service to Abloh. The two had worked on projects together since 2002. Many people are praising Abloh as a creative genius, including the band BTS, who wore his designs at the American Music Awards just last week. Virgil Abloh was only 41 years old.
Wall Street is bracing for more unrest as a new report from the World Health Organization calls the global risk of the new Omicron COVID variant, quote, very high. Here with the latest on this is CNBC's Steve Sedgwick. Good morning, Steve.
Yeah, really good morning to you, Philip. Good morning, France, as well. Look, really interesting. I'll get straight to the chase here. We have got the futures for the US markets, the major indices, all looking positive at the moment. They're not big gains, but we're seeing the futures on the S&P up 0.7%, the Dow up 0.5%, and this is after the biggest dropping that the US equity markets have had since October 2020, of course, when we fell aggressively. So we were down 2.5% on the Dow on Friday, but a little bit of a rally coming into the market so far today as people look for perhaps a little bit of bargain hunting as well. Now, this is fascinating. I didn't even know there was a strategic reserve for maple syrup, but apparently Canada's got one and they're going to use it as well. The Quebec maple syrup producers are releasing 50 million pounds of their strategic reserve, according to Bloomberg. Basically, demand has gone through the roof during lockdowns as well. Quebec actually produces 73% of all the maple syrup in the world. And guess who the biggest customer is by far? That's right, the US takes 60% of that Canadian export and are using vast amounts of it. So the strategic reserve for maple syrup has been tapped. Back to you both.
Wow, not enough to have ours from Vermont. Got to have it from Canada just as well.
We take all the good stuff from all over the world, yeah? All right.
Thank you, Steve. When we return, an NBA superstar gives a young fan the surprise of a lifetime.
And do you recall the rarest reindeer of all? The adorable Christmas miracle on an Alaska reindeer farm.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today's shot of the day coming from the hand of the king. LeBron James made the one-handed grab off a pass from Russell Westbrook, turning to the Pistons bench before sinking the three from the corner. James was suspended last week for an on-court incident against the Pistons. This week, his Lakers take down Detroit by 4.
And NBA superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks made a young fan's day, possibly life, after he gifted him the shoes from his feet and adding the jersey off his back.
Jersey for you. This is for your sister. This is for you.
That is amazing. It's priceless, and it's a moment those siblings will not soon forget. We'll be right back here on Early Today.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Kevin Strickland, who spent more than 40 years in a Missouri prison for a crime he did not commit, was released earlier this week and was invited to light the trees at the mayor's Christmas tree lighting in Kansas City. Thursday was his first Thanksgiving with relatives in 43 years. The event wrapped up a week of holiday festivities for him, and Mayor Quinton Lucas said they were lucky and honored to have Strickland there.
It is a Christmas miracle on a reindeer farm in Alaska. 6 months ago, they welcomed twins into the world, which is rare for reindeer. From our Anchorage affiliate, Lexi Elverton brings us their story.
So we're going to go down this way and around to get in the pen. I'm here at the Williams Reindeer Farm. This is my family's farm, and we've had reindeer here for over 30 years, and it's still run by my family today. The twins are super special, so they kind of became a part of our tour this summer. And these are the twins. Spicy and Spike, twin reindeer. They're super awesome. Because Spike was bottle raised, he was in a special pen, and so then when the tour guides would pass him, they would talk about his story. Hi, babies. There's Spike. Spicy and Spike's mom, her name is Sugar Mama, and she was in labor. One of the staff had reported to me that there's a cow in labor, and she'd been in labor for like 20 minutes. And I was like, it's okay, labor, you know, it usually takes longer than that, but let's go out and check on her. So I went out and we watched the birth. She was a really tame cow, so she let us be right close to her while she was in labor. And we watched the baby pop out, and as soon as the first one came out, I saw that there were 2 more feet hanging out of her bottom. And I panicked because I was like, oh no, this means twins. And for us, historically, twins have not always survived. Usually one of the twins won't survive or the mom doesn't survive, just the way that twins are. The reindeer are not built for twins. As far as we know a lot of other reindeer farmers, and I don't know anybody else who's had twins that survived. So it's really not common. And in 30 years of owning reindeer, we have had twins and not one of them has survived, you know, beyond 24 hours. So this was really exciting for us because it is so rare. We did separate Spike from Spicy when they were about a day old, 12 hours old, you know, and we've reunited them since then. They're weaned from the bottle, weaned from their mom. They're in the same pen now, and they find each other often. Like, they eat the same hay bale and they lay together, and I think it's that twin telepathy, you know. They like seek each other out even after being separated for months. To reunite them and have them be best friends is really cute. I love that.
What a fun story, and our thanks to Lexi Elverton for that report. Hey, a Dasher and Dancer calling sick. These two can be right up.
Yeah, I'm glad they survived. It's time for Santa to put them to work.
Thanks for waking up with Early today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Monday. We hope to see you right back here tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in today for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. Global concerns about a new heavily mutated variant of COVID-19. Cases of the strain now known as Omicron confirmed in Europe and Canada after being discovered in southern Africa. This morning, travel bans are in effect in several countries, including the U.S. But experts warn it could take weeks before we know just how severe Omicron is.
It clearly is giving indication that it has the capability of transmitting rapidly. That's the thing that's causing us now to be concerned.
This as President Biden prepares to announce new restrictions in response to Omicron. We have team coverage here at home and overseas. Plus, a doctor's perspective will break down everything that is known about this new variant and what we are still waiting to learn about it. We've got all the information you need to know this Monday morning. On trial, jury selection set to begin today in the criminal trial of actor Jussie Smollett, the former Empire star, accused of staging a hate crime against himself 3 years ago. More on the charges against him and what to expect in this high-profile case. Tough choices in the checkout line for parents under government assistance, forced to decide between healthy meals and cheaper alternatives as prices for groceries go up. A look at the struggle so many Americans face. Click and save. It's a big day for online shoppers. Major retailers promising deep discounts on this Cyber Monday. We'll show you some of the biggest deals, plus how the supply chain issue could impact your online experience this year. And a walk to remember, a bride's special moment made even sweeter by the bride herself as she stood up and made her way down the aisle more than a decade after a car crash that left her paralyzed. Hear her relive the moment that brought everyone to tears. That is such a sweet story, and hopefully you all at home got some good family time over this weekend. I know we both did.
Yeah, we did. I hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. We have so much news to get to this week, though.
We really do. Let's begin this morning with that new COVID variant that's quickly put the world on edge. Health officials are warning Omicron looks different from other variants, becoming the dominant strain in South Africa in just a matter of days.
There is still a lot we don't know about the variant, including how transmissible it is and how serious infections can be. While researchers around the world are working to answer those questions, the World Health Organization says the Omicron variant poses a very high global risk and could lead to a new COVID wave. The first cases were detected in southern Africa last week, and since then, 14 countries have detected Omicron. You're looking at them on your map right now. That includes 7 countries in Europe, 3 countries in Africa, and Canada. World leaders are taking steps that they say are aimed at containing the variant by putting in place travel bans from South Africa. The passengers trying to leave that country are now stranded as borders shut down in response to Omicron. It's too early to tell whether the current vaccines will be effective in protecting against this new variant. Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson have all released statements saying they have begun testing and modifying their vaccines to fight this. But Dr. Anthony Fauci is urging everyone to get vaccinated and boosted immediately.
Even when you have variants of concern, you do well against them. It may not be as good in protecting against initial infection, but it has a very important impact on diminishing the likelihood that you're going to get a severe outcome from it. So this is a clarion call, as far as I'm concerned, of saying, let's put aside all of these differences that we have and say, if you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you're fully vaccinated, get boosted, and get the children vaccinated also.
We have a team of experts in the field to help us break down the very latest COVID variant news from every angle. We want to start this morning with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel and the latest on what we know and also what we don't know yet about this variant. So, Dr. Patel, good morning to you. Hope you had a nice Thanksgiving with your family. What do we know so far about this variant? How concerned should we be?
Yeah, Lindsay, Savannah, good morning. This is something that raises a lot of concern, but really because of a couple of facts. Number one, there are approximately 32 mutations to that red spike protein that give it a lot more kind of opportunity to infect people, attach to people, even, and raises that possibility of what we call immunity escape. But none of that has been proven. So that mutation number alone has alarmed many officials. Fact number two, we've seen, just as you pointed out, Lindsay, an incredible number of people across the globe that seem to have pretty quickly been identified with the Omicron variant. So that speaks to a potential high transmissibility or a high infection rate, even more than Delta. And then I think what's left and what we don't know is really the important pieces. Do our current vaccines work against this? There is really no plausible way that our vaccines are rendered utterly useless against this variant. So the question is, how much of a reduction is there? And is that reduction significant enough to kind of cause more hospitalizations? And right now, the evidence doesn't point to that, but it's still early. And then I think the next question is, what can we do about it? And I think, you heard Dr. Fauci, get vaccinated. I think it's also an emphasis, something to talk about, getting boosted. Boosters can broaden your immunity and potentially kickstart your body into also developing immunity against different variants, including potentially the Omicron variant.
So, Dr. Patel, that's exactly what I want to ask you about next, is the shots, getting boosted, getting vaccinated in the first place. So, obviously, you just laid out all these questions that we still don't have answered. Dr. Fauci also specifically told President Biden it could take up to 2 weeks before we know more about this variant. But in the meantime, everyone is being urged to get vaccinated. And we have heard that these companies are all testing their vaccines against this new variant, potentially modifying them. So explain right now why it makes sense to go get this booster. Is there a potential, though, that the shots could change? Is it going to be a different vaccine and you're going to be boosted with something and then need something else again later? How does this work right now in this kind of in-between time before we know more?
Yeah, great question. So, Savannah, listen, I can't stress this enough. Do not wait for a, quote, modified version of a vaccine simply for the reason that could take time, and we're in a race against time. We're watching how quickly any virus is spreading. By the way, we saw this with Delta. If you recall, I think a number of us were wondering if the current vaccines would work against the Delta variant. Until we had that evidence, there were conversations around tweaking, and all manufacturers said the same thing, that they have the ability, and they do, to quickly, within weeks, Savannah, potentially turn around a new formulation. But that doesn't turn into shots in arms. We have, around any part of the country, shots in arms that are available available for people who are not vaccinated, and then for people who need boosters. And the role of the booster, just to kind of say why you need it now and why you shouldn't wait, the booster really does kickstart your body and tells your body, hey, remember that vaccine we had months ago? We want to prime and increase those antibodies, but we also want your antibodies to be a little bit smarter and develop even more antibodies that could protect you against even more variants. That's critical for now.
All right, and Dr. Patel, how much of a role does vaccine inequality play in the spread of this variant?
Yeah, very much so, Lindsay. And if you look at the African nations, that we've got approximately 2 to 10% of African nations vaccinated, that offers just an incredibly large reservoir of opportunity for variants and mutations to develop. So this is just another stark reminder that we're not out of this until we're all vaccinated at as high a rate as possible, putting pressure on many countries like the United States, not just to do travel restrictions, but to also think about how can we amp up opportunity. It's not even the supply, Lindsay. I think it's really about countries' abilities to actually deliver the vaccines into arms.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks so much for joining us on this.
Now, as countries around the world react to the Omicron variant, here in the U.S., COVID cases from those other variants are rising in dozens of states as we continue the holiday season. New York has already declared a state of emergency to prepare for the new potential variant, but doctors say they're exhausted and another surge could bring our healthcare system to another halt. Let's now bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton from Boston and NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley from London for more on this. Good morning to both of you. And Antonia, I'll begin with you. So you're outside of Massachusetts General Hospital. So there's been an uptick there in COVID cases in recent weeks. Those are cases not from the Omicron variant, but from Delta, anything else, just as we've seen sort of the weather get colder. We've watched this happen before. How strained is the healthcare system there, and how are they preparing for the potential of this new variant causing an even bigger spike?
Good morning, Savannah. The health system here in Massachusetts is extremely strained. At MGH behind me here, they're actively treating about 40 COVID patients. But the system isn't just strained by COVID, also strained by elective procedures, treatments, and surgeries that in some cases people put off throughout other phases of this pandemic. And as you mentioned, physicians, nurses, people working at every level of these institutions are experiencing extreme burnout after all of these waves and new variants have already been introduced. I mean, it's been a scramble every time. And what I would describe right now is that people working in this system and around New England, where these cases are taking up, they're bracing for what this new variant could bring. Take a listen to Dr. Raja Ali of MGH's emergency room system here.
If somebody gets the sniffles, rightfully so, we send them home from work and they stay out for a period until they're cleared. If we actually end up with a variant that's more transmissible despite the virus, I'm worried about the impact that will have on our workforce. The bigger issue, though, is that everybody is just really burnt out. The nurses, the doctors, the environmental services staff, everybody is exhausted, and we just don't have enough staff to take care of the patients right now, and that could get worse if we see even more patients.
In anticipation of these kinds of fears, New York City has already announced the state of emergency that is going to allow their hospital systems to turn away or to cancel appointments and procedures that are non-urgent. And right now that has not happened in Massachusetts, but certainly officials in this state and elsewhere are really watching very closely to see what they might have to do to ensure that the kind of crisis he just described there doesn't happen. Savannah?
Absolutely. Now, Matt, let's talk about overseas. So Omicron has already been detected in several European countries, including the Netherlands and Denmark. Are European officials worried they could be facing another wave ahead of winter due to this new variant?
I mean, they're not worried so much about another wave. There's already been another wave, not of Omicron, but of just normal COVID, the Delta variant, other variants. This is already upon us in mainland Europe. Here in Britain, it's a little bit different. There's only 3 cases of Omicron. And, officials here are still very, very worried, even though we're not seeing the same surge in cases. And that's because all of this is precautionary. And that's why today there's going to be a meeting of the government board that deals with immunizations. They're going to be probably deciding that they're going to be lowering the age for the booster shots and encouraging everybody over the age of 18 to get a booster shot, even though Britain has seen quite a lot of vaccination, a very successful vaccination campaign. But Britain is also the rotating president of the G7, and they've called a meeting of G7 nations of health ministers to try to determine what to do about this very troubling new variant. It bears repeating again, there is no really conclusive proof that this is going to make everything worse in terms of the pandemic, in terms of spread, in terms of the lethality of the disease. But there's still so much concern that the G7 is going to be meeting together and trying to decide how to do this next. That's being led by Britain.
Absolutely. Now, Antonia, I think one of the things that we've been talking about here is, where is Omicron at this point? Which countries have detected it? But Dr. Kavita Patel, who was just with us a moment ago, just said over the weekend, it's likely already here. It's spreading. So are doctors taking anything that they learned from the spread of the Delta variant earlier this year to now kind of prepare for Omicron and kind of know that variant is on its way here?
Absolutely, and they're actively having all of those conversations right now. The major lesson learned for doctors in fighting the Delta variant was just how dangerous it is to still have large pockets of unvaccinated people. Even in a state like Massachusetts, which is highly vaccinated, there are still these major pockets. And so long as pockets within the United States or globally are there, that means that new variants like Omicron or others can continue to emerge. And in order to fight that, doctors have realized, really, as this has continued on, now stretching into years, look, that the real critical work is these patient to provider conversations, building trust in communities with low vaccination rates, and really having these one-on-one conversations to understand still at this stage in the pandemic, what are people's fears around getting vaccinated or potentially getting boosted at this stage. Take a listen to Dr. Ali again on the lessons he's learned throughout all of this.
The thing I learned from Delta and the fact that we had a variant that was exceptionally transmissible is that there are still patients who I and other healthcare workers can win over by just taking the time to talk to them. And the fact is that I'm still going to keep trying, and everybody I work with is still going to keep trying. We're not giving up on talking to patients and educating them and helping them with whatever it is that's keeping them from getting vaccinated. I want to make sure that we get as many people vaccinated, and having a transmissible variant just means that we need to try twice as hard to make that happen.
While there's still so much unknown about Omicron, doctors' consistent messaging right now is that the best defense is going to get vaccinated if you have not been vaccinated yet, or if you're still holding out on getting your booster shot, which is now widely available, to please go and do that. They say that this is still going to be our best protection, no matter what we learned about this new variant and when we eventually find out its arrival has happened here in the United States.
And Matt, quickly, you mentioned this urgent meeting of G7 health ministers today. What's the hope to come out of that meeting? What are we hoping that they decide on, or that they're able to talk through?
Well, a coordinated response, especially among the wealthy world. That's what's being represented by the G7. But one thing that the rest of the world is going to be looking at, and this is something that Antonia mentioned with regard to the United States, these pockets of unvaccinated people in the U.S. on the global level. You're seeing that with whole continents. Africa only has about 7% of that continent is vaccinated. That's compared to more than 40% on a global level. It's because of the lack of vaccinations in poorer countries that scientists say that this is giving rise to new variants like Omicron. And that is one of the things that a lot of the world is going to be looking for the G7 to do, to start to spread vaccinations throughout the world beyond just the developed West. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley and Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
President Biden is scheduled to speak about this new variant later this morning. Yesterday, he met with Dr. Anthony Fauci and the COVID-19 response team to get an update. And travel restrictions from 8 African countries to the U.S. go into effect today. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli. So, Mike, good morning. How concerned is the White House about this, and what came out of that meeting yesterday?
Well, Lindsay, to put it bluntly, anything that concerns the American people concerns this White House. You saw before the Thanksgiving holiday, the White House trying to get a little bit more proactive as it relates to some other issues that were concerning the American people, including inflation and supply chain challenges, including the release of fuel from the National Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But we're also now seeing the president, before the Thanksgiving holiday, talk about how far we'd come in the pandemic, comparing the way Americans were gathered for Thanksgiving holiday in a way that they hadn't been the year before. But now you saw the president returning from his traditional Thanksgiving getaway in Nantucket, meeting immediately with his COVID response team to try to show that they're getting ahead of this situation. And that's what we heard from the president afterwards in the form of a readout from the White House was two things. One, that he heard from Dr. Fauci that we really need to wait for more information. It's going to be at least 2 weeks until we get the really full information about just how transmissible this is and the severity of this, including whether the vaccines hold up. But at this stage, it was the president's readout that we do expect that these vaccines are largely going to be effective against the virus. But clearly, another jolt to the system that for a White House that didn't need another one at this point.
Do you expect that the president will be more warning the people, American people, saying what we know, what we don't know, trying to calm fears, or do you expect also new restrictions will be announced?
Well, what we've seen from this White House is that, as the president himself has said, he is always going to speak straight to the American people about what we know, what we don't know, and about the measures that need to happen here. But we already know that the White House was preparing for a fall surge, a winter surge of the virus, especially given the holidays when people tend to gather, people are inside more. And so what we're likely to hear from the president, according to White House officials, is sort of following the best practices that have already been laid out. Get your booster if you're eligible, if you're able to at this point. Get vaccinated if you hadn't done this at this point. What the White House was already battling was a lot of jurisdictions, including here in D.C., had started lifting things like mask mandates in public places. And so now they're going to be urging Americans to do all the known best practices to try to avoid transmission of any variant here.
And it could be a challenge. It's not just healthcare workers that are burned out, the American public as well. They're tired of the pandemic. Mike, thanks so much.
You got it.
The highly anticipated trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, the former girlfriend of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, begins today. Maxwell faces 6 criminal counts, including sex trafficking charges for allegedly helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and abuse underage girls. She's pleaded not guilty to all of those charges, as opening statements are set to begin in just a few hours. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter is outside the courthouse in New York City. Tom, good morning. So first, just tell us, what can we expect on this first day of the trial, and also remind us of all those charges that Ghislaine Maxwell's facing.
That's right, Savannah. As you can see behind me, people are already starting to get in line, observers, reporters for this trial today. It's obviously a very different courtroom and a very different setting than from when this whole episode first came up, when Jeffrey Epstein was taken into custody over several years ago with the coronavirus. The courtroom looks more like a hockey penalty box, plexiglass everywhere. But as you said, a whole host of charges that Ghislaine Maxwell faces today. She'll be in court. She's likely already here. They transport her to this courthouse early in the morning. She faces a number of different charges: enticement of a minor to travel for the purposes of illegal sex, conspiracy to transport a minor for sex, sex trafficking conspiracy, sex trafficking of a minor. And Savannah, this is conduct that goes all the way back to 1994 up to 2004. It involves alleged illegal activities that took place at Epstein's property in New Mexico, at his property in Florida, here in New York City, as well as Maxwell's house in London, England.
And Tom, I want to ask you about one of the higher profile allegations here. One of Epstein's victims, Virginia Giuffre, has claimed in a civil lawsuit that Maxwell allegedly trafficked her to Prince Andrew when she was 17. What more do we know about that accusation, and could that come up in this trial?
There's been a lot of speculation about whether or not Virginia Giuffre would come up at trial, whether any of the allegations against Prince Andrew, which she has strenuously denied, will come up at this trial, along with a whole host of other bold-faced names, Savannah. But really, the judge has limited the types of testimony that can come in here, and this has to stay within the 4 corners of the indictment, as prosecutors say. They can only talk about the charges and the conduct that they allege here. Perhaps several other victims may come in to testify to the sex trafficking conspiracy, but nothing involving Virginia Giuffre is included in this indictment, so we don't expect to hear anything about that. Whether or not the prince's name comes up, well, it's a trial and anything can happen, Savannah.
All right, Tom Winter, thank you so much.
The fashion world is mourning the loss of Virgil Abloh. The barrier-breaking fashion designer died yesterday at just 41 years old after a private battle with cancer. He's known for styling stars like Kanye West and Kid Cudi, and he served as the men's artistic director of Louis Vuitton since 2018. And he also founded the streetwear brand Off-White. Since yesterday's announcement, messages from colleagues and admirers have just been pouring in, honoring his work and his legacy in the industry. The executive editor for Teen Vogue writing on Twitter, his contributions to fashion have been shape-shifting in so many ways. Kid Cudi was on SNL just this season, and he actually designed the floral dress that he wore to pay tribute to Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, so many things actually on so many red carpets, so many events.
Outfits, you wouldn't even really
connect
with that name.
And just at 41, and the fact that no one knew that he was battling that. Oh, it's just heartbreaking.
Sad.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, it is time now for a check of your morning news now. Weather.
All right, Bill Cairns, good morning. How are we looking?
Hey, good Monday morning. Hope you guys had a wonderful holiday weekend. The weather cooperated. I mean, there wasn't many complaints. Vermont got some snow on Saturday, but the skiers loved it. The ski season's off to a great start in northern New England. But it's a little chilly in Florida. I had some complaints about that, but that was it. Everyone pretty much got to their destination. So temperatures this morning, it is still a little brisk. You still need the jackets all the way through Florida. Definitely need the hat, gloves, and jackets in northern portions of Vermont. But much of the country is pretty clear. We have a little bit of light rain in southern portions of Florida. That's about it. There's not a lot of problems. We will see some rain showers in the Pacific Northwest and the northern Rockies. Little bit of light still possible late today, heading into northern Michigan and Wisconsin, but nothing that's going to cause many issues. And notice the week ahead, there's just not any big storms on the horizon. Even on Wednesday, pretty much nice across the country. It's unusually warm for many areas, but as far as troublesome weather for travel goes, not going to see much of that. And even all the way out through Friday, we're only seeing some light snow in the Great Lakes in northern New England. We finally dried out the end of this week in the Pacific Northwest. And you notice that mild air in the middle of the country finally arrives in the east by the end of the week. So, as we head into December, sometimes it can be active, but that's not this year. These temperatures, the warm air, we'll even make it to the East Coast this upcoming weekend. So I don't have any snow for you. If you want snow, I'm not the person to come to.
I am kind of ready for snow. There was a tiny little bit that fell when I was taking my dog out early, I think yesterday morning. Yeah, exactly. All right, Bill, thanks so much. See you in a bit. And coming up, nuclear talks back on between the U.S. and Iran.
It comes after former President Donald Trump pulled the U.S. out of the Iran nuclear deal back in 2018. Up next on Morning News Now, more on today's meeting and what's at stake.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Could the 2015 Iran nuclear deal be restored? That's what's at stake today as representatives from Iran, the U.S., and several European nations meet in Vienna.
That's right. You might remember the agreement was a major achievement for then President Barack Obama. The deal eased sanctions on Iran in return for strict limits on its nuclear program. But in 2018, Former President Donald Trump pulled the U.S. out of the deal, reimposed the old sanctions, and introduced hundreds of new ones. Here to help us break down the new talks, we have political scientist and professor at Columbia's School of International and Public Affairs, Ian Bremmer. Ian, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on this one. So we know there's a lot of moving parts in these meetings, but what are the prospects of a new deal being reached?
They're very low. In fact, the Iranian government refused to allow the International Atomic Energy Agency just last week access to sites to verify their levels of enriched uranium. We've got big challenges because the Iranians are saying that they refuse to come back into the deal unless the Americans ensure that the deal will be permanent, that a future administration won't be able to pull out of it. The U.S. is unwilling to do that. There's obviously no trust, and the Iranians think they're in a much better geopolitical position than they were a few years ago. They can handle the sanctions. Energy prices are high, and countries in the region, like the Gulf states, allies of the U.S., are more willing to engage with Iran directly.
So what cards does the U.S. have left to play then if you think that a deal is unlikely to be made with these talks?
Well, we've got sanctions, obviously, and short of that, the plan B that the Americans have been talking about is actually a smaller deal, which is give the Iranians some of the relief that they would have gotten in the Iranian nuclear deal if they returned to it, and have the Iranians freeze their program verifiably where it is right now, which, by the way, is literally just 1 month away from nuclear breakout capabilities. And if they wanted to develop a nuclear weapon, they would have the enriched uranium levels to be able to do it. That's 4 weeks away. That is the American plan B. The problem is that the plan B for other countries in the region is very different. For Israel, that's unacceptable. The plan B is increasingly take direct both espionage and sabotage and military strikes against Iran to prevent them from being that close to nuclear capability. While for the Saudis, for the Emiratis, for other American allies in the region, the plan B is, why do we care so much about nukes they'll never use? We're more worried about fighting with them in proxies across the region and support for terrorism. We want to engage with Iran directly. So the United States doesn't really have an effective coordinated plan B.
And Ian, quickly, is there any chance that the original deal is just reinstated?
That's the problem. The U.S. under the Trump administration left the original deal unilaterally. Every other signatory, allies and adversaries of the U.S. opposed that. And now, 4 years later, the ability of the United States to get back into the deal isn't there. You've got a new Iranian government that's more hardline, and they're saying no thank you. So unfortunately, this is one where the lack of consistency in U.S. foreign policy is really undermining our own national interest.
Ian Bremmer, thank you so much for walking us through that.
Sure.
Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow. Good morning, Matt.
Lindsay, Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Amsterdam, where police chased down and arrested a couple who escaped from a COVID-19 quarantine hotel and then attempted to fly off to Spain. The couple is a Spanish man and a Portuguese woman. They were among those who tested positive on a flight into Europe from South Africa, where, of course, the new Omicron variant has been detected. The couple was arrested on the plane before it could take off for Spain, so it got pretty far. We move along now to South America, where a 7.5 magnitude earthquake rattled northern Peru this morning. No deaths have been reported, but the tower of a 16th century church, this is actually believed to be the oldest Catholic construction in the Amazon region, did collapse. The quake damaged other buildings in the region, and it was actually felt in Colombia as well. We finished off this hour in the UK, where 61 people were stranded in a pub in England over the weekend after a massive snowstorm hit Friday night. Pubgoers gathered in the pub to enjoy an Oasis tribute band when they suddenly realized that the snow had actually made it impossible to leave, and even then driving conditions had become so poor that they spent the rest of the weekend sleeping on the pub floor. The band has changed its name to Snowasis. No reports yet, though, on the movie rights.
Oh, shucks. Can you imagine that excuse?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm just staying
I'm trapped in a pub. I bet it was a little fun.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. And coming up, he said he was attacked, but authorities called it a hoax.
Yeah, you remember this big story. Now the criminal trial against actor Jussie Smollett is set to begin today. We're going to take you to Chicago ahead of jury selection in this high-profile case.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Lindsay Lohan is engaged. The actress announced the exciting news over the holiday weekend, sharing these photos with her now fiancé, Bader Shammas. The actress wrote on Instagram, "My love, my life, my family, my future." Lohan and Shammas live in Dubai. They've been together for the last 2 years, according to The Independent. No word yet on any wedding plans.
I did not know she lives in Dubai.
I didn't. I knew it was somewhere in that region. I thought it was Greece.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I remember there was something in Mykonos that everybody was loving. Yeah. But congrats to her. That's great.
Yeah.
All right. Now, it's been nearly 3 years since actor Jussie Smollett claimed he was attacked by 2 men in Chicago, igniting a wave of scrutiny against him and the Cook County Prosecutor's Office. Well, today, Smollett will head to court over his alleged involvement in staging the attack, where he could face several years behind bars if found guilty. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Chicago. Megan, good morning. So first, just give us a refresher on how we got to this point. There was a lot of back and forth. It was pretty confusing for a while. And now, what were the allegations Smollett made regarding the alleged attack, and why has it taken this long for the trial to finally get underway?
Savannah, good morning. Yeah, lots to unpack here. As you mentioned, it's been nearly 3 years. So this was back in January of 2019 when Jussie Smollett was in downtown Chicago. And he told police that it was around 2 a.m. when he was going to Subway and he was attacked. And he says it was a hate crime, that the attacker mentioned racial slurs and homophobic slurs, poured bleach on him, and then put a noose around his neck. Law enforcement officials investigated for several weeks when they determined that this was a hoax. Now, since then, Smollett has always maintained his innocence, but he has been charged essentially with lying to police. And so why did this take so long? Well, you'll remember that he was charged, and then those charges were dropped because he accepted something called a pretrial diversion, which essentially isn't admitting guilt. It's kind of a nice deal, as legal experts put it, where he was able to do community service and pay about $10,000, and the charges went away. But a special prosecutor was appointed, a grand jury was convened, and those charges were brought back. Then, of course, we had the pandemic. So fast forward to where we are now, and he is expected in court later on today, 9 o'clock local time. Savannah.
So, Megan, let's talk about what we'll see and hear in court. So what argument will the prosecution make against him today? And then also, are they going to call upon those 2 brothers who were involved in this attack to take the witness stand?
Right. So we suspect to hear more of the evidence that that police gathered, which is what led them to the conclusion that this was a hoax. So we expect to see more of that. And we do suspect that we will be hearing from those two brothers. And keep in mind, they have already put out a statement saying that they regret their actions in this alleged incident here. So given that statement, given the former superintendent of police here coming out so forcefully and saying that this was a hoax and this was something that Smollett did to sort of boost his career, it will definitely be interesting to see the evidence that's laid out in court.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
Turning now to the week ahead, from that new COVID variant to the upcoming Supreme Court hearing over Mississippi's abortion law, we're tracking a lot of major news stories ahead. And Meet the Press tackled those and more yesterday. Here's a look at the highlights with Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd.
Well, good morning, Savannah and Lindsay. On this week's Meet the Press, a new coronavirus variant as cases are spiking across the country. I spoke with Dr. Anthony Fauci about why they're so concerned about this variant, more so than the last couple. Plus, the Supreme Court hears arguments this week on Mississippi's law that bars most abortions after 15 weeks. Spoke with the Mississippi governor, Tate Reeves, about why he'd like to see that law end up overturning Roe v. Wade. Then there's my exclusive interview with Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Michael Cohen. Here are some of the most important answers from Meet the Press Compressed. What makes Omicron so concerning to you?
The profile of the mutation strongly suggests that it's going to have an advantage in transmissibility and that it might evade immune protection that you would get, for example, from a monoclonal antibody or from the convalescent serum after a person's been infected, and possibly even against some of the vaccine-induced antibodies. So it's not necessarily that that's going to happen, but it's a strong indication that we really need to be prepared for that.
Why should the state of Mississippi tell a woman what they should do with their body? Why shouldn't they have that individual freedom on their body, particularly in the first 20 weeks?
Well, this is a prime example, and the far left loves to scream, "My body, my choice." And what I would submit to you, Chuck, is they absolutely ignore the fact that in getting an abortion, there is an actual killing of an innocent unborn child that is in that womb. Here's what we know about babies that are 15 weeks. We know that they have a heartbeat. We know that those babies at 15 weeks actually can open and close their hands. We know that they have developing lungs. And we know that those babies at 15 weeks can feel pain. And so when you talk, the difference between vaccine mandates and abortions is vaccines allow you to protect yourself. Abortions actually go in and kill other American babies. And let's just put this in perspective.
Governor, hang on a minute. A vaccine is about protecting a larger community. A vaccine is about preventing spread. You could argue a vaccine mandate is a pro-life position.
You could certainly argue that, Chuck, but even if you listen to Dr. Fauci's interview with you earlier today, he made it very clear that the vaccine may not keep you from getting the virus. It may not keep you from spreading the virus, but it can keep you from ending up in the hospital. That's what's been proven during this Delta surge that we've seen in America, is that the virus is continuing to being spread even amongst those who are vaccinated. Conversely, when you're talking about the pro-life position of protecting unborn babies, let's put it also in perspective. The fact is that during this very horrible and challenging time since I was sworn into office in January of 2020, Chuck, we've had 800,000 American lives lost because of COVID. And my heart aches for every single one of those individuals that has died because of COVID. Over 10,000 Mississippians. My heart breaks for every single one of them. But since Roe was enacted, 62 million American babies have been aborted and have therefore been killed. And that's why I think it's very important that people like myself and others across this country stand up for those unborn children, because they don't have the ability to stand up for themselves.
Should we expect to see actual indictments before the new year?
You know, I generally try not to talk about the DA, which is now also includes the Attorney General's civil case in the same exact matter. So I really try not to talk about it because it's their investigation, nor do I want to tip off Trump or the Trump organization's people about what is actually happening. So, You know, I would rather just not answer that specific question other than to say that you can bet your bottom dollar that Alan Weisselberg is not, and I truly say, I mean this, Alan Weisselberg is not the key to this. They are going after Donald, they're going after Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, they're a whole slew of individuals, family as well.
Our thanks to Chuck Todd for that. And all right, coming up, we know that many parents are struggling to put food on the table as the price of groceries go up.
Pick and choose your battle. Who am I going to upset? Myself, my kid, what kid?
We're going to take a look into how one family is trying to make it work with the help of increases to a government program.
Plus, deals and steals on deck this Cyber Monday. We'll show you some of the biggest online offers after the break. This is Morning News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Well, we have been talking a lot about the rising cost of groceries lately.
Yeah, we have, and it's forcing some really difficult choices for millions of families who count on government food assistance. Assistance that's not going as far now. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has their story.
Get some cereal on.
The later it gets in the month,
because we can afford them now,
the further Eric Tucker's grocery budget has to stretch.
If I can feed my family for 10, 12 bucks a night, that works.
What happens when you get towards the end of the month?
Less snacks.
The father of 2 boys in Orange County, California, lost his home and job during the pandemic and joined SNAP, the government's supplemental nutrition assistance program, previously called food stamps, to help feed his family.
You want any noodles?
It's forced some tough choices in the checkout line. What's that been like?
Humiliating. You got to pick and choose your battle. Who am I going to upset? Myself, my kid, what kid? You know, it's not going to be the full fulfillment of a meal.
The decisions made in these aisles go way beyond dollars and cents. Staying on budget can mean the difference between fruits and vegetables being swapped out for less costly sugary cereals and processed foods.
All right, what else you boys want?
But a new boost to the SNAP program could mean less pasta.
Traditional.
And more produce for the 1 in 8 Americans who use it to feed their families. Last month, SNAP upped its benefits by more than 25%. Families now get an average of $36 more per person each month. For Eric and his kids, that boost puts them at $606 a month, or just over $6 per person a day.
It's just been a big, blessing for us.
That extra money doesn't go as far these days. You might have more that you can budget with, but things also cost more.
Milk went up $1, I think, a gallon. My kids eat a lot of cereal, and we do a lot of pastas, and milk's, a necessity. So, but when the prices went up without the the blessing of the SNAP going up, it was like, okay, we're going to cut back on, those things we used to eat.
Higher prices, combined with the pandemic's continued financial fallout, also means leaning more heavily on food banks to fill the gaps of what SNAP can't cover. Gregory Scott runs this one in Southern California. Their demand for food tripled in 2020 and is likely to stay that way.
We had many, many people who we call newly vulnerable, who had never been in line before, were now dealing with food insecurity and hunger.
During the pandemic, the single biggest request for my time as a congressperson was at food banks.
Congresswoman Katie Porter represents this area.
I think it's also important to think about these issues. They don't just happen in a vacuum, right?
If we're not doing anything about housing costs, if we're not doing anything about the cost of childcare or the cost of prescription drugs, even if we're stepping up with food assistance, at the end of the day, families can run short.
Now, the table's set for the holidays.
I've gotten to a spot in life where I had to bite my pride.
And Eric's table fuller than it would have been.
Other men and families need to know that there is resources out there, and we just need to ask for help.
Ali Vitale, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs joins us now. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, ladies. I don't know about you. I did not go to a store, but apparently a lot of us did on Black Friday, despite the new Omicron variant and supply chain issues. Sensormatic says customer traffic rose 48% from last year, although that was still down from 2019. And for the first time in nearly a decade, online sales fell from the previous year, according to Adobe. But overall, Black Friday was solid. MasterCard says sales were up 30% compared to a year ago. Meantime, some restaurants are taking delivery and to-go orders off the menu during busy periods as they struggle with labor shortages and a return of dine-in customers. Delivery and to-go are often less profitable. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse, Cheesecake Factory, Applebee's, and IHOP are among those cutting down when their kitchens get too busy. Darden Restaurants, the parent of Olive Garden, is reducing to-go and delivery businesses on weekends when its brands can only take about 4 orders every 15 minutes. So you better plan ahead. Meantime, Mike Tyson is the latest celebrity to launch a cannabis line. The former heavyweight boxing champ rolling out Tyson 2.0 on Black Friday. He's teaming up with Columbia Care, which is one of the largest multi-state operators in the medical cannabis business. Columbia runs about 100 dispensaries in 16 states. Tyson says his product is aimed primarily at people who are looking for physical and emotional relief. He's also heavily involved in the research, they say, and in the development process. And he says this is kind of what keeps him calm. He doesn't feel normal if he hasn't had it for a couple of days.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Interesting.
How
All right,
about
Bertha.
that, huh?
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Bertha.
All right, so it's Cyber Monday, and while a lot of people say they've already gotten a head start on their holiday shopping this year, some of us are just getting started. Guilty as charged. Joining us now to break it all down and how to find the best deals is the host of YouTube's Gadget Game Show, What the Heck Is That? And author of Gadget Nation, Steve Greenberg. So, Steve, good morning. You know, we just heard Bertha talking about the supply chain issues, throwing a wrench into everything. So for those of us who have been waiting until maybe today, is it already too late? And what else is different about this year? Are we going to see as many deals?
Well, it's certainly not too late, and there are still tons and tons of deals out there, so that's not the case. And supply chain is really about specific products, not so much about entire categories. So you may not be able to get the exact model TV you want, but you'll certainly be able to get the LED TV you do want. And if you see a deal, you like it, grab it early. You can always return the product. It's better to get it now than to wait down the line. So I would say now's the time to move, and some great deals today.
Yeah, seeing some supply chain articles and things like that. I already started buying a couple things, and then it arrives 2 days later, and now they've got to put it under their tree for a month and a half.
Right.
Let's talk about some of the deals here. What are the best ones you're seeing so far?
Well, one thing, Apple rarely gets discounted. So there's some Apple devices that are out there. For example, this is an Apple TV 4K. This is 5th generation, normally about $200. Today's price about $120 at MacSales.com. So you are seeing a little bit of discounting, and that includes like three months of free Apple TV Plus, et cetera. So that's the kind of thing you can go for. A very hot category, television sets, LED TVs, very hot. Vizio, for example, a 50 50-inch 4K LED SmartCast TV. Normally it'd be about $518. It's reduced to $404 at Walmart. So you're seeing some real serious cuts in those prices. Robotic vacuums, another very big category. Roomba i3 Plus, that's that Wi-Fi connected robotic vacuum that has a canister it empties itself into. Normally about $600, now $399 at Best Buy. Big sale there. Microsoft Xbox Series S video game console in white. Normally about $400, $399. It's sale price $299 at BestBuy.com. And last, just right now, this I'm actually wearing what's called a wrist cam. This is a band for your Apple Watch. Now, Time Magazine said it's one of the great inventions of last year, of 2021. This year, I mean. You can actually get this now. Normally $250. Now it's normally $300. Now $250. So this gives you a camera, a selfie camera, and another camera built into your Apple Watch. Very cool little product. Again, discounted. Normally not discounted. So today's the day to, if you're going to act, do it now.
Yeah, you can't have enough devices to take selfies. Before we let you go,
exactly.
I am so bad about this. I will wait and I will watch a product and I will see, is it going to go down further? Is it going to go down further? And then it sells out and I am completely SOL. So how do we make sure we're getting the best deal?
Well, there's some apps out there that can help you. I've used something called BuyVia, which actually gives you like the top 10 daily deals. That's really helpful, and it works like on Amazon and Walmart, Target, etc. Also, you can get some great deals right now on gift cards and subscription services where you get the gift card and a product is thrown in as well. So look at those. And I'm also very big on Googling a product that I want and adding the word coupon after it, or even Cyber Monday deal, and it will help find a really good deal for you. So there's a lot of things you can do out there. But again, act sooner. If you see a good deal, grab it now. And then if you buy too much, or it's the wrong thing, or it's not what Aunt Betty wants, return it, but get it now. I'd say don't wait too much longer.
Okay, yeah, that Aunt Betty, she's tough to shop for. Steve Greenberg.
She's a tough one, right?
Thanks so much. Gift card, Aunt Betty. Thank you.
Yeah, the year of the gift card for sure. All right, coming up, an extra special moment for a California bride more than 10 years after an accident that left her paralyzed.
Yeah, up next, in her own words, what she remembers most about the emotional moments when she stood up and walked down the aisle.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here's a story that will help get your week off to a great start.
Yeah, it's all about how one woman overcame the odds on the biggest day of her life. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has her heartwarming story.
Savannah and Lindsay, this is a story about breaking barriers and the love that gave one woman the power she needed to do what was once thought impossible.
This is what love looks like.
Here we go.
For 29-year-old bride Chelsea Hill, it meant finding the strength to walk down the aisle during her Southern California wedding in September.
Why was it important for you to walk this one time?
I wanted to stand eye to eye with him and confess my love, and I wanted to be there heart to heart.
These steps, a surprise for groom Jay Bloomfield, one that moved him to tears.
You blow me away every single day. Every single day.
Jay, when you saw her, can you go back to that for me?
I don't know. I just got this weird flood of emotions when she walked up to me and her dad passed me off. I think I said something like, you blow me away every single day.
You're absolutely stunning. Look at you.
The emotional moment, a milestone for Chelsea, who was paralyzed from the waist down following a car crash in 2010.
When did you think I'm going to walk down the aisle?
I promised myself, and so about 2 years I started really figuring out how I could do this, and I found these leg braces that completely make my knees locked out because I can't move them or anything. And so I started training with them, and I was like, okay, this is really, I can do this.
Chelsea's can-do attitude extending to the couple's reception, where she surprised everyone again, creating an epic first dance with her dad. Her lifelong dream of becoming a dancer on display with another routine she'd been rehearsing for months.
Dance has given me back so much more than I could have ever imagined.
She's giving back, too, as the founder of the Rolettes, a wheelchair dance troupe dedicated to empowering women with disabilities. Breaking barriers in life.
You may now kiss your bride.
And now love.
What do you want people to take away from that?
As far as people with disabilities, I think don't look at us with limitations because there's so much more that we can do.
For Jay and Chelsea, their next big project, they would like to start a family all of their own, and I'm sure they will. Savannah and Lindsay.
Oh, I'm sure they will, too. An amazing story. Kate Snow, thank you so much.
That'll be the biggest adventure yet.
Oh, yeah. Something you're about to embark on.
Congrats to the happy couple. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
Happy to be with you. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Joe this Monday morning. Right now on Morning News Now, variant of concern. This morning, the world is watching and reacting to the new Omicron COVID variant. A global effort is underway to not only curb, but better understand the spread of this new variant. The Biden administration's travel ban to and from southern Africa, where the mutation was first identified, taking effect today. Dr. Anthony Fauci urging Americans over the weekend to get their shots with so little known about this emerging threat.
This is a clarion call, as far as I'm concerned, of saying let's put aside all of these differences that we have and say, if you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you're fully vaccinated, get boosted, and get the children vaccinated also.
Your questions this morning answered. What we know, what's still up in the air, and how you can keep yourself and others safe. In session, we've got our eye on a handful of high-profile courtroom headlines on this Monday morning. Day one of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial set to begin here in New York City. The longtime confidant of disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein will face her accusers, the women who claim she helped the late billionaire sexually abuse them as teenagers. We're outside the courtroom for opening arguments. Plus, Smollett on trial. Jury selection is expected to kick off in Chicago this morning for the former Empire actor, who's accused of lying to police, claiming he was the victim of a racist anti-gay attack nearly 3 years ago. Now he'll face a judge for allegedly faking the whole thing. The brothers allegedly paid by Smollett to attack him, now at the center of this controversial case. Also this morning, we're remembering a modern icon of fashion, Virgil Abloh, prolific designer to the stars through brands like Louis Vuitton and his own venture Off-White, has passed away at the age of 41 after a private years-long battle with a rare form of cancer. The trailblazing life and impact of one of fashion's most sought-after names. And Manic Monday. It's unfortunately back to reality for those of us coming off that long Thanksgiving weekend, but at least we have some holiday steals and deals to look forward to on this Cyber Monday. Analysts are expecting it to break records, where you can find the deepest discounts while dodging delays as retailers work to navigate this supply chain nightmare.
I have some shopping to do today. I didn't do any of it over the weekend.
I haven't done any yet today, Mike, EP. No, I haven't already started browsing.
Exactly.
Don't check my browser history. We're going to begin this morning, though, with the growing concerns over the new COVID variant, Omicron.
That's right. The variant, first detected in southern Africa, has now spread to several countries, prompting world leaders to shut their borders and scramble for a new action plan. So far, only 3 countries have enforced a full travel ban. That's Japan, Israel, and Morocco. But the United States is one of several countries to only put a partial travel ban in place. There's a lot that health officials still don't know about this new variant, but the World Health Organization warns it poses a very high global risk and could potentially bring about another COVID wave. Health experts like Dr. Anthony Fauci are now urging all Americans to get their vaccines or boosters immediately. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us on set for more on this big story this morning, our breaking news and what we know and don't know about this particular mutation, this particular variant. Dr. Azar, good morning. So first, let's start off with vaccines. So we're hearing Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. They're all testing and potentially modifying their vaccines to see how it works with this particular variant. So a few questions here. What's that process like? What do we know right now about vaccine effectiveness? And then we were talking this morning about we're encouraging people to go get their boosters. But if there's a potential that the shot's going to change, what exactly does that mean? What if you go get boosted right now? Is there a chance that then there's a different type of shot?
Right. And so to that part of the question first, I think that's top of mind for everyone who hasn't received their booster yet. They're like, well, maybe I should wait for a variant-specific booster. Don't wait for a variant-specific booster. Boosting now on top of already doing the primary series gives you truly an astronomical amount of antibodies with a very, very wide, broad repertoire for coverage. And so, yes, even if there's some diminution of effect of the vaccines against this new variant, it's very likely that the sheer number of antibodies will sort of outmatch the fact that there's not a perfect match, let's say. The process of finding out whether or not our vaccines work, it's a little tedious. The lab-based, you're basically taking, sera from people who've been vaccinated or who've been infected, and you're cross-reacting that with the variant to see how many neutralizing antibodies are made. And again, I have to reinforce this concept that even though you may have a blunted antibody response to this new variant, if you get exposed to it, you're very likely still will get that other cell-mediated immunity. That T-cell response is still most likely durable, which will protect you against severe disease. I think people need to keep that in mind in the next couple of weeks.
Man, we want answers today, right? We don't want to wait a couple weeks, especially as people make plans. But this was the big fear with the pandemic, right? And we still don't know how dangerous this is, but that the longer COVID was out there, the more it could mutate and eventually become even more dangerous than Delta. So we don't know a ton about Omicron, but we know it's heavily mutated.
Yes.
What does that mean? Is that automatically a bad thing?
Right. And no. And that's the thing. We always talk about the 3 things that we are concerned about with a variant. We're concerned that it could evade protection from vaccination. We're concerned that it could cause more severe disease, and we're concerned that it potentially could be more contagious. We actually don't have real data on that yet. All we have are this profile and set of mutations that are very concerning because just the sheer number of them is greater than what we saw with Delta against that spike protein, which, as we all know now, is the target of vaccines. And particularly, a couple of mutations are where the virus attaches to the human cell. That's the concern about potentially enhancing transmissibility. But Lindsay, again, very, very important. We've had other variants come across who clearly showed evasion to immune protection, but they weren't more transmissible. So they basically just went away, right? So it's of those three concerns, if you're only getting one out of the three, you're probably okay. Once you start getting two out of the three, which is what we're seeing in this set of mutations, that's what has health experts across the world so concerned, because we don't want it to evade and be more transmissible at the same time. That's not a good combination.
And that's essentially something that we just need to wait and see.
We need to wait and see.
Yeah.
And you know, in South Africa, they're doing real world on the ground analysis of all of these questions. And every single vaccine maker here in the US and abroad is studying their vaccine's effectiveness against the variant. Pfizer has said it'll have data in 1 to 2 weeks. After that, if they need to make a change, that's the beauty of the platform of the mRNA vaccine. They can adjust it and modify it and have a new product within 6 weeks and within 100 days ready for deployment. Essentially.
Let's talk about these travel bans. So we're seeing several countries enforce partial or full, in some cases, travel bans to and from South Africa in many cases. But the South African president says the ban will do nothing to stop the spread, essentially. So the question is, do you think travel bans work? And also, I mean, don't we think at this point it's here? This is reminding me of the beginning when we were looking for the one or two few people who had it and wondering what their names were, and we all ended up getting it. I mean, what does this type of ban do if we think it is probably already in the U.S.?
There's no doubt that it's already in the U.S. I mean, we have cases in Canada, and we know that our borders are completely porous. You know, I think the opinion of many experts, including Dr. Fauci, is that it buys us a little bit of time to ramp up boosting and vaccination here in this country. But clearly, there's an understandable backlash that this is happening. And it actually, we know that other countries have been reluctant to release information on potential mutations that they're seeing because they don't want this to happen, because this has such significant social and economic impacts. So, you know, opinions differ. It is what it is. I don't think it's a blunt response. It's not completely effective at preventing the variant from coming here.
Dr. Natalie Azar, lots of questions for you this morning. We could probably keep going, but we'll let you go for now.
We could.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Doctor. Well, as we mentioned earlier, several countries have already closed their borders in response to this new variant. And these closures come as we're seeing massive numbers of travelers for the holiday season. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from New York with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hi, Lindsay. Good morning. Here in New York, the governor has declared a state of emergency taking effect later this week to increase hospital capacity. And this morning, President Biden is set to address the nation and provide an update on the U.S. response. With concerns growing about the Omicron COVID variant this morning, the WHO saying the global risk from the strain is assessed as very high. But experts still say there's a lot to learn about symptoms and stress that vaccines are the best prevention. The U.S. starting today is restricting travel from South Africa and 7 other surrounding nations. While there are no confirmed Omicron cases in the U.S., it's now been detected in Canada, and health officials say the spread here is inevitable.
If you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you're fully vaccinated, get boosted.
President Biden getting an update from his COVID response team Sunday. The White House says Dr. Fauci told the president it will take about 2 more weeks to know more about the transmissibility and severity of Omicron, with Dr. Fauci saying existing vaccines do provide protection against severe cases of COVID. Still, for now, there's a lot we don't yet know. Early data from South Africa indicate the strain is highly contagious. This South African doctor was one of the first to sound the alarm.
Currently, there's no reason for panicking as we don't see severely ill patients.
New Omicron cases now confirmed in Canada, Australia, Denmark, and France, adding to a growing list. In the Netherlands, 13 cases of the variant have been confirmed among passengers on 2 flights. But South Africa's president is calling the global response an overreaction.
These restrictions are completely unjustified and unfairly discriminate against our country.
Dr. Fauci insisting the U.S. had to act given the sudden spike of this new variant.
clearly is giving indication that it has the capability of transmitting rapidly.
Israel, Morocco, and overnight Japan have now banned foreign travelers from entering their borders. As for the new U.S. travel restrictions, they do not apply to American citizens and lawful permanent residents trying to get home. Lindsay and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks so much.
This morning, the Thanksgiving travel rush is winding down, with all signs indicating this was the heaviest travel season in 2 years. A pandemic record number of passengers filled airports nationwide, while tens of millions of drivers took to the roads. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello reports from Washington National Airport.
Hey, Savannah and Lindsay, good morning. You know, the airlines were really in the spotlight and under the gun after we saw several high-profile meltdowns over the summer and into October. However, Southwest, American, and Spirit all seem to have smooth operations over this entire stretch. I just checked. Minimal cancellations nationwide today, minimal over the entire 10-day stretch. Most people getting to their destinations on time. The Thanksgiving 2021 travel rush now in the rearview mirror, with airlines celebrating their heaviest passenger loads in 2 years. On Sunday, the biggest travel day yet. The TSA estimating 2.4 million flyers took to the skies.
When you haven't seen family in 2 years, sometimes you mask up and do what you got to do.
Over the entire Thanksgiving travel period, an average of 2 million passengers and more traveled each day, the most since 2019. To avoid a repeat of the mass cancellations that began over the summer and extended into October, airlines streamlined operations and staffed up. Air travelers and road warriors also benefited from blue skies and clear weather across most of the country. Though on Sunday, rain showers in the northwest and snow flurries in the northeast delayed some flights, while traffic volume slowed travelers at critical airports in Florida, including Tampa, Orlando, and Palm Beach. Here at Denver International Airport, the nation's third busiest, passenger traffic is surging. 69 million passengers in 2019, 80 million expected in 2025. Denver, a key hub for United and Southwest, operates 6 runways, critical to remaining open during any looming snowstorms this coming winter.
Having the flexibility to keep runways clean, keep the airport open and moving through, and keeping planes de-iced is really key to making sure that all of our flights are operating as on time as possible.
Looking forward to the Christmas holidays, travel experts advise booking now and pad your itinerary with plenty of time.
There are just so many people traveling. Planes are going to be packed, airports packed. You should leave early, build in some buffer time. I don't recommend 45-minute connections these days, because then you're just asking for things to go wrong. Of course, the airlines are also very closely watching the new Omicron variant, because, of course, we saw over the summer with the Delta variant that suddenly depressed and slowed passenger traffic, air traffic over the summer. The concern is that could happen again. The airline's watching it very closely. At the moment, that's not happening. At the moment, the bookings are looking very strong into the Christmas season. Savannah and Lindsay, back to you guys.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
The highly anticipated trial of Ghislaine Maxwell gets underway today in New York. The former British socialite is accused of helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and abuse underage girls. Maxwell maintains her innocence. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from outside the courthouse. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hey, Lindsay, good morning. It has been more than 2 years since Jeffrey Epstein took his own life in a Manhattan jail cell, facing sex trafficking charges. And while it will be Ghislaine Maxwell in this courtroom, for many of Epstein's accusers, this is going to feel like the trial he never had.
Ghislaine Maxwell, the once wealthy, jet-setting companion of Jeffrey Epstein, will now be tried as his conspirator in an alleged scheme to recruit 4 underage girls for sex.
Have a look at what's happening for the first time in history.
The 6 criminal counts Maxwell faces are focused on a decade-long period between 1994 and 2004, when prosecutors say Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Epstein's abuse of minors by helping him recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims. In some cases, Maxwell allegedly was present for and participated in the sexual abuse of minor victims, according to the indictment. And prosecutors say the scheme involved getting the alleged victims to travel to Maxwell's personal residence in London and Epstein's residences in New York City, Florida, and New Mexico. Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all counts. The 4 unidentified victims named in the indictment are expected to testify. 2 of them were just 14 years old when they allegedly met Maxwell, according to prosecutors. In recent years, several women have shared their stories publicly. In 2019, one of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, told Savannah what she witnessed when Maxwell allegedly brought her to Epstein's Palm Beach home.
So I followed Keelan up the stairs through Jeffrey's bedroom and into a bathroom, and there's this man laying naked on a green massage table in the middle of the room.
That same year, Jennifer Arose told Savannah she was just 15 when she was raped by Epstein.
Did Jeffrey Epstein rape you?
Yeah, no, he raped me. Forcefully raped me, but knew exactly what he was doing. What hurts even more so is that if I wasn't afraid to come forward sooner, then maybe he wouldn't have done it to other girls.
Arose has separately sued Maxwell, claiming she facilitated her alleged abuse. She is not expected to testify during the trial.
Maxwell has denied the allegations in that particular lawsuit, and in this case, she faces up to 70 years behind bars if she's found guilty, Lindsay.
And Stephanie, one of the accusers we heard from there, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, has accused Maxwell of sexually trafficking her to Prince Andrew. Are those allegations part of this trial?
No, the prosecution says they're going to stick specifically to these 4 accusers who say that it was Maxwell who helped traffic them and that they were abused by Epstein and Maxwell. It is unlikely we'll hear any other names bandied about throughout this trial. It's also worth mentioning that Prince Andrew has vehemently denied any of those allegations against him, Lindsay.
All right, Stephanie, thanks so much.
All right, it's time for this hour's look at your morning news now. Weather.
Bill Cairns, how are you doing?
I think I'm doing all right today on this Monday. There's not a lot of buzz in the weather world for any big storms coming, so that's usually good. The Pacific Northwest has been the exception. They got drenched again this weekend. They were doing a lot of preparations. They were fearing they could have some river flooding. And we've been having one after another of what we call these atmospheric rivers. These happen. These are not like a new phenomenon, but they lately have been pointed at British Columbia and also into Washington State. We need to get more of these atmospheric river events further south, because Southern California just isn't getting the wet weather. So this is the 3rd one we've had in the last week in the Northwest, and this next round of rain will move in Tuesday to Wednesday. So just some showers out there today. Not a lot of big deal, kind of a break in the heavy rains, but there will be some strong gusty winds coming in and another batch of very heavy rain, southern British Columbia and into the Olympics and the Cascades. So a lot of the heaviest rain will be in the mountains, as you'd expect. Of course, all that water has to run downhill, and that's where we get the problems with river flooding. So estimates another 2 to 3 inches, kind of widespread, isolated chance of up to 4 inches of rain. And how about these record highs and these temperatures? Pretty ridiculous how warm it's going to be today. And it's not just one location. I mean, it's everywhere from California into the middle of the country. Temperatures in some cases like Kansas City, almost 25 degrees warmer than they should be. In Denver, 71 degrees. And we're still waiting for the first significant snowfall of the season in Denver. This will be one of the latest on record for a first heavy snow event. And I'm not going to quite get to the record high in Denver today, but Pocatello, we have a chance. Sioux Falls, also a few other areas in the west. So for today, the only chilly spots, the Great Lakes, the Northeast, but that warm air will eventually begin to spread a little bit through the Southeast and into the Northeast, not to the end of this upcoming week. So, for me and a lot of other people, this is a week to finish the leaf raking and also to get those holiday decorations up. So, decent weather is, I'm okay with that.
Hopefully you got some leftovers to power you through that, Bill.
That's about a half a pumpkin pie. That should last me about the afternoon.
Bill, that just reminded me that what we have in store ahead is lots of updates on your snow shoveling and how you're feeling about it and all that. So we begin with the leaf raking.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
All right. Bill Cairns, thanks as always. All right, now it's officially Hanukkah, the Jewish holiday that marks the rededication of the Second Temple in Jerusalem during the 2nd century BC. Now, to celebrate the Festival of Lights, Jews around the world light the menorah at nightfall, on each of the 8 nights.
Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff lit the first candle at the annual National Memorial Lighting Ceremony in downtown D.C. yesterday. He's the first Jewish spouse of a president or vice president, making the occasion a very momentous one. Tonight will be the second night.
And happy Hanukkah to all those celebrating. Absolutely. And coming up on Morning News now, more of our coverage of the global response to the Omicron variant. Several countries now tightening their borders, anticipating a wider spread, and that's leading to a mad dash of travelers racing to get home.
Plus, another bombshell for the royal family. The new book claiming Prince Charles asked about the complexion of Harry and Meghan's future children. Those stories and more after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back, and we've got more coverage for you of the Omicron COVID-19 variant. This morning, the scramble to curb its spread is gathering pace.
Japan and Morocco are the latest countries to impose bans on all foreign travelers as desperate passengers face a frantic dash to get home amid concerns of further travel restrictions. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is in London for us. Keir, good morning.
Lindsay, good morning. The British calling an emergency meeting of G7 health ministers today after country like the British impose new testing and quarantining or even just close down their borders altogether. And get this, Lindsay, the Australians have been due to start reopening just this week. They've now put that on a temporary pause. Chaos and closed borders, as the global rush to contain a virus mutation that's already spreading is leading to a stampede of airline passengers desperate to get home.
I want to get home to my husband and my kids now.
Earlier on today, Savannah talked to Dr. Ashish Jha about the new variant.
The worst case scenario would be if somehow this variant evades vaccines.
I think the chances that this variant will completely evade our vaccines, extremely unlikely. Like, it's really hard for me to imagine under what scenario that could be the case. So I think that our vaccines are going to hold up. The question is how much.
Israel, the first country to ban all foreigners over the Omicron variant for at least 2 weeks. This morning, Japan and Morocco also banning foreign arrivals. Over the weekend, new Omicron cases appearing from Africa to Australia, in Canada and across Europe.
Cannot enter the Netherlands.
Unhappy passengers on 2 flights from South Africa to the Netherlands were held for hours on their plane and at Amsterdam's Schiphol airport.
The people are getting more and more upset and they want food and they're yelling a little bit.
61 testing positive, 16 of them have the Omicron variant. Now, a cascade of countries, including the US from this morning, imposing bans on 8 southern African states. South Africans furious, punished, they say, for first identifying Omicron.
It's unfair, it's unjustified, it's abrupt.
The identification of Omicron.
South Africa's president saying Omicron is a wake-up call for global vaccine inequality. By one estimate, only 10% of Africans have at least one shot, allowing the virus to mutate and cause another international crisis. And speaking to friends in Southern Africa over the weekend, Lindsay, they really are angry. They feel like they haven't had enough international support for vaccines. Now they feel like they're being punished as the developed world speeds up their booster programs. But, you know, here in Europe, things have already been really difficult going into the winter. This is the last thing people here need. Lindsay?
Certainly. All right, Keir, thanks so much. Now, the relationship between Britain's Prince William and Prince Harry is back in the spotlight. An explosive new book by author Christopher Anderson dives into the rift between the two brothers and the alleged events that led to Harry breaking away from royal life. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from London with some of the accusations that are making waves this morning. Hey, Kelly, good to see you.
Hi, good morning to you, Savannah. Yeah, this is really not a welcome book from the royal family's perspective, and they are really pushing back against some of these stunning claims. A spokesperson for Prince Charles calling them fiction. This morning, another bombshell for the royal family. The new book, Brothers and Wives, claiming Prince Charles asked about the skin color of son Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's future children on the day of their engagement over breakfast with his wife Camilla. Charles allegedly asking, "What do you suppose their children's complexion might be?" An innocent conversation, the book's author says, that was twisted into something toxic by royal advisors and shared with Harry and Meghan. A spokesman for Prince Charles telling the New York Post, this is fiction and not worth further comment. Meghan and Harry accusing the royal family of racism in their tell-all interview with Oprah earlier this year.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
The couple adding they'd never reveal who said it, but later clarifying it wasn't the Queen or Prince Philip. At the time, the Queen said the allegations were taken very seriously and would be addressed privately. Prince William, just days later, publicly defended the royals.
Is the royal family a racist family, sir? No, we're very much not a racist family.
The book's author, Christopher Anderson, has covered the royal family for decades, and his publisher says he has multiple sources for all of his reporting. In the book, he describes William's concerns about Harry rushing to the altar, saying William's advice to Harry was, take whatever time you need to really get to know this girl. Harry's alleged reaction, who the hell do you think you are, brother? The author says the situation became more strained in December 2019 after Harry and Meghan chose to spend the Christmas holiday in Canada, and that before the Queen recorded her traditional Christmas message, she asked that a portrait of Harry, Meghan, and Archie be removed. The book claims William was shocked when he realized the photo was gone and told Kate Harry would be terribly upset. It also cites an unnamed confidant of Harry's as saying that Harry felt as if he, Meghan, and Archie were being erased from the family. A spokesperson for the Queen told the New York Post, "We don't comment on books of this kind, as to do so risks giving it some form of authority or credibility." We reached out to Prince William and Prince Harry's spokespeople for comment on these new claims. So far, Savannah, no comment from either side.
All right, Kelly Kobaya, thank you so much. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this hour.
Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow. Good morning, Matt.
Lindsay, Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Prague, where thousands took to the streets on Sunday to protest their government's COVID-19 restrictions. New infections in the Czech Republic have been hitting record highs on a nearly daily basis. This is just kind of the reality now in Central and Eastern Europe at this point. And the government has closed Christmas markets. They've restricted operating hours for bars and restaurants. And they've also limited crowd sizes at public events. We move along now to Honduras, where presidential candidate Xiomara Castro is on her way to a landslide victory in Sunday's presidential election. She's already declared victory and looks set to become the nation's first ever female president. Castro, who is the wife of a former president, Manuel Zelaya, held a 20-point lead over her opponent with just 50% of the ballots counted. And we wrap up this hour in Thailand, where the Monkey Festival has resumed after a 2-year hiatus due to the pandemic. This festival takes place in Lopburi Province, also known as the Monkey Province, and usually entails offering the animals fruits and vegetables as a sign of gratitude for their contribution to the local economy. Lots of tourists come out to see them. Back to you guys.
Very interesting. Monkey Festival. I love, Matt, when you tell us something that we just have never heard of before.
Which is often.
Yeah, it really is. All right, Matt, thanks so much.
Well, we've got a lot more coming up on this hour on Morning News Now. After the break, remembering a barrier-breaking icon of modern high fashion. We'll have more on the sudden death of Virgil Abloh.
Plus, the trial of former Empire actor Jussie Smollett begins today. The two brothers now at the center of the allegedly staged attack. Those stories and more after the break.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome back. Now, what's the latest you've ever returned a book to the library? Probably not over 100 years late. A children's book checked out back in 1910 was returned anonymously last week back to the Boise, Idaho Public Library. It was a copy of New Chronicles of Rebecca by Kate Douglas Wiggin, and apparently it was in pretty good condition when it was returned to the Garden Valley District Library. It now sits in the history room where you can look at the books, but you can't check them out. But can you imagine somebody just found that and decided, well, I guess I'll take it back?
Oh, I don't want to look at that late fee.
I know, right? No, I bet they weren't charged, right? Especially if it was anonymous. They can't even track them down if they wanted to. Pretty cool, though.
All right, well, the fashion world is mourning the loss of a prolific designer who broke barriers and became a role model in the process. Virgil Abloh's death was announced in a post on his Instagram account. The 41-year-old died after a private 2-year battle with a rare aggressive form of cancer. Joining us right now is fashion director and chief fashion critic for the New York Times, Vanessa Friedman. Vanessa, thank you so much for joining us here. Sorry I got your first name wrong there. Tell us about him, why he was so influential here in the fashion world.
You know, he was a first-generation Ghanaian American from the suburbs of Illinois who studied civil engineering and architecture and got himself to the absolute pinnacle of French fashion as the menswear designer for Louis Vuitton. And in doing so, he paved new roads for all sorts of people, you know, and broke all sorts of established ideas about what a fashion designer should be, what they should look like, what they should have learned, and what even fashion meant.
And we know that Abloh styled a lot of stars, Kid Cudi, Spike Lee, but it was his relationship with Kanye West that really seemed to help kickstart his career. So how did that relationship really help him become, as you wrote in your New York Times piece, the most powerful Black executive in the most powerful luxury group in the world?
You know, they met when he was 22. And I think they shared this kind of omnivorous interest in the world and in anything that could be associated with creativity. So for them, everything was substance, everything was material, and anything that you could design was something you could learn from and that you could touch and that was accessible to you. You know, I think they both refused to be stuck into boxes, to be relegated to whatever box the world wanted to put them in. And that was a sort of cultural moment that Virgil understood and could bring to all sorts of different areas. And together, at one point, they interned at Fendi, which brought him to the attention of LVMH, which owns Louis Vuitton. And when he launched his own brand, Off-White, they took notice. And it was only a couple years later they decided to give him the keys to the kingdom.
That said, what do you think his legacy will be in the fashion world and really beyond as well?
More than any specific look or silhouette or design, it really is this idea that anything is possible, that you don't have to sit in whatever box you're put in, that, you know, cross-fertilization and interdisciplinary ideas are really the way forward. And community is something that is possible for everyone, and luxury is possible for everyone. I think that opening doors is something that now will never be closed.
Very well put. Vanessa Friedman, thank you so much for your time.
Turning now to the latest on Jussie Smollett. The actor is preparing to go on trial today for allegedly lying to police after he claimed he was attacked by 2 men in Chicago in what appeared to be a hate crime. The former Empire star is accused of staging the entire incident. Smollett has pleaded not guilty and has never changed his story. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is live in Chicago with the latest. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, this long-delayed trial marks the latest chapter in a strange saga. The former Empire star saying that he was a victim of a racist attack in downtown Chicago. But as his story came under scrutiny, it started to fall apart. This was actor Jussie Smollett in 2019, celebrating after prosecutors made the controversial decision to drop criminal charges against him, instead ordering him to perform community service.
I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one.
That agreement later overruled after a special prosecutor reinvestigated the case and found abuse of discretion and operational failures by the Cook County State's attorney. In February 2020, a new grand jury indicted Smollett on 6 felony disorderly conduct charges for lying to police. The bizarre case began on a cold night in Chicago. Smollett told police he was coming home from Subway around 2 a.m. when he says 2 men attacked him while yelling racist and homophobic slurs, threw bleach on him, and put a noose around his neck.
Do you want to take it off or anything?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted y'all to see.
But after putting hundreds of hours into investigating the case, police say Smollett's alleged attackers were 2 brothers from Nigeria that Smollett paid $3,500 to stage the attack.
So what's going on here? Might be a culture.
The Osundaro brothers have expressed regret for their part in the alleged scheme and are expected to testify for the prosecution. They have not been charged with a crime. Over the summer, Smollett's attorney accused the special prosecutor of political motives, writing in a statement, "Mr. Smollett is innocent of these charges, and now we are focused on moving forward to trial." Now, if convicted, legal experts say Smollett faces a maximum of 3 years in prison, but because he has a clean record, it's likely he would only see probation. Court gets underway at 9 o'clock local time here. No cameras allowed in court, but it is expected to last about 2 weeks. Savannah?
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. And coming up, a Cyber Monday like no other.
Industry experts are expecting some serious cash flow this year, but how can you avoid getting burned by supply chain delays? We've got you covered next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs joins us now. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning. So Nissan is revving up its investments in EVs. The company planning to spend more than $17 billion over the next 5 years on electric vehicles, adding 20 new models to its lineup. The automaker says 9 of those vehicles will be pure battery powered. The others will include gas, electric hybrids, and cars powered by electric motors that are also equipped with a small gas engine to recharge the battery while driving. Nissan wants EVs to generate 40% of its U.S. sales by 2030. That is less than 9 years away. Disney's Encanto ruled the box office this holiday weekend, earning $40 million since opening on Wednesday, according to ComScore. That's the best debut for an animated film during the pandemic. It also gives a lift to family films, which have been especially slow to bounce back. Disney decided to release Encanto exclusively in theaters versus a hybrid release of theaters and on Disney+. Moviegoers, meantime, are rushing to snag seats for one of the most anticipated films of the year, Spider-Man: No Way Home. Tickets went on sale at midnight, and within minutes, you saw crashes at movie sites, including Movie.com, AMC, and Fandango. Experts say they haven't seen this kind of demand since 2019, when tickets for Avengers: Endgame and Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker went on sale. AMC, meantime, is offering incentives to get your tickets in advance. They're giving out 86,000 NFTs to members of its Stubs programs. But at this point, I think people would rather a ticket than an NFT, right? I mean NFT is not going to get you into the theater.
You know, I don't get any of that.
I am a sucker for a superhero movie, though.
Yeah, that I get. The NFT part, no. The interest in the movie, definitely.
Bertha, thanks so much.
Thanks, Bertha. Now, after a busy weekend for those looking to get a jump on their holiday shopping, Cyber Monday comes as one of the last days to score some major deals on the season's hottest items. And with a below-average turnout on Black Friday in the books, businesses are preparing for a record-setting day of sales. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now from Amazon's Air Hub in Texas. Joe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. This plane behind me is heading to Miami, and we're here at this very busy air hub. In fact, it's the busiest in the country. Here they process more than 500,000 packages per day. And Cyber Monday, of course, a very important day for Amazon and major retailers all across the country. But it also comes after a very lackluster Black Friday in terms of in-store, in-person shopping compared to pre-pandemic levels. Take a listen.
Cyber Monday is upon us, and today is expected to break records with around $11 billion set to be shelled out online as retailers drop digital deals on big wish list items, all in the hopes of bouncing back after a dismal Black Friday turnout.
It's emptier than I expected it to be.
With smaller discounts on fewer items, this year's foot traffic failed to reach pre-pandemic numbers. And in a Black Friday first, shoppers actually spent less money online compared to last year. The sales slump comes after a slew of smash-and-grab robberies hitting high-end and big-box retailers across the country. In Los Angeles, a string of heists put police on tactical alert.
I haven't been coming out as often to this area just because I know stores have been getting hit.
Outside of concerns over shopping safety, industry insiders say discounts posted in the days and weeks before Black Friday had consumers checking off their gift lists earlier than ever. One survey found almost 2/3 of people started their holiday shopping before Thanksgiving.
I started my holiday shopping back in July.
Today's deepest discounts will be on clothes, toys, and electronics, but the online shopping surge may trigger Christmas chaos with delivery delays and a backlog of orders because the supply chain is in crisis. And with shipping containers backed up in ports, some big names like Gap and Target are now flying in products from overseas factories to meet holiday demand. Meanwhile, from the air to the ground, it's a mad dash to dodge delays and get those gifts out the door. The best advice for those with a must-have item on their list: buy now before it's too late.
Now, here at Amazon, of course, they're anticipating a very busy day, and I don't want to stress you out about the current supply chain issues and all of the different things that you may be facing, high inflation across the board with tighter budgets. But I will say this, the deadlines are coming up quickly for shipping. We do know, according to the U.S. Postal Service, that first ground shipping deadline to get stuff in time for Christmas is December 15th. And I know it's only November, but that is just about 2 weeks away. So plan accordingly.
Yeah, we've got a lot to do over here. That's what Lindsay and I have deduced from this morning. Jo Ling, thanks so much.
I don't want to stress you out, but I'm about to. This has all, of course, gotten the attention of Amazon's worldwide consumer CEO, David Clark, who sat down with the Today Show to explain how one of the world's largest companies is dealing with all of the bottlenecks out there.
Here we are. We're at the peak of holiday shopping. We've got inflation. We've got all these supply chain issues. So should consumers expect to pay more and find fewer things?
The sun's rising on another Cyber Monday at Amazon, and I think, it's been a challenging year, but our teams have done incredible work. I think consumers, as they come back together this first sort of post-vaccine holiday, should feel good about their shopping experience and about what they're getting to bring together with their families.
The other big question is are the gifts going to arrive on time? So how are you feeling about that?
Well, we feel really good about it. We've spent tens of billions of dollars building out the transportation infrastructure, some of which you see behind us, all to deliver for days like today and for the weeks to come between here and Christmas. So consumers should feel good about shopping today. Consumers should feel good about shopping the days and weeks ahead.
Some of these small businesses are really getting squeezed, and I wonder if you feel like sometimes you're benefiting off the backs of these smaller businesses.
Well, what I tell you is this plane back here is probably half filled with small business packages. Our job is about enabling small business. Over half the items sold on Amazon on a regular basis and through the holiday season are going to be those small businesses. That's what we do.
Are you worried with this new variant now in place, it may add to the problems?
This new variant's very new. I think we're going to learn over the next couple of weeks exactly what it means going forward. I have a tremendous amount of faith in the scientists and these companies that have provided these vaccines for us over the last year, and I think they'll adapt quickly. And I think I don't see us going back to a place that we were, in 2020 with the pandemic. And so I'm optimistic about 22 and what's ahead for us.
Well, according to Adobe, which tracks these kinds of trends, consumers are expected to spend up to $11 billion online this year for the holidays. That is up 10% from last year.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll see. Black Friday down, though. Interesting. Yeah.
All right. Coming up, a master of the American musical passed away over the weekend.
Yeah. Remembering and perhaps more importantly, celebrating the life of Stephen Sondheim. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to spend some time with you. I appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tributes continue to pour in to honor musical icon and Broadway titan Stephen Sondheim, who died early Friday morning at the age of 91.
Yeah, Sondheim was best known for the popular scores featured in West Side Story and Sweeney Todd. With a career spanning over decades, it's hard to imagine what a future without him will look like. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now on set to help us remember a little bit more about Sondheim's life. Ann, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. I think you'll always hear Sondheim's music come from the stages of Broadway because he wrote about life as it was, not how he wanted it to be. And in doing so, he changed the American musical theater, creating a songbook of music and words lauded by stars and shower singers.
This is how Samson was shorn.
For Broadway, the best way to celebrate Stephen Sondheim was to sing. Lin-Manuel Miranda among the voices in New York's Times Square. Near the theaters Sondheim loved and transformed.
I want to tell stories and write songs that make people laugh, cry, and have a good time and buy tickets.
And they did.
Spend a weekend in the country.
To a little night music.
And thank you for the present, but what's wrong with it?
Folly, Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, and Sunday in the Park with George.
Look at all the things you've done for me.
Actress Bernadette Peters thanking Sondheim for all the gifts he gave the world. Sentiments echoed by Paul McCartney, Hugh Jackman, Mel Brooks, and Barbra Streisand.
The toast to that invincible bunch.
Christine Baranski, who with Meryl Streep and Audra McDonald sang for Sondheim's 90th birthday.
Let's hear it for the ladies who lunch.
Told Variety, we all feel like orphans. Until the end, he was theater's biggest fan, attending revivals of his Assassins and Company. Portrayed on the big screen by Bradley Whitford in Tick, Tick, Boom.
John, Steve Sondheim here.
It is Sondheim himself on Jonathan Larson's voicemail.
That it's first-rate work and has a future. And so do you.
Encouragement, director Miranda said Sondheim gave generations of writers, repaying the debt to his mentor, legendary Broadway lyricist Oscar Hammerstein II. He pushed a then 25-year-old Sondheim to write the lyrics for West Side Story. Now Steven Spielberg's remade that movie. But it is in the theater, in that alchemy between actor and audience, where Sondheim will live forever.
I'd like to be remembered for the shows, that the shows will still be entertaining 100 years from now, that they'll still have something to say.
At 91, Sondheim was still working, writing a new musical. And despite all the awards, the retrospectives, and celebrations of his work, Sondheim always felt he had more to write, more to say. And how lucky we all were to hear it.
Oh, absolutely. What a great look back. Oh, my goodness. And all, just so much.
I know.
It's done.
When you think, I mean, West Side Story came out in 1957. It's 2021. And he wrote all that time and wrote some of the greatest songs you'll ever hear.
Yeah, we are indebted. This shower singer will be paying tribute today as well. Thanks,
Excellent.
All right, Ann, thanks so much.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in today for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. Global concerns about a new heavily mutated variant of COVID-19. Cases of the strain now known as Omicron confirmed in Europe and Canada after being discovered in southern Africa. This morning, travel bans are in effect in several countries, including the U.S. But experts warn it could take weeks before we know just how severe Omicron is.
It clearly is giving indication that it has the capability of transmitting rapidly. That's the thing that's causing us now to be concerned.
This as President Biden prepares to announce new restrictions in response to Omicron. We have team coverage here at home and overseas. Plus, a doctor's perspective will break down everything that is known about this new variant and what we are still waiting to learn about it. We've got all the information you need to know this Monday morning. On trial, jury selection set to begin today in the criminal trial of actor Jussie Smollett, the former Empire star, accused of staging a hate crime against himself 3 years ago. More on the charges against him and what to expect in this high-profile case. Tough choices in the checkout line for parents under government assistance, forced to decide between healthy meals and cheaper alternatives as prices for groceries go up. A look at the struggle so many Americans face. Click and save. It's a big day for online shoppers. Major retailers promising deep discounts on this Cyber Monday. We'll show you some of the biggest deals, plus how the supply chain issue could impact your online experience this year. And a walk to remember, a bride's special moment made even sweeter by the bride herself as she stood up and made her way down the aisle more than a decade after a car crash that left her paralyzed. Hear her relive the moment that brought everyone to tears. That is such a sweet story, and hopefully you all at home got some good family time over this weekend. I know we both did.
Yeah, we did. I hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. We have so much news to get to this week, though.
We really do. Let's begin this morning with that new COVID variant that's quickly put the world on edge. Health officials are warning Omicron looks different from other variants, becoming the dominant strain in South Africa in just a matter of days.
But there is still a lot we don't know about the variant, including how transmissible it is and how serious infections can be. While researchers around the world are working to answer those questions, the World Health Organization says the Omicron variant poses a very high global risk and could lead to a new COVID wave. The first cases were detected in southern Africa last week, and since then, 14 countries have detected Omicron. You're looking at them on your map right now. That includes 7 countries in Europe, 3 countries in Africa, and Canada. World leaders are taking steps that they say are aimed at containing the variant by putting in place travel bans from South Africa. The passengers trying to leave that country are now stranded as borders shut down in response to Omicron. It's too early to tell whether the current vaccines will be effective in protecting against this new variant. Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson have all released statements saying they have begun testing and modifying their vaccines to fight this. But Dr. Anthony Fauci is urging everyone to get vaccinated and boosted immediately.
Even when you have variants of concern, you do well against them. It may not be as good in protecting against initial infection, but it has a very important impact on diminishing the likelihood that you're going to get a severe outcome from it. So this is a clarion call, as far as I'm concerned, of saying, let's put aside all of these differences that we have and say, if you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you're fully vaccinated, get boosted, and get the children vaccinated also.
We have a team of experts in the field to help us break down the very latest COVID variant news from every angle. We want to start this morning with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel and the latest on what we know and also what we don't know yet about this variant. So, Dr. Patel, good morning to you. Hope you had a nice Thanksgiving with your family. What do we know so far about this variant? How concerned should we be?
Yeah, Lindsay, Savannah, good morning. This is something that raises a lot of concern, but really because of a couple of facts. Number one, there are approximately 32 mutations to that red spike protein that give it a lot more kind of opportunity to infect people, attach to people, even, and raises that possibility of what we call immunity escape. But none of that has been proven. So that mutation number alone has alarmed many officials. Fact number two, we've seen, just as you pointed out, Lindsay, an incredible number of people across the globe that seem to have pretty quickly been identified with the Omicron variant. So that speaks to a potential high transmissibility or a high infection rate, even more than Delta. And then I think what's left and what we don't know is really the important pieces. Do our current vaccines work against this? There is really no plausible way that our vaccines are rendered utterly useless against this variant. So the question is, how much of a reduction is there? And is that reduction significant enough to kind of cause more hospitalizations? And right now, the evidence doesn't point to that, but it's still early. And then I think the next question is, what can we do about it? And I think, you heard Dr. Fauci, get vaccinated. I think it's also an emphasis, something to talk about, getting boosted. Boosters can broaden your immunity and potentially kickstart your body into also developing immunity against different variants, including potentially the Omicron variant.
So, Dr. Patel, that's exactly what I want to ask you about next, is the shots, getting boosted, getting vaccinated in the first place. So obviously you just laid out all these questions that we still don't have answered. Dr. Fauci also specifically told President Biden it could take up to 2 weeks before we know more about this variant. But in the meantime, everyone is being urged to get vaccinated. And we have heard that these companies are all testing their vaccines against this new variant, potentially modifying them. So explain right now why it makes sense to go get this booster. Is there a potential, though, that the shots could change? Is it going to be a different vaccine and you're going to be boosted with something and then need something else again later? How does this work right now in this kind of in-between time before we know more?
Yeah, great question. So, Savannah, listen, I can't stress this enough. Do not wait for a, quote, modified version of a vaccine simply for the reason that could take time, and we're in a race against time. We're watching how quickly any virus is spreading. By the way, we saw this with Delta. If you recall, I think a number of us were wondering if the current vaccines would work against the Delta variant. Until we had that evidence, there were conversations around tweaking, and all manufacturers said the same thing, that they have the ability, and they do, to quickly, within weeks, Savannah, potentially turn around a new formulation. But that doesn't turn into shots in arms. We have, around any part of the country, shots in arms that are available for people who are not vaccinated, and then for people who need boosters. And the role of the booster, just to kind of say why you need it now and why you shouldn't wait, the booster really does kickstart your body and tells your body, hey, remember that vaccine we had months ago? We want to prime and increase those antibodies, but we also want your antibodies to be a little bit smarter and develop even more antibodies that could protect you against even more variants. That's critical for now.
All right, and Dr. Patel, how much of a role does vaccine inequality play in the spread of this variant?
Yeah, very much so, Lindsay. And if you look at the African nations, that we've got approximately 2 to 10% of African nations vaccinated, that offers just an incredibly large reservoir of opportunity for variants and mutations to develop. So this is just another stark reminder that we're not out of this until we're all vaccinated at as high a rate as possible, putting pressure on many countries like the United States, not just to do travel restrictions, but to also think about how can we amp up opportunity. It's not even the supply, Lindsay. I think it's really about countries' abilities to actually deliver the vaccines into arms.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks so much for joining us on this.
Now, as countries around the world react to the Omicron variant, here in the U.S., COVID cases from those other variants are rising in dozens of states as we continue the holiday season. New York has already declared a state of emergency to prepare for the new potential variant, but doctors say they're exhausted and another surge could bring our healthcare system to another halt. Let's now bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton from Boston and NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley from London for more on this. Good morning to both of you. And Antonia, I'll begin with you. So you're outside of Massachusetts General Hospital. So there's been an uptick there in COVID cases in recent weeks. Those are cases not from the Omicron variant, but from Delta, anything else, just as we've seen sort of the weather get colder. We've watched this happen before. How strained is the healthcare system there, and how are they preparing for the potential of this new variant causing an even bigger spike?
Good morning, Savannah. The health system here in Massachusetts is extremely strained. At MGH behind me here, they're actively treating about 40 COVID patients. But the system isn't just strained by COVID, also strained by elective procedures, treatments, and surgeries that in some cases people put off throughout other phases of this pandemic. And as you mentioned, physicians, nurses, people working at every level of these institutions are experiencing extreme burnout after all of these waves and new variants have already already been introduced. I mean, it's been a scramble every time. And what I would describe right now is that people working in this system and around New England, where these cases are taking up, they're bracing for what this new variant could bring. Take a listen to Dr. Raja Ali of MGH's emergency room system here.
If somebody gets the sniffles, rightfully so, we send them home from work and they stay out for a period until they're cleared. If we actually end up with a variant that's more transmissible despite the virus, I'm worried about the impact that will have on our workforce. The bigger issue, though, is that everybody is just really burnt out. The nurses, the doctors, the environmental services staff, everybody is exhausted, and we just don't have enough staff to take care of the patients right now, and that could get worse if we see even more patients.
In anticipation of these kinds of fears, New York City has already announced the state of emergency that is going to allow their hospital systems to turn away or to cancel appointments and procedures that are non-urgent. And right now that has not happened in Massachusetts, but certainly officials in this state and elsewhere are really watching very closely to see what they might have to do to ensure that the kind of crisis he just described there doesn't happen. Savannah?
Absolutely. Now, Matt, let's talk about overseas. So Omicron has already been detected in several European countries, including the Netherlands and Denmark. Are European officials worried they could be facing another wave ahead of winter due to this new variant?
I mean, they're not worried so much about another wave. There's already been another wave, not of Omicron, but of just normal COVID, the Delta variant, other variants. This is already upon us in mainland Europe. Here in Britain, it's a little bit different. There's only 3 cases of Omicron. And, officials here are still very, very worried, even though we're not seeing the same surge in cases. And that's because all of this is precautionary. And that's why today there's going to be a meeting of the government board that deals with immunizations. They're going to be probably deciding that they're going to be lowering the age for the booster shots and encouraging everybody over the age of 18 to get a booster shot, even though Britain has seen quite a lot of vaccination, a very successful vaccination campaign. But Britain is also the rotating president of the G7, and they've called a meeting of G7 nations of health ministers to try to determine what to do about this very troubling new variant. It bears repeating again, there is no really conclusive proof that this is going to make everything worse in terms of the pandemic, in terms of spread, in terms of the lethality of the disease. But there's still so much concern that the G7 is going to be meeting together and trying to decide how to do this next. That's being led by Britain.
Absolutely. Now, Antonia, I think one of the things that we've been talking about here is, where is Omicron at this point? Which countries have detected it? But Dr. Kavita Patel, who was just with us a moment ago, just said over the weekend, I mean, it's likely already here. It's spreading. So are doctors taking anything that they learned from the spread of the Delta variant earlier this year to now kind of prepare for Omicron and kind of know that that variant is on its way here?
Absolutely, and they're actively having all of those conversations right now. I mean, the major lesson learned for doctors in fighting the Delta variant was just how dangerous it is to still have large pockets of unvaccinated people. Even in a state like Massachusetts, which is highly vaccinated, there are still these major pockets. And so long as pockets within the United States or globally are there, that means that new variants like Omicron or others can continue to emerge. And in order to fight back, doctors have realized really, as this has continued on, now stretching into years, look, that the real critical work is these patient to provider conversations, building trust in communities with low vaccination rates, and really having these one-on-one conversations to understand still at this stage in the pandemic, what are people's fears around getting vaccinated or potentially getting boosted at this stage. Take a listen to Dr. Ali again on the lessons he's learned throughout all of this.
The thing I learned from Delta and the fact that we had a variant that was exceptionally transmissible is that there are still patients who I and other healthcare workers can win over by just taking the time to talk to them. And the fact is that I'm still going to keep trying, and everybody I work with is still going to keep trying. We're not giving up on talking to patients and educating them and helping them with whatever it is that's keeping them from getting vaccinated. I want to make sure that we get as many people vaccinated, and having a transmissible variant just means that we need to try twice as hard to make that happen.
While there's still so much unknown about Omicron, doctors' consistent messaging right now is that the best defense is going to get vaccinated if you have not been vaccinated yet, or if you're still holding out on getting your booster shot, which is now widely available, to please go and do that. They say that this is still going to be our best protection no matter what we learned about this new variant and when we eventually find out its arrival has happened here in the United States.
And Matt, quickly, you mentioned this urgent meeting of G7 health ministers today. What's the hope to come out of that meeting? What are we hoping that they decide on, or that they're able to talk through?
Well, a coordinated response, especially among the wealthy world. That's what's being represented by the G7. But one thing that the rest of the world is going to be looking at, and this is something that Antonia mentioned with regard to the United States, these pockets of unvaccinated people in the U.S. on the global level. You're seeing that with whole continents. Africa only has about 7% of that continent is vaccinated. That's compared to more than 40% on a global level. It's because of the lack of vaccinations in poorer countries that scientists say that this is giving rise to new variants like Omicron. And that is one of the things that a lot of the world is going to be looking with the G7 to do, to start to spread vaccinations throughout the world beyond just the developed West. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley and Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
President Biden is scheduled to speak about this new variant later this morning. Yesterday, he met with Dr. Anthony Fauci and the COVID-19 response team to get an update. And travel restrictions from 8 African countries to the U.S. go into effect today. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli. So, Mike, good morning. How concerned is the White House about this, and what came out of that meeting yesterday?
Well, Lindsay, to put it bluntly, anything that concerns the American people concerns this White House. You saw before the Thanksgiving holiday, the White House trying to get a little bit more proactive as it relates to some other issues that were concerning the American people, including inflation and supply chain challenges, including the release of fuel from the National Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But we're also now seeing the president before the Thanksgiving holiday talk about how far we'd come in the pandemic, comparing the way Americans were gathered for Thanksgiving holiday in a way that they hadn't been the year before. But now you saw the president returning from his traditional Thanksgiving getaway in Nantucket, meeting immediately with his COVID response team to try to show that they're getting ahead of this situation. And that's what we heard from the president afterwards in the form of a readout from the White House was 2 things. One, that he heard from Dr. Fauci that we really need to wait for more information. It's going to be at least 2 weeks until we get the really full information about just how transmissible this is and the severity of this, including whether the vaccines hold up. But at this stage, it was the president's readout that we do expect that these vaccines are largely going to be effective against the virus, but clearly another jolt to the system that for a White House that didn't need another one at this point.
Do you expect that the president will be more warning the people, American people, saying what we know, what we don't know, trying to calm fears, or do you expect also new restrictions will be announced?
Well, what we've seen from this White House is that, as the president himself has said, he is always going to speak straight to the American people about what we know, what we don't know, and about the measures that need to happen here. But we already know that the White House was preparing for a fall surge, a winter surge of the virus, especially given the holidays when people tend to gather, people are inside more. And so what we're likely to hear from the president, according to White House officials, is sort of following the best practices that have already been laid out. Get your booster if you're eligible, if you're able to at this point. Get vaccinated if you hadn't done this at this point. What the White House was already battling was a lot of jurisdictions, including here in D.C., had started lifting things like mask mandates in public places. And so now they're going to be urging Americans to do all the known best practices to try to avoid transmission of any variant here.
And it could be a challenge. It's not just healthcare workers that are burned out. The American public as well. They're tired of the pandemic. Mike, thanks so much.
You got it.
The highly anticipated trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, the former girlfriend of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, begins today. Maxwell faces 6 criminal counts, including sex trafficking charges for allegedly helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and abuse underage girls. She's pleaded not guilty to all of those charges, as opening statements are set to begin in just a few hours. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter is outside the courthouse in New York City. Tom, good morning. So first, just tell us, what can we expect on this first day of the trial, and also remind us of all those charges that Ghislaine Maxwell's facing.
That's right, Savannah. As you can see behind me, people are already starting to get in line, observers, reporters, for this trial today. It's obviously a very different courtroom and a very different setting than from when this whole episode first came up, when Jeffrey Epstein was taken into custody over several years ago with the coronavirus. The courtroom looks more like a hockey penalty box, plexiglass everywhere. But as you said, a whole host of charges that Ghislaine Maxwell faces today. She'll be in court. She's likely already here. They transport her to this courthouse early in the morning. She faces a number of different charges: enticement of a minor to travel for the purposes of illegal sex, conspiracy to transport a minor for sex, sex trafficking conspiracy, sex trafficking of a minor. And Savannah, this is conduct that goes all the way back to 1994 up to 2004. It involves alleged illegal activities that took place at Epstein's property in New Mexico, at his property in Florida, here in New York City, as well as Maxwell's house in London, England.
And Tom, I want to ask you about one of the higher profile allegations here. One of Epstein's victims, Virginia Giuffre, has claimed in a civil lawsuit that Maxwell allegedly trafficked her to Prince Andrew when she was 17. What more do we know about that accusation, and could that come up in this trial?
There's been a lot of speculation about whether or not Virginia Giuffre would come up at trial, whether any of the allegations against Prince Andrew, which she has strenuously denied, will come up at this trial, along with a whole host of other bold-faced names, Savannah. But really, the judge has limited the types of testimony that can come in here, and this has to stay within the four corners of the indictment, as prosecutors say. They can only talk about the charges and the conduct that they allege here. Perhaps several other victims may come in to testify to the sex trafficking conspiracy, but nothing involving Virginia Giuffre is included in this indictment, so we don't expect to hear anything about that. Whether or not the prince's name comes up, well, it's a trial and anything can happen, Savannah.
All right, Tom Winter, thank you so much.
The fashion world is mourning the loss of Virgil Abloh. The barrier-breaking fashion designer died yesterday at just 41 years old after a private battle with cancer. He's known for styling stars like Kanye West and Kid Cudi, and he served as the men's artistic director of Louis Vuitton since 2018. And he also founded the streetwear brand Off-White. Since yesterday's announcement, messages from colleagues and admirers have just been pouring in, honoring his work and his legacy in the industry. The executive editor for Teen Vogue writing on Twitter, his contributions to fashion have been shape-shifting in so many ways. Kid Cudi was on SNL just this season, and he actually designed the floral dress that he wore to pay tribute to Kurt Cobain.
Yes, so many things actually on so many red carpets, so many events.
Outfits, you wouldn't even really connect with that name.
And just at 41, and the fact that no one knew that he was battling that. Oh, it's just heartbreaking.
Sad.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, it is time now for a check of your morning news now weather.
All right, Bill Cairns, good morning. How are we looking?
Hey, good Monday morning. Hope you guys had a wonderful holiday weekend. The weather cooperated. I mean, there wasn't many complaints. Vermont got some snow on Saturday, but the skiers loved it. The ski season's off to a great start in northern New England. But it's, it's a little chilly in Florida. I had some complaints about that, but that was it. Everyone pretty much got to their destination. So temperatures this morning, it is still a little brisk. You still need the jackets all the way through Florida. Definitely need the hat, gloves, and jackets in northern portions of Vermont. But much of the country is pretty clear. We have a little bit of light rain in southern portions of Florida. That's about it. There's not a lot of problems. We will see some rain showers in the Pacific Northwest and the northern Rockies. Little bit of light still possible late today, heading into northern Michigan and Wisconsin, but nothing that's going to cause many issues. And notice the week ahead, there's just not any big storms on the horizon. Even on Wednesday, pretty much nice across the country. It's unusually warm through many areas, but as far as troublesome weather for travel goes, not going to see much of that. And even all the way out through Friday, we're only seeing some light snow in the Great Lakes and northern New England. We finally dried out the end of this week in the Pacific Northwest, and you notice that mild air in the middle of the country finally arrives in the east by the end of the week. So, as we head into December, sometimes it can be active, but that's not this year. These temperatures, the warm air, we'll even make it to the East Coast this upcoming weekend. So wow. I don't have any snow for you. If you want snow, I'm not the person to come to.
Yeah. I am kind of ready for snow. There was a tiny little bit that fell when I was taking my dog out early, I think yesterday morning. Yeah, exactly. All right, Bill, thanks so much. See you in a bit. And coming up, nuclear talks back on between the U.S. and Iran.
It comes after former President Donald Trump pulled the U.S. out of the Iran nuclear deal back in 2018. Up next on Morning News Now, more on today's meeting and what's at stake.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Could the 2015 Iran nuclear deal be restored? That's what's at stake today as representatives from Iran, the U.S., and several European nations meet in Vienna.
That's right. You might remember the agreement was a major achievement for then President Barack Obama. The deal eased sanctions on Iran in return for strict limits on its nuclear program. But in 2018, former President Donald Trump pulled the U.S. out of the deal, reimposed the old sanctions, and introduced hundreds of new ones. Here to help us break down the new talks, we have political scientist and professor at Columbia's School of International and Public Affairs, Ian Bremmer. Ian, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on this one. So we know there's a lot of moving parts in these meetings, but what are the prospects of a new deal being reached?
They're very low. In fact, the Iranian government refused to allow the International Atomic Energy Agency just last week access to sites to verify their levels of enriched uranium. We've got big challenges because the Iranians are saying that they refuse to come back into the deal unless the Americans ensure that the deal will be permanent, that a future administration won't be able to pull out of it. The U.S. is unwilling to do that. There's obviously no trust, and the Iranians think they're in a much better geopolitical position than they were a few years ago. They can handle the sanctions. Energy prices are high, and countries in the region, like the Gulf states, allies of the U.S., are more willing to engage with Iran directly.
So what cards does the U.S. have left to play then if you think that a deal is unlikely to be made with these talks?
Well, we've got sanctions, obviously, and short of that, the plan B that the Americans have been talking about is actually a smaller deal, which is give the Iranians some of the relief that they would have gotten in the Iranian nuclear deal if they returned to it, and have the Iranians freeze their program verifiably where it is right now, which, by the way, is literally just 1 month away from nuclear breakout capabilities. And if they wanted to develop a nuclear weapon, they would have the enriched uranium levels to be able to do it. That's 4 weeks away. That is the American plan B. The problem is that the plan B for other countries in the region is very different. For Israel, that's unacceptable. The plan B is increasingly take direct both espionage and sabotage and military strikes against Iran to prevent them from being that close to nuclear capability. While for the Saudis, for the Emiratis, for other American allies in the region, the plan B is, why do we care so much about nukes they'll never use? We're more worried about fighting with them in proxies across the region and support for terrorism. We want to engage with Iran directly. So the United States doesn't really have an effective coordinated plan B.
And Ian, quickly, is there any chance that the original deal is just reinstated?
That's the problem. The U.S. under the Trump administration left the original deal unilaterally. Every other signatory, allies and adversaries of the U.S. opposed that. And now, 4 years later, the ability of the United States to get back into the deal isn't there. You've got a new Iranian government that's more hardline, and they're saying no thank you. So unfortunately, this is one where the lack of consistency in U.S. foreign policy is really undermining our own national interests.
Ian Bremmer, thank you so much for walking us through that.
Sure.
Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow. Good morning, Matt.
Lindsay, Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Amsterdam, where police chased down and arrested a couple who escaped from a COVID-19 quarantine hotel and then attempted to fly off to Spain. The couple is a Spanish man and a Portuguese woman. They were among those who tested positive on a flight into Europe from South Africa, where, of course, the new Omicron variant has been detected. The couple was arrested on the plane before it could take off for Spain, so they got pretty far. We move along now to South America, where a 7.5 magnitude earthquake rattled northern Peru this morning. No deaths have been reported, but the tower of a 16th century church, this is actually believed to be the oldest Catholic construction in the Amazon region, did collapse. The quake damaged other buildings in the region, and it was actually felt in Colombia as well. We finished off this hour in the UK, where 61 people were stranded in a pub in England over the weekend after a massive snowstorm hit Friday night. Pubgoers gathered in the pub to enjoy an Oasis tribute band when they suddenly realized that the snow had actually made it impossible to leave, and even then driving conditions had become so poor that they spent the rest of the weekend sleeping on the pub floor. The band has changed its name to Snowasis. No reports yet, though, on the movie rights.
Oh,
Thank you, guys.
shucks. Can you imagine that excuse?
Oh, my goodness.
Not to stay
I'm trapped in a pub. I thought it was a little fun.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. And coming up, he said he was attacked, but authorities called it a hoax.
Yeah, you remember this big story. Now the criminal trial against actor Jussie Smollett is set to begin today. We're going to take you to Chicago ahead of jury selection in this high-profile case.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. Lindsay Lohan is engaged. The actress announced the exciting news over the holiday weekend, sharing these photos with her now fiance, Bader Shammas. The actress wrote on Instagram, "My love, my life, my family, my future." Lohan and Shammas live in Dubai. They've been together for the last 2 years, according to The Independent. No word yet on any wedding plans.
I did not know she lives in Dubai.
I didn't. I knew it was somewhere in that region. I thought it was Greece.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I remember there was something in Mykonos that everybody was loving. Yeah. But congrats to her. That's great.
Yeah.
All right. Now, it's been nearly 3 years since actor Jussie Smollett claimed he was attacked by two men in Chicago, igniting a wave of scrutiny against him and the Cook County Prosecutor's Office. Well, today, Smollett will head to court over his alleged involvement in staging the attack, where he could face several years behind bars if found guilty. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Chicago. Megan, good morning. So first, just give us a refresher on how we got to this point. There was a lot of back and forth. It was pretty confusing for a while. And now, what were the allegations Smollett made regarding the alleged attack, and why has it taken this long for the trial to finally get underway?
Savannah, good morning. Yeah, a lot to unpack here. As you mentioned, it's been nearly 3 years. So this was back in January of 2019 when Jussie Smollett was in downtown Chicago. And he told police that it was around 2 a.m. when he was going to Subway and he was attacked. And he says it was a hate crime, that the attacker mentioned racial slurs and homophobic slurs, poured bleach on him, and then put a noose around his neck. Law enforcement officials investigated for several weeks when they determined that this was a hoax. Now, since then, Smollett has always maintained his innocence, but he has been charged essentially with lying to police. And so why did this take so long? Well, you'll remember that he was charged and then those charges were dropped because he accepted something called a pretrial diversion, which essentially isn't admitting guilt. It's kind of a nice deal, as legal experts put it, where he was able to do community service and pay about $10,000 and the charges went away. But a special prosecutor was appointed, a grand jury was convened, and those charges were brought back. Then, of course, we had the pandemic. So fast forward to where we are now, and he is expected in court later on today, 9 o'clock local time. Savannah.
So, Megan, let's talk about what we'll see and hear in court. So what argument will the prosecution make against him today? And then also, are they going to call upon those two brothers who were involved in this attack to take the witness stand?
Right. So we suspect to hear more of the evidence that police gathered, which is what led them to the conclusion that this was a hoax. So we expect to see more of that. And we do suspect that we will be hearing from those two brothers. And keep in mind, they have already put out a statement saying that they regret their actions in this alleged incident here. So given that statement, given the former superintendent of police here coming out so forcefully and saying that this was a hoax and this was something that Smollett did to sort of boost his career, it will definitely be interesting to see the evidence that's laid out in court.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
Turning now to the week ahead, from that new COVID variant to the upcoming Supreme Court hearing over Mississippi's abortion law, we're tracking a lot of major news stories ahead. And Meet the Press tackled those and more yesterday. Here's a look at the highlights with Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd.
Well, good morning, Savannah and Lindsay. On this week's Meet the Press, a new coronavirus variant as cases are spiking across the country. I spoke with Dr. Anthony Fauci about why they're so concerned about this variant, more so than the last couple. Plus, the Supreme Court hears arguments this week on Mississippi's law that bars most abortions after 15 weeks. Spoke with the Mississippi governor, Tate Reeves, about why he'd like to see that law end up overturning Roe v. Wade. Then there's my exclusive interview with Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Michael Cohen. Here are some of the most important answers from Meet the Press Compressed. What makes Omicron so concerning to you?
The profile of the mutation strongly suggests that it's going to have an advantage in transmissibility and that it might evade immune protection that you would get, for example, from a monoclonal antibody or from the convalescent serum after a person's been infected, and possibly even against some of the vaccine-induced antibodies. So it's not necessarily that that's going to happen, but it's a strong indication that we really need to be prepared for that.
Why should the state of Mississippi tell a woman what they should do with their body? Why shouldn't they have that individual freedom on their body, particularly in the first 20 weeks?
Well, this is a prime example, and the far left loves to scream, "My body, my choice." And what I would submit to you, Chuck, is they absolutely ignore the fact that in getting an abortion, there is an actual killing of an innocent unborn child that is in that womb. Here's what we know about babies that are 15 weeks. We know that they have a heartbeat. We know that those babies at 15 weeks actually can open and close their hands. We know that they have developing lungs. And we know that those babies at 15 weeks can feel pain. And so when you talk, the difference between vaccine mandates and abortions is vaccines allow you to protect yourself. Abortions actually go in and kill other American babies. And let's just put this in perspective.
Governor, hang on a minute. A vaccine is about protecting a larger community. A vaccine is about preventing spread. You could argue a vaccine mandate is a pro-life position.
You could certainly argue that, Chuck, but even if you listen to Dr. Fauci's interview with you earlier today, he made it very clear that the vaccine may not keep you from getting the virus. It may not keep you from spreading the virus, but it can keep you from ending up in the hospital. That's what's been proven during this Delta surge that we've seen in America, is that the virus is continuing to being spread even amongst those who are vaccinated. Conversely, when you're talking about the pro-life position of protecting unborn babies, let's put it also in perspective. The fact is that during this very horrible and challenging time since I was sworn into office in January of 2020, Chuck, we've had 800,000 American lives lost because of COVID. And my heart aches for every single one of those individuals that has died because of COVID. And over 10,000 Mississippians. My heart breaks for every single one of them. But since Roe was enacted, 62 million American babies have been aborted and have therefore been killed. And that's why I think it's very important that people like myself and others across this country stand up for those unborn children, because they don't have the ability to stand up for themselves.
Should we expect to see actual indictments before the new year?
You know, I generally try not to talk about the DA, which is now also includes the Attorney General's civil case in the same exact matter. So I really try not to talk about it because it's their investigation, nor do I want to tip off Trump or the Trump organization's people about what is actually happening. So, you know, I would rather just not answer that specific question, other than to say that you can bet your bottom dollar that Allen Weisselberg is not, and I truly say, I mean this, Allen Weisselberg is not the key to this. They are going after Donald, they're going after Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, they're a whole slew of individuals, family as well.
Our thanks to Chuck Todd for that. And all right, coming up, we know that many parents are struggling to put food on the table as the price of groceries go up.
Pick and choose your battle. Who am I going to upset? Myself, my kid, what kid?
We're going to take a look into how one family is trying to make it work with the help of increases to a government program.
Plus, deals and steals on deck this Cyber Monday. We'll show you some of the biggest online offers after the break. This is Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, we have been talking a lot about the rising cost of groceries lately.
Yeah, we have, and it's forcing some really difficult choices for millions of families who count on government food assistance. Assistance that's not going as far now. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has their story.
Get some cereal.
The later it gets in the month,
because we can afford them now,
the further Eric Tucker's grocery budget has to stretch.
If I can feed my family for 10, 12 bucks a night, that works.
What happens when you get towards the end of the month?
Less snacks.
The father of 2 boys in Orange County, California, lost his home and job during the pandemic and joined SNAP, the government's supplemental nutrition assistance program, previously called food stamps, to help feed his family.
You want any noodles?
It's forced some tough choices in the checkout line.
What's that been like?
Humiliating. You got to pick and choose your battle. Who am I going to upset? Myself, my kid, what kid? You know, it's not going to be the full fulfillment of a meal.
The decisions made in these aisles go way beyond dollars and cents. Staying on budget can mean the difference between fruits and vegetables being swapped out for less costly sugary cereals and processed foods.
All right, what else you boys want?
But a new boost to the SNAP program could mean less pasta.
Traditional.
And more produce for the 1 in 8 Americans who use it to feed their families. Last month, SNAP upped its benefits by more than 25%. Families now get an average of $36 more per person each month. For Eric and his kids, that boost puts them at $606 a month, or just over $6 per person a day.
It's just been a big, blessing for us.
That extra money doesn't go as far these days.
You might have more that you can budget with, but things also cost more.
Milk went up $1, I think, a gallon. My kids eat a lot of cereal, and we do a lot of pastas, and milk's, a necessity. So, but when the prices went up without the blessing of the SNAP going up, it was like, okay, we're going to cut back on, those things we used to eat.
Higher prices, combined with the pandemic's continued financial fallout, also means leaning more heavily on food banks to fill the gaps of what SNAP can't cover. Gregory Scott runs this one in Southern California. Their demand for food tripled in 2020 and is likely to stay that way.
We had many people who we call newly vulnerable, who had never been in line before, were now dealing with food insecurity and hunger.
During the pandemic, the single biggest request for my time as a congressperson was at food banks.
Congresswoman Katie Porter represents this area.
I think it's also important to think about these issues. They don't just happen in a vacuum, right?
If we're not doing anything about housing costs, if we're not doing anything about the cost of childcare or the cost of prescription drugs, even if we're stepping up with food assistance, at the end of the day, families can run short.
Now, the table's set for the holidays.
I've gotten to a spot in life where I had to bite my pride.
And Eric's table fuller than it would have been.
Other men and families need to know that there is resources out there, and we just need to ask for help.
Ali Vitale, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs joins us now. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, ladies. I don't know about you. I did not go to a store, but apparently a lot of us did on Black Friday, despite the new Omicron variant and supply chain issues. Sensormatic says customer traffic rose 48% from last year, although that was still down from 2019. And for the first time in nearly a decade, online sales fell from the previous year, according to Adobe. But overall, Black Friday was solid. MasterCard says sales were up 30% compared to a year ago. Meantime, some restaurants are taking delivery and to-go orders off the menu during busy periods as they struggle with labor shortages and a return of dine-in customers. Delivery and to-go are often less profitable. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse, Cheesecake Factory, Applebee's, and IHOP are among those cutting down when their kitchens get too busy. Darden Restaurants, the parent of Olive Garden, is reducing to-go and delivery businesses on weekends when its brands can only take about 4 orders every 15 minutes. So you better plan ahead. Meantime, Mike Tyson is the latest celebrity to launch a cannabis line. The former heavyweight boxing champ rolling out Tyson 2.0 on Black Friday. He's teaming up with Columbia Care, which is one of the largest multi-state operators in the medical cannabis business. Columbia runs about 100 dispensaries in 16 states. Tyson says his product is aimed primarily at people who are looking for physical and emotional relief. He's also heavily involved in the research, they say, and in the development process. And he says this is kind of what keeps him calm. He doesn't feel normal if he hasn't had it for a couple of days.
Wow, that's pretty interesting.
Interesting.
How
All right,
about
Bertha.
that, huh?
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Bertha.
All right, so it's Cyber Monday, and while a lot of people say they've already gotten a head start on their holiday shopping this year, some of us are just getting started. Guilty as charged. Joining us now to break it all down and how to find the best deals is the host of YouTube's Gadget Game Show, What the Heck Is That? And author of Gadget Nation, Steve Greenberg. So, Steve, good morning. You know, we just heard Bertha talking about the supply chain issues, throwing a wrench into everything. So for those of us who have been waiting until maybe today, is it already too late? And what else is different about this year? Are we going to see as many deals?
Well, it's certainly not too late, and there are still tons and tons of deals out there, so that's not the case. And supply chain is really about specific products, not so much about entire categories. So you may not be able to get the exact model TV you want, but you'll certainly be able to get the LED TV you do want. And if you see a deal, you like it, grab it early. You can always return the product. It's better to get it now than to wait down the line. So I would say now's the time to move, and some great deals today.
Yeah, seeing some supply chain articles and things like that. I already started buying a couple things, and then it arrives 2 days later, and now they've got to put it under their tree for a month and a half.
Right.
Let's talk about some of the deals here. What are the best ones you're seeing so far?
Well, one thing, Apple rarely gets discounted. So there's some Apple devices that are out there. For example, this is an Apple TV 4K. This is 5th generation, normally about $200. Today's price about $120 at MacSales.com. So you are seeing a little bit of discounting, and that includes like three months of free Apple TV Plus, et cetera. So that's the kind of thing you can go for. A very hot category, television sets, LED TVs, very hot. Vizio, for example, a 50-inch 4K LED SmartCast TV. Normally it'd be about $518. It's reduced to $404 at Walmart. So you're seeing some real serious cuts in those prices. Robotic vacuums, another very big category. Roomba i3 Plus, that's that Wi-Fi connected robotic vacuum that has a canister it empties itself into. Normally about $600, now $399 at Best Buy. Big sale there. Microsoft Xbox Series S video game console in white. Normally about $400, $399. It's sale price $299 at BestBuy.com. And last, just right now, this I'm actually wearing what's called a wrist cam. This is a band for your Apple Watch. Now, Time Magazine said it's one of the great inventions of last year, of 2021. This year, you can actually get this now. Normally $250. Now it's normally $300. Now $250. So this gives you a camera, a selfie camera, and another camera built into your Apple Watch. Very cool little product. Again, discounted, normally not discounted. So today's the day if you're going to act, do it now.
Yeah, you can't have enough devices to take selfies. Before we let you go, exactly. I am so bad about this. I will wait and I will watch a product and I will see, is it going to go down further? Is it going to go down further? And then it sells out and I am completely SOL. So how do we make sure we're getting the best deal?
Well, there's some apps out there that can help you. I've used something called BuyVia, which actually gives you like the top 10 daily deals. That's really helpful, and it works like on Amazon and Walmart, Target, etc. Also, you can get some great deals right now on gift cards and subscription services where you get the gift card and a product is thrown in as well. So look at those. And I'm also very big on Googling a product that I want and adding the word coupon after it, or even Cyber Monday deal, and it will help find a really good deal for you. So there's a lot of things you can do out there. But again, act sooner. If you see a good deal, grab it now. And then if you buy too much, or it's the wrong thing, or it's not what Aunt Betty wants, return it, but get it now. I'd say don't wait too much longer.
Okay, yeah, that Aunt Betty, she's tough to shop for. Steve
She's
Greenberg,
a tough one, right?
Thanks so much. Gift card, Aunt Betty. Thank you.
Yeah, the year of the gift card for sure. All right, coming up, an extra special moment for a California bride more than 10 years after an accident that left her paralyzed.
Yeah, up next, in her own words, what she remembers most about the emotional moments when she stood up and walked down the aisle.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education. and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd-cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here's a story that will help get your week off to a great start.
Yeah, it's all about how one woman overcame the odds on the biggest day of her life. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has her heartwarming story.
Savannah and Lindsay, this is a story about breaking barriers and the love that gave one woman the power she needed to do what was once thought impossible. This is what love looks like.
Here we go.
For 29-year-old bride Chelsea Hill, it meant finding the strength to walk down the aisle during her Southern California wedding in September.
Why was it important for you to walk this one time?
I wanted to stand eye to eye with him and confess my love, and I wanted to be there heart to heart.
These steps, a surprise for groom Jay Bloomfield, one that moved him to tears.
You blow me away every single day. Every single day.
Jay, when you saw her, can you go back to that for me?
I don't know, I just got this weird flood of emotions. When she walked up to me and her dad passed me off, I think I said something like, you blow me away every single day.
You're absolutely stunning. Look at you.
The emotional moment, a milestone for Chelsea, who was paralyzed from the waist down following a car crash in 2010.
When did you think I'm going to walk down the aisle?
I promised myself, and so about 2 years I started really figuring out how I could do this, and I found these leg braces that completely make my knees locked out because I can't move them or anything. And so I started training with them, and I was like, okay, this is really, I can do this.
Chelsea's can-do attitude extending to the couple's reception, where she surprised everyone again, creating an epic first dance with her dad. Her lifelong dream of becoming a dancer on display with another routine she'd been rehearsing for months.
Dance has given me back so much more than I could have ever imagined.
She's giving back, too, as the founder of the Rolettes, a wheelchair dance troupe dedicated to empowering women with disabilities. Breaking barriers in life.
You may now kiss your bride.
And now love.
What do you want people to take away from that?
As far as people with disabilities, I think don't look at us with limitations because there's so much more that we can do.
For Jay and Chelsea, their next big project, they would like to start a family all of their own, and I'm sure they will. Savannah and Lindsay.
Oh, I'm sure they will, too. An amazing story. Kate Snow, thank you so much.
That'll be the biggest adventure yet.
Oh, yeah. Something you're about to embark on.
Congrats to the happy couple. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
Happy to be with you. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Joe this Monday morning. Right now on Morning News Now, variant of concern. This morning, the world is watching and reacting to the new Omicron COVID variant. A global effort is underway to not only curb, but better understand the spread of this new variant. The Biden administration's travel ban to and from southern Africa, where the mutation was first identified, taking effect today. Dr. Anthony Fauci urging Americans over the weekend to get their shots with so little known about this emerging threat.
This is a clarion call, as far as I'm concerned, of saying let's put aside all of these differences that we have and say, if you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you're fully vaccinated, get boosted, and get the children vaccinated also.
Your questions this morning answered. What we know, what's still up in the air, and how you can keep yourself and others safe. In session, we've got our eye on a handful of high-profile courtroom headlines on this Monday morning. Day one of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial set to begin here in New York City. The longtime confidant of disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein will face her accusers, the women who claim she helped the late billionaire sexually abuse them as teenagers. We're outside the courtroom for opening arguments. Plus, Smollett on trial. Jury selection is expected to kick off in Chicago this morning for the former Empire actor, who's accused of lying to police, claiming he was the victim of a racist anti-gay attack nearly 3 years ago. Now he'll face a judge for allegedly faking the whole thing. The brothers allegedly paid by Smollett to attack him, now at the center of this controversial case. Also this morning, we're remembering a modern icon of fashion, Virgil Abloh, prolific designer to the stars through brands like Louis Vuitton and his own venture Off-White, has passed away at the age of 41 after a private years-long battle with a rare form of cancer. The trailblazing life and impact of one of fashion's most sought-after names. And Manic Monday. It's unfortunately back to reality for those of us coming off that long Thanksgiving weekend, but at least we have some holiday steals and deals to look forward to on this Cyber Monday. Analysts are expecting it to break records, where you can find the deepest discounts while dodging delays as retailers work to navigate this supply chain nightmare.
I have some shopping to do today. I didn't do any of it over the weekend.
I haven't done any yet today, Mike EP. No, I haven't already started browsing.
Exactly.
Don't check my browser history. We're going to begin this morning, though, with the growing concerns over the new COVID variant Omicron.
That's right. The variant, first detected in southern Africa, has now spread to several countries, prompting world leaders to shut their borders and scramble for a new action plan. So far, only 3 countries have enforced a full travel ban. That's Japan, Israel, and Morocco. But the United States is one of several countries to only put a partial travel ban in place. There's a lot that health officials still don't know about this new variant, but the World Health Organization warns it poses a very high global risk and could potentially bring about another COVID wave. Health experts like Dr. Anthony Fauci are now urging all Americans to get their vaccines or boosters immediately. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us on set for more on this big story this morning, our breaking news and what we know and don't know about this particular mutation, this particular variant. Dr. Azar, good morning. So first, let's start off with vaccines. So we're hearing Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. They're all testing and potentially modifying their vaccines to see how it works with this particular variant. So a few questions here. What's that process like? What do we know right now about vaccine effectiveness? And then we were talking this morning about we're encouraging people to go get their boosters,
Yes.
but if there's a potential that the shot's going to change, what exactly does that mean? What if you go get boosted right now? Is there a chance that then there's a different type of shot?
Right. And so to that part of the question first, I think that's top of mind for everyone who hasn't received their booster yet. They're like, well, maybe I should wait for a variant-specific booster. Don't wait for a variant-specific booster. Boosting now on top of already doing the primary series gives you truly an astronomical amount of antibodies with a very, very wide, broad repertoire for coverage. And so, yes, even if there's some diminution of effect of the vaccines against this new variant, it's very likely that the sheer number of antibodies will sort of outmatch the fact that there's not a perfect match, let's say. The process of finding out whether or not our vaccines work, it's a little tedious. The lab-based, you're basically taking, sera from people who've been vaccinated or who've been infected, and you're cross-reacting that with the variant to see how many neutralizing antibodies are made. And again, I have to reinforce this concept that even though you may have a blunted antibody response to this new variant, if you get exposed to it, you're very likely still will get that other cell-mediated immunity. That T-cell response is still most likely durable, which will protect you against severe disease. I think people need to keep that in mind in the next couple of weeks.
Man, we want answers today, right? We don't want to wait a couple weeks, especially as people make plans. But this was the big fear with the pandemic, right? And we still don't know how dangerous this is, but that the longer COVID was out there, the more it could mutate and eventually become even more dangerous than Delta. So we don't know a ton about Omicron, but we know it's heavily mutated.
Yes.
What does that mean? Is that automatically a bad thing?
Right. And no. And that's the thing. We always talk about the three things that we are concerned about with a variant. We're concerned that it could evade protection from vaccination. We're concerned that it could cause more severe disease, and we're concerned that it potentially could be more contagious. We actually don't have real data on that yet. All we have are this profile and set of mutations that are very concerning because just the sheer number of them is greater than what we saw with Delta against that spike protein, which, as we all know now, is the target of vaccines. And particularly, a couple of mutations are where the virus attaches to the human cell. That's the concern about potentially enhancing transmissibility. But Lindsay, again, very, very important. We've had other variants come across who clearly showed evasion to immune protection, but they weren't more transmissible. So they basically just went away, right? So it's of those three concerns, if you're only getting one out of the three, you're probably okay. Once you start getting two out of the three, which is what we're seeing in this set of mutations, that's what has health experts across the world so concerned, because we don't want it to evade and be more transmissible at the same time. That's not a good combination.
And that's essentially something that we just need to wait and see.
We need to wait and see.
Yeah.
And in South Africa, they're doing real world on the ground analysis of all of these questions. And every single vaccine maker here in the US and abroad is studying their vaccine's effectiveness against the variant. Pfizer has said it'll have data in 1 to 2 weeks. After that, if they need to make a change, that's the beauty of the platform of the mRNA vaccine. They can adjust it and modify it and have a new product within 6 weeks and within 100 days ready for deployment. Essentially.
Let's talk about these travel bans. So we're seeing several countries enforce partial or full, in some cases, travel bans to and from South Africa in many cases. But the South African president says the ban will do nothing to stop the spread, essentially. So the question is, do you think travel bans work? And also, I mean, don't we think at this point it's here? This is reminding me of the beginning when we were looking for the one or two few people who had it and wondering what their names were, and we all ended up getting it. I mean, what does this type of ban do if we think it is probably already in the U.S.?
There's no doubt that it's already in the U.S. I mean, we have cases in Canada, and we know that our borders are completely porous. I think the opinion of many experts, including Dr. Fauci, is that it buys us a little bit of time to ramp up boosting and vaccination here in this country. But clearly, there's an understandable backlash that this is happening. And it actually, we know that other countries have been reluctant to release information on potential mutations that they're seeing because they don't want this to happen, because this has such significant social and economic impacts. Opinions differ. It is what it is. I don't think it's a blunt response. It's not completely effective at preventing the variant from coming here.
Dr. Natalie Azar, lots of questions for you this morning. We could probably keep going, but we'll let you go for now.
We could.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Doctor. Well, as we mentioned earlier, several countries have already closed their borders in response to this new variant. And these closures come as we're seeing massive numbers of travelers for the holiday season. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from New York with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hi, Lindsay. Good morning. Here in New York, the governor has declared a state of emergency taking effect later this week to increase hospital capacity. And this morning, President Biden is set to address the nation and provide an update on the U.S. response.
With concerns growing about the Omicron COVID variant this morning, the WHO saying the global risk from the strain is assessed as very high. But experts still say there's a lot to learn about symptoms and stress that vaccines are the best prevention. The U.S. starting today is restricting travel from South Africa and 7 other surrounding nations. While there are no confirmed Omicron cases in the U.S., it's now been detected in Canada. And health officials say the spread here is inevitable.
If you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you're fully vaccinated, get boosted.
President Biden getting an update from his COVID response team Sunday. The White House says Dr. Fauci told the president it will take about 2 more weeks to know more about the transmissibility and severity of Omicron, with Dr. Fauci saying existing vaccines do provide protection against severe cases of COVID. Still, for now, there's a lot we don't yet know. Early data from South Africa indicate the strain is highly contagious. This South African doctor was one of the first to sound the alarm.
Currently, there's no reason for panicking as we don't see severely ill patients.
New Omicron cases now confirmed in Canada, Australia, Denmark, and France, adding to a growing list. In the Netherlands, 13 cases of the variant have been confirmed among passengers on 2 flights. But South Africa's president is calling the global response an overreaction.
These restrictions are completely unjustified and unfairly discriminate against our country.
Dr. Fauci insisting the U.S. had to act, given the sudden spike of this new variant.
It clearly is giving indication that it has the capability of transmitting rapidly.
Israel, Morocco, and overnight Japan have now banned foreign travelers from entering their borders. As for the new U.S. travel restrictions, they do not apply to American citizens and lawful permanent residents trying to get home. Lindsay and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks so much.
This morning, the Thanksgiving travel rush is winding down, with all signs indicating this was the heaviest travel season in 2 years. A pandemic record number of passengers filled airports nationwide, while tens of millions of drivers took to the roads. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello reports from Washington National Airport.
Hey, Savannah and Lindsay, good morning. You know, the airlines were really in the spotlight and under the gun after we saw several high-profile meltdowns over the summer and into October. However, Southwest, American, and Spirit all seem to have smooth operations over this entire stretch. I just checked. Minimal cancellations nationwide today, minimal over the entire 10-day stretch. Most people getting to their destinations on time.
The Thanksgiving 2021 travel rush now in the rearview mirror, with airlines celebrating their heaviest passenger loads in 2 years. On Sunday, the biggest travel day yet. The TSA estimating 2.4 million flyers took to the skies.
When you haven't seen family in 2 years, sometimes you mask up and do what you got to do.
Over the entire Thanksgiving travel period, an average of 2 million passengers and more traveled each day, the most since 2019. To avoid a repeat of the mass cancellations that began over the summer and extended into October, airlines streamlined operations and staffed up. Air travelers and road warriors also benefited from blue skies and clear weather across most of the country. Though on Sunday, rain showers in the northwest and snow flurries in the northeast delayed some flights, while traffic volume slowed travelers at critical airports in Florida, including Tampa, Orlando, and Palm Beach.
Here at Denver International Airport, the nation's 3rd busiest, passenger traffic is surging. 69 million passengers in 2019, 80 million expected in 2025.
Denver, a key hub for United and Southwest, operates 6 runways, critical to remaining open during any looming snowstorms this coming winter.
Having the flexibility to keep runways clean, keep the airport open and moving through, and keeping planes de-iced is really key to making sure that all of our flights are operating as on time as possible.
Looking forward to the Christmas holidays, travel experts advise booking now and pad your itinerary with plenty of time.
There are just so many people traveling. Planes are going to be packed, airports packed. You should leave early, build in some buffer time. I don't recommend 45-minute connections these days because then you're just asking for things to go wrong.
Of course, the airlines are also very closely watching the new Omicron variant because, of course, we saw over the summer with the Delta variant that suddenly depressed and slowed passenger traffic, air traffic over the summer. The concern is that could happen again. The airline's watching it very closely. At the moment, that's not happening. At the moment, the bookings are looking very strong into the Christmas season. Savannah and Lindsay, back to you guys.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
The highly anticipated trial of Ghislaine Maxwell gets underway today in New York. The former British socialite is accused of helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and abuse underage girls. Maxwell maintains her innocence. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from outside the courthouse. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hey, Lindsay, good morning. It has been more than 2 years since Jeffrey Epstein took his own life in a Manhattan jail cell facing sex trafficking charges. And while it will be Ghislaine Maxwell in this courtroom, for many of Epstein's accusers, this is going to feel like the trial he never had. Ghislaine Maxwell, the once wealthy, jet-setting companion of Jeffrey Epstein, will now be tried as his conspirator in an alleged scheme to recruit 4 underage girls for sex.
Have a look at what's happening for the first time in history.
The 6 criminal counts Maxwell faces are focused on a decade-long period between 1994 and 2004, when prosecutors say Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Epstein's abuse of minors by helping him recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims. In some cases, Maxwell allegedly was present for and participated in the sexual abuse of minor victims, according to the indictment. And prosecutors say the scheme involved getting the alleged victims to travel to Maxwell's personal residence in London and Epstein's residences in New York City, Florida, and New Mexico. Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all counts. The 4 unidentified victims named in the indictment are expected to testify. 2 of them were just 14 years old when they allegedly met Maxwell, according to prosecutors. In recent years, several women have shared their stories publicly. In 2019, one of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, told Savannah what she witnessed when Maxwell allegedly brought her to Epstein's Palm Beach home.
So I follow Ghislaine up the stairs, through Jeffrey's bedroom and into a bathroom, and there's this man laying naked on a green massage table in the middle of the room.
That same year, Jennifer Arose told Savannah she was just 15 when she was raped by Epstein.
Did Jeffrey Epstein rape you?
Yeah, no, he raped me. Forcefully raped me, but knew exactly what he was doing. What hurts even more so is that if I wasn't afraid to come forward sooner, then maybe he wouldn't have done it to other girls.
Arose has separately sued Maxwell, claiming she facilitated her alleged abuse. She is not expected to testify during the trial. Maxwell has denied the allegations in that particular lawsuit, and in this case, she faces up to 70 years behind bars if she's found guilty, Lindsay.
And Stephanie, one of the accusers we heard from there, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, has accused Maxwell of sexually trafficking her to Prince Andrew. Are those allegations part of this trial?
No, the prosecution says they're going to stick specifically to these 4 accusers who say that it was Maxwell who helped traffic them and that they were abused by Epstein and Maxwell. It is unlikely we'll hear any other names bandied about throughout this trial. It's also worth mentioning that Prince Andrew has vehemently denied any of those allegations against him, Lindsay.
All right, Stephanie, thanks so much.
All right, it's time for this hour's look at your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns, how are you doing?
I think I'm doing all right today on this Monday. There's not a lot of buzz in the weather world for any big storms coming, so that's usually good. The Pacific Northwest has been the exception. They got drenched again this weekend. They were doing a lot of preparations. They were fearing they could have some river flooding. And we've been having one after another of what we call these atmospheric rivers. These happen. These are not like a new phenomenon, but they lately have been pointed at British Columbia and also into Washington State. We need to get more of these atmospheric river events further south, because Southern California just isn't getting the wet weather. So this is the third one we've had in the last week in the Northwest, and this next round of rain will move in Tuesday to Wednesday. So just some showers out there today, not a lot of big deal, kind of a break in the heavy rains, but there will be some strong gusty winds coming in and another batch of very heavy rain, southern British Columbia and into the Olympics and the Cascades. So a lot of the heaviest rain will be in the mountains, as you'd expect. Of course, all that water has to run downhill, and that's where we get the problems with river flooding. So estimates another 2 to 3 inches, kind of widespread, isolated chance of up to 4 inches of rain. And how about these record highs and these temperatures? Pretty ridiculous how warm it's going to be today. And it's not just one location. I mean, it's everywhere from California into the middle of the country. Temperatures in some cases like Kansas City, almost 25 degrees warmer than they should be. In Denver, 71 degrees. And we're still waiting for the first significant snowfall of the season in Denver. This will be one of the latest on record for a first heavy snow event. And I'm not going to quite get to the record high in Denver today, but Pocatello, we have a chance, Sioux Falls, also a few other areas in the west. So for today, the only chilly spots, the Great Lakes, the Northeast, but that warm air will eventually begin to spread a little bit through the Southeast and into the Northeast, not to the end of this upcoming week. So, for me and a lot of other people, this is a week to finish the leaf raking and also to get those holiday decorations up. So, decent weather is, I'm okay with that.
Hopefully you got some leftovers to power you through that, Bill.
That's about a half a pumpkin pie. That should last me about the afternoon.
Bill, that just reminded me that what we have in store ahead is lots of updates on your snow shoveling and how you're feeling about it and all that. So we begin with the leaf raking.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
All right. Bill Cairns, thanks as always. All right, now it's officially Hanukkah, the Jewish holiday that marks the rededication of the Second Temple in Jerusalem during the 2nd century BC. Now, to celebrate the Festival of Lights, Jews around the world light the menorah at nightfall, on each of the 8 nights.
Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff lit the first candle at the annual National Memorial Lighting Ceremony in downtown D.C. yesterday. He's the first Jewish spouse of a president or vice president, making the occasion a very momentous one. Tonight will be the second night.
And happy Hanukkah to all those celebrating. Absolutely. And coming up on Morning News now, more of our coverage of the global response to the Omicron variant. Several countries now tightening their borders, anticipating a wider spread, and that's leading to a mad dash of travelers racing to get home.
Plus, another bombshell for the royal family. The new book claiming Prince Charles asked about the complexion of Harry and Meghan's future children. Those stories and more after this.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back, and we've got more coverage for you of the Omicron COVID-19 variant. This morning, the scramble to curb its spread is gathering pace.
Japan and Morocco are the latest countries to impose bans on all foreign travelers as desperate passengers face a frantic dash to get home amid concerns of further travel restrictions. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is in London for us. Keir, good morning.
Lindsay, good morning. The British calling an emergency meeting of G7 health ministers today after country like the British impose new testing and quarantining or even just close down their borders altogether. And get this, Lindsay, the Australians have been due to start reopening just this week. They've now put that on a temporary pause. Chaos and closed borders as the global rush to contain a virus mutation that's already spreading is leading to a stampede of airline passengers desperate to get home.
I want to get home to my husband and my kids now.
Earlier on today, Savannah talked to Dr. Ashish Jha about the new variant.
The worst case scenario would be if somehow this variant evades vaccines.
I think the chances that this variant will completely evade our vaccines, extremely unlikely. Like, it's really hard for me to imagine under what scenario that could be the case. So I think that our vaccines are going to hold up. The question is how much.
Israel, the first country to ban all foreigners over the Omicron variant for at least 2 weeks. This morning, Japan and Morocco also banning foreign arrivals. Over the weekend, new Omicron cases appearing from Africa to Australia, in Canada and across Europe.
Cannot enter the Netherlands.
Unhappy passengers on 2 flights from South Africa to the Netherlands were held for hours on their plane and at Amsterdam's Schiphol airport.
The people are getting more and more upset and they want food and they're yelling a little bit.
61 testing positive, 16 of them have the Omicron variant. Now, a cascade of countries, including the US from this morning, imposing bans on 8 southern African states. South Africans furious, punished, they say, for first identifying Omicron.
It's unfair, it's unjustified. It's abrupt.
The identification of Omicron.
South Africa's president saying Omicron is a wake-up call for global vaccine inequality. By one estimate, only 10% of Africans have at least one shot, allowing the virus to mutate and cause another international crisis. And speaking to friends in Southern Africa over the weekend, Lindsay, they really are angry. They feel like they haven't had enough international support for vaccines. Now they feel like they're being punished as the developed world speeds up their booster programs. But, you know, here in Europe, things have already been really difficult going into the winter. This is the last thing people here need. Lindsay?
Certainly. All right, Keir, thanks so much.
Now, the relationship between Britain's Prince William and Prince Harry is back in the spotlight. An explosive new book by author Christopher Anderson dives into the rift between the two brothers and the alleged events that led to Harry breaking away from royal life. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from London with some of the accusations that are making waves this morning. Hey, Kelly, good to see you.
Hi, good morning to you, Savannah. Yeah, this is really not a welcome book from the royal family's perspective, and they are really pushing back against some of these stunning claims. A spokesperson for Prince Charles calling them fiction. This morning, another bombshell for the royal family. The new book, Brothers and Wives, claiming Prince Charles asked about the skin color of son Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's future children on the day of their engagement over breakfast with his wife Camilla. Charles allegedly asking, "What do you suppose their children's complexion might be?" An innocent conversation, the book's author says, that was twisted into something toxic by royal advisors and shared with Harry and Meghan. A spokesman for Prince Charles telling the New York Post, this is fiction and not worth further comment. Meghan and Harry accusing the royal family of racism in their tell-all interview with Oprah earlier this year.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
The couple adding they'd never reveal who said it, but later clarifying it wasn't the Queen or Prince Philip. At the time, the Queen said the allegations were taken very seriously and would be addressed privately. Prince William, just days later, publicly defended the royals.
Is the royal family a racist family, sir?
No, we're very much not a racist family.
The book's author, Christopher Anderson, has covered the royal family for decades, and his publisher says he has multiple sources for all of his reporting. In the book, he describes William's concerns about Harry rushing to the altar, saying William's advice to Harry was, take whatever time you need to really get to know this girl. Harry's alleged reaction, who the hell do you think you are, brother? The author says the situation became more strained in December 2019 after Harry and Meghan chose to spend the Christmas holiday in Canada, and that before the Queen recorded her traditional Christmas message, she asked that a portrait of Harry, Meghan, and Archie be removed. The book claims William was shocked when he realized the photo was gone and told Kate Harry would be terribly upset. It also cites an unnamed confidant of Harry's as saying that Harry felt as if he, Meghan, and Archie were being erased from the family. A spokesperson for the Queen told the New York Post, "We don't comment on books of this kind, as to do so risks giving it some form of authority or credibility." We reached out to Prince William and Prince Harry's spokespeople for comment on these new claims. So far, Savannah, no comment from either side.
All right, Kelly Kobaya, thank you so much. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this hour.
Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow. Good morning, Matt.
Lindsay, Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Prague, where thousands took to the streets on Sunday to protest their government's COVID-19 restrictions. New infections in the Czech Republic have been hitting record highs on a nearly daily basis. This is just kind of the reality now in Central and Eastern Europe at this point. And the government has closed Christmas markets. They've restricted operating hours for bars and restaurants. And they've also limited crowd sizes at public events. We move along now to Honduras, where presidential candidate Xiomara Castro is on her way to a landslide victory in Sunday's presidential election. She's already declared victory and looks set to become the nation's first ever female president. Castro, who is the wife of a former president, Manuel Zelaya, held a 20-point lead over her opponent with just 50% of the ballots counted. And we wrap up this hour in Thailand, where the Monkey Festival has resumed after a 2-year hiatus due to the pandemic. This festival takes place in Lop Buri Province, also known as the Monkey Province, and usually entails offering the animals fruits and vegetables as a sign of gratitude for their contribution to the local economy. Lots of tourists come out to see them. Back to you guys.
Very interesting. Monkey Festival. I love, Matt, when you tell us something that we just have never heard of before.
Which is often.
Yeah, it really is. All right, Matt, thanks so much.
Well, we've got a lot more coming up on this hour on Morning News Now. After the break, remembering a barrier-breaking icon of modern high fashion. We'll have more on the sudden death of Virgil Abloh.
Plus, the trial of former Empire actor Jussie Smollett begins today. The two brothers now at the center of the allegedly staged attack. Those stories and more after the break.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Now, what's the latest you've ever returned a book to the library? Probably not over 100 years late. A children's book checked out back in 1910 was returned anonymously last week back to the Boise, Idaho Public Library. It was a copy of New Chronicles of Rebecca by Kate Douglas Wiggin, and apparently it was in pretty good condition when it was returned to the Garden Valley District Library. It now sits in the history room where you can look at the books, but you can't check them out. But can you imagine somebody just found that and decided, I guess I'll take it back?
Oh, I don't want to look at that late fee.
I know, right? No, I bet they weren't charged, right? Especially if it was anonymous. You can't even track them down if they wanted to. Pretty cool, though.
All right, well, the fashion world is mourning the loss of a prolific designer who broke barriers and became a role model in the process. Virgil Abloh's death was announced in a post on his Instagram account. The 41-year-old died after a private 2-year battle with a rare aggressive form of cancer. Joining us right now is fashion director and chief fashion critic for the New York Times, Vanessa Friedman. Vanessa, thank you so much for joining us here. Sorry I got your first name wrong there. Tell us about him, why he was so influential here in the fashion world.
You know, he was a first-generation Ghanaian American from the suburbs of Illinois who studied civil engineering and architecture and got himself to the absolute pinnacle of French fashion as the menswear designer for Louis Vuitton. And in doing so, he paved new roads for all sorts of people, you know, and broke all sorts of established ideas about what a fashion designer should be, what they should look like, what they should have learned, and what even fashion meant.
And we know that Abloh styled a lot of stars, Kid Cudi, Spike Lee, but it was his relationship with Kanye West that really seemed to help kickstart his career. So how did that relationship really help him become, as you wrote in your New York Times piece, the most powerful Black executive in the most powerful luxury group in the world?
You know, they met when he was 22. And I think they shared this kind of omnivorous interest in the world and in anything that could be associated with creativity. So for them, everything was substance. Everything was material, and anything that you could design was something you could learn from and that you could touch and that was accessible to you. I think they both refused to be stuck into boxes, to be relegated to whatever box the world wanted to put them in. And that was a sort of cultural moment that Virgil understood and could bring to all sorts of different areas. And together at one point they interned at Fendi, which brought him to the attention of LVMH, which owns Louis Vuitton. And when he launched his own brand, Off-White, they took notice. And it was only a couple years later they decided to give him the keys to the kingdom.
That said, what do you think his legacy will be in the fashion world and really beyond as well?
More than any specific look or silhouette or design, it really is this idea that anything is possible, that you don't have to sit in whatever box you're put in, that cross-fertilization and interdisciplinary ideas are really the way forward. And community is something that is possible for everyone, and luxury is possible for everyone. I think that opening doors is something that now will never be closed.
Very well put. Vanessa Friedman, thank you so much for your time.
Turning now to the latest on Jussie Smollett. The actor is preparing to go on trial today for allegedly lying to police after he claimed he was attacked by two men in Chicago in what appeared to be a hate crime. The former Empire star is accused of staging the entire incident. Smollett has pleaded not guilty and has never changed his story. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is live in Chicago with the latest. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, this long-delayed trial marks the latest chapter in a strange saga. The former Empire star saying that he was a victim of a racist attack in downtown Chicago. But as his story came under scrutiny, it started to fall apart.
This was actor Jussie Smollett in 2019, celebrating after prosecutors made the controversial decision to drop criminal charges against him, instead ordering him to perform community service.
I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one.
That agreement later overruled after a special prosecutor reinvestigated the case and found abuse of discretion and operational failures by the Cook County State's attorney. In February 2020, a new grand jury indicted Smollett on 6 felony disorderly conduct charges for lying to police. The bizarre case began on a cold night in Chicago. Smollett told police he was coming home from Subway around 2 a.m. when he says 2 men attacked him while yelling racist and homophobic slurs, threw bleach on him, and put a noose around his neck.
Do you want to take it off or anything? Yeah, I do. I just want to see.
But after putting hundreds of hours into investigating the case, police say Smollett's alleged attackers were 2 brothers from Nigeria that Smollett paid $3,500 to stage the attack.
So what's going on here?
The Osundaro brothers have expressed regret for their part in the alleged scheme and are expected to testify for the prosecution. They have not been charged with a crime. Over the summer, Smollett's attorney accused the special prosecutor of political motives, writing in a statement, "Mr. Smollett is innocent of these charges, and now we are focused on moving forward to trial."
Now, if convicted, legal experts say Smollett faces a maximum of 3 years in prison, but because he has a clean record, it's likely he would only see probation. Court gets underway at 9 o'clock local time here. No cameras allowed in court, but it is expected to last about 2 weeks. Savannah?
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. And coming up, a Cyber Monday like no other.
Industry experts are expecting some serious cash flow this year, but how can you avoid getting burned by supply chain delays? We've got you covered next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs joins us now. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning. So Nissan is revving up its investments in EVs. The company planning to spend more than $17 billion over the next 5 years on electric vehicles, adding 20 new models to its lineup. The automaker says 9 of those vehicles will be pure battery powered. The others will include gas, electric hybrids, and cars powered by electric motors that are also equipped with a small gas engine to recharge the battery while driving. Nissan wants EVs to generate 40% of its U.S. sales by 2030. That is less than 9 years away. Disney's Encanto ruled the box office this holiday weekend, earning $40 million since opening on Wednesday, according to Comscore. That's the best debut for an animated film during the pandemic. It also gives a lift to family films, which have been especially slow to bounce back. Disney decided to release Encanto exclusively in theaters versus a hybrid release of theaters and on Disney+. Moviegoers, meantime, are rushing to snag seats for one of the most anticipated films of the year, Spider-Man: No Way Home. Tickets went on sale at midnight, and within minutes, you saw crashes at movie sites, including Movie.com, AMC, and Fandango. Experts say they haven't seen this kind of demand since 2019, when tickets for Avengers: Endgame and Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker went on sale. AMC, meantime, is offering incentives to get your tickets in advance. They're giving out 86,000 NFTs to members of its Stubs programs. But at this point, I think people would rather a ticket than an NFT, right? I mean NFT is not going to get you into the theater.
You know, I don't get any of that.
I am a sucker for a superhero movie, though.
Yeah, that I get. The NFT part, no. The interest in the movie, definitely.
Bertha, thanks so much.
Thanks, Bertha. Now, after a busy weekend for those looking to get a jump on their holiday shopping, Cyber Monday comes as one of the last days to score some major deals on the season's hottest items. And with a below-average turnout on Black Friday in the books, businesses are preparing for a record-setting day of sales. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now from Amazon's Air Hub in Texas. Joe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. This plane behind me is heading to Miami, and we're here at this very busy air hub. In fact, it's the busiest in the country. Here they process more than 500,000 packages per day. And Cyber Monday, of course, a very important day for Amazon and major retailers all across the country. But it also comes after a very lackluster Black Friday in terms of in-store, in-person shopping compared to pre-pandemic levels. Take a listen.
Cyber Monday is upon us, and today is expected to break records with around $11 billion set to be shelled out online as retailers drop digital deals on big wish list items, all in the hopes of bouncing back after a dismal Black Friday turnout.
It's emptier than I expected it to be.
With smaller discounts on fewer items, this year's foot traffic failed to reach pre-pandemic numbers. And in a Black Friday first, shoppers actually spent less money online compared to last year. The sales slump comes after a slew of smash-and-grab robberies hitting high-end and big-box retailers across the country. In Los Angeles, a string of heists put police on tactical alert.
I haven't been coming out as often to this area just because I know stores have been getting hit.
Outside of concerns over shopping safety, industry insiders say discounts posted in the days and weeks before Black Friday had consumers checking off their gift lists earlier than ever. One survey found almost 2/3 of people started their holiday shopping before Thanksgiving.
I started my holiday shopping back in July.
Today's deepest discounts will be on clothes, toys, and electronics, but the online shopping surge may trigger Christmas chaos with delivery delays and a backlog of orders because the supply chain is in crisis. And with shipping containers backed up in ports, some big names like Gap and Target are now flying in products from overseas factories to meet holiday demand. Meanwhile, from the air to the ground, it's a mad dash to dodge delays and get those gifts out the door. The best advice for those with a must-have item on their list: buy now before it's too late.
Now, here at Amazon, of course, they're anticipating a very busy day, and I don't want to stress you out about the current supply chain issues and all of the different things that you may be facing, high inflation across the board with tighter budgets. But I will say this, the deadlines are coming up quickly for shipping. We do know, according to the U.S. Postal Service, that first ground shipping deadline to get stuff in time for Christmas is December 15th. And I know it's only November, but that is just about 2 weeks away. So plan accordingly.
Yeah, we've got a lot to do over here. That's what Lindsay and I have deduced from this morning. Jo Ling, thanks so much.
I don't want to stress you out, but I'm about to. This has all, of course, gotten the attention of Amazon's worldwide consumer CEO, David Clark, who sat down with the Today Show to explain how one of the world's largest companies is dealing with all of the bottlenecks out there.
Here we are. We're at the peak of holiday shopping. We've got inflation. We've got all these supply chain issues. So should consumers expect to pay more and find fewer things?
The sun's rising on another Cyber Monday at Amazon, and I think, it's been a challenging year, but our teams have done incredible work. I think consumers, as they come back together this first sort of post-vaccine holiday, should feel good about their shopping experience and about what they're getting to bring together with their families.
The other big question is are the gifts going to arrive on time? So how are you feeling about that?
Well, we feel really good about it. We've spent tens of billions of dollars building out the transportation infrastructure, some of which you see behind us, all to deliver for days like today and for the weeks to come between here and Christmas. So consumers should feel good about shopping today. Consumers should feel good about shopping the days and weeks ahead.
Some of these small businesses are really getting squeezed, and I wonder if you feel like sometimes you're benefiting off the backs of these smaller businesses.
Well, what I tell you is this plane back here is probably half filled with small business packages. Our job is about enabling small business. Over half the items sold on Amazon on a regular basis and through the holiday season are going to be those small businesses. That's what we do.
Are you worried with this new variant now in place, it may add to the problems?
This new variant's very new. I think we're going to learn over the next couple of weeks exactly what it means going forward. I have a tremendous amount of faith in the scientists and these companies that have provided these vaccines for us over the last year, and I think they'll adapt quickly. And I think I don't see us going back to a place that we were, in 2020 with the pandemic. And so I'm optimistic about 22 and what's ahead for us.
Well, according to Adobe, which tracks these kinds of trends, consumers are expected to spend up to $11 billion online this year for the holidays. That is up 10% from last year.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll see. Black Friday down, though. Interesting. Yeah.
All right. Coming up, a master of the American musical passed away over the weekend.
Yeah. Remembering and perhaps more importantly, celebrating the life of Stephen Sondheim. That's next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tributes continue to pour in to honor musical icon and Broadway titan Stephen Sondheim, who died early Friday morning at the age of 91.
Yeah, Sondheim was best known for the popular scores featured in West Side Story and Sweeney Todd. With a career spanning over decades, it's hard to imagine what a future without him will look like. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now on set to help us remember a little bit more about Sondheim's life. Ann, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. I think you'll always hear Sondheim's music come from the stages of Broadway because he wrote about life as it was, not how he wanted it to be. And in doing so, he changed the American musical theater, creating a songbook of music and words lauded by stars and shower singers.
This is how Samson was shorn.
For Broadway, the best way to celebrate Stephen Sondheim was to sing. Lin-Manuel Miranda among the voices in New York's Times Square. Near the theaters Sondheim loved and transformed.
I wanted to tell stories and write songs and make people laugh, cry, and have a good time and buy tickets.
And they did.
Spend a weekend in the country.
To a little night music.
And thank you for the present, but what's wrong with it?
Folly, Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, and Sunday in the Park with George.
Look at all the things you've done for me.
Actress Bernadette Peters thanking Sondheim for all the gifts he gave the world. Sentiments echoed by Paul McCartney, Hugh Jackman, Mel Brooks, and Barbra Streisand.
The toast to that invincible bunch.
Christine Baranski, who with Meryl Streep and Audra McDonald sang for Sondheim's 90th birthday.
Let's hear it for the ladies who lunch.
Told Variety, we all feel like orphans. Until the end, he was theater's biggest fan, attending revivals of his Assassins and Company. Portrayed on the big screen by Bradley Whitford in Tick, Tick, Boom.
John, Steve Sondheim here.
It is Sondheim himself on Jonathan Larson's voicemail.
He said it's first-rate work and has a future. And so do you.
Encouragement, director Miranda said Sondheim gave generations of writers, repaying the debt to his mentor, legendary Broadway lyricist Oscar Hammerstein II. He pushed a then 25-year-old Sondheim to write the lyrics for West Side Story. Now Steven Spielberg's remade that movie. But it is in the theater, in that alchemy between actor and audience, where Sondheim will live forever.
I'd like to be remembered for the shows, that the shows will still be entertaining 100 years from now, that they'll still have something to say.
At 91, Sondheim was still working, writing a new musical. And despite all the awards, the retrospectives, and celebrations of his work, Sondheim always felt he had more to write, more to say. And how lucky we all were to hear it.
Oh, absolutely. What a great look back. Oh, my goodness. And all, just so much.
I know. It's when you think, I mean, West Side Story came out in 1957. It's 2021. And he wrote all that time and wrote some of the greatest songs you'll ever hear.
Yeah, we are indebted. This shower singer will be paying tribute today as well. Thanks,
Excellent. All right, Ann, thanks so much.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, variant of concern. The World Health Organization warning today the Omicron variant poses a very high global risk. The new travel restrictions in effect and what major vaccine manufacturers are now saying about plans to battle this new strain.
Ready, set, click. The holiday shopping season in full swing for Cyber Monday. Retailers expecting billions of dollars in sales today alone. The biggest deals you can expect when you log on.
Plus, record-breaking. The post-Thanksgiving holiday rush putting millions of Americans on the move. The new travel numbers out today and what it all means for the rest of this holiday travel season.
And loss of a legend. He wrote some of Broadway's biggest musicals. A look back at the life and legacy of Stephen Sondheim, the man who forever changed American musical theater. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. We really appreciate you joining us this hour. We begin right now with growing concern about that new COVID variant. Omicron cases have been detected in North America. The U.S. is now restricting travel from 8 African nations, including South Africa, because of that new variant. Right now, this impacts non-citizens, and some other countries, however, are taking some more extreme steps.
Now, these new concerns come as the U.S. is seeing a downward trend in new COVID cases. Remember, we're coming off a holiday weekend. In the past, we've seen upticks in the days that followed.
We have a team of correspondents right now covering the big story from every single angle at this hour. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. Antonia, it's great to have you with us. I know you're there live in Massachusetts, where there really are already concerns about this uptick in COVID cases. So can you just start with this new variant for us, Antonia? I mean, what do we know about where the cases stand right now? And really, what are health officials saying about it?
Hey, Morgan. Look, what we're seeing is globally these cases ticking up. 2 new cases in England, 6 new cases in Scotland, and 2 new cases in neighboring Canada. So for officials globally, but also here in the U.S., what they're looking at is really the inevitability of Omicron eventually reaching us. And the major questions that they have right now, with so much still unknown, is transmissibility and then also how severe of disease Omicron can cause. And that's critical as we're looking at health systems around the United States that are still majorly strained. mind, like ones right near me right now. That question of how sick will people become, what kind of effect could this have on hospitalizations is really going to be a central one. There's still so much that we don't know, but officials are going to be watching this in the U.S. very closely. Take a listen to Dr. Anthony Fauci talking to our team on Meet the Press just yesterday.
When you look in South Africa, you were having a low level of infection, and then all of a sudden there was this big spike. And when the South Africans looked at it, they said, oh my goodness, this is a different virus than we've been dealing with.
Yeah.
So it clearly is giving indication that it has the capability of transmitting rapidly. That's the thing that's causing us now to be concerned, but also to put the pressure on ourselves now to do something about our preparation for this.
In terms of preparation, New York City has already announced a state of emergency, which is going to allow hospital systems there to already start canceling or postponing elective or non-emergency procedures in order to brace for all of this. And here in Massachusetts, they haven't declared that state of emergency, but some hospital systems are already delaying some procedures. And mind you, some of these are still important procedures like hip replacements. And they're bracing and watching very closely too, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Antonia Hilton there for us in Massachusetts. Antonia, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Luvanga in Rome for us now. He's covering those new travel restrictions that just took effect today. Claudio, talk to us a little bit more about the countries that the U.S. is banning from traveling into this country right now.
Hey, Aaron, among those countries, of course, there is South Africa, which is the country where the Omicron variant was first detected last week. On top of that, there's another 7 countries in the southern continent, the southern Africa, where the virus is, well, the variant is already known to have spread. But the U.S. is not the first and certainly not the only country that has put those countries on the blacklist of flights that are banned right now, that will not go into those countries, because several countries, including Italy, where I am, have done that even before the U.S. The reason they've done that is that the WHO has catalogued that variant as a variant of concern. And even though the WHO hasn't confirmed yet, because it will take weeks to analyze the variant, that that variant is more contagious than, say, the Delta variant, which is the most contagious that we've known so far, and that it is more dangerous, well, certainly countries, including the U.S., are not taking any risks right now. Aaron?
Claudio, obviously these restrictions are coming up in different countries around the world right now, but what are we hearing around the conversation around this issue from other world leaders about the travel ban here or travel bans in other places?
Well, as you may expect, the leaders of countries that have been affected by this ban have reacted angrily, if not, they've been disappointed, if not angry, about the ban. The most outspoken of those leaders is, of course, the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, who said that he regretted the decision by so many countries across the world to ban flights from his country and his sister African countries, he called them, before the variant is analyzed. But let's take a listen.
These restrictions are completely unjustified and unfairly discriminate against our country and our Southern African sister countries. The prohibition of travel is not informed by science, nor will it be effective in preventing the spread of this variant.
Well, the president of South Africa wasn't venting his frustration only to Western countries, as you may expect. He was actually very disappointed that in the list of countries that have banned flights from South Africa, and those other 7 countries, are also other African countries. And the reason why he's particularly upset, he said, is that among those countries that have banned flights right now are also countries where South Africa has sent vaccines to, which has opened up to a very interesting debate, which is we should really, critics have said, this should teach us a lesson that we should make vaccine distribution more equitable, and we send it over to third world countries, because scientists agree that new variants are found where the vaccination rate is low. Aaron.
All right, Claudio Luvanga for us in Rome today. Claudio, thanks.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, let's just, start with the most simplistic element that we all need to understand as viewers. What do we know and what do we not know about this new variant?
So, Morgan, what we know right now is really just an analysis of the genetics of the variant. We don't know whether any of these mutations that are certainly mutations of concern truly translate into those worst case scenario outcomes, such as increased transmissibility or evasion of the immune response that's elicited either by natural infection or by vaccination. You know, the thing that was most alarming to the scientists, Morgan, was not the presence themselves of mutations. We know that the virus mutates, but rather the profile, the amount, the combination of the mutations that are very, very strategically placed on that spike protein, especially where the virus attaches to the human cell, that has really caused, this significant concern for the last number of days.
And I guess the biggest question, especially I know what I had this morning when I was thinking and reading more about this news, is how effective are the vaccines against this variant? And does it matter if you've had your typical 2 doses or already had your booster dose when it comes to battling this new Omicron?
Right. Of course, that's the question that we all want to know. How well protected are we? And the short answer is that we don't know yet, and we should know within the next week or two. Scientists around the world are obviously urgently studying this matter. They're taking, blood from individuals who've recovered from COVID-19 as well as who have been vaccinated, and they're exposing it to the variant, and they are seeing what kind of neutralizing antibodies are elicited. What I will say to folks is this, that just in case anyone is thinking, maybe I'll consider waiting for a variant-specific booster that Pfizer has promised could be available within 100 days, the recommendation is absolutely not to wait, Morgan. Certainly, if you've not been vaccinated, you should get your primary series. And if you haven't yet been boosted, please get your booster shot. Even if there is a bit of a mismatch between the vaccine and the variant, the overwhelming, consideration or understanding is that the more antibodies you have, regardless of the fact if there is a variant, that you will likely still retain a decent amount of protection against infection. And remember, those antibodies aren't the whole story, Morgan. We've talked a lot about it on this show and others, that there are other arms of the immune system, the B cells, the T cells, which are there from vaccination, which are there to protect you against severe disease.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar for us there. Dr. Natalie, as always, thank you so much.
Well, after below average turnout in brick and mortar stores on Black Friday, businesses are hoping for a record-setting day of online sales for Cyber Monday. All the orders made today will also be a critical test of our supply chain and shipping infrastructure, which have been strained through the entire epidemic. Here's NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent.
Aaron, Morgan, we're here at the busiest Amazon air hub in the country. These planes are taking packages, more than 500,000 every single day, and transporting them all around the country, giving Amazon a distinct advantage in this ongoing supply chain crisis. This comes as Black Friday came in lackluster in terms of in-person shopping at stores, putting a lot more pressure on this Cyber Monday.
Cyber Monday is upon us, and today is expected to break records with around $11 billion set to be shelled out online as retailers drop digital deals on big wish list items, all in the hopes of bouncing back after a dismal Black Friday turnout.
It's emptier than I expected it to be.
With smaller discounts on fewer items, this year's foot traffic failed to reach pre-pandemic numbers. And in a Black Friday first, shoppers actually spent less money online compared to last year. The sales slump comes after a slew of smash-and-grab robberies hitting high-end and big-box retailers across the country. In Los Angeles, a string of heists put police on tactical alert.
I haven't been coming out as often to this area just because I know stores have been getting hit.
Outside of concerns over shopping safety, industry insiders say discounts posted in the days and weeks before Black Friday had consumers checking off their gift lists earlier than ever. One survey found almost 2/3 of people started their holiday shopping before Thanksgiving.
I started my holiday shopping back in July.
Today's deepest discounts will be on clothes, toys, and electronics, but the online shopping surge may trigger Christmas chaos with delivery delays and a backlog of orders because the supply chain is in crisis. And with shipping containers backed up in ports, some big names like Gap and Target are now flying in products from overseas factories to meet holiday demand. Meanwhile, from the air to the ground, it's a mad dash to dodge delays and get those gifts out the door. The best advice for those with a must-have item on their list: buy now before it's too late.
This plane right behind me is headed for Miami, Florida. And if you're worried about how long it is going to take for your packages to get to you, I just spoke to the Amazon Consumer CEO. He says that he is confident that everything will arrive on time. But there are deadlines, of course. If you're shipping USPS ground, that first deadline in time for Christmas is December 15th, just a couple weeks away, guys.
The investigation into the January 6th riot is back in the spotlight on Capitol Hill today. A witness for the January 6th Select Committee, a group of lawmakers handling that investigation, is set to appear for a deposition. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, first up, what are lawmakers really hoping to learn from today's deposition? What is the goal?
Morgan, the person is Kenneth Klukowski. He's a former counsel to the DOJ, worked for Jeffrey Clark, who is a high-profile target of this investigation because he is understood to have involved the DOJ or tried to involve the DOJ to get states like Georgia to not certify the result of the 2020 election on the basis of fabricated claims about voter fraud. Klukowski is a counsel who the committee alleges worked with Jeffrey Clark to try to get the DOJ to send a letter to states like Georgia, which ultimately did not happen. So they want to hear from him. They've subpoenaed him earlier this month, along with several other individuals who are close to former President Trump. And the deposition for him is today. We'll see if he shows up. We'll see what he says.
And Sahil, there's also news out today about the committee involving former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. What specifically is that about?
It's coming up on decision time for the January 6th committee to figure out what to do about Mark Meadows. He was scheduled to appear for a deposition and testify several weeks ago. He was a no-show for that, and the committee has not yet decided whether to punish him with criminal contempt referrals the way they did for Steve Bannon, the former advisor to President Trump. The reason for that is that if they do pursue criminal contempt charges and ask the DOJ to prosecute him, it doesn't necessarily compel him to testify. And he's a very important figure in this investigation because he was the then chief of staff to Donald Trump on the day of January 6th. He knew all his whereabouts. He has information that's directly related to this. So they want him to testify. They've decided to give him another chance to testify. But at some point, they're going to have to make a decision if he doesn't. Adam Schiff, one of the members of this committee, spoke about this. Let's play what he had to say.
I can't go into, what communications that we're having or haven't had with particular witnesses, but we are moving with alacrity with anyone who obstructs the committee. And that was certainly the case with Mr. Bannon. It will be the case with Mr. Meadows, Mr. Clark, or any others.
And that confirms what I've heard from other sources, which is that the committee is seriously considering criminal contempt charges, at least a referral to the DOJ on Mark Meadows. Morgan.
And so there's also news out today about this committee, and after that we understood, and Mark Meadows, and now we understand there's more that the Capitol Hill is grappling with as you all continue your day. Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Opening statements begin today in the highly anticipated trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. The former British socialite is accused of helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and abuse underage girls. Maxwell has denied those charges. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
Hey there, Aaron and Morgan. There was a bit of clerical stuff that had to happen with this jury this morning, but then opening statements kicked off. It has been more than 2 years since Jeffrey Epstein took his own life in a Manhattan jail cell facing sex trafficking charges. And while it is Ghislaine Maxwell in this courtroom for many of Epstein's accusers, this will feel like the trial he never had. Ghislaine Maxwell, the once wealthy, jet-setting companion of Jeffrey Epstein, will now be tried as his conspirator in an alleged scheme to recruit 4 underage girls for sex.
Have a look at what's happening for the first time in history.
The 6 criminal counts Maxwell faces are focused on a decade-long period between 1994 and 2004, when prosecutors say Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Epstein's abuse of minors by helping him recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims. In some cases, Maxwell allegedly was present for and participated in the sexual abuse of minor victims, according to the indictment. And prosecutors say the scheme involved getting the alleged victims to travel to Maxwell's personal residence in London and Epstein's residences in New York City, Florida, and New Mexico. Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all counts. The 4 unidentified victims named in the indictment are expected to testify. 2 of them were just 14 years old when they allegedly met Maxwell, according to prosecutors. In recent years, several women have shared their stories publicly. In 2019, one of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, told Savannah what she witnessed when Maxwell allegedly brought her to Epstein's Palm Beach home.
So I follow Keelan up the stairs, through Jeffrey's bedroom and into a bathroom, and there's this man laying naked on a green massage table in the middle of the room.
That same year, Jennifer Arose told Savannah she was just 15 when she was raped by Epstein.
Did Jeffrey Epstein rape you?
Yeah, no, he raped me. Forcefully raped me, but knew exactly what he was doing. What hurts even more so is that if I wasn't afraid to come forward sooner, then maybe he wouldn't have done it to other girls.
Arose has separately sued Maxwell, claiming she facilitated her alleged abuse. She is not expected to testify during the trial.
Maxwell has denied any of those allegations in that lawsuit. In this case, if she's found guilty, she faces up to 70 years behind bars. Aaron and Morgan, back to you guys.
Meanwhile, we're following breaking news this hour. Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey has announced he's stepping down. The markets are already responding to the news. So let's go ahead and bring in CNBC tech reporter Mackenzie Sigalos for the latest. Mackenzie, what do we know about, why Dorsey is stepping down right now? Do we know who will replace him? And can you talk to us a little bit about how the market is specifically responding to this news?
So we know who's replacing him. It's the CTO of the company who's been there for a decade. In terms of why Jack Dorsey is taking this step now, Morgan, he's been balancing 2 big jobs the last few years. He was serving as CEO of both Twitter and the digital payments company Square. In a statement put out by Twitter this morning, Dorsey was quoted as saying that he had decided to leave Twitter because he believed the company is, quote, ready to move on from the company's founders, but he didn't provide any additional detail on why he decided to resign. Now, there are a couple of things that could be happening here. It's not the first time that there's been talk of Dorsey leaving Twitter. Last year, he faced an ousting when Twitter stakeholder Elliott Management tried to replace him. Others have speculated it has to do with Dorsey's desire to focus more attention on what's happening at Square. He's been pushing a lot of crypto-focused projects this year, including potentially getting into mining, and he himself is a big believer in Bitcoin. Now, as for the market reaction, Twitter stock was up on the news before trading was halted due to news pending. Shares jumped about 10% this morning, and they're up about 5% this hour. Morgan?
Mackenzie, there's also some pretty high expectations for Dorsey's replacement, as you just noted. Can you talk to us about what some of those expectations are and really the company's plan now moving forward?
Yeah, so the incoming CEO will have to meet some pretty aggressive internal goals. Twitter said earlier this year that it aims to have 315 million monetizable daily active users by the end of 2023. And yeah, that's a pretty ambitious goal. And it also wants to at least double its annual revenue in that year. But the good news is that Agarwal, so that former CTO who's now becoming the CEO, knows his way around the company. He's been there for more than a decade. He's been CTO since 2017, where he ran strategy involving AI and machine learning. Dorsey also backed him in that official statement this morning, said that his trust in him is deep and that his work has been transformative for Twitter so far.
All right, CNBC's Mackenzie Sigalos for us there. Mackenzie, thank you.
Well, it could be considered a dress rehearsal for a busier Christmas travel week.
That's right. Coming up, how the nation's airlines and airports are handling the post-Thanksgiving holiday rush. Don't go anywhere.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Well, millions of Americans are now on the move, headed home for the post-Thanksgiving travel rush. The holiday weekend was the busiest travel season we've seen in 2 years.
That's right. In fact, on Sunday alone, the TSA screened nearly 2.5 million people. That marks a new pandemic high. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, hey, Aaron and Morgan, good day. The airlines were under tremendous pressure going into this Thanksgiving stretch after American, Southwest, and Spirit all suffered operational meltdowns in the previous months, mass cancellations across the board. However, today, very few cancellations, very few over the entire 10-day stretch of Thanksgiving travel, most people getting to their destinations on time.
The Thanksgiving 2021 travel rush now in the rearview mirror, with airlines celebrating their heaviest passenger loads in 2 years. On Sunday, the biggest travel day yet. The TSA estimating 2.4 million flyers took to the skies.
When you haven't seen family in 2 years, sometimes you mask up and do what you got to do.
Over the entire Thanksgiving travel period, an average of 2 million passengers and more traveled each day, the most since 2019. To avoid a repeat of the mass cancellations that began over the summer and extended into October, airlines streamlined operations and staffed up. Air travelers and road warriors also benefited from blue skies and clear weather across most of the country. Though on Sunday, rain showers in the northwest and snow flurries in the northeast delayed some flights, while traffic volume slowed travelers at critical airports in Florida, including Tampa, Orlando, and Palm Beach.
Here at Denver International Airport, the nation's third busiest, passenger traffic is surging. 69 million passengers in 2019, 80 million expected in 2025.
Denver, a key hub for United and Southwest, operates 6 runways, critical to remaining open during any looming snowstorms this coming winter.
Having the flexibility to keep runways clean, keep the airport open and moving through, and keeping planes de-iced is really key to making sure that all of our flights are operating as on time as possible.
Looking forward to the Christmas holidays, travel experts advise booking now and pad your itinerary with plenty of time.
There are just so many people traveling. Planes are going to be packed, airports packed. You should leave early, build in some buffer time. I don't recommend 45-minute connections these days, because then you're just asking for things to go wrong.
The airline's very closely watching this new Omicron variant for COVID. Over the summer, we saw that the Delta variant suddenly kind of depressed air travel numbers. The concern is that could happen again going into the coming weeks and months. At the moment, though, that's not happening. Strong passenger bookings all the way through December. Aaron and Morgan, back to you guys.
Former President Donald Trump is reportedly igniting a GOP civil war in a critical and crucial battleground state.
Still ahead, why he's pitting some Republicans against each other ahead of his possible 2024 re-election bid. Stay with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a raging wildfire in North Carolina has burned more than 300 acres. 6 fire departments responded to the initial call on Pilot Mountain Saturday night. Strong winds and dry conditions have made containing that fire difficult. Now there's an outdoor burning ban in nearby counties. Customs officials trying to figure out how a stowaway got from Guatemala to Miami in a plane's landing gear. A 26-year-old man was taken into custody on Saturday morning. He apparently made that 2.5-hour trip in a wheel well. Customs officers took him to the hospital for evaluation. It's unclear whether he'll face any charges. And an overdue book is finally returned to an Idaho library, and it only took a century to happen. The Boise Public Library said the book was checked out in 1910 and just vanished. It was anonymously returned earlier this month, and with a fine of 2 cents per day for 111 years, somebody would have been looking at an $800 fine here. Library, fortunately, though, is now fine-free. The book apparently is in good condition, as you can see it right there, but they took it out of circulation just to be safe. It's an old book.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, Republicans are seizing on inflation as a centerpiece of their campaign to take back control of Congress next fall. They're looking to pin the blame for rising prices on President Biden and his allies in Congress. But what exactly would they do about it? NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with more. Mark, talk to us a little bit more about the GOP playbook for these midterms. I mean, how are Republicans really looking to counter President Biden and his agenda?
Yeah, Morgan, the GOP playbook for the midterms is pretty simple. And anything that you think is going wrong, try to pin that blame on the Biden administration and on the Democrats that are in control of Congress. And there's a ton of really good economic information that's out there. And whether it's an unemployment rate at 4.6% or job creation, more than 500,000 jobs created in the past month. But Morgan, Republicans are seizing on inflation because you want to seize on any piece of bad news that's out there. And the public actually is listening to that. You know, our own poll shows that more than 70% of Americans think the country is heading in the wrong direction despite those kind of economic statistics. And so you're seeing Republicans really lean into any kind of bad thing that's going on, which is the standard playbook for any party that's out of power.
But I really want to talk about the solution here, because the social safety net bill is a Republican sticking point simply because of its price tag. But is there any indication that actually blocking that legislation would have an impact on inflation?
Yeah, Morgan, many economists actually say that the Build Back Better social safety net legislation doesn't really have an impact on inflation or would increase it going in the future. Number one, the Build Back Better legislation is spaced over 10 years. And of course, you know, so many of the programs, and whether it being universal pre-K or childcare, is really spaced out over a 10-year period. The other part is that the legislation is paid for, or at least mostly paid for, by increased taxes on the wealthy. Now, what economists do think that actually had an inflationary impact was the COVID recovery bill that President Biden signed into law at the very beginning of his administration, $1.9 trillion of money, which was not paid for, as well as the other stimulus that came when Donald Trump was president.
I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out here, Mark, is sort of what is the solution? What is the answer, the Republican answer to this? Because we understand that typically when it comes to, you know, the midterms, the strategy for a challenger is often to run against an incumbent politician or really to run against an issue. Like, for example, we saw with critical race theory and the governor's race in Virginia. So when it comes to inflation, what is it Republicans are saying they would actually do or do differently to decrease inflation?
Yeah, and Morgan, Republicans don't have an actual concrete plan yet. And usually you can expect as we get closer to the midterms, we're still 11 months out, to basically kind of get those party manifestos on what they would do if they end up seizing power. But some of the ideas, according to reporting from my colleagues Alan Smith as well as Sahil Kapoor, are to be able to increase domestic energy production, a lot more natural gas, a lot more oil, to basically try to bring down gasoline prices. One other idea that Republicans have talked about is ending any kind of vaccine or other kind of COVID-related mandates, although it's unclear how that would actually impact inflation. But clearly what Republicans just want to do is look at the bad news that's out there, ignore the good news, and say, hey, we could actually do better, even if we don't have concrete plans about it just yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear how that connection plays out between ending mandates and decreasing inflation. I will certainly be coming back to you, Mark Murray, to help us understand it and unpack it all. We appreciate it, Mark. Thanks.
Former President Donald Trump has not given up his false claim that the 2020 election was stolen. He's now endorsing candidates for state legislature in Michigan who have made investigating last year's vote a key part of their platforms. NBC News political writer Ben Camisar joins us now with more on this. Ben, can you explain a little bit why Trump is going so far down the ballot to endorse in these state races?
Yeah, so it's really a multi-pronged approach here. My colleagues, Alan Smith and Henry Gomez, laid it out pretty well on a story at NBCNews.com. You know, President Trump has two main goals here. He wants to remake the party in his image and reward his political allies. It's the first goal. The second goal, though, he wants to install these friendly lawmakers, or help install these friendly lawmakers in key offices in state governments across the country, in places, you know, hoping that if he comes into a situation again like he was in 2024, all of a sudden he has more allies in these key state positions who can help him and are more sympathetic to his claims, which have been widely debunked, of electoral fraud. I mean, remember what happened in states like Georgia, where the Republican Secretary of State really pushed back on Trump's urges to undercut the election there. So one big question heading into 2024 is if we have a similar election like we did in 2020 and Trump is involved and Trump claims again widespread fraud, what will those folks in power do?
And so I want to ask you about 2024 in a second here, but first I'm curious about how common or uncommon is it for a former president to endorse races that are these state races that are so far down the ballot?
It happens. I mean, you've seen former President Obama endorsing in down ballot races, other key national figures, folks who have been in office, out of office, et cetera, because for similar reasons, maybe not as potentially nefarious. But, first of all, these local races, these down ballot races don't really get as much money. They don't really get as much notoriety. So as some of the bigger races on the ballot. So if you're, former President Obama, former President Trump, anyone who had previously been in a high position, who commands a loyal following, who can direct a lot of money, a lot of publicity, it's a good way to help cement your legacy as a political figure, and also a good way to make sure that the folks that are left in office, running for office, are folks that agree with you and that are aligned with your views.
So to the point you made earlier, and I think a lot of people are asking the question here, would the former President Trump, do this if he were not strongly considering a run for office in 2024?
Yeah, I'd say yes and no. I mean, because again, this serves really two key purposes. There's the 2024 election aspect of trying to get your allies in these key positions, folks who are sympathetic to these claims that Trump had made in 2020, similar claims he could make in 2024, and potentially if the situation presents itself again and there are more allies in these state legislatures or in the Secretary of State positions, et cetera, things may go differently. So there is the 2024 aspect of that, which is certainly important. But the other thing is Trump has waged a war with the Republican Party for years, and it's very clear he won that war. The Republican Party is remade in the image of Donald Trump. But if Donald Trump is, he chooses not to run in 24 or he loses in 2024, the question is, how do you keep that image, the Trump image, moving forward in the party? It's by getting a lot of your allies into these key positions so they can outlast and they can serve as the Trump legacy, even if he doesn't run in 24.
All right, Ben Camisar for us today. Ben, thank you. Appreciate it.
All eyes are on the Supreme Court as it's set to take up the case of Mississippi's abortion ban this week. The high court's ruling could deal a final blow to Roe v. Wade and federal abortion rights, or the court could cement the constitutional right to an abortion. NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins joins us now. Chloe, great to have you with us. First off, can you just walk us through this case for Mississippi? I mean, what are the justices looking at and looking for in this particular case?
That's right, Morgan. This case challenges a Mississippi law that bans abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. And this ban is a direct violation of Roe v. Wade, which decided the right to an abortion before viability, which typically takes place between 24 and 26 weeks. And with the Supreme Court taking up this case, it's really seen as a boost to abortion opponents who hope that this newly conservative court will be more receptive to restrictions, Morgan.
Which I guess the bigger question here, Chloe, is why could this be the case that decides the fate of abortion rights across the country?
Yeah, so even if the Supreme Court doesn't overturn Roe v. Wade, it could potentially allow states to regulate the procedure more freely, making, abortion largely inaccessible in the South. So if Roe v. Wade is weakened or overturned, almost half of the states in the U.S. could restrict abortion out of access. And as a result, we would see patients not only from Mississippi, but large swaths of the South traveling out of state if they can to get an abortion in states like D.C., Illinois, and New York.
All right. NBC's Chloe Atkins for us there. Chloe, thank you.
Thank you.
From the new COVID variant to the upcoming Supreme Court hearing over Mississippi's abortion law Chloe just talked about, Meet the Press tackled those topics and more over the weekend. Here's Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd.
Well, good morning, Savannah and Lindsay. On this week's Meet the Press, a new coronavirus variant as cases are spiking across the country. I spoke with Dr. Anthony Fauci about why they're so concerned about this variant, more so than the last couple. Plus, the Supreme Court hears arguments this week on Mississippi's law that bars most abortions after 15 weeks. Spoke with the Mississippi governor, Tate Reeves, about why he'd like to see that law end up overturning Roe v. Wade. Then there's my exclusive interview with Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Michael Cohen. Here are some of the most important answers from Meet the Press Compressed. What makes Omicron so concerning to you?
The profile of the mutations strongly suggests that it's going to have an advantage in transmissibility and that it might evade immune protection that you would get, for example, from a monoclonal antibody or from the convalescent serum after a person's been infected, and possibly even against some of the vaccine-induced antibodies. So it's not necessarily that that's going to happen, but it's a strong indication that we really need to be prepared for that.
Why should the state of Mississippi tell a woman what they should do with their body? Why shouldn't they have that individual freedom on their body, particularly in the first 20 weeks?
Well, this is a prime example, and the far left loves to scream, "My body, my choice." And what I would submit to you, Chuck, is they absolutely ignore the fact that in getting an abortion, there is an actual killing of an innocent unborn child that is in that womb. Here's what we know about babies that are 15 weeks. We know that they have a heartbeat. We know that those babies at 15 weeks actually can open and close their hands. We know that they have developing lungs. And we know that those babies at 15 weeks can feel pain. And so when you talk, the difference between vaccine mandates and abortions is vaccines allow you to protect yourself. Abortions actually go in and kill other American babies. And let's just put this in perspective.
Governor, hang on a minute. A vaccine is about protecting a larger community. A vaccine is about preventing spread. You could argue a vaccine mandate is a pro-life position.
You could certainly argue that, Chuck, but even if you listen to Dr. Fauci's interview with you earlier today, he made it very clear that the vaccine may not keep you from getting the virus. It may not keep you from spreading the virus, but it can keep you from ending up in the hospital. That's what's been proven during this Delta surge that we've seen in America, is that the virus is continuing to being spread even amongst those who are vaccinated. Conversely, when you're talking about the pro-life position of protecting unborn babies, let's put it also in perspective. The fact is that during this very horrible and challenging time since I was sworn into office in January of 2020, Chuck, we've had 800,000 American lives lost because of COVID. And my heart aches for every single one of those individuals that has died because of COVID. And over 10,000 Mississippians. My heart breaks for every single one of them. But since Roe was enacted, 62 million American babies have been aborted and have therefore been killed. And that's why I think it's very important that people like myself and others across this country stand up for those unborn children, because they don't have the ability to stand up for themselves.
Should we expect to see actual indictments before the new year?
You know, I generally try not to talk about the DA, which is now also includes the Attorney General's civil case in the same exact matter. So I really try not to talk about it because it's their investigation, nor do I want to tip off Trump or the Trump organization's people about what is actually happening. So, you know, I would rather just not answer that specific question, other than to say that you can bet your bottom dollar that Allen Weisselberg is not, and I truly say, I mean this, Allen Weisselberg is not the key to this. They are going after Donald, they're going after Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, they're a whole slew of individuals, family as well.
Chuck Todd reporting there. Both sides are back at the bargaining table again.
That's right. Up next, what's at stake and how high-profile nuclear negotiations between the U.S. and Iran could play out. Stay with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
High-stakes nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran have resumed today in Vienna. Those discussions are happening through intermediaries because Iran has refused to meet directly with Americans. The goal here is to revive the 2015 nuclear deal and bring both sides back into compliance. Sky News correspondent Dominic Waghorn reports now from Vienna.
There's a huge amount at stake in these talks as diplomats reconvene in Vienna. There is the possibility of a nuclear arms race should Iran go nuclear, or even war should Israel decide to bomb Iran if these talks fall apart. They fell apart in June. The attempt was to try and put back together the Iranian nuclear deal that was signed in this building behind me in 2015 after years of grueling diplomacy. The deal was the Iranians would freeze their nuclear program, a program they've always insisted is for civilian purposes, although not many other people believe that. In return for freezing that, the outside world lifted sanctions. But then Donald Trump was elected, he reneged on the deal, and the Iranians went back to enriching uranium and harassing and intimidating international atomic inspectors. They're estimating now to have enough enriched uranium to be able to build the bomb, should they go hell for leather to do so, within either a month to 6 months. So there's a lot at stake here, and I think these talks really are a test of the Iranians' intentions. They desperately need to have sanctions lifted. Their economy's been ravaged by them and by COVID-19. But are they serious about going back to these talks and trying to put this deal back together? The British and the Americans have made it pretty clear if they don't think the Iranians are serious, they are likely to walk away from the talks. Then if you're in Saudi Arabia, you may decide to try and develop a weapon of your own. If you're in Israel, you may decide to bomb Iran. So a huge amount at stake. I have to say, diplomats are pretty gloomy about the prospects, but they are prepared to give it a last go to see if this deal can be revived.
Tensions between the U.S. and Russia are once again taking center stage. Russia's ambassador to the U.S. says more than 24 Russian diplomats are being expelled from the U.S. That, according to a new report out from Reuters. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow.
Morgan, Aaron, thank you. Well, the diplomatic war between Russia and the United States seems to be getting worse with each passing day. Just yesterday, the Russian ambassador to the United States, Anatoly Antonov, said on a Russian talk show that 27 Russian diplomats and their families will be expelled from the United States by the end of January. He also said a further 27 will be expelled by the end of June. And now, this is all part of this ongoing visa war between the U.S. State Department and the Russian Foreign Ministry. And it's been going on for quite a while now. Just to give you a sense of this, 100 Russian diplomats have been expelled from the United States, from their various diplomatic missions in the United States since 2016. This has been, obviously, there have been some consulate closures and so on. And just on the other side, on the U.S. side, around that same time, the U.S. Embassy here in Moscow, at its peak, basically, in 2017, employed about 1,200 people. That's, of course, a mixture between U.S. Foreign Service personnel, some other U.S. agency personnel, but also local employees. And it's actually kind of one of the things that started this. If we rewind the tapes far enough back, we'll find that the Russian government, as part of its general dispute with the U.S. government right now, imposed or put the United States on a list of unfriendly countries, therefore kind of imposing this requirement that all local hires at the U.S. Embassy had to be approved by the Russian government. In practice, this meant hiring no local employees. So they're down to 120 people in the U.S. Embassy in Moscow right now, and basically the State Department is warning at this point the situation has gotten so bad there that they might have to cease essentially most of their operations sometime next year. Back to you guys.
Stephen Sondheim, Forever Change Musical Theater.
After the break, how fans around the world are remembering the legendary lyricist and composer behind some of the greatest musicals in history. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Former U.S. Representative Carrie Meek died over the weekend. Meek, the granddaughter of a slave and the daughter of sharecroppers, dedicated her life to education and to public service. In 1992, at the age of 66, she became one of the first African Americans elected to Congress from Florida in nearly 100 years. A champion for affirmative action and economic equality, Meeks served 6 terms in Congress. She was 95 years old.
The fashion world is also mourning a loss today. Fashion designer Virgil Abloh died over the weekend at the age of 41. Between his personal label Off-White and his role as creative director for Kanye West, his influence spanned fashion, product design, and music. In 2018, he became the first Black artistic director of Louis Vuitton. He died from an aggressive form of heart cancer. We are also remembering the life of a man described by some as a titan of American musical theater.
Stephen Sondheim, the legendary Broadway composer and lyricist, died on Friday. He was 91 years old, and as you can see here, over the weekend, Broadway stars flocked to Times Square to honor his life. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan. Stephen Sondheim wrote about life as it was, not how he wanted it to be, and in doing so changed American musical theater, creating a songbook of music and words lauded by stars and shower singers.
For Broadway, the best way to celebrate Stephen Sondheim was to sing. Lin-Manuel Miranda among the voices in New York's Times Square. Near the theaters Sondheim loved and transformed.
I wanted to tell stories and write songs and make people laugh, cry, and have a good time and buy tickets.
And they did. Spend a weekend in the country. To a little night music.
And thank you for the present, but what's wrong with it?
Follies, Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, and Sunday in the Park with George.
Look at all the things you've done for me.
Actress Bernadette Peters thanking Sondheim for all the gifts he gave the world. Sentiments echoed by Paul McCartney, Hugh Jackman, Mel Brooks, and Barbra Streisand.
The toast to that invincible bunch.
Christine Baranski, who with Meryl Streep and Audra McDonald sang for Sondheim's 90th birthday.
Let's hear it for the ladies who lunch.
Told Variety, we all feel like orphans. Until the end, he was theater's biggest fan, attending revivals of his Assassins and Company. Portrayed on the big screen by Bradley Whitford in Tick, Tick, Boom.
John, Steve Sondheim here.
It is Sondheim himself on Jonathan Larson's voicemail.
That it's first-rate work and has a future, and so do you.
Encouragement, director Miranda said Sondheim gave generations of writers, repaying the debt to his mentor, legendary Broadway lyricist Oscar Hammerstein II. He pushed a then 25-year-old Sondheim to write the lyrics for West Side Story. Now Steven Spielberg's remade that movie. But it is in the theater, in that alchemy between actor and audience, where Sondheim will live forever.
I'd like to be remembered for the shows, that the shows will still be entertaining 100 years from now, that they'll still have something to say.
At 91, Sondheim was still working, writing a new musical. And despite all the awards and celebrations of his work, Sondheim always felt he had more to write and more to say. And Aaron and Morgan, how lucky we were to hear it.
On NBC News now, travel restrictions. The U.S. now limiting travel from South Africa and 7 neighboring countries. Health officials also sounding the alarm about a new COVID variant, the new warning from health officials, and what you need to know.
Social bombshell, Jack Dorsey stepping down as the CEO of Twitter. What we know about the decision and who will replace him.
On trial, jury selection begins today in the case against actor Jussie Smollett, the former Empire star accused of lying to police and reporting a fake, racist, and homophobic attack. What he could face if found guilty.
And Royal Rift, explosive details about the royal family coming out in a brand new book. We'll give you an inside look at the lives of Princess William and Harry and the clash between them.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day. We're coming on the air as President Biden is about to give remarks on the new Omicron COVID variant that is spreading quickly around the world and putting public health officials on high alert. It comes as questions and concerns grow over the new variant's severity, its transmissibility, and whether it is resistant to vaccines. The president now entering the room. He has just completed a meeting with his COVID-19 response team.
Hope you all had a happy Thanksgiving, able to get together with your family and friends. And it was great to see so many families getting together this Thanksgiving after being apart last year. And we have much to be grateful for as a nation. When I was elected, I said I would always be honest with you. So today, I want to take a few moments to talk about the new COVID variant, first identified last week in Southern Africa. It's called the Omicron. It is to their credit, the scientific community in South Africa quickly notified the world of the emergence of this new variant. This kind of transparency is to be encouraged and applauded, because it increases our ability to respond quickly to any new threats. And that's exactly what we did. The very day the World Health Organization identified the new variant, I took immediate steps to restrict travel from countries in Southern Africa. But while we have that travel restrictions can slow the speed of Omicron, it cannot prevent it. But here's what it does. It gives us time. It gives us time to take more actions, to move quicker, to make sure people understand you have to get your vaccine. You have to get the shot. You have to get the booster. The sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We'll have to face this new threat just as we face those that come before it. Today, there are 3 messages about the new variant that I want the American people to hear. First, this variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. We have the best vaccine in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists, and we're learning more every single day. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion. We have more tools today to fight the variant than we've ever had before, from vaccines to boosters to vaccines for children, 5 years and older, and much more. A year ago, America was floundering against the first variant of COVID. We beat that variant significantly, and then we got hit by a far more powerful threat, the Delta variant. But we took action, and now we're seeing deaths from Delta come down. We'll fight and look, we're going to fight and beat this new variant as well. We're learning more about this new variant every single day. And as we learn more, we're going to share that information with the American people candidly and promptly. Second, the best protection, I know you're tired of hearing me say this, the best protection against this new variant or any of the variants out there, the ones we've been dealing with already, is getting fully vaccinated and getting a booster shot. Most Americans are fully vaccinated, but not yet boosted. If you're 18 years or over and got fully vaccinated before June the 1st, go get the booster shot today. They're free, and they're available at 80,000 locations, coast to coast. A fully vaccinated booster person is the most protected against COVID. Do not wait. Go get your booster if it's time for you to do so. And if you are not vaccinated, now's the time to get vaccinated and take your children to be vaccinated. Every child age 5 or older can get safe, effective vaccines now. While it will be a few weeks before we know everything we need to know about how strongly the existing vaccines protect against the new variant, Dr. Fauci is with me today, of our medical team, and believe that the vaccines will continue to provide a degree of protection against severe disease. And as additional protections, please wear your mask when you're indoors, in public settings around other people. It protects you, it protects those around you. Third, in the event, hopefully unlikely, that updated vaccinations or boosters are needed to respond to this new variant, we will accelerate their development and deployment with every available tool. I want to reiterate, Dr. Fauci believes that the current vaccines provide at least some protection against the new variant, and the boosters strengthen that protection significantly. We do not yet believe that additional measures will be needed. But so that we are prepared, if needed, My team is already working with officials at Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson to develop contingency plans for vaccines or boosters if needed. And I will also direct the FDA and the CDC to use the fastest process available without cutting any corners for safety to get such vaccines approved and on the market if needed. And we'll do that the same way any modifications are needed or current treatments need used to help those with who get ill with the COVID virus. Look, I'm sparing no effort and removing all roadblocks to keep the American people safe. All of this is confusing to a lot of people, but if it's confusing to you, let me close with this simple message. If you are vaccinated, but still worried about the new variant, get your booster. If you aren't vaccinated, get that shot. Go get that first shot. My team at the White House will provide me with daily updates this week. And on Thursday, I'll be putting forward a detailed strategy outlining how we're going to fight COVID this winter. Not with shutdowns or lockdowns, but with more widespread vaccinations, boosters, testing, and more. I promised every American that there will always be the latest vaccines available and the booster shots available to them and for free and everywhere available. Every single American, free of charge, and I will keep that commitment. But we need to do more than vaccinate Americans. To beat the pandemic, we have to vaccinate the world as well. And America is leading that effort. We've shipped for free more vaccines to other countries than all other countries in the world combined. Over 275 million vaccines to 110 countries. Now we need the rest of the world to step up as well. Let me be clear. Not a single vaccine shot Americans ever send to the rest of the world will ever come at the expense of any American. I will always make sure that our people are protected first. But vaccinating the world is just one more tool in how we need to meet our moral obligation as Americans and how to best protect Americans as well. The Delta variants and now the Omicron variant all emerged elsewhere in the world. So we can't let up until the world is vaccinated. We're protecting Americans by doing that as well. As we continue this effort, let's remember where we stand. We're in a very different place as we enter the month of December this month compared to where we were last Christmas. Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were vaccinated. This Christmas, the number will be over 71%, including more than 86% of seniors. Last Christmas, our children were at risk without a vaccine. This Christmas, we have safe and effective vaccines for children ages 5 and older, with more than 19 million children and counting now vaccinated. Last year, a majority of schools were closed. This year, 99% of our schools are open. Let me reiterate once more. We also now have booster shots that provide extra protection. They're free and convenient. There is still time to get your first 2 shots or your booster shot or get your children vaccinated before Christmas. All 3 are available and can be done before Christmas. If you and your family are fully vaccinated, you can celebrate the holidays much more safely. And given where we were last year, that's a blessing that none of us should take for granted. We're throwing everything we can at this virus, tracking it from every angle. And that's what we have to keep doing. That's how we reopen our country. That's how we reopen our businesses. That's how we reopen our schools. That's how, even with the pandemic, we've generated a record job creation, a record economic growth in this country. We've moved forward in the face of COVID-19. We have moved forward in the face of the Delta variant. And we move forward now in the face of the Omicron variant as well. So thank you. May God bless our troops. And I hope you all have, I'll be speaking before then, but a Merry Christmas as we approach it. Questions?
Should Americans be worried, sir?
Let me call on Nancy of Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, President Biden. Do you think that other countries will be reluctant to report variants or other strains given the travel ban that you put so quickly on South Africa?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going to happen. And I want to, again, the reason for the immediate travel ban is there were a significant number of cases, unlike any other country, well, there are few around South Africa in the world. We needed time to give people an opportunity to say, get that vaccination now before it heads. It's going to move around the world. I think it's almost inevitable there will be, at some point, that strain here in the United States. But I don't think anyone's going to be reluctant to report. We have also moved to do more. For example, we've provided more vaccines, as I said, than all other countries in the world combined. And we've provided significant vaccines as well to South Africa and that region. Matter of fact, South Africa doesn't need any more vaccine. They're having trouble getting it out into people's arms, and the reluctance is there. But no, I don't think it's going to have that effect.
Mr. President,
Let me call on Alexis. Alexis.
Alex? We've got two Alex.
Alex of Reuters.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. President. I wanted to ask if the U.S. is doing anything to screen international travels for this variant, and what is being done, if anything, internally to see if this variant has already arrived.
Well, there's a lot being done. I'm going to turn to Dr. Fauci to answer the last question about what's being done. Doc?
Thank you, Mr. President. We already have in place when people come into the United States, they have to be tested before they get on, and they have to show vaccination documentation. So even before Omicron came in, we have a situation where we'll be able to test. And talking about testing, fortunately for us, the PCRs that we mostly use would pick up this very unusual variant that has a real large constellation of mutations. Fortunately for us, that the PCRs that we do pick it up.
And we're following extremely closely the medical community, the COVID team, any developments as it relates to how severe it is, how quickly it spreads, how dangerous it is, et cetera. We have more work to do in that area. And Wall Street Journal, Sabrina.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UK, Europe, and a growing number of countries have confirmed cases of Omicron. Are you considering additional travel restrictions on countries where the variant has been detected? And just separately, you urged Americans to wear masks in indoor public spaces, but many states and cities, including Washington, D.C., have lifted mask mandates. So are you calling on state and local officials to reinstate mask mandates?
With regard to the last question, the answer is I encourage everyone to wear a mask when they're indoors in a crowded circumstance like we are right now, and unless you're eating or speaking at a microphone. Secondly, the degree of the spread impacts on whether or not there's a need for any travel restriction. But that's not, I don't anticipate that at this point. And we'll see. We'll see where that works. And so the other Alex doesn't have a heart attack. I want to call on him. Is it
Mr. President, hi. Two female Alexes.
Yeah, no, I'm not an Alex, but I'd love to ask one question. And then the other Alex.
Okay, let me ask the other Alex and then you.
Sure. Mr. President, is this the new normal that Americans should expect, anticipating future potential variants? Should we expect intermittent travel restrictions and potential drops in the stock market going forward? Do you have any words of reassurance that this won't become the new normal? And then for both you and Dr. Fauci said earlier on CBS that lockdowns, shutdowns are off the table for restraining COVID going forward. You said that won't be part of your plan on Thursday. But why is that? Why are you taking that off the table?
Well, to answer your first question first, the answer is I expect this not to be the new normal. I expect the new normal to be everyone ends up getting vaccinated in the booster shot, so we reduce the number of people who aren't protected to such a low degree that we're not seeing the spread of these viruses. Now, we remain to be seen exactly what the elements of this particular strain are, but if they're, as I hope, then it's not going to be fundamentally different than in the past. In terms of, what was the second part of the question?
Are lockdowns off the table?
Yes, for now, yes.
Why is that?
Well, because we're able to, if people are vaccinated and wear their mask, there's no need for the lockdown.
Yes, so,
my last question.
Yes, going on from that question, we've got the Christmas period coming up, huge amount of travel. Would you give any thought to domestic flights requiring test or vaccine before people get on planes the same way as they do for international flights?
Well, at this point, that's not been recommended. I would wait for the scientific community to give me a recommendation on that.
Are travel restrictions too late to be effective, sir, given that Dr. Fauci says this new variant could already be here?
You understand the point of the travel of the restriction, to give us time to get people to get protection, to be vaccinated and get the booster. That's the reason for it. Thank you all so very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm sure I'll see you between now and Christmas, but hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Thanks.
President Biden trying to reassure the American people that the government is on the Omicron variant virus, trying to understand its transmissibility and whether it can evade a vaccine, something the president talked about a lot there. A lot of those questions simply have not been answered. Let's go to NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, the president met with his advisors before coming out and speaking. Did he change any of the trajectory of the story?
We've seen the president have about 4 meetings now since Friday about Omicron, this new variant, and he really delivered what we expected here, sort of an opportunity to reassure the public that this is not to cause panic and that the full resources that he has, the tools of the government, will be used to bring about any new vaccine or booster if that is what science dictates is needed. And he says that his medical team, including Dr. Fauci, believe that the current vaccines available provide at least some protection against this variant. So one of the big questions that remains unanswered at this point, or at least not fully answered, and Dr. Fauci has told the president it could take a couple of weeks of scientific review to know if this new variant is resistant in any way to the current vaccines that have been approved and have been widely available, and if the level of disease that comes from this variant is any more severe. We already know it's more transmissible, but is the resulting COVID illness in any way more severe? More hospitalizations, more deaths? We don't know those answers. So the president was really saying today that this was a chance to speak to the American people, look them in the eye, say that more resources will be available. And the easiest thing for him to do is to say, at 80,000 locations around the country, vaccine is available today for those who have not gotten it at all and for those who are eligible for a booster. And the booster rates are lagging for Americans who already have 2 shots of Pfizer or Moderna or the 1-shot sequence of Johnson & Johnson to get that booster as the best protection against this new variant. Officials do expect this variant will appear and be detected inside the United States. It's already in Canada as a close border. It's in Europe. We know it's in Africa. And the president said he does not anticipate at this time additional travel restrictions, but that would be determined by the prevalence of the variant in other places. And he acknowledges that some of the criticism about the travel restrictions, and there has been plenty of that, he acknowledges that it is not a perfect answer, but it was a way to try to slow things down. In terms of the optics, I don't recall another time where the president has taken questions side by side with Dr. Fauci before. Dr. Fauci has normally been front row and a part of the COVID briefings, which have typically been done separate from President Biden during his nearly 1 year in office. So that was a bit of a change here today. He, of course, is the top medical advisor to the president, met with him in the Oval Office yesterday when the president returned from his Thanksgiving holiday in Nantucket. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you. Joining us now is NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. And Dr. John, the president, as we've heard from some of the experts saying your best protection is to be fully vaccinated with the booster shot. But do we even know that to be true right now based on what we're hearing?
And Lester, there's a lot we don't know about this new variant because this new variant just came on us a week ago. Nobody heard about this 2 weeks ago. And so we know that in some parts of the country it is spreading. What we don't know is what that means. Does that mean more hospitalizations, possibly more deaths? And where's it going to spread from there? One big point that President Biden wanted to make sure he made is that this is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. And what he's doing, these travel restrictions are going to slow it down, but they're not going to stop it from coming here, which is going to give people time to get those protections, including vaccinations. And as he put it, if you're fully vaccinated and fully boosted, then you have the best protection you can right now against all the variants, including this one. And on top of that, he said, let's go to masks again once we're indoors, especially in crowded areas. Even though that's not mandated across the country, he is recommending that, saying this will give us time to get more people vaccinated and to get a better understanding for this vaccine. Because like was mentioned earlier, we don't know a lot about this, but we're going to learn a lot each and every day, and over the next couple weeks we'll get a better idea of what's happening here and what we need to do going forward from here, Lester, to protect not just ourselves but our communities as well.
All right, Dr. Torres, let me bring in NBC News medical contributor and physician Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, back to this issue of what we know and what we don't know in terms of protection. Is it I guess a theory that the disease would be less if you're fully boosted, or is that something that's been proven?
Yeah, Lester, that stands to be proven, but I think the theory behind why a booster is helpful is that a booster primes your own immunity from those original vaccine series, but it also activates your own natural immunity to put out even broader protection. Think of each antibody as a key to the lock of that spike protein of the virus, and a booster creates more keys to try to fit in that lock and basically disable the virus from taking hold. So that has been shown with other boosters and other viral diseases, and we're hoping that that's the case. It'll take a couple of weeks, as you've heard, to get some of the more definitive data on that. But Lester, it's highly implausible that the effectiveness of our vaccines have gone from 93% with a boost down to 0. So that's why I think you're hearing Dr. Fauci emphasize that we'll see some protection. How much is the critical question?
Yeah, and the other question is, have we moved the goalpost here in terms of what fully vaccinated means? Up until recently, it was, you know, if you 2 doses of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines. Is that booster now part of the equation?
Yeah, I do. I think it's going to take a while for the CDC and other advisory committees from the federal government to kind of make that bold statement. But I'll be honest, with my own patient population, and I know many employers are exploring kind of revising their definition of fully immunized to include that booster. Not effective immediately, but I think it just sends the signal, to your point, that this is at least a minimum, a 3-dose vaccine series to stay up to date.
It continues to be a moving target for all of us. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. That concludes our coverage of President Biden's remarks on the Omicron variant. We'll have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt, NBC News, New York. Good day, everyone.
Hi there, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with concerns over that new COVID variant. New cases being reported worldwide now, the latest ones in the UK today. That's one of several nations, including the U.S., with some sort of travel restriction in place.
So in response to all of this, New York City is asking people to put their masks back on indoors. The reissued advisory is for everyone, regardless of vaccination status.
NBC News correspondents are covering the developments from all angles again this hour. Let's begin with NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. And Erica, let's walk through first some of the main concerns right now about this Omicron variant.
Hey, Aaron, good afternoon. So here's what really caught the eye of public health officials worldwide was the big number of mutations in this particular variant. Now, just to back up for a second, you know, scientists are always discovering new mutations in this particular coronavirus, but the sheer number of mutations was what really was concerning. They don't know what all of them mean, but here are the 3 main questions right now. Number one, how transmissible is this new variant? That is it more contagious, perhaps, than the Delta variant? Number 2, how well do our vaccines work against infection and how easily this particular variant spreads? And also, is it more dangerous? That is it making people sicker than what we've seen previously? Now, what we know in South Africa so far is that most of these new cases have appeared to be mild. But we also know that in general, when a new virus is introduced into a community, hospitalizations sort of lag a few weeks after those initial infections. So it's going to be a few more weeks before we really know the answers to all those questions. Aaron?
And we've heard some doctors speculate about the efficacy of some of the vaccines against this new strain, Erica. But what are the vaccine makers saying about the protection that their vaccines give us against Omicron?
Yeah, so Pfizer and Moderna have both said that they are preparing to reformulate their shots just in case it's needed. Both the chief executive officers of those companies were on CNBC this morning to address that very question.
I think there are two key things that we don't know yet, and we're going to find out in the coming weeks. One is the vaccine efficacy. What is the impact of this new variant on the vaccine efficacy? And we should know that in around 2 weeks. The second piece that we don't know, that we need to keep really an open mind, is the virulence of the virus. How much disease of people.
What is the playbook? The playbook is to understand a little bit better, and then within weeks, I think we will know most of the information that needs to be known, but every day you learn more, then to protect and then to treat.
Meanwhile, public health experts say that even if this new variant renders the vaccines we have a little bit less effective, it doesn't make them completely useless. That is, there's no on-off switch for the vaccines. And they continue to encourage, just like you heard President Biden say and the other experts that you've had on the show, they continue to urge vaccines for anyone who has not had the shots and also the boosters for anyone who's had the first series. Aaron?
Something is better than nothing. Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you.
The worldwide reaction to the Omicron COVID variant has been swift. U.S. travel restrictions from 8 African countries begin today. Now, countries in Europe and Asia are closing their borders in hopes of stopping the variant in its tracks. This was the scene at South Africa's Johannesburg airport just over the weekend as people were left stranded there in Gauteng after travel bans went into effect. Let's go to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga, who's in Rome. Claudio, which countries have bans in place right now as we speak?
Hey, Morgan. Well, the first country to receive the ban, of course, is South Africa, where the new variant, the Omicron, was discovered last week. But there is another 7 African countries, all in the southern part of Africa, and they also were included in that list because the variant has spread there also. And the U.S. is certainly not the first nor the only country that has banned flights coming from those countries. Many, tens of countries all across the world, including Italy, where I am, did put those countries on the blacklist in the sense that flights are banned for now for people coming from those countries. And the reason is that the WHO, as we've seen many times over in these shows, that while the scientists are trying to understand this variant better, trying to understand how more transmissible it is compared to, for instance, the Delta variant, whether it is more severe, more dangerous than other variants, well, countries do not want to take any chances, especially after the WHO has said that that one is a variant of concern, but not panic, as the president just said in his speech. But certainly the point here is that countries don't want to take any risks, Morgan.
And Claudia, give us an understanding here. I mean, what about all those people? I'm looking at, images from OR Tambo Airport there in Johannesburg who've been stranded. I mean, what are we hearing from those people?
Well, of course, the people who got stranded are confused, are angry, are disappointed. Many were trying to leave those countries, especially if they don't live in those countries in time before the ban will come into effect into places like the U.S. But let me just remind you that in places like Italy or many, many other countries that have put those the countries on the blacklist later last week, the ban was immediate. So people didn't have time to organize their travel back. So there's a lot of confusion, of course, of people who may be stranded in those countries, as there is also anger by leaders of those countries, especially in South Africa, where the president has expressed regret for the decision by so many countries to put its country and other countries on that ban, on that black list. Let's listen to what he said.
People here have just told us that we can't get on the plane to Amsterdam because they aren't taking us because we're not a member of the EU. So we don't know what we're going to do yet.
After being stranded for 2 years because of COVID, not seeing your family, my parents were deathly ill, you know. So I had to come back when the borders were open to come and see them. And now, you know, only to realize, well, it's happening all over again.
Well, of course, it wasn't the South African president who reacted to the ban, but it was the passengers. But nonetheless, the president of South Africa said that he's angry because the ban was not based, he said, on science-based. It was not science-based, that his country and and South Africa's sister African countries, as he called those other 7 countries, were suffering unfair discrimination, he said. And of course, he hopes that the ban will be lifted soon. Morgan?
And part of that feeling of discrimination isn't just from the president there, Mr. Ramaphosa, but it's also from many South African residents who say, look, this is a country who is on the cutting edge of research because of the fact that they have had to deal with AIDS and tuberculosis. And so their argument is just because we found this virus first, because we had the scientific capacity to do it, doesn't mean that we are more likely to give you the virus or to be a more dangerous country. Just to contextualize some of the feelings of frustration that many South Africans are feeling right now. Claudio Luvanga reporting for us from Rome. Claudio, thank you so much.
Let's turn to the U.S. response here. President Biden just wrapping up a speech, as we noted. NBCNews.com White House reporter Lauren Egan joins us now. She's been listening in. Lauren, what are the key takeaways for you from the president's comments about the Omicron variant?
The president made 3 key points in his speech. First, he said this is a cause for concern, but not panic. While we don't know a whole lot about this variant, he said we are still learning more every day, and he hopes to have a lot more answers on some of these key questions, particularly how effective the vaccines are within the coming weeks. Second, he said get vaccinated, especially get that critical booster shot. He said that while there are a lot of unknowns, what we do know is the best thing you can do to protect yourself from this is to go and get vaccinated if you have not done so yet, and to go and get your booster shot. Lastly, he said that if in the unlikely event there needs to be some sort of new vaccine developed to combat this virus, this new variant of the coronavirus, that his administration would be ready with a plan in place. He said he has talked with pharmaceutical companies and that he would be ready to deploy shots, just as he did when we first got approval for these first vaccines earlier in this year. Take a listen to a little bit of what the president had to say earlier.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. We have the best vaccine in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists, and we're learning more every single day. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion. And we have more tools today to fight the variant than we've ever had before.
Aaron and Morgan, the president did encourage people to continue to wear masks when they go inside to places like grocery stores. That message from him comes as a lot of states and cities have recently lifted their mask mandates, with the president saying that that is another layer of protection that we can employ against this new variant.
All right, Lauren Egan for us covering the White House today. Lauren, thank you. Now to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. The former British socialite accused of helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and abuse underage girls. She has maintained her innocence. The jury is now seated. Opening statements have begun. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter is at the U.S. District Courthouse here in Manhattan. Tom, what are you hearing in the opening statements today?
Well, we would love to hear them, but we haven't had a chance to yet, Aaron. What's occurred here so far is that after the jury was picked and before they were sworn in, a juror came forward and said that they thought they were going to have a financial hardship. So essentially what happened was they said that their employer would only give them 2 weeks of paid leave for jury duty, and then after that they were on unpaid leave. Well, with a 6-week trial, you can imagine 4 weeks of not getting paid could be a hardship for anyone. So right now the judge is actually trying to talk to this juror's employer and ask them whether or not they would be able to extend payment. So that's what's happening at this moment. We expect some sort of resolution shortly, and then we expect to have some sort of a opening statements or perhaps a lunch recess and then opening statements this afternoon. There's another juror who says that their husband sprung a surprise trip on them this morning, which may also conflict with trial. So a couple of logistical issues still to work out. After that, federal prosecutors say they'll take about a half hour or so, maybe 25 minutes for their opening statement. The defense says approximately an hour, maybe a little bit less for theirs. Still think that we might get a witness on the stand here today. Maxwell, of course, facing the 6 charges that you're looking at on screen, including, and a lot of people have said, well, this is about, the tabloids have said Jeffrey Epstein's madam, or what she did to help Jeffrey Epstein recruit these underage girls. It's also her own abuse that is on trial here as well, Aaron.
All right, Tom Winter for us outside the U.S. District Courthouse here in Manhattan. Tom, thank you.
Let's turn to another story that captured the nation. Actor Jussie Smollett is on trial today, nearly 3 years after he said he was the victim of a hate crime committed by Trump supporters. But he is now accused of lying and staging the entire thing. Smollett potentially faces time in prison and has pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now live from Chicago. Hi there, Megan.
Hi, Morgan. You know, this trial is just the latest chapter in a strange saga. While the Empire Star says that he is not guilty and that he was the victim of this attack, as scrutiny goes on to his story, it started to fall apart.
This was actor Jussie Smollett in 2019, celebrating after prosecutors made the controversial decision to drop criminal charges against him, instead ordering him to perform community service.
I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one.
That agreement later overruled after a special prosecutor reinvestigated the case and found abuse of discretion and operational failures by the Cook County State's attorney. In February 2020, a new grand jury indicted Smollett on 6 felony disorderly conduct charges for lying to police. The bizarre case began on a cold night in Chicago. Smollett told police he was coming home from Subway around 2 a.m. when he says 2 men attacked him while yelling racist and homophobic slurs, threw bleach on him, and put a noose around his neck.
Do you want to take it off or anything? Yeah, I do. I just want to see.
But after putting hundreds of hours into investigating the case, police say Smollett's alleged attackers were 2 brothers from Nigeria that Smollett paid $3,500 to stage the attack.
So what's going on here? Am I being arrested?
The Osundaro brothers have expressed regret for their part in the alleged scheme and are expected to testify for the prosecution. They have not been charged with a crime. Over the summer, Smollett's attorney accused the special prosecutor of political motives, writing in a statement, "Mr. Smollett is innocent of these charges, and now we are focused on moving forward to trial."
Now, legal experts say if convicted, Smollett faces up to 3 years in prison, but what's more likely is that he would receive probation. This trial is expected to last for 2 weeks, but Morgan, there's no cameras allowed inside.
Well, we have you there outside to give us the latest because, as you described it, it is a strange saga indeed. Megan Fitzgerald for us there out in the cold on this Chicago day. Thank you so much, Megan. We appreciate it. And it's a critical lifeline for 1 in 8 American families.
Coming up, how the supply chain crisis is eating into food costs for families who need government aid the most.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it? to make this trip. Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The coronavirus pandemic plunged millions of Americans into food insecurity, forcing them to rely on government assistance just to have food on the table. Now the SNAP program, formerly known as food stamps, is getting an upgrade. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with a look at what a new boost in benefits could mean for 1 in 8 families who rely on this program. Hi, Ali.
Hey, Aaron. You know, this comes as we talk here on Capitol Hill about the social safety net that's available to Americans in times of hardship. Congress is debating different levels of how they can bolster that kind of social safety net. But the SNAP program just got its biggest boost ever in the history of the program. And it comes at a critical time for the millions of families who access this food program, including Eric Tucker's family.
Get some cereal.
The later it gets in the month,
because we can afford them now,
the further Eric Tucker's grocery budget has to stretch.
If I can feed my family for 10, 12 bucks a night, that works.
What happens when you get towards the end of the month?
Less snacks.
The father of 2 boys in Orange County, California, lost his home and job during the pandemic and joined SNAP, the government's supplemental nutrition assistance program, previously called food stamps, to help feed his family.
You want any noodles?
It's forced some tough choices in the checkout line. What's that been like?
Humiliating. You got to pick and choose your battle. Who am I going to upset? Myself, my kid, what kid? You know, it's not going to be the full fulfillment of a meal.
The decisions made in these aisles go way beyond dollars and cents. Staying on budget can mean the difference between fruits and vegetables being swapped out for less costly sugary cereals and processed foods.
All right, what else you boys want?
But a new boost to the SNAP program could mean less pasta.
Traditional.
And more produce for the 1 in 8 Americans who use it to feed their families. Last month, SNAP upped its benefits by more than 25%. Families now get an average of $36 more per person each month. For Eric and his kids, that boost puts them at $606 a month, or just over $6 per person a day.
It's just been a big, blessing for us.
That extra money doesn't go as far these days. You might have more that you can budget with, but things also cost more.
Milk went up $1, I think, a gallon. My kids eat a lot of cereal, and we do a lot of pastas, and milk's, a necessity. So, but when the prices went up without the blessing of the SNAP going up, it was like, okay, we're going to cut back on, those things we used to eat.
Higher prices, combined with the pandemic's continued financial fallout, also means leaning more heavily on food banks to fill the gaps of what SNAP can't cover. Gregory Scott runs this one in Southern California. Their demand for food tripled in 2020 and is likely to stay that way.
We had many people who we call newly vulnerable,
who had never been in line before were now dealing with food insecurity and hunger.
During the pandemic, the single biggest request for my time as a congressperson was at food banks.
Congresswoman Katie Porter represents this area.
I think it's also important to think about these issues. They don't just happen in a vacuum, right?
If we're not doing anything about housing costs, if we're not doing anything about the cost of childcare or the cost of prescription drugs, even if we're stepping up with food assistance, at the end of the day, families can run short.
Now, the table's set for the holidays.
I've gotten to a spot in life where I had to bite my pride.
And Eric's table fuller than it would have been.
Other men and families need to know that there is resources out there, and we just need to ask for help.
And guys, we talk in the piece about how food insecurity is often intertwined with other crises. For Eric, his family didn't just lose his job and his source of income, but they also lost their home during the pandemic. They were also experiencing homelessness and a housing crisis. On the day that we talked to Eric, though, he talked about the need to ask for help and accessing all of these different social safety net programs that exist. Not just SNAP, but on the day that we talked to him, he had been accepted into a rental assistance program, and he and his boys just started looking for a more permanent place to live. Guys?
All right, Ali Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you.
Making news right now, the Pacific Northwest is preparing for even more rain and flooding heading to that region. Just overnight, National Guard troops are deployed to help with sandbagging and road closures. Voluntary evacuation orders are underway in some parts of Washington state, and this is now the second major flooding event to hit the region in just 2 weeks, when hundreds of homes were damaged by the flooding. Meanwhile, 4 suspects are under arrest after they robbed a California Home Depot store. Police say the 4 suspects ran into the store on Friday night, grabbed hammers and crowbars, threatened staff and customers, and then ran off with the tools. Police fear they would use the gear to do other smash and grabs, and there have been a string of robberies like this all across the Golden State. And an East Coast icon is getting a makeover. The multi-million-dollar renovation of the Jersey Shore Boardwalk is underway. The boardwalk is more than 100 years old. Engineers examined the walkway earlier this year and noticed concrete crumbling to the touch. The goal is to have 26 blocks of the boardwalk refurbished, a project that could take as much as 5 years to complete. The repairs are expected to take place in the off-season to not interrupt the busy tourist season. Aaron, I remember that's where Jersey Shore was filmed, right?
I think so.
Didn't you grow up on that? Am I showing my age?
No, I didn't watch the show, but I think that's where it was.
So you're just shading me. Got it.
No.
All right, no. Got it.
If that entertains you, then
you know what?
enjoy
Look,
it.
I mean,
enjoy
I'm just
it.
saying. I mean, I don't know if you were shading my age or my taste, but you know, we'll take it. All right.
I'm all for you
Move
enjoying
along.
that.
You know, reach a little prompter. Move along.
Let's do that. Now to Capitol Hill again. Lawmakers there returning to the Hill today after the Thanksgiving holiday. They're gearing up for a big sprint to close out the year. The Senate is set to take up the president's Build Back Better package after it passed in the House, but that's if they can avoid a government shutdown first. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. Sahil, what is the likelihood that we could actually see a shutdown at the end of this week?
It's unlikely, Aaron, mainly because neither party has an appetite for a shutdown. Neither side is pushing for it. Neither side is drawing the kind of bright red lines that we've seen in the past lead to a shutdown. So the most likely scenario is that Congress punts this to late January or early February at some point with a stopgap bill that just keeps the government funded at existing levels. Now, Democrats are eager for a full-year funding deal because the government, as they point out, is still functioning on autopilot at levels agreed to in the Trump administration. They want a new budget for the Biden era, and they argue that Republicans don't have the same level of urgency. But regardless, I think it's unlikely that we get a shutdown this Friday unless Congress waits too long before moving that stopgap bill, in which case they could fall backwards into a shutdown if they don't leave enough time in the event of an objecting senator who tries to run out the clock.
And then there is still this Build Back Better plan that the Senate is set to take up pretty soon here, Sahil. It passed in the House, obviously, we know that. The minority leader, Chuck Schumer, wanted to pass it by Christmas. How feasible, majority I should say, how feasible is that?
It's feasible, but uncertain at this point because Democrats have so much to do before they can get there. First, they have to amend the House-passed $1.7 trillion bill to make sure that there are 50 votes in the Senate. Currently, there aren't because issues like paid leave and the state and local tax deduction cap of $80,000 probably have to be changed in order to get those 50 votes. Then they have to make sure everything complies with the rules. There's the procedure called the bird bath that they have to go through. Some provisions are more at risk of running afoul of the rules than others, such as the issue of immigration. Democrats have tried to put legal status in multiple different forms, and the parliamentarian has rejected it. It's unclear if the new proposal, which doesn't promise citizenship, is going to be allowed. And finally, they have to do a vote-a-rama, which is that usually late into the night process where either side can offer as many amendments as they want. Republicans will offer a number of amendments to try to shrink the bill, to try to make changes, and to try to disrupt this delicate deal among Democrats. Chuck Schumer is going to have to keep all 50 senators on board to defeat those poison pill amendments, or this bill could go down.
Sahil Kapoor breaking it down for us on the Hill today. Thank you, sir.
Redistricting is a routine and necessary political process to address population growth and to really ensure equal representation. But in an increasingly polarized political climate, the process is becoming a partisan death match and can make elections far less competitive, truly competitive. NBC News digital senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now with a closer look on this. Jane, first off, what are some of the states that have aggressively gerrymandered districts and who benefited from that gerrymandering?
Yeah, so historically, Republicans have been better at gerrymandering, and we are seeing that again, where we're seeing Republicans take some of the spoils, if you will, from this season's gerrymandering maps. But let's be clear, both parties do gerrymander, and we do see it. Now, I profiled 6 different states to try and give us a look at some of the most illustrative examples. Illinois was one where Democrats drew some of the craziest looking districts I've seen in a long time. And that's in part because it's kind of hard to gerrymander and benefit for Democrats because Democrats live in more concentrated urban areas. So they drew some pretty wacky looking districts that can extend 3 hours across the state. Texas, we know gerrymandered, of course, in favor of Republicans. What they did there is they really worked to neutralize some of the suburbs, these fast-growing, diverse suburbs. North Carolina is what experts tell me is one of the worst gerrymanders they've seen in a long time. They had a pretty bad gerrymander last time. They spent the entire decade in court defending it. And this time, by some metrics like the efficiency gap, which measures partisan gerrymandering, it's twice as bad as last decade's gerrymandering map. Now, these are just a handful of the states. Lots of states are doing this. But it is particularly telling how far we are going in some of these maps.
And how far they've gone. I mean, especially in a state like North Carolina, where I'm from, that gerrymandering has been there for decades, right? There have been jokes that people make about if you drive down a certain highway, there's no shot that you're going to have sort of an equal or fair distribution of that electorate. Jane, is there any effort to really curb this gerrymandering, or is this sort of just an assumption of how politics works now? To the victor goes the spoils.
Gerrymandering is almost as old as American politics, but I think it's become more efficient in gerrymandering, where computers and just really predictable voters has made it easier to gerrymander. There are efforts. So we see some states across the country trying to put in independent redistricting commissions or bipartisan redistricting commissions. Ohio, which we talked about on that map, they sidestepped their commissions. So it's not always easy to do it. Democrats, of course, want to ban partisan gerrymandering through federal voting legislation like the For the People Act, but that's dead on arrival in D.C., at least for now. So for now, this is how it's going to go.
All right. NBC's Jane Tim for us. Jane, thank you.
Thanks, Morgan.
A bombshell book is revealing bad blood within the royal family.
Up next, the alleged racist comments from Prince Charles and who Queen Elizabeth snubbed.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
An earthquake in Peru and a monkey feast in Thailand. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Peru, where communities are recovering from a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. The tremor struck early Sunday morning in the northern part of the country. The tower of a 400-year-old church collapsed in that quake. Several highways were blocked with debris. No major injuries, though. Shaking could also be felt in Colombia and Brazil. Ethiopia, where at least 20 Sudanese soldiers died in clashes with Ethiopian militia during a border dispute. The Sudanese army says troops moved into the Al-Fashqa area in response to shelling on Saturday and were ambushed. No word on the number of Ethiopian casualties. And Thailand, where a local monkey festival has returned after a 2-year hiatus. The town of Lopburi celebrated as thousands of macaques devoured a 2-ton feast of fruits and vegetables provided by locals. COVID limits on tourism canceled the festival the past 2 years. The feast is intended to honor the monkeys for bringing tourists to the area. And that's the world now.
A new book is out about Britain's royal family, and it's naming names, Brothers and Wives by Christopher Anderson, bringing to light new details about the royal family's reactions to the marriage of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Now the royal family is hitting back. NBC's Kelly Kobiella has that story.
Well, Aaron and Morgan, the royal family is really hitting back hard against these stunning new claims from this book. A spokesperson for Prince Charles calling them fiction. This morning, another bombshell for the royal family. The new book, Brothers and Wives, claiming Prince Charles asked about the skin color of son Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's future children on the day of their engagement over breakfast with his wife Camilla. Charles allegedly asking, what do you suppose their children's complexion might be? An innocent conversation, the book's author says, that was twisted into something toxic by royal advisors and shared with Harry and Meghan. A spokesman for Prince Charles telling the New York Post, this is fiction and not worth further comment. Meghan and Harry accusing the royal family of racism in their tell-all interview with Oprah earlier this year.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
The couple adding they'd never reveal who said it, but later clarifying it wasn't the Queen or Prince Philip. At the time, the Queen said the allegations were taken very seriously and would be addressed privately. Prince William just days later publicly defended the royals.
Is the royal family a racist family, sir? No, we're very much not a racist family.
The book's author, Christopher Anderson, has covered the royal family for decades, and his publisher says he has multiple sources for all of his reporting. In the book, he describes William's concerns about Harry rushing to the altar, saying William's advice to Harry was, take whatever time you need to really get to know this girl. Harry's alleged reaction, who the hell do you think you are, brother? The author says the situation became more strained in December 2019 after Harry and Meghan chose to spend the Christmas holiday in Canada, and that before the Queen recorded her traditional Christmas message, she asked that a portrait of Harry, Meghan, and Archie be removed. The book claims William was shocked when he realized the photo was gone and told Kate Harry would be terribly upset. It also cites an unnamed confidant of Harry's as saying that Harry felt as if he, Meghan, and Archie were being erased from the family. A spokesperson for the Queen told the New York Post, "We don't comment on books of this kind, as to do so risks giving it some form of authority or credibility." We reached out to Prince William and Prince Harry's spokespeople on this story. So far, no comment from either of them. Aaron, Morgan.
We so appreciate you joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Right now on NBC News Now, variant of concern. The World Health Organization warning today the Omicron variant poses a very high global risk. The new travel restrictions in effect and what major vaccine manufacturers are now saying about plans to battle this new strain.
Ready, set, click. The holiday shopping season in full swing for Cyber Monday. Retailers expecting billions of dollars in sales today alone. The biggest deals you can expect when you log on.
Plus, record-breaking. The post-Thanksgiving holiday rush putting millions of Americans on the move. The new travel numbers out today and what it all means for the rest of this holiday travel season.
And loss of a legend. He wrote some of Broadway's biggest musicals, a look back at the life and legacy of Stephen Sondheim, the man who forever changed American musical theater. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. We really appreciate you joining us this hour. We begin right now with growing concern about that new COVID variant. Omicron cases have been detected in North America. The U.S. is now restricting travel from 8 African nations, including South Africa, because of that new variant. Right now, this impacts non-citizens, and some other countries, however, are taking some more extreme steps.
Now, these new concerns come as the U.S. is seeing a downward trend in new COVID cases. Remember, we're coming off a holiday weekend. In the past, we've seen upticks in the days that followed.
We have a team of correspondents right now covering the big story from every single angle at this hour. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. Antonia, it's great to have you with us. I know you're there live in Massachusetts, where there really are already concerns about this uptick in COVID cases. So can you just start with this new variant for us, Antonia? I mean, what do we know about where the cases stand right now? And really, what are health officials saying about it?
Hey, Morgan. Look, what we're seeing is globally these cases ticking up. 2 new cases in England, 6 new cases in Scotland, and 2 new cases in neighboring Canada. So for officials globally, but also here in the U.S., what they're looking at is really the inevitability of Omicron eventually reaching us. And the major questions that they have right now, with so much still unknown, is transmissibility and then also how severe of disease Omicron can cause. And that's critical as we're looking at health systems around the United States that are still majorly strained, like ones right near me right now. That question of how sick will people become, what kind of effect could this have on hospitalizations, is really going to be a central one. There's still so much that we don't know, but officials are going to be watching this in the U.S. very closely. Take a listen to Dr. Anthony Fauci talking to our team on Meet the Press just yesterday.
When you look in South Africa, you were having a low level of infection, and then all of a sudden there was this big spike. And when the South Africans looked at it, they said, oh my goodness, this is a different virus than we've been dealing with. Yeah. So it clearly is giving indication that it has the capability of transmitting rapidly. That's the thing that's causing us now to be concerned, but also to put the pressure on ourselves now to do something about our preparation for this.
In terms of preparation, New York City has already announced a state of emergency, which is going to allow hospital systems there to already start canceling or postponing elective or non-emergency procedures in order to brace for all of this. And here in Massachusetts, they haven't declared that state of emergency, but some hospital systems are already delaying some procedures. And mind you, some of these are still important procedures like hip replacements. And they're bracing and watching very closely too, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Antonia Hilton there for us in Massachusetts. Antonia, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Luvanga in Rome for us now. He's covering those new travel restrictions that just took effect today. Claudio, talk to us a little bit more about the countries that the U.S. is banning from traveling into this country right now.
Hey, Aaron, among those countries, of course, there is South Africa, which is the country where the Omicron variant was first detected last week. On top of that, there's another 7 countries in the southern continent, in southern Africa, where the virus is, well, the variant is already known to have spread. But the U.S. is not the first and certainly not the only country that has put those countries on the blacklist of flights that are banned right now, that will not go into those countries, because several countries, including Italy, where I am, have done that even before the U.S. The reason they've done that is that the WHO has catalogued that variant as a variant of concern. And even though the WHO hasn't confirmed yet, because it will take weeks to analyze the variant, that that variant is more contagious than, say, the Delta variant, which is the most contagious that we've known so far, and that it is more dangerous, well, certainly countries, including the U.S., are not taking any risks right now. Aaron?
Claudio, obviously these restrictions are coming up in different countries around the world right now, but what are we hearing around the conversation around this issue from other world leaders about the travel ban here or travel bans in other places?
Well, as you may expect, the leaders of countries that have been affected by this ban have reacted angrily, if not, they've been disappointed, if not angry, about the ban. The most outspoken of those leaders is, of course, the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, who said that he regretted the decision by so many countries across the world to ban flights from his country and his sister African countries, he called them, before the variant is analyzed. But let's take a listen.
These restrictions are completely unjustified and unfairly discriminate against our country and our Southern African sister countries. The prohibition of travel is not informed by science, nor will it be effective in preventing the spread of this variant.
Well, the president of South Africa wasn't venting his frustration only to Western countries, as you may expect. He was actually very disappointed that in the list of countries that have banned flights from South Africa and those other 7 countries are also other African countries. And the reason why he's particularly upset, he said, is that among those countries that have banned flights right now are also countries where South Africa has sent vaccines to, which has opened up to a very interesting debate, which is we should really, critics have said, this should teach us a lesson that we should make vaccine distribution more equitable, and we send it over to third world countries because scientists agree that new variants are found where the vaccination rate is low. Aaron.
All right, Claudio Luvanga for us in Rome today. Claudio, thanks.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, let's just, start with the most simplistic element that we all need to understand as viewers. What do we know and what do we not know about this new variant?
So, Morgan, what we know right now is really just an analysis of the genetics of the variant. We don't know whether any of these mutations that are certainly mutations of concern truly translate into those worst case scenario outcomes, such as increased transmissibility or evasion of the immune response that's elicited either by natural infection or by vaccination. The thing that was most alarming to the scientists, Morgan, was not the presence themselves of mutations. We know that the virus mutates, but rather the profile, the amount, the combination of the mutations that are very, very strategically placed on that spike protein, especially where the virus attaches to the human cell, that has really caused, this significant concern for the last number of days.
And I guess the biggest question, especially I know what I had this morning when I was thinking and reading more about this news, is how effective are the vaccines against this variant? And does it matter if you've had your typical 2 doses or already had your booster dose when it comes to battling this new Omicron?
Right. Of course, that's the question that we all want to know. How well protected are we? And the short answer is that we don't know yet, and we should know within the next week or two. Scientists around the world are obviously urgently studying this matter. They're taking, blood from individuals who've recovered from COVID-19 as well as who have been vaccinated, and they're exposing it to the variant, and they are seeing what kind of neutralizing antibodies are elicited. What I will say to folks is this, that just in case anyone is thinking, maybe I'll consider waiting for a variant-specific booster that Pfizer has promised could be available within 100 days, the recommendation is absolutely not to wait, Morgan. Certainly, if you've not been vaccinated, you should get your primary series. And if you haven't yet been boosted, please get your booster shot. Even if there is a bit of a mismatch between the vaccine and the variant, the overwhelming, consideration or understanding is that the more antibodies you have, regardless of the fact if there is a variant, that you will likely still retain a decent amount of protection against infection. And remember, those antibodies aren't the whole story, Morgan. We've talked a lot about it on this show and others, that there are other arms of the immune system, the B cells, the T cells, which are there from vaccination, which are there to protect you against severe disease.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar for us there. Dr. Natalie, as always, thank you so much.
Well, after below average turnout in brick and mortar stores on Black Friday, businesses are hoping for a record-setting day of online sales for Cyber Monday. All the orders made today will also be a critical test of our supply chain and shipping infrastructure, which have been strained through the entire epidemic. Here's NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent.
Aaron, Morgan, we're here at the busiest Amazon air hub in the country. These planes are taking packages, more than 500,000 every single day, and transporting them all around the country, giving Amazon a distinct advantage in this ongoing supply chain crisis. This comes as Black Friday came in lackluster in terms of in-person shopping at stores, putting a lot more pressure on this Cyber Monday.
Cyber Monday is upon us, and today is expected to break records with around $11 billion set to be shelled out online as retailers drop digital deals on big wish list items, all in the hopes of bouncing back after a dismal Black Friday turnout.
It's emptier than I expected it to be.
With smaller discounts on fewer items, this year's foot traffic failed to reach pre-pandemic numbers. And in a Black Friday first, shoppers actually spent less money online compared to last year. The sales slump comes after a slew of smash-and-grab robberies hitting high-end and big-box retailers across the country. In Los Angeles, a string of heists put police on tactical alert.
I haven't been coming out as often to this area just because I know stores have been getting hit.
Outside of concerns over shopping safety, industry insiders say discounts posted in the days and weeks before Black Friday had consumers checking off their gift lists earlier than ever. One survey found almost 2/3 of people started their holiday shopping before Thanksgiving.
I started my holiday shopping back in July.
Today's deepest discounts will be on clothes, toys, and electronics, but the online shopping surge may trigger Christmas chaos with delivery delays and a backlog of orders because the supply chain is in crisis. And with shipping containers backed up in ports, some big names like Gap and Target are now flying in products from overseas factories to meet holiday demand. Meanwhile, from the air to the ground, it's a mad dash to dodge delays and get those gifts out the door. The best advice for those with a must-have item on their list: buy now before it's too late.
This plane right behind me is headed for Miami, Florida. And if you're worried about how long it is going to take for your packages to get to you, I just spoke to the Amazon Consumer CEO. He says that he's confident that everything will arrive on time. But there are deadlines, of course. If you're shipping USPS ground, that first deadline in time for Christmas is December 15th, just a couple weeks away, guys.
The investigation into the January 6th riot is back in the spotlight on Capitol Hill today. A witness for the January 6th Select Committee, a group of lawmakers handling that investigation, is set to appear for a deposition. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, first up, what are lawmakers really hoping to learn from today's deposition? What is the goal?
Morgan, the person is Kenneth Klukowski. He's a former counsel to the DOJ, worked for Jeffrey Clark, who is a high-profile target of this investigation because he is understood to have involved the DOJ or tried to involve the DOJ to get states like Georgia to not certify the result of the 2020 election on the basis of fabricated claims about voter fraud. Klukowski is a counsel who the committee alleges worked with Jeffrey Clark to try to get the DOJ to send a letter to states like Georgia, which ultimately did not happen. So they want to hear from him. They've subpoenaed him earlier this month, along with several other individuals who are close to former President Trump. And the deposition for him is today. We'll see if he shows up. We'll see what he says.
And Sahel, I mean, there's also news out today about the committee involving former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. What specifically is that about?
It's coming up on decision time for the January 6th committee to figure out what to do about Mark Meadows. He was scheduled to appear for a deposition and testify several weeks ago. He was a no-show for that, and the committee has not yet decided whether to punish him with criminal contempt referrals the way they did for Steve Bannon, the former advisor to President Trump. The reason for that is that if they do pursue criminal contempt charges and ask the DOJ to prosecute him, it doesn't necessarily compel him to testify. And he's a very important figure in this investigation because he was the then chief of staff to Donald Trump on the day of January 6th. He knew all his whereabouts. He has information that's directly related to this. So they want him to testify. They've decided to give him another chance to testify. But at some point, they're going to have to make a decision if he doesn't. Adam Schiff, one of the members of this committee, spoke about this. Let's play what he had to say.
I can't go into, what communications that we're having or haven't had with particular witnesses, but we are moving with alacrity with anyone who obstructs the committee. And that was certainly the case with Mr. Bannon. It will be the case with Mr. Meadows, Mr. Clark, or any others.
And that confirms what I've heard from other sources, which is that the committee is seriously considering criminal contempt charges, at least a referral to the DOJ on Mark Meadows. Morgan.
And so there's also news out today about this committee. And after that, we understood, and Mark Meadows, and now we understand there's more that the Capitol Hill is grappling with as you all continue your day. Sahel Kapoor, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Opening statements begin today in the highly anticipated trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. The former British socialite is accused of helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and abuse underage girls. Maxwell has denied those charges. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
Hey there, Aaron and Morgan. There was a bit of clerical stuff that had to happen with this jury this morning, but then opening statements kicked off. It has been more than 2 years since Jeffrey Epstein took his own life in a Manhattan jail cell facing sex trafficking charges. And while it is Ghislaine Maxwell in this courtroom for many of Epstein's accusers, this will feel like the trial he never had. Ghislaine Maxwell, the once wealthy, jet-setting companion of Jeffrey Epstein, will now be tried as his conspirator in an alleged scheme to recruit 4 underage girls for sex.
Have a look at what's happening for the first time in history.
The 6 criminal counts Maxwell faces are focused on a decade-long period between 1994 and 2004, when prosecutors say Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Epstein's abuse of minors by helping him recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims. In some cases, Maxwell allegedly was present for and participated in the sexual abuse of minor victims, according to the indictment. And prosecutors say the scheme involved getting the alleged victims to travel to Maxwell's personal residence in London and Epstein's residences in New York City, Florida, and New Mexico. Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all counts. The 4 unidentified victims named in the indictment are expected to testify. 2 of them were just 14 years old when they allegedly met Maxwell, according to prosecutors. In recent years, several women have shared their stories publicly. In 2019, one of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, told Savannah what she witnessed when Maxwell allegedly brought her to Epstein's Palm Beach home.
So I followed Ghislaine up the stairs through Jeffrey's bedroom and into a bathroom, and there's this man laying naked on a green massage table in the middle of the room.
That same year, Jennifer Arose told Savannah she was just 15 when she was raped by Epstein.
Did Jeffrey Epstein rape you? Yeah, no, he raped me.
forcefully raped me, but knew exactly what he was doing. What hurts even more so is that if I wasn't afraid to come forward sooner, then maybe he wouldn't have done it to other girls.
Rose has separately sued Maxwell, claiming she facilitated her alleged abuse. She is not expected to testify during the trial.
Maxwell has denied any of those allegations in that lawsuit. In this case, if she's found guilty, she faces up to 70 years behind bars. Aaron and Morgan, back to you guys.
Meanwhile, we're following breaking news this hour. Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey has announced he's stepping down. The markets are already responding to the news. So let's go ahead and bring in CNBC tech reporter Mackenzie Sigalos for the latest. Mackenzie, what do we know about, why Dorsey is stepping down right now? Do we know who will replace him? And can you talk to us a little bit about how the market is specifically responding to this news?
So we know who's replacing him. It's the CTO of the company who's been there for a decade. In terms of why Jack Dorsey is taking this step now, Morgan, he's been balancing two big jobs the last few years. He was serving as CEO of both Twitter and the digital payments company Square. In a statement put out by Twitter this morning, Dorsey was quoted as saying that he had decided to leave Twitter because he believed the company is, quote, ready to move on from the company's founders. But he didn't provide any additional detail on why he decided to resign. Now, there are a couple of things that could be happening here. It's not the first time that there's been talk of Dorsey leaving Twitter. Last year, he faced an ousting when Twitter stakeholder Elliott Management tried to replace him. Others have speculated it has to do with Dorsey's desire to focus more attention on what's happening at Square. He's been pushing a lot of crypto-focused projects this year, including potentially getting into mining, and he himself is a big believer in Bitcoin. Now, as for the market reaction, Twitter stock was up on the news before trading was halted due to news pending. Shares jumped about 10% this morning, and they're up about 5% this hour. Morgan?
Mackenzie, there's also some pretty high expectations for Dorsey's replacement, as you just noted. Can you talk to us about what some of those expectations are and really the company's plan now moving forward?
Yeah, so the incoming CEO will have to meet some pretty aggressive internal goals. Twitter said earlier this year that it aims to have 315 million monetizable daily active users by the end of 2023. And yeah, that's a pretty ambitious goal. And it also wants to at least double its annual revenue in that year. But the good news is that Agarwal, so that former CTO who's now becoming the CEO, knows his way around the company. He's been there for more than a decade. He's been CTO since 2017, where he ran strategy involving AI and machine learning. Dorsey also backed him in that official statement this morning, said that his trust in him is deep and that his work has been transformative for Twitter so far.
All right, CNBC's Mackenzie Sigalos for us there. Mackenzie, thank you.
Well, it could be considered a dress rehearsal for a busier Christmas travel week.
That's right. Coming up, how the nation's airlines and airports are handling the post-Thanksgiving holiday rush. Don't go anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Well, millions of Americans are now on the move, headed home for the post-Thanksgiving travel rush. The holiday weekend was the busiest travel season we've seen in 2 years.
That's right. In fact, on Sunday alone, the TSA screened nearly 2.5 million people. That marks a new pandemic high. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, hey, Aaron and Morgan, good day. The airlines were under tremendous pressure going into this Thanksgiving stretch after American, Southwest, and Spirit all suffered operational meltdowns in the previous months, mass cancellations across the board. However, today, very few cancellations, very few over the entire 10-day stretch of Thanksgiving travel, most people getting to their destinations on time.
The Thanksgiving 2021 travel rush now in the rearview mirror, with airlines celebrating their heaviest passenger loads in 2 years. On Sunday, the biggest travel day yet. The TSA estimating 2.4 million flyers took to the skies.
When you haven't seen family in 2 years, sometimes you mask up and do what you got to do.
Over the entire Thanksgiving travel period, an average of 2 million passengers and more traveled each day, the most since 2019. To avoid a repeat of the mass cancellations that began over the summer and extended into October, airlines streamlined operations and staffed up. Air travelers and road warriors also benefited from blue skies and clear weather across most of the country. Though on Sunday, rain showers in the northwest and snow flurries in the northeast delayed some flights, while traffic volume slowed travelers at critical airports in Florida, including Tampa, Orlando, and Palm Beach. Here at Denver International Airport, the nation's third busiest, passenger traffic is surging. 69 million passengers in 2019, 80 million expected in 2025. Denver, a key hub for United and Southwest, operates 6 runways, critical to remaining open during any looming snowstorms this coming winter.
Having the flexibility to keep runways clean, keep the airport open and moving through, and keeping planes de-iced is really key to making sure that all of our flights are operating as on time as possible.
Looking forward to the Christmas holidays, travel experts advise booking now and pad your itinerary with plenty of time.
There are just so many people traveling. Planes are going to be packed, airports packed. You should leave early, build in some buffer time. I don't recommend 45-minute connections these days, because then you're just asking for things to go wrong.
The airline's very closely watching this new Omicron variant for COVID. Over the summer, we saw that the Delta variant suddenly kind of depressed air travel numbers. The concern is that could happen again going into the coming weeks and months. At the moment, though, that's not happening. Strong passenger bookings all the way through December. Aaron and Morgan, back to you guys.
Former President Donald Trump is reportedly igniting a GOP civil war in a critical and crucial battleground state.
Still ahead, why he's pitting some Republicans against each other ahead of his possible 2024 re-election bid. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Making news right now, a raging wildfire in North Carolina has burned more than 300 acres. 6 fire departments responded to the initial call on Pilot Mountain Saturday night. Strong winds and dry conditions have made containing that fire difficult. Now there's an outdoor burning ban in nearby counties. Customs officials trying to figure out how a stowaway got from Guatemala to Miami in a plane's landing gear. A 26-year-old man was taken into custody on Saturday morning. He apparently made that 2.5-hour trip in a wheel well. Customs officers took him to the hospital for evaluation. It's unclear whether he'll face any charges. And an overdue book is finally returned to an Idaho library, and it only took a century to happen. The Boise Public Library said the book was checked out in 1910 and just vanished. It was anonymously returned earlier this month, and with a fine of 2 cents per day for 111 years, somebody would have been looking at an $800 fine here. Library, fortunately, though, is now fine-free. The book apparently is in good condition, as you can see it right there, but they took it out of circulation just to be safe. It's an old book.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, Republicans are seizing on inflation as a centerpiece of their campaign to take back control of Congress next fall. They're looking to pin the blame for rising prices on President Biden and his allies in Congress. But what exactly would they do about it? NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with more. Mark, talk to us a little bit more about the GOP playbook for these midterms. I mean, how are Republicans really looking to counter President Biden and his agenda?
Yeah, Morgan, the GOP playbook for the midterms is pretty simple. Anything that you think is going wrong, try to pin that blame on the Biden administration and on the Democrats that are in control of Congress. And there's a ton of really good economic information that's out there. And whether it's an unemployment rate at 4.6% or job creation, more than 500,000 jobs created in the past month. But Morgan, Republicans are seizing on inflation because you want to seize on any piece of bad news that's out there. And the public actually is listening to that. You know, our own poll shows that more than 70% of Americans think the country is heading in the wrong direction despite those kind of economic statistics. And so you're seeing Republicans really lean into any kind of bad thing that's going on, which is the standard playbook for any party that's out of power.
But I really want to talk about the solution here, because the social safety net bill is a Republican sticking point simply because of its price tag. But is there any indication that actually blocking that legislation would have an impact on inflation?
Yeah, Morgan, many economists actually say that the Build Back Better social safety net legislation doesn't really have an impact on inflation or would increase it going in the future. Number one, the Build Back Better legislation is spaced over 10 years. And of course, so many of the programs, and whether it being universal pre-K or childcare, is really spaced out over a 10-year period. The other part is that the legislation is paid for, or at least mostly paid for, by increased taxes on the wealthy. Now, what economists do think that actually had an inflationary impact was the COVID recovery bill that President Biden signed into law at the very beginning of his administration, $1.9 trillion of money, which was not paid for, as well as the other stimulus that came when Donald Trump was president.
I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out here, Mark, is sort of what is the solution? What is the answer, the Republican answer to this? Because we understand that typically when it comes to, the midterms, the strategy for a challenger is often to run against an incumbent politician or really to run against an issue. Like, for example, we saw with critical race theory and the governor's race in Virginia. So when it comes to inflation, what is it Republicans are saying they would actually do or do differently to decrease inflation?
Yeah, and Morgan, Republicans don't have an actual concrete plan yet. And usually you can expect as we get closer to the midterms, we're still 11 months out, to basically kind of get those party manifestos on what they would do if they end up seizing power. But some of the ideas, according to reporting from my colleagues Alan Smith as well as Sahil Kapoor, are to be able to increase domestic energy production, a lot more natural gas, a lot more oil, to basically try to bring down gasoline prices. One other idea that Republicans have talked about is ending any kind of vaccine or other kind of COVID-related mandates, although it's unclear how that would actually impact inflation. But clearly what Republicans just want to do is look at the bad news that's out there, ignore the good news, and say, hey, we could actually do better, even if we don't have concrete plans about it just yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear how that connection plays out between ending mandates and decreasing inflation. I will certainly be coming back to you, Mark Murray, to help us understand it and unpack it all. We appreciate it, Mark. Thanks.
Former President Donald Trump has not given up his false claim that the 2020 election was stolen. He's now endorsing candidates for state legislature in Michigan who have made investigating last year's vote a key part of their platforms. NBC News political writer Ben Camisar joins us now with more on this. Ben, can you explain a little bit why Trump is going so far down the ballot to endorse in these state races?
Yeah, so it's really a multi-pronged approach here. My colleagues, Alan Smith and Henry Gomez, laid it out pretty well on a story at NBCnews.com. President Trump has two main goals here. He wants to remake the party in his image and reward his political allies. It's the first goal. The second goal, though, he wants to install these friendly lawmakers, or help install these friendly lawmakers in key offices in state governments across the country, in places, hoping that if he comes into a situation again like he was in 2024, all of a sudden he has more allies in these key state positions who can help him and are more sympathetic to his claims, which have been widely debunked, of electoral fraud. I mean, remember what happened in states like Georgia, where the Republican Secretary of State really pushed back on Trump's urges to undercut the election there. So one big question heading into 2024 is if we have a similar election like we did in 2020 and Trump is involved and Trump claims again widespread fraud, what will those folks in power do?
And so I want to ask you about 2024 in a second here. But first, I'm curious about how common or uncommon is it for a former president to endorse races that are these state races that are so far down the ballot?
It happens. I mean, you've seen former President Obama endorsing in down ballot races, other key national figures, folks who have been in office, out of office, et cetera, because for similar reasons, maybe not as potentially nefarious. But first of all, these local races, these down ballot races don't really get as much money. They don't really get as much notoriety. So as some of the bigger races on the ballot. So if you're, former President Obama, former President Trump, anyone who had previously been in a high position who commands a loyal following, who can direct a lot of money, a lot of publicity, it's a good way to help cement your legacy as a political figure, and also a good way to make sure that the folks that are left in office, running for office, are folks that agree with you and that are aligned with your views.
So to the point you made earlier, and I think a lot of people are asking the question here, would the former President Trump, do this if he were not strongly considering a run for office in 2024?
Yeah, I'd say yes and no. I mean, because again, this serves really two key purposes. There's the 2024 election aspect of trying to get your allies in these key positions, folks who are sympathetic to these claims that Trump had made in 2020, similar claims he could make in 2024, and potentially if the situation presents itself again and there are more allies in these state legislatures or in the Secretary of State positions, et cetera, things may go differently. So there is the 2024 aspect of that, which is certainly important. But the other thing is Trump has waged a war with the Republican Party for years, and it's very clear he won that war. The Republican Party is remade in the image of Donald Trump. But if Donald Trump is, he chooses not to run in 24 or he loses in 2024, the question is, how do you keep that image, the Trump image, moving forward in the party? It's by getting a lot of your allies into these key positions so they can outlast and they can serve as the Trump legacy, even if he doesn't run in 24.
All right, Ben Camisar for us today. Ben, thank you. Appreciate it.
All eyes are on the Supreme Court as it's set to take up the case of Mississippi's abortion ban this week. The high court's ruling could deal a final blow to Roe v. Wade and federal abortion rights, or the court could cement the constitutional right to an abortion. NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins joins us now. Chloe, great to have you with us. First off, can you just walk us through this case for Mississippi? I mean, what are the justices looking at and looking for in this particular case?
That's right, Morgan. This case challenges a Mississippi law that bans abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. And this ban is a direct violation of Roe v. Wade, which decided the right to an abortion before viability, which typically takes place between 24 and 26 weeks. And with the Supreme Court taking up this case, it's really seen as a boost to abortion opponents who hope that this newly conservative court will be more receptive to restrictions, Morgan.
Which I guess the bigger question here, Chloe, is why could this be the case that decides the fate of abortion rights across the country?
Yeah, so even if the Supreme Court doesn't overturn Roe v. Wade, it could potentially allow states to regulate the procedure more freely, making, abortion largely inaccessible in the South. So if Roe v. Wade is weakened or overturned, almost half of the states in the U.S. could restrict abortion out of access. And as a result, we would see patients not only from Mississippi, but large swaths of the South traveling out of state if they can to get an abortion in states like D.C., Illinois, and New York.
All right. NBC's Chloe Atkins for us there. Chloe, thank you.
Thank you.
From the new COVID variant to the upcoming Supreme Court hearing over Mississippi's abortion law Chloe just talked about, Meet the Press tackled those topics and more over the weekend. Here's Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd.
Well, good morning, Savannah and Lindsay. On this week's Meet the Press, a new coronavirus variant as cases are spiking across the country. I spoke with Dr. Anthony Fauci about why they're so concerned about this variant, more so than the last couple. Plus, the Supreme Court hears arguments this week on Mississippi's law that bars most abortions after 15 weeks. Spoke with the Mississippi governor, Tate Reeves, about why he'd like to see that law end up overturning Roe v. Wade. Then there's my exclusive interview with Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Michael Cohen. Here are some of the most important answers from Meet the Press Compressed. What makes Omicron so concerning to you?
The profile of the mutations strongly suggests that it's going to have an advantage in transmissibility and that it might evade immune protection that you would get, for example, from a monoclonal antibody or from the convalescent serum after a person's been infected, and possibly even against some of the vaccine-induced antibodies. So it's not necessarily that that's going to happen, but it's a strong indication that we really need to be prepared for that.
Why should the state of Mississippi tell a woman what they should do with their body? Why shouldn't they have that individual freedom on their body, particularly in the first 20 weeks?
Well, this is a prime example, and the far left loves to scream, "My body, my choice." And what I would submit to you, Chuck, is they absolutely ignore the fact that in getting an abortion, there is an actual killing of an innocent unborn child that is in that womb. Here's what we know about babies that are 15 weeks. We know that they have a heartbeat. We know that those babies at 15 weeks actually can open and close their hands. We know that they have developing lungs. And we know that those babies at 15 weeks can feel pain. And so when you talk, the difference between vaccine mandates and abortions is vaccines allow you to protect yourself. Abortions actually go in and kill other American babies. And let's just put this in perspective.
Governor, hang on a minute. A vaccine is about protecting a larger community. A vaccine is about preventing spread. You could argue a vaccine mandate is a pro-life position.
You could certainly argue that, Chuck, but even if you listen to Dr. Fauci's interview with you earlier today, he made it very clear that the vaccine may not keep you from getting the virus. It may not keep you from spreading the virus, but it can keep you from ending up in the hospital. That's what's been proven during this Delta surge that we've seen in America, is that the virus is continuing to being spread even amongst those who are vaccinated. Conversely, when you're talking about the pro-life position of protecting unborn babies, let's put it also in perspective. The fact is that during this very horrible and challenging time since I was sworn into office in January of 2020, Chuck, we've had 800,000 American lives lost because of COVID. And my heart aches for every single one of those individuals that has died because of COVID. And over 10,000 Mississippians. My heart breaks for every single one of them. But since Roe was enacted, 62 million American babies have been aborted and have therefore been killed. And that's why I think it's very important that people like myself and others across this country stand up for those unborn children, because they don't have the ability to stand up for themselves.
Should we expect to see actual indictments before the new year?
You know, I generally try not to talk about the DA, which is now also includes the Attorney General's civil case in the same exact matter. So I really try not to talk about it because it's their investigation, nor do I want to tip off Trump or the Trump Organization's people about what is actually happening. So, you know, I would rather just not answer that specific question, other than to say that you can bet your bottom dollar that Allen Weisselberg is not, and I truly say, I mean this, Allen Weisselberg is not the key to this. They are going after Donald, they're going after Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, they're a whole slew of individuals, family as well.
Chuck Todd reporting there. Both sides are back at the bargaining table again.
That's right. Up next, what's at stake and how high-profile nuclear negotiations between the U.S. and Iran could play out. Stay with us.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
High-stakes nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran have resumed today in Vienna. Those discussions are happening through intermediaries because Iran has refused to meet directly with Americans. The goal here is to revive the 2015 nuclear deal and bring both sides back into compliance. Sky News correspondent Dominic Waghorn reports now from Vienna.
There's a huge amount at stake in these talks as diplomats reconvene in Vienna. There is the possibility of a nuclear arms race should Iran go nuclear, or even war should Israel decide to bomb Iran if these talks fall apart. They fell apart in June. The attempt was to try and put back together the Iranian nuclear deal that was signed in this building behind me in 2015 after years of grueling diplomacy. The deal was the Iranians would freeze their nuclear program, a program they've always insisted is for civilian purposes, although not many other people believe that. In return for freezing that, the outside world lifted sanctions. But then Donald Trump was elected, he reneged on the deal, and the Iranians went back to enriching uranium and harassing and intimidating international atomic inspectors. They're estimating now to have enough enriched uranium to be able to build the bomb, should they go hell for leather to do so, within either a month to 6 months. So there's a lot at stake here, and I think these talks really are a test of the Iranians' intentions. They desperately need to have sanctions lifted. Their economy's been ravaged by them and by COVID-19. But are they serious about going back to these talks and trying to put this deal back together? The British and the Americans have made it pretty clear if they don't think the Iranians are serious, they are likely to walk away from the talks. Then if you're in Saudi Arabia, you may decide to try and develop a weapon of your own. If you're in Israel, you may decide to bomb Iran. So a huge amount at stake. I have to say, diplomats are pretty gloomy about the prospects, but they are prepared to give it a last go to see if this deal can be revived.
Tensions between the U.S. and Russia are once again taking center stage. Russia's ambassador to the U.S. says more than 24 Russian diplomats are being expelled from the U.S. That, according to a new report out from Reuters. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow.
Morgan, Aaron, thank you. Well, the diplomatic war between Russia and the United States seems to be getting worse with each passing day. Just yesterday, the Russian ambassador to the United States, Anatoly Antonov, said on a Russian talk show that 27 Russian diplomats and their families will be expelled from the United States by the end of January. He also said a further 27 will be expelled by the end of June. And now, this is all part of this ongoing visa war between the U.S. State Department and the Russian Foreign Ministry. And it's been going on for quite a while now. Just to give you a sense of this, 100 Russian diplomats have been expelled from the United States, from their various diplomatic missions in the United States since 2016. This has been, obviously, there have been some consulate closures and so on. And just on the other side, on the U.S. side, around that same time, the U.S. Embassy here in Moscow, at its peak, basically, in 2017, employed about 1,200 people. That's, of course, a mixture between U.S. Foreign Service personnel, some other U.S. agency personnel, but also local employees. And it's actually kind of one of the things that started this. You know, if we rewind the tapes far enough back, we'll find that the Russian government, as part of its general dispute with the U.S. government right now, imposed or put the United States on a list of unfriendly countries, therefore kind of imposing this requirement that all local hires at the U.S. Embassy had to be approved by the Russian government. In practice, this meant hiring no local employees. So they're down to 120 people in the U.S. Embassy in Moscow right now, and basically the State Department is warning at this point the situation has gotten so bad there that they might have to cease essentially most of their operations sometime next year. Back to you guys.
Stephen Sondheim, Forever Change Musical Theater.
After the break, how fans around the world are remembering the legendary lyricist and composer behind some of the greatest musicals in history. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Former U.S. Representative Carrie Meek died over the weekend. Meek, the granddaughter of a slave and the daughter of sharecroppers, dedicated her life to education and to public service. In 1992, at the age of 66, she became one of the first African Americans elected to Congress from Florida in nearly 100 years. A champion for affirmative action and economic equality, Meek served 6 terms in Congress. She was 95 years old.
The fashion world is also mourning a loss today. Fashion designer Virgil Abloh died over the weekend at the age of 41. Between his personal label Off-White and his role as creative director for Kanye West, his influence spanned fashion, product design, and music. In 2018, he became the first Black artistic director of Louis Vuitton. He died from an aggressive form of heart cancer. We are also remembering the life of a man described by some as a titan of American musical theater.
Stephen Sondheim, the legendary Broadway composer and lyricist, died on Friday. He was 91 years old, and as you can see here, over the weekend, Broadway stars flocked to Times Square to honor his life. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan. Stephen Sondheim wrote about life as it was, not how he wanted it to be, and in doing so changed American musical theater, creating a songbook of music and words lauded by stars and shower singers.
For Broadway, the best way to celebrate Stephen Sondheim was to sing. Lin-Manuel Miranda among the voices in New York's Times Square. Near the theaters Sondheim loved and transformed.
I wanted to tell stories and write songs and make people laugh, cry, and have a good time and buy tickets.
And they did. Spend a weekend in the country. To a little night music.
And thank you for the present, but what's wrong with it?
Folly, Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, and Sunday in the Park with George.
Look at all the things you've done for me.
Actress Bernadette Peters thanking Sondheim for all the gifts he gave the world. Sentiments echoed by Paul McCartney, Hugh Jackman, Mel Brooks, and Barbra Streisand.
The toast to that invincible bunch.
Christine Baranski, who with Meryl Streep and Audra McDonald sang for Sondheim's 90th birthday.
Let's hear it for the ladies who lunch.
Told Variety, we all feel like orphans. Until the end, he was theater's biggest fan, attending revivals of his Assassins and Company. Portrayed on the big screen by Bradley Whitford in Tick, Tick, Boom.
John, Steve Sondheim here.
It is Sondheim himself on Jonathan Larson's voicemail.
Is that it's first-rate work and has a future, and so do you.
Encouragement, director Miranda said Sondheim gave generations of writers, repaying the debt to his mentor, legendary Broadway lyricist Oscar Hammerstein II. He pushed a then 25-year-old Sondheim to write the lyrics for West Side Story. Now Steven Spielberg's remade that movie. But it is in the theater, in that alchemy between actor and audience, where Sondheim will live forever.
I'd like to be remembered for the shows, that the shows will still be entertaining 100 years from now, that they'll still have something to say.
At 91, Sondheim was still working, writing a new musical. And despite all the awards and celebrations of his work, Sondheim always felt he had more to write and more to say. And Aaron and Morgan, how lucky we were to hear it.
On NBC News now, travel restrictions. The U.S. now limiting travel from South Africa and 7 neighboring countries. Health officials also sounding the alarm about a new COVID variant, the new warning from health officials, and what you need to know.
Social bombshell, Jack Dorsey stepping down as the CEO of Twitter. What we know about the decision and who will replace him.
On trial, jury selection begins today in the case against actor Jussie Smollett, the former Empire star accused of lying to police and reporting a fake, racist, and homophobic attack. What he could face if found guilty.
And Royal Rift, explosive details about the royal family coming out in a brand new book. We'll give you an inside look at the lives of Princess William and Harry and the clash between them.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day. We're coming on the air as President Biden is about to give remarks on the new Omicron COVID variant that is spreading quickly around the world and putting public health officials on high alert. It comes as questions and concerns grow over the new variant's severity, its transmissibility, and whether it is resistant to vaccines. The president now entering the room. He has just completed a meeting with his COVID-19 response team.
Hope you all had a happy Thanksgiving, able to get together with your family and friends. And it was great to see so many families getting together this Thanksgiving after being apart last year. And we have much to be grateful for as a nation. When I was elected, I said I would always be honest with you. So today, I want to take a few moments to talk about the new COVID variant, first identified last week in Southern Africa. It's called the Omicron. It is, to their credit, the scientific community in South Africa quickly notified the world of the emergence of this new variant. This kind of transparency is to be encouraged and applauded, because it increases our ability to respond quickly to any new threats. And that's exactly what we did. The very day the World Health Organization identified the new variant, I took immediate steps to restrict travel from countries in southern Africa. But while we have that travel restrictions can slow the speed of Omicron, it cannot prevent it. But here's what it does. It gives us time. It gives us time to take more actions, to move quicker, to make sure people understand you have to get your vaccine. You have to get the shot. You have to get the booster. The sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We'll have to face this new threat just as we face those that come before it. Today, there are 3 messages about the new variant that I want the American people to hear. First, this variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. We have the best vaccine in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists, and we're learning more every single day. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion. We have more tools today to fight the variant than we've ever had before, from vaccines to boosters to vaccines for children, 5 years and older, and much more. A year ago, America was floundering against the first variant of COVID. We beat that variant significantly, and then we got hit by a far more powerful threat, the Delta variant. But we took action, and now we're seeing deaths from Delta come down. We'll fight and look, we're going to fight and beat this new variant as well. We're learning more about this new variant every single day. And as we learn more, we're going to share that information with the American people candidly and promptly. Second, the best protection, I know you're tired of hearing me say this, the best protection against this new variant or any of the variants out there, the ones we've been dealing with already, is getting fully vaccinated and getting a booster shot. Most Americans are fully vaccinated, but not yet boosted. If you're 18 years or over and got fully vaccinated before June the 1st, go get the booster shot today. They're free, and they're available at 80,000 locations, coast to coast. A fully vaccinated booster person is the most protected against COVID. Do not wait. Go get your booster if it's time for you to do so. And if you are not vaccinated, now's the time to get vaccinated and take your children to be vaccinated. Every child age 5 or older can get safe, effective vaccines now. While it will be a few weeks before we know everything we need to know about how strongly the existing vaccines protect against the new variant, Dr. Fauci is with me today, of our medical team, and believe that the vaccines will continue to provide a degree of protection against severe disease. And as additional protections, please wear your mask when you're indoors, in public settings, around other people. It protects you, it protects those around you. Third, in the event, hopefully unlikely, that updated vaccinations or boosters are needed to respond to this new variant, we will accelerate their development and deployment with every available tool. I want to reiterate, Dr. Fauci believes that the current vaccines provide at least some protection against the new variant, and the boosters strengthen that protection significantly. We do not yet believe that additional measures will be needed. But so that we are prepared, if needed, my team is already working with officials at Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson to develop contingency plans for vaccines or boosters if needed. And I will also direct the FDA and the CDC to use the fastest process available without cutting any corners for safety to get such vaccines approved and on the market if needed. And we'll do that the same way that any modifications are needed or current treatments need used to help those with who get ill with the COVID virus. Look, I'm sparing no effort and removing all roadblocks to keep the American people safe. All of this is confusing to a lot of people, but if it's confusing to you, let me close with this simple message. If you are vaccinated, but still worried about the new variant, get your booster. If you aren't vaccinated, Get that shot. Go get that first shot. My team at the White House will provide me with daily updates this week. And on Thursday, I'll be putting forward a detailed strategy outlining how we're going to fight COVID this winter, not with shutdowns or lockdowns, but with more widespread vaccinations, boosters, testing, and more. I promised every American that there will always be the latest vaccines available and the booster shots available to them and for free and everywhere available. Every single American, free of charge. And I will keep that commitment. But we need to do more than vaccinate Americans. To beat the pandemic, we have to vaccinate the world as well. And America is leading that effort. We've shipped for free more vaccines to other countries than all other countries in the world combined. Over 275 million vaccines to 110 countries. Now we need the rest of the world to step up as well. Let me be clear. Not a single vaccine shot Americans ever send to the rest of the world will ever come at the expense of any American. I will always make sure that our people are protected first. But vaccinating the world is just one more tool in how we need to meet our moral obligation as Americans and how to best protect Americans as well. The Delta variants and now the Omicron variant all emerged elsewhere in the world. So we can't let up until the world is vaccinated. We're protecting Americans by doing that as well. As we continue this effort, let's remember where we stand. We're in a very different place as we enter the month of December this month compared to where we were last Christmas. Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were vaccinated. This Christmas, the number will be over 71%, including more than 86% of seniors. Last Christmas, our children were at risk without a vaccine. This Christmas, we have safe and effective vaccines for children ages 5 and older, with more than 19 million children and counting now vaccinated. Last year, a majority of schools were closed. This year, 99% of our schools are open. Let me reiterate once more. We also now have booster shots that provide extra protection. They're free and convenient. There is still time to get your first 2 shots or your booster shot or get your children vaccinated before Christmas. All 3 are available and can be done before Christmas. If you and your family are fully vaccinated, you can celebrate the holidays much more safely. And given where we were last year, that's a blessing that none of us should take for granted. We're throwing everything we can at this virus, tracking it from every angle. And that's what we have to keep doing. That's how we reopen our country. That's how we reopen our businesses. That's how we reopen our schools. That's how, even with the pandemic, we've generated a record job creation, a record economic growth in this country. We've moved forward in the face of COVID-19. We have moved forward in the face of the Delta variant. And we move forward now in the face of the Omicron variant as well. So thank you. May God bless our troops. And I hope you all have, I'll be speaking before them, but a Merry Christmas as we approach it. Questions?
Should Americans be worried, sir?
Let me call on Nancy Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, President Biden. Do you think that other countries will be reluctant to report variants or other strains given the travel ban that you put so quickly on South Africa?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going to happen. And I want to, again, the reason for the immediate travel ban is there were a significant number of cases, unlike any other country, well, there are few around South Africa in the world. We needed time to give people an opportunity to say, get that vaccination now before it heads. It's going to move around the world. I think it's almost inevitable there will be, at some point, that strain here in the United States. But I don't think anyone's going to be reluctant to report. We have also moved to do more. For example, we've provided more vaccines, as I said, than all other countries in the world combined. And we've provided significant vaccines as well to South Africa and that region. Matter of fact, South Africa doesn't need any more vaccine. They're having trouble getting it out into people's arms, and the reluctance is there. But no, I don't think it's going to have that effect.
Mr. President.
Let me call on Alexis. Alexis.
Alex? We've got two Alex.
Alex of Reuters.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. President. I wanted to ask if the U.S. is doing anything to screen international travels for this variant, and what is being done, if anything, internally to see if this variant has already arrived.
Well, there's a lot being done. I'm going to turn to Dr. Fauci to answer the last question about what's being done. Doc?
Thank you, Mr. President. We already have in place when people come into the United States, they have to be tested before they get on, and they have to show vaccination documentation. So even before Omicron came in, we have a situation where we'll be able to test. And talking about testing, fortunately for us, the PCRs that we mostly use would pick up this very unusual variant that has a real large constellation of mutations. Fortunately for us, that the PCRs that we do pick it up.
And we're following extremely closely the medical community, the COVID team, any developments as it relates to how severe it is, how quickly it spreads, how dangerous it is, et cetera. We have more work to do in that area. And Wall Street Journal, Sabrina.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UK, Europe, and a growing number of countries have confirmed cases of Omicron. Are you considering additional travel restrictions on countries where the variant has been detected? And just separately, you urged Americans to wear masks in indoor public spaces, but many states and cities, including Washington, D.C., have lifted mask mandates. So are you calling on state and local officials to reinstate mask mandates?
With regard to the last question, the answer is I encourage everyone to wear a mask when they're indoors in a crowded circumstance like we are right now, and unless you're eating or speaking at a microphone. Secondly, the degree of the spread impacts on whether or not there's a need for any travel restriction. But that's not, I don't anticipate that at this point. And we'll see. We'll see where that works. And so the other Alex doesn't have a heart attack. I want to call on him. Is it
Mr. President, hi. Two female Alexes.
Yeah, no, I'm not an Alex, but I'd love to ask one question. And then the other Alex.
Okay, let me ask the other Alex and then you.
Sure. Mr. President, is this the new normal that Americans should expect, anticipating future potential variants? Should we expect intermittent travel restrictions and potential drops in the stock market going forward? Do you have any words of reassurance that this won't become the new normal? And then for both you and Dr. Fauci said earlier on CBS that lockdowns, shutdowns are off the table for restraining COVID going forward. You said that won't be part of your plan on Thursday. But why is that? Why are you taking that off the table?
Well, to answer your first question first, the answer is I expect this not to be the new normal. I expect the new normal to be everyone ends up getting vaccinated in the booster shot, so we reduce the number of people who aren't protected to such a low degree that we're not seeing the spread of these viruses. Now, we remain to be seen exactly what the elements of this particular strain are, but if they're, as I hope, then it's not going to be fundamentally different than in the past. In terms of, what was the second part of the question?
Are lockdowns off the table?
Yes, for now, yes.
Why is that?
Well, because we're able to, if people are vaccinated and wear their mask, there's no need for the lockdown.
Yes, so,
my last question.
Yes, going on from that question, we've got the Christmas period coming up, huge amount of travel. Would you give any thought to domestic flights requiring test or vaccine before people get on planes the same way as they do for international flights?
Well, at this point, that's not been recommended. I would wait for the scientific community to give me a recommendation on that.
Are travel restrictions too late to be effective, sir, given that Dr. Fauci says this new variant could already be here?
You understand the point of the travel of the restriction, to give us time to get people to get protection, to be vaccinated and get the booster. That's the reason for it. Thank you all so very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm sure I'll see you between now and Christmas, but hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Thanks.
President Biden trying to reassure the American people that the government is on the Omicron variant virus, trying to understand its transmissibility and whether it can evade a vaccine, something the president talked about a lot there. A lot of those questions simply have not been answered. Let's go to NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, the president met with his advisors before coming out and speaking. Did he change any of the trajectory of the story?
We've seen the president have about 4 meetings now since Friday about Omicron, this new variant, and he really delivered what we expected here, sort of an opportunity to reassure the public that this is not to cause panic and that the full resources that he has, the tools of the government, will be used to bring about any new vaccine or booster if that is what science dictates is needed. And he says that his medical team, including Dr. Fauci, believe that the current vaccines available provide at least some protection against this variant. So one of the big questions that remains unanswered at this point, or at least not fully answered, and Dr. Fauci has told the president it could take a couple of weeks of scientific review to know if this new variant is resistant in any way to the current vaccines that have been approved and have been widely available, and if the level of disease that comes from this variant is any more severe. We already know it's more transmissible, but is the resulting COVID illness in any way more severe? More hospitalizations, more deaths? We don't know those answers. So the president was really saying today that this was a chance to speak to the American people, look them in the eye, say that more resources will be available. And the easiest thing for him to do is to say, at 80,000 locations around the country, vaccine is available today for those who have not gotten it at all and for those who are eligible for a booster. And the booster rates are lagging for Americans who already have 2 shots of Pfizer or Moderna or the 1-shot sequence of Johnson & Johnson to get that booster as the best protection against this new variant. Officials do expect this variant will appear and be detected inside the United States. It's already in Canada as a close border. It's in Europe. We know it's in Africa. And the president said he does not anticipate at this time additional travel restrictions, but that would be determined by the prevalence of the variant in other places. And he acknowledges that some of the criticism about the travel restrictions, and there has been plenty of that, he acknowledges that it is not a perfect answer, but it was a way to try to slow things down. In terms of the optics, I don't recall another time where the president has taken questions side by side with Dr. Fauci before. Dr. Fauci has normally been front row and a part of the COVID briefings, which have typically been done separate from President Biden during his nearly 1 year in office. So that was a bit of a change here today. He, of course, is the top medical advisor to the president, met with him in the Oval Office yesterday when the president returned from his Thanksgiving holiday in Nantucket. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you. Joining us now is NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. And Dr. John, the president, as we've heard from some of the experts saying your best protection is to be fully vaccinated with the booster shot. But do we even know that to be true right now based on what we're hearing?
And Lester, there's a lot we don't know about this new variant because this new variant just came on us a week ago. Nobody heard about this 2 weeks ago. And so we know that in some parts of the country it is spreading. What we don't know is what that means. Does that mean more hospitalizations, possibly more deaths? And where's it going to spread from there? One big point that President Biden wanted to make sure he made is that this is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. And what he's doing, these travel restrictions are going to slow it down, but they're not going to stop it from coming here, which is going to give people time to get those protections, including vaccinations. And as he put it, if you're fully vaccinated and fully boosted, then you have the best protection you can right now against all the variants, including this one. And on top of that, he said, let's go to masks again once we're indoors, especially in crowded areas. Even though that's not mandated across the country, he is recommending that, saying this will give us time to get more people vaccinated and to get a better understanding for this vaccine. Because like was mentioned earlier, we don't know a lot about this, but we're going to learn a lot each and every day. And over the next couple weeks, we'll get a better idea of what's happening here and what we need to do going forward from here, Lester, to protect not just ourselves, but our communities as well.
All right, Dr. Torres, let me bring in NBC News medical contributor and physician, Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, back to this issue of what we know and what we don't know in terms of protection. Is it I guess, a theory that the disease would be less if you're fully boosted? or is that something that's been proven?
Yeah, Lester, that stands to be proven, but I think the theory behind why a booster is helpful is that a booster primes your own immunity from those original vaccine series, but it also activates your own natural immunity to put out even broader protection. Think of each antibody as a key to the lock of that spike protein of the virus, and a booster creates more keys to try to fit in that lock and basically disable the virus from taking hold. So that has been shown with other boosters and other viral diseases, and we're hoping that that's the case. It'll take a couple of weeks, as you've heard, to get some of the more definitive data on that. But Lester, it's highly implausible that the effectiveness of our vaccines have gone from 93% with a boost down to 0. So that's why I think you're hearing Dr. Fauci emphasize that we'll see some protection. How much is the critical question?
Yeah, and the other question is, have we moved the goalpost here in terms of what fully vaccinated means? Up until recently, it was, if you're 2 doses of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines. Is that booster now part of the equation?
Yeah, I do. I think it's going to take a while for the CDC and other advisory committees from the federal government to kind of make that bold statement. But I'll be honest, with my own patient population, and I know many employers are exploring kind of revising their definition of fully immunized to include that booster. Not effective immediately, but I think it just sends the signal, to your point, that this is at least a minimum a 3-dose vaccine series to stay up to date.
It continues to be a moving target for all of us. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. That concludes our coverage of President Biden's remarks on the Omicron variant. We'll have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt, NBC News, New York. Good day, everyone.
Hi there, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with concerns over that new COVID variant. New cases being reported worldwide now, the latest ones in the UK today. That's one of several nations, including the U.S., with some sort of travel restriction in place.
So in response to all of this, New York City is asking people to put their masks back on indoors. The reissued advisory is for everyone, regardless of vaccination status.
NBC News correspondents are covering the developments from all angles again this hour. Let's begin with NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. And Erica, let's walk through first some of the main concerns right now about this Omicron variant.
Hey, Aaron, good afternoon. So here's what really caught the eye of public health officials worldwide was the big number of mutations in this particular variant. Now, just to back up for a second, scientists are always discovering new mutations in this particular coronavirus, but the sheer number of mutations was what really was concerning. They don't know what all of them mean, but here are the 3 main questions right now. Number 1, how transmissible is this new variant? That is it more contagious, perhaps, than the Delta variant? Number 2, how well do our vaccines work against infection and how easily this particular variant spreads? And also, is it more dangerous? That is it making people sicker than what we've seen previously? Now, what we know in South Africa so far is that most of these new cases have appeared to be mild. But we also know that in general, when a new virus is introduced into a community, hospitalizations sort of lag a few weeks after those initial infections. So it's going to be a few more weeks before we really know the answers to all those questions. Aaron?
And we've heard some doctors speculate about the efficacy of some of the vaccines against this new strain, Erica. But what are the vaccine makers saying about the protection that their vaccines give us against Omicron?
Yeah, so Pfizer and Moderna have both said that they are preparing to reformulate their shots just in case it's needed. Both the chief executive officers of those companies were on CNBC this morning to address that very question.
I think there are 2 key things that we don't know yet, and we're going to find out in the coming weeks. One is the vaccine efficacy. What is the impact of this new variant on the vaccine efficacy? And we should know that in around 2 weeks. The second piece that we don't know, that we need to keep really an open mind, is the virulence of the virus. How much disease it gives people.
What is the playbook? The playbook is to understand a little bit better, and then within weeks, I think we will know most of the information that needs to be known, but every day we learn more, then to protect and then to treat.
Meanwhile, public health experts say that even if this new variant renders the vaccines we have a little bit less effective, it doesn't make them completely useless. That is, there's no on-off switch for the vaccines. And they continue to encourage, just like you heard President Biden say and the other experts that you had on the show, they continue to urge vaccines for anyone who has not had the shots and also the boosters for anyone who's had the first series. Aaron.
Something is better than nothing. Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you.
The worldwide reaction to the Omicron COVID variant has been swift. U.S. travel restrictions from 8 African countries begin today. Now, countries in Europe and Asia are closing their borders in hopes of stopping the variant in its tracks. This was the scene at South Africa's Johannesburg airport just over the weekend as people were left stranded there in Gauteng after travel bans went into effect. Let's go to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga, who's in Rome. Claudio, which countries have bans in place right now as we speak?
Hey, Morgan. Well, the first country to receive the ban, of course, is South Africa, where the new variant, the Omicron, was discovered last week. But there is another 7 African countries, all in the southern part of Africa, and they also were included in that list because the variant has spread there also. And the U.S. is certainly not the first nor the only country that has banned flights coming from those countries. Many, tens of countries all across the world, including Italy, where I am, did put those countries on the blacklist in the sense that flights are banned for now for people coming from those countries. And the reason is that the WHO, as we've seen many times over in these shows, that while the scientists are trying to understand this variant better, trying to understand how more transmissible it is compared to, for instance, the Delta variant, whether it is more severe, more dangerous than other variants, well, countries do not want to take any chances, especially after the WHO has said that that one is a variant of concern, but not panic, as the president just said in his speech. But certainly the point here is that countries don't want to take any risks, Morgan.
And Claudia, give us an understanding here. I mean, what about all those people? I'm looking at, images from OR Tambo Airport there in Johannesburg who've been stranded. I mean, what are we hearing from those people?
Well, of course, the people who got stranded are confused, are angry, are disappointed. Many were trying to leave those countries, especially if they don't live in those countries in time before the ban will come into effect into places like the U.S. But let me just remind you that in places like Italy or many, many other countries that have put those the countries on the blacklist later last week, the ban was immediate. So people didn't have time to organize their travel back. So there's a lot of confusion, of course, of people who may be stranded in those countries, as there is also anger by leaders of those countries, especially in South Africa, where the president has expressed regret for the decision by so many countries to put its country and other countries on that ban, on that black list. Let's listen to what he said.
People here have just told us that we can't get on the plane to Amsterdam because they aren't taking us because we're not a member of the EU. So we don't know what we're going to do yet.
After being stranded for 2 years because of COVID, not seeing your family, my parents were deathly ill, so I had to come back when the borders were open to come and see them. And now, only to realize, well, it's happening all over again.
Well, of course, it wasn't the South African president who reacted to the ban, but it was the passengers. But nonetheless, the president of South Africa said that he's angry because the ban was not based, he said, on science. It was not science-based. That his country and South Africa's sister African countries, as he called those other 7 countries, were suffering unfair discrimination. He said, and of course, he hopes that the ban will be lifted soon. Morgan?
And part of that feeling of discrimination isn't just from from the president there, Mr. Ramaphosa, but it's also from many South African residents who say, look, this is a country who is on the cutting edge of research because of the fact that they have had to deal with AIDS and tuberculosis. And so their argument is just because we found this virus first, because we had the scientific capacity to do it, doesn't mean that we are more likely to give you the virus or to be a more dangerous country, just to contextualize some of the feelings of frustration that many South Africans are feeling right now. Claudio Levanga reporting for us from Rome. Claudio, thank you so much.
Let's turn to the U.S. response here. President Biden just wrapping up a speech, as we noted. NBCNews.com White House reporter Lauren Egan joins us now. She's been listening in. Lauren, what are the key takeaways for you from the president's comments about the Omicron variant?
The president made 3 key points in his speech. First, he said this is a cause for concern, but not panic. While we don't know a whole lot about this variant, he said we are still learning more every day, and he hopes to have a lot more answers on some of these key questions, particularly how effective the vaccines are within the coming weeks. Second, he said get vaccinated, especially get that critical booster shot. He said that while there are a lot of unknowns, what we do know is the best thing you can do to protect yourself from this is to go and get vaccinated if you have not done so yet, and to go and get your booster shot. Lastly, he said that if in the unlikely event there needs to be some sort of new vaccine developed to combat this virus, this new variant of the coronavirus, that his administration would be ready with a plan in place. He said he has talked with pharmaceutical companies and that he'll be ready to deploy shots, just as he did when we first got approval for these first vaccines earlier in this year. Take a listen to a little bit of what the president had to say earlier.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. We have the best vaccine in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists, and we're learning more every single day. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion. And we have more tools today to fight the variant than we've ever had before.
Aaron and Morgan, the president did encourage people to continue to wear masks when they go inside to places like grocery stores. That message from him comes as a lot of states and cities have recently lifted their mask mandates, with the president saying that that is another layer of protection that we can employ against this new variant.
All right, Lauren Egan for us covering the White House today. Lauren, thank you. Now to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. The former British socialite accused of helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and abuse underage girls. She has maintained her innocence. The jury is now seated. Opening statements have begun. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter is at the U.S. District Courthouse here in Manhattan. Tom, what are you hearing in the opening statements today?
Well, we would love to hear them, but we haven't had a chance to yet, Aaron. What's occurred here so far is that after the jury was picked and before they were sworn in, a juror came forward and said that they thought they were going to have a financial hardship. So essentially what happened was they said that their employer would only give them 2 weeks of paid leave for jury duty, and then after that they were on unpaid leave. Well, with a 6-week trial, you can imagine 4 weeks of not getting paid could be a hardship for anyone. So right now the judge is actually trying to talk to this juror's employer and ask them whether or not they would be able to extend payment. So that's what's happening at this moment. We expect some sort of resolution shortly, and then we expect to have some sort of a opening statements or perhaps a lunch recess and then opening statements this afternoon. There's another juror who says that their husband sprung a surprise trip on them this morning, which may also conflict with trial. So a couple of logistical issues still to work out. After that, federal prosecutors say they'll take about a half hour or so, maybe 25 minutes for their opening statement. The defense says approximately an hour, maybe a little bit less for theirs. Still think that we might get a witness on the stand here today. Maxwell, of course, facing the 6 charges that you're looking at on screen, including, and a lot of people have said, well, this is about, the tabloids have said Jeffrey Epstein's madam, or what she did to help Jeffrey Epstein recruit these underage girls. It's also her own abuse that is on trial here as well, Aaron.
All right, Tom Winter for us outside the U.S. District Courthouse here in Manhattan. Tom, thank you.
Let's turn to another story that captured the nation. Actor Jussie Smollett is on trial today, nearly 3 years after he said he was the victim of a hate crime committed by Trump supporters. But he is now accused of lying and staging the entire thing. Smollett potentially faces time in prison and has pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now live from Chicago. Hi there, Megan.
Hi, Morgan. You know, this trial is just the latest chapter in a strange saga. While the Empire Star says that he is not guilty and that he was the victim of this attack, as scrutiny goes on to his story, it started to fall apart.
This was actor Jussie Smollett in 2019, celebrating after prosecutors made the controversial decision to drop criminal charges against him, instead ordering him to perform community service.
I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one.
That agreement later overruled after a special prosecutor reinvestigated the case and found abuse of discretion and operational failures by the Cook County State's attorney. In February 2020, a new grand jury indicted Smollett on 6 felony disorderly conduct charges for lying to police. The bizarre case began on a cold night in Chicago. Smollett told police he was coming home from Subway around 2 a.m. when he says 2 men attacked him while yelling racist and homophobic slurs, threw bleach on him, and put a noose around his neck.
Do you want to take it off or anything? Yeah, I do. I just want to see.
But after putting hundreds of hours into investigating the case, police say Smollett's alleged attackers were 2 brothers from Nigeria that Smollett paid $3,500 to stage the attack.
So what's going on here? Am I being arrested?
The Osundaro brothers have expressed regret for their part in the alleged scheme and are expected to testify for the prosecution. They have not been charged with a crime. Over the summer, Smollett's attorney accused the special prosecutor of political motives, writing in a statement, "Mr. Smollett is innocent of these charges, and now we are focused on moving forward to trial."
Now, legal experts say if convicted, Smollett faces up to 3 years in prison, but what's more likely is that he would receive probation. This trial is expected to last for 2 weeks, but Morgan, there's no cameras allowed inside.
Well, we have you there outside to give us the latest because, as you described it, it is a strange saga indeed. Megan Fitzgerald for us there out in the cold on this Chicago day. Thank you so much, Megan. We appreciate it. And it's a critical lifeline for 1 in 8 American families.
Coming up, how the supply chain crisis is eating into food costs for families who need government aid the most.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The coronavirus pandemic plunged millions of Americans into food insecurity, forcing them to rely on government assistance just to have food on the table. Now the SNAP program, formerly known as food stamps, is getting an upgrade. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with a look at what a new boost in benefits could mean for 1 in 8 families who rely on this program. Hi, Ali.
Hey, Aaron. You know, this comes as we talk here on Capitol Hill about the social safety net that's available to Americans in times of hardship. Congress is debating different levels of how they can bolster that kind of social safety net. But the SNAP program just got its biggest boost ever in the history of the program. And it comes at a critical time for the millions of families who access this food program, including Eric Tucker's family.
Get some cereal.
The later it gets in the month,
because we can afford them now,
the further Eric Tucker's grocery budget has to stretch.
If I can feed my family for 10, 12 bucks a night, that works.
What happens when you get towards the end of the month?
Less snacks.
The father of 2 boys in Orange County, California, lost his home and job during the pandemic and joined SNAP, the government's supplemental nutrition assistance program, previously called food stamps, to help feed his family.
You want any noodles?
It's forced some tough choices in the checkout line. What's that been like?
Humiliating. You got to pick and choose your battle. Who am I going to upset? Myself, my kid, what kid? You know, it's not going to be the full fulfillment of a meal.
The decisions made in these aisles go way beyond dollars and cents. Staying on budget can mean the difference between fruits and vegetables being swapped out for less costly sugary cereals and processed foods.
All right, what else you boys want?
But a new boost to the SNAP program could mean less pasta.
Traditional.
And more produce for the 1 in 8 Americans who use it to feed their families. Last month, SNAP upped its benefits by more than 25%. Families now get an average of $36 more per person each month. For Eric and his kids, that boost puts them at $606 a month, or just over $6 per person a day.
It's just been a big, blessing for us.
That extra money doesn't go as far these days.
You might have more that you can budget with, but things also cost more.
Milk went up $1, I think, a gallon. My kids eat a lot of cereal, and we do a lot of pastas, and milk's, a necessity. So, but when the prices went up without the blessing of the SNAP going up, it was like, okay, we're going to cut back on, those things we used to eat.
Higher prices, combined with the pandemic's continued financial fallout, also means leaning more heavily on food banks to fill the gaps of what SNAP can't cover. Gregory Scott runs this one in Southern California. Their demand for food tripled in 2020 and is likely to stay that way.
We had many people who we call newly vulnerable, who had never been in line before, were now dealing with food insecurity and hunger.
During the pandemic, the single biggest request for my time as a congressperson was at food banks.
Congresswoman Katie Porter represents this area.
I think it's also important to think about these issues. They don't just happen in a vacuum, right?
If we're not doing anything about housing costs, if we're not doing anything about the cost of childcare or the cost of prescription drugs, even if we're stepping up with food assistance, at the end of the day, families can run short.
Now, the table's set for the holidays.
I've gotten to a spot in life where I had to bite my pride.
And Eric's table fuller than it would have been.
Other men and families need to know that there is resources out there, and we just need to ask for help.
And guys, we talk in the piece about how food insecurity is often intertwined with other crises. For Eric, his family didn't just lose his job and his source of income, but they also lost their home during the pandemic. They were also experiencing homelessness and a housing crisis. On the day that we talked to Eric, though, he talked about the need to ask for help and accessing all of these different social safety net programs that exist. Not just SNAP, but on the day that we talked to him, he had been accepted into a rental assistance program, and he and his boys just started looking for a more permanent place to live. Guys?
All right, Ali Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you.
Making news right now, the Pacific Northwest is preparing for even more rain and flooding heading to that region. Just overnight, National Guard troops were deployed to help with sandbagging and road closures. Voluntary evacuation orders are underway in some parts of Washington state, and this is now the second major flooding event to hit the region in just 2 weeks, when hundreds of homes were damaged by the flooding. Meanwhile, 4 suspects are under arrest after they robbed a California Home Depot store. Police say the 4 suspects ran into the store on Friday night, grabbed hammers and crowbars, threatened staff and customers, and then ran off with the tools. Police fear they would use the gear to do other smash and grabs, and there have been a string of robberies like this all across the Golden State. And an East Coast icon is getting a makeover. The multi-million-dollar renovation of the Jersey Shore Boardwalk is underway. The boardwalk is more than 100 years old. Engineers examined the walkway earlier this year and noticed concrete crumbling to the touch. The goal is to have 26 blocks of the boardwalk refurbished, a project that could take as much as 5 years to complete. The repairs are expected to take place in the off-season to not interrupt the busy tourist season. Aaron, I remember that's where Jersey Shore was filmed, right?
I think so.
Didn't you grow up on that? Am I showing my age?
No, I didn't watch the show, but I think that's where it was.
So you're just shading me. Got it.
No.
All right, no. Got it.
If that entertains you, then
you know what?
enjoy
Look,
it.
I mean,
enjoy
I'm just
it.
saying. I don't know if you were shading my age or my taste, but you know, we'll take it. All right.
I'm all for you
Move
enjoying
along.
that.
You know, read a little prompter. Move along.
Let's do that. Now to Capitol Hill again. Lawmakers there returning to the Hill today after the Thanksgiving holiday. They're gearing up for a big sprint to close out the year. The Senate is set to take up the president's Build Back Better package after it passed in the House, but that's if they can avoid a government shutdown first. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. Sahil, what is the likelihood that we could actually see a shutdown at the end of this week?
It's unlikely, Aaron, mainly because neither party has an appetite for a shutdown. Neither side is pushing for it. Neither side is drawing the kind of bright red lines that we've seen in the past lead to a shutdown. So the most likely scenario is that Congress punts this to late January or early February at some point with a stopgap bill that just keeps the government funded at existing levels. Now, Democrats are eager for a full-year funding deal because the government, as they point out, is still functioning on autopilot at levels agreed to in the Trump administration. They want a new budget for the Biden era, and they argue that Republicans don't have the same level of urgency. But regardless, I think it's unlikely that we get a shutdown this Friday unless Congress waits too long before moving that stopgap bill, in which case they could fall backwards into a shutdown if they don't leave enough time in the event of an objecting senator who tries to run out the clock.
And then there is still this Build Back Better plan that the Senate is set to take up pretty soon here, Sahil. It passed in the House, obviously, we know that. The minority leader, Chuck Schumer, wanted to pass it by Christmas. How feasible, majority I should say, how feasible is that?
It's feasible, but uncertain at this point because Democrats have so much to do before they can get there. First, they have to amend the House-passed $1.7 trillion bill to make sure that there are 50 votes in the Senate. Currently, there aren't because issues like paid leave and the state and local tax deduction cap of $80,000 probably have to be changed in order to get those 50 votes. Then they have to make sure everything complies with the rules. There's the procedure called the bird bath that they have to go through. Some provisions are more at risk of running afoul of the rules than others, such as the issue of immigration. Democrats have tried to put legal status in multiple different forms, and the parliamentarian has rejected it. It's unclear if the new proposal, which doesn't promise citizenship, is going to be allowed. And finally, they have to do a vote-a-rama, which is that usually late into the night process where either side can offer as many amendments as they want. Republicans will offer a number of amendments to try to shrink the bill, to try to make changes, and to try to disrupt this delicate deal among Democrats. Chuck Schumer is going to have to keep all 50 senators on board to defeat those poison pill amendments, or this bill could go down.
Sahil Kapoor breaking it down for us on the Hill today. Thank you, sir.
Redistricting is a routine and necessary political process to address population growth and to really ensure equal representation. But in an increasingly polarized political climate, the process is becoming a partisan death match and can make elections far less competitive, truly competitive. NBC News digital senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now with a closer look on this. Jane, first off, what are some of the states that have aggressively gerrymandered districts and who benefited from that gerrymandering?
Yeah, so historically, Republicans have been better at gerrymandering, and we are seeing that again, where we're seeing Republicans take some of the spoils, if you will, from this season's gerrymandering maps. But let's be clear, both parties do gerrymander, and we do see it. Now, I profiled 6 different states to try and give us a look at some of the most illustrative examples. Illinois was one where Democrats drew some of the craziest looking districts I've seen in a long time. And that's in part because it's kind of hard to gerrymander in benefit of Democrats because Democrats live in more concentrated urban areas. So they drew some pretty wacky looking districts that can extend 3 hours across the state. Texas, we know, gerrymandered, of course, in favor of Republicans. What they did there is they really worked to neutralize some of the suburbs, these fast-growing, diverse suburbs. North Carolina is what experts tell me is one of the worst gerrymanders they've seen in a long time. They had a pretty bad gerrymander last time. They spent the entire decade in court defending it. And this time, by some metrics like the efficiency gap, which measures partisan gerrymandering, it's twice as bad as last decade's gerrymandering map. Now, these are just a handful of the states. Lots of states are doing this, but it is particularly telling how far we are going in some of these maps.
And how far they've gone. I mean, especially in a state like North Carolina, where I'm from, that gerrymandering has been there for decades, right? There have been jokes that people make about if you drive down a certain highway, there's no shot that you're going to have sort of an equal or fair distribution of that electorate. Jane, is there any effort to really curb this gerrymandering, or is this sort of just an assumption of how politics works now? To the victor goes the spoils.
You know, gerrymandering is almost as old as American politics. But I think it's become more efficient in gerrymandering, where computers and just really predictable voters has made it easier to gerrymander. There are efforts. So we see some states across the country trying to put in independent redistricting commissions or bipartisan redistricting commissions. Ohio, which we talked about on that map, they sidestepped their commissions. So it's not always easy to do it. Democrats, of course, want to ban partisan gerrymandering through federal voting legislation like the For the People Act, but that's dead on arrival in D.C., at least for now. So for now, this is how it's going to go.
All right. NBC's Jane Tim for us. Jane, thank you.
Thanks, Morgan.
A bombshell book is revealing bad blood within the royal family.
Up next, the alleged racist comments from Prince Charles and who Queen Elizabeth snubbed.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
An earthquake in Peru and a monkey feast in Thailand. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Peru, where communities are recovering from a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. The tremor struck early Sunday morning in the northern part of the country. The tower of a 400-year-old church collapsed in that quake. Several highways were blocked with debris. No major injuries, though. Shaking could also be felt in Colombia and Brazil. Ethiopia, where at least 20 Sudanese soldiers died in clashes with Ethiopian militia during a border dispute. The Sudanese army says troops moved into the Al-Fashqa area in response to shelling on Saturday and were ambushed. No word on the number of Ethiopian casualties. And Thailand, where a local monkey festival has returned after a 2-year hiatus. The town of Lopburi celebrated as thousands of macaques devoured a 2-ton feast of fruits and vegetables provided by locals. COVID limits on tourism canceled the festival the past 2 years. The feast is intended to honor the monkeys for bringing tourists to the area. And that's the world now.
A new book is out about Britain's royal family, and it's naming names, Brothers and Wives by Christopher Anderson, bringing to light new details about the royal family's reactions to the marriage of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Now the royal family is hitting back. NBC's Kelly Kobiella has that story.
Well, Aaron and Morgan, the royal family is really hitting back hard against these stunning new claims from this book. A spokesperson for Prince Charles calling them fiction. This morning, another bombshell for the royal family. The new book, Brothers and Wives, claiming Prince Charles asked about the skin color of son Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's future children on the day of their engagement over breakfast with his wife Camilla. Charles allegedly asking, what do you suppose their children's complexion might be? An innocent conversation, the book's author says, that was twisted into something toxic by royal advisors and shared with Harry and Meghan. A spokesman for Prince Charles telling the New York Post, this is fiction and not worth further comment. Meghan and Harry accusing the royal family of racism in their tell-all interview with Oprah earlier this year.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
The couple adding they'd never reveal who said it, but later clarifying it wasn't the Queen or Prince Philip. At the time, the Queen said the allegations were taken very seriously and would be addressed privately. Prince William, just days later, publicly defended the royals.
Is the royal family a racist family, sir? No, we're very much not a racist family.
The book's author, Christopher Anderson, has covered the royal family for decades, and his publisher says he has multiple sources for all of his reporting. In the book, he describes William's concerns about Harry rushing to the altar, saying William's advice to Harry was, take whatever time you need to really get to know this girl. Harry's alleged reaction, who the hell do you think you are, brother? The author says the situation became more strained in December 2019 after Harry and Meghan chose to spend the Christmas holiday in Canada, and that before the Queen recorded her traditional Christmas message, she asked that a portrait of Harry, Meghan, and Archie be removed. The book claims William was shocked when he realized the photo was gone and told Kate Harry would be terribly upset. It also cites an unnamed confidant of Harry's as saying that Harry felt as if he, Meghan, and Archie were being erased from the family. A spokesperson for the Queen told the New York Post, "We don't comment on books of this kind, as to do so risks giving it some form of authority or credibility." We reached out to Prince William and Prince Harry's spokespeople on this story. So far, no comment from either of them. Aaron, Morgan.
We so appreciate you joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. A cause for concern, but not panic. That's what President Biden is saying about the new Omicron COVID variant. We're at the White House with the latest on the fight against the virus. And opening statements underway in Ghislaine Maxwell's highly anticipated sex trafficking trial involving her longtime partner, Jeffrey Epstein. We'll have the details from court today. Plus, a huge shift in social media, why Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey is calling it quits and leaving the company he co-founded. Let's start with the global concern over the spread of Omicron, the new COVID-19 variant. There are no confirmed cases of it in the U.S. just yet, but the variant was first detected in South Africa. It's now been identified in Canada, Australia, Germany, Hong Kong, Italy, and a lot of other nations. We have a team of reporters covering this story. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is following the outbreak around the world. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is outside Mass General Hospital in Boston. But we begin at the White House with senior White House reporter for NBCNews.com, Shannon Pettypiece. Shannon, good to see you. So President Biden spoke about this morning. What is he saying about the variant and the efforts to control it?
Well, while we are weeks away from knowing how effective the vaccines are against this virus, how transmissible it is, even whether it causes more severe illness, the White House is trying to reassure the public that there are efforts being taken now by the federal government to prepare for a worst-case scenario, but at the same time trying to project calm and tell the public that this is not necessarily a cause for panic, at least not at this point. And here's what the president had to say earlier today.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. We have the best vaccine in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists, and we're learning more every single day. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion. We have more tools today to fight the variant than we've ever had before.
Administration is urging people to take, though, in the interim while we wait to get more answers about this variant. One is to get your booster shot if you are eligible. Anybody now in the U.S. 6 months out from their first shot is eligible for a booster. So urging people to get their booster, of course, get vaccinated if they haven't already been vaccinated. And secondly, we heard the president urging people to wear masks indoors, regardless of vaccination status or how widespread the virus is in their community. So vaccines and masks, something we've been hearing from the very beginning of this pandemic. Once again, the White House turning to urging people to use those tools as we try and figure out what type of defenses are going to be needed against this new variant.
Yeah, and it's also new right now. Let's take a listen to what the director of the National Institute of Health said today on Morning Joe.
If you haven't already gotten vaccinated, or if you have and you're eligible for a booster, do it now. This is the best way to protect yourself against Delta, which is still very much with us in the U.S., and Omicron, if it comes to the U.S., which it almost certainly will at some point.
Shannon, I have to say I'm getting my booster tomorrow in New York. It took me a while to get an appointment. What's the White House doing to try to get more shots in more arms?
Well, certainly this messaging push from top administration officials, putting them out on TV. We certainly saw them over the weekend. You hear the president urging people to get boosters today. Now, they said boosters are available at 80,000 locations across the country. So you can get one in pretty much any pharmacy, doctor's office, health clinic out there. You did mention, though, it is limited to some extent by having enough healthcare workers out there to administer those shots. So the administration is going to continue to try and push people to get those boosters. Certainly there is a wait time, but really, even among seniors who've been eligible since September, only about 40% of them have gotten their booster. And then even among people in that 50 and over category, it's around 30%. So still millions and millions of people out there who haven't gotten their shot yet.
Yeah, and let me ask you about testing. Any concerns about testing and whether this variant could evade the tests that we're using now?
Administration officials say no, not yet, that it does appear that the current tests will pick up whether you have COVID, even if you have this variant. Here's what Biden's chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, had to say about that.
Fortunately for us, the PCRs that we mostly use would pick up this very unusual variant that has a real large constellation of mutations. Fortunately for us, that the PCRs that we do pick it up.
And one other thing I would just add on that, are we going to be able to detect when this virus is in the U.S.? And the administration says there are about 80,000 samples of the virus that are sequenced each day, where they look at the genomic sequencing, and that would allow them to be able to quickly identify when this variant does come to the U.S., which administration officials are anticipating is going to happen at some point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure if my mic is open. Is my mic open? Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure they're expecting that it will come here eventually. It just came into Canada. They just identified it in Canada.
Yeah, and that's what they said. And President Biden said these travel restrictions that have been put in place those are to slow down the process of this virus coming here so more people can get vaccinated, to get their booster, to give hospitals time to prepare. It is not to prevent this variant from coming here.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece at the White House for us. Thanks, Shannon. Appreciate it. The World Health Organization is warning Omicron does pose a very high global risk as the variant spreads. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is with us following the precautions being taken all around the globe. Claudio, the head of the World Health Organization says this is a reminder that COVID-19 is, quote, not done with us. What else was said today in that special session?
Hey, Kate, yeah, apart from saying that it poses a very high global risk, it also said, WHO, that it will very likely spread widely, internationally, causing serious consequences in some areas. Well, the Director General of the WHO has spoken at length today. Let's hear what he had to say.
The emergence of the highly mutated Omicron variant underlines just how perilous and precarious our situation is. South Africa and Botswana should be thanked for detecting, sequencing, and reporting this variant, not penalized. Indeed, Omicron demonstrates just why the world needs a new accord on pandemics. Our current system disincentivizes countries from alerting others to threats that will inevitably land on their shores.
And Claudia, Canada's reported
Perhaps you could hear a bit of a veiled criticism in those words by the Director General, because the President of South Africa as well said that he was regretting that so many countries were stopping flights from South Africa and other countries, but certainly you could hear a bit of a veiled criticism there from the Director General as well. Okay?
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt you a minute ago. Canada has reported cases, as we've mentioned. Can you give us a sense where we're seeing cases across the globe at this point?
Well, I will say pretty much everywhere around the world, they are popping up every single day, every single hour, as a matter of fact. Here in Europe, where we had one case here in Italy, but we had 13 cases in the Netherlands, 13 cases in Portugal, pretty much everywhere in Europe, everywhere in the world. It's not really a matter of where and if, but when, just as President Biden was saying today.
Yeah, and as far as restricting travel, the U.S. is. Who else is tightening their borders? What other precautions are countries taking around the world?
Well, there are tens of countries across the world, including Italy, which banned the flights starting from last Friday, and they're banning flights from not only South Africa, where the variant was detected last week, but to other 7 countries nearby in southern Africa as well. And as I was mentioning earlier, this has caused an outrage, let's say, in South Africa in particular, where the president today said that those bans are not scientific based, and they are an unfair discrimination against not only South Africa, but against those 7 other countries that the South African president called sister African countries. Interestingly, he wasn't addressing this criticism towards just the West or Western countries, because there are also African countries in the central north of Africa that also added their countries to the list of countries that ban flights from those countries in the south. And perhaps the South African president wanted to remind some of those countries elsewhere in Africa that South Africa sent them the vaccines they needed to vaccinate its own population. So there's a bit of a criticism from the South African president as well, Kate.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much for all that. Appreciate it. In this country, some local officials are already taking precautions trying to prevent Omicron from taking hold here. The state of New York declaring a state of emergency, New York City reinstituting an indoor mask advisory. It all comes as COVID cases are already on the rise across the U.S., including in New England. And that's where we find Antonia Hilton. She's outside Mass General Hospital in Boston. Antonia, Mass General seeing an uptick in patients like a lot of hospitals around the country, cases rising, this other variant looming. What are doctors worried about there the most?
Well, Kate, look, they are still actively fighting the Delta variant. As you just mentioned, a massive spike in cases in Massachusetts and other parts of New England in the weeks leading up to Thanksgiving. Just on Friday, right after the holiday, Massachusetts announced over 5,000 new cases. Mass General behind me here is actively treating about 40 people with COVID right now. But it's not just COVID cases and potential hospitalizations that have them worried as this new variant poses a potential threat. There's also immense strain on the hospital systems in this area. Here in Massachusetts and in the surrounding states, there's extreme burnout among physicians and nurses. Some of the most critical teams are down on staff members. And so just at the moment where they may potentially need more hands on deck, they are actually struggling with staffing and with resources and may need to pull back on certain types of procedures, non-emergency procedures, to make room for this looming threat. Take a listen to Dr. Ali Raja. He works with the emergency room team here at Mass General.
Right now, the entire hospital and the entire healthcare system in Massachusetts is really strained because not only do we still have patients with COVID, we also have lots of patients who fortunately are vaccinated but aren't afraid to come back into the hospital for everything from heart attacks to strokes. So our hospital and all the hospitals across the state are completely full.
Now, part of the pressure on public health officials, on doctors like Ali Raja, is going to be conversations with communities that are still unvaccinated. Even though Massachusetts is one of the most vaccinated states in the country, there are still pockets with large groups of people who are unvaccinated, and building trust in those communities, convincing them that this is an important line of defense as Omicron inevitably arrives and potentially other variants may emerge as well, that this is really the best tool in our arsenal, and that's got to be the message. Those are the relationships that these providers now need to really rebuild in the coming days and weeks, Kate.
Yeah, and that does seem to be the same message that we were hearing out of the White House. The president saying all we have to do right now is kind of reinforce this message that we need to get vaccinated. Is that the same thing you're hearing there?
Absolutely, that this is really going to be the way out of keeping that strain, that pressure I described on the hospital system from becoming a full-blown crisis. Because, as we talk about Omicron, there's really the question of its transmissibility, how quickly could it spread from person to person. But really, for many doctors and physicians who work in systems like this one, the real concern is also the severity of the disease that it causes. Because, if it spreads from person to person, but it's very mild, ultimately they won't come through emergency room doors.
Right.
But if this ends up being a serious disease, this system and other systems around the country are going to deal with extreme pressure. So the way that you keep people from having to come here in the first place, right, is getting them vaccinated, or if they were vaccinated a long time ago, as many people in Massachusetts were, a state where many people lined up and got vaccinated as soon as they were eligible. Now they have waning immunity and they need to get their boosters if they haven't already, Kate.
And Antonia, we mentioned this in New York City, where I'm sitting. They're reinstating their indoor mask advisory. Mayor Bill de Blasio also announcing a new vaccine mandate requiring all child care program employees to get vaccinated by December 20th. What else are you hearing about on the local level?
That's all exactly right. And actually, to add to that, the state of emergency declared in New York is going to allow hospital systems to start proactively canceling or pushing back non-emergency procedures. And by non-emergency procedures, I don't mean a fun cosmetic procedure. I mean someone who may need a hip replacement or treatment for their kidneys that, is important to their health and to their comfort, but maybe their physician says, as these pressures mount, is not immediately life-threatening and not a first priority. And while Massachusetts hasn't made that exact declaration, already providers here are talking about doing that, about needing to push back serious appointments for other patients and really brace themselves as they might be fighting Delta and Omicron at the exact same time. So, all of these physicians, while they may be in separate hospital networks, they're strategizing together as they think about the public health messaging around this. They deal with the reality that there's still so much about this variant that we still don't know. And they're trying to convince people to get vaccines, to get boosters in the coming weeks while they feel like they have a little bit of time to get ahead of this before there's potentially serious spread within the United States, Kate.
All right, Antonia, thank you so much. Appreciate it. This really is throwing a curveball during this holiday season, this Omicron variant. And NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres tells us now what we need to know about this new variant.
A new, highly contagious variant, the Omicron variant, is now considered a very high global risk by the World Health Organization.
We shouldn't need another wake-up call. We should all be wide awake to the threat of this virus.
The variant, first reported to WHO on November 24th in South Africa, has now been found in Belgium, Botswana, Germany, Hong Kong, Israel, Italy, and the United Kingdom, with more countries reporting detection daily. Omicron is already labeled a variant of concern, meaning it could be more transmissible and possibly more virulent.
When you look in South Africa, you were having a low level of infection, and then all of a sudden there was this big spike. And when the South Africans looked at it, they said, oh my goodness, this is a different virus than we've been dealing with.
Early research suggests this variant is highly contagious, with more than 30 mutations on the spike protein. And this is important because the spike protein is the part of the virus that binds to the human cell, causing infection. With more mutations on the spike protein, there is a higher likelihood of transmission and more ways for the new variant to possibly evade immunity. It's still too early to determine the severity of symptoms. The COVID response task team told the president it would take 2 weeks to have more information on this variant. But experts agree the vaccines still work.
When you get a level of protection with vaccine, and particularly now with the extraordinary increase in protection you get with the booster, even when you have variants of concern, you do well against them.
Because it is still so early, we can't determine if the variant is here in the United States yet, but given how transmissible the new variant is, it would not be surprising to see Omicron detected soon. The U.S. has already restricted travel from South Africa and 7 neighboring countries.
The issue of blocking travel from a given country is to just give us time to assess it better.
The one thing everyone can still do is get vaccinated. And if you're eligible for the booster, get that as well. That means 6 months or more from the second dose of an mRNA vaccine, either Pfizer or Moderna, and 2 months or more following the single dose of the J&J vaccine. And both the World Health Organization and CDC's guidance is to practice social distancing, hand washing, good ventilation with something as easy as opening up a window, and masking up.
All right, Dr. John Torres, some good advice. Thank you. Now to pressure rising for millions of Americans who rely on the government's food assistance program. Despite a historic increase to the SNAP program, a recent spike in food prices we all know about is stretching how far that assistance can go. Here's NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale.
Get some cereal on.
The later it gets in the month,
because we can afford them now,
the further Eric Tucker's grocery budget has to stretch.
If I can feed my family for 10, 12 bucks a night, that works.
What happens when you get towards the end of the month?
Less snacks.
The father of 2 boys in Orange County, California, lost his home and job during the pandemic and joined SNAP, the government's supplemental nutrition assistance program, previously called food stamps, to help feed his family.
You want any noodles?
It's forced some tough choices in the checkout line. What's that been like?
Humiliating. You got to pick and choose your battle. Who am I going to upset? Myself, my kid, what kid? You know, it's not going to be the full fulfillment of a meal.
The decisions made in these aisles go way beyond dollars and cents. Staying on budget can mean the difference between fruits and vegetables being swapped out for less costly sugary cereals and processed foods.
All right, what else you boys want?
But a new boost to the SNAP program could mean less pasta.
Traditional.
And more produce for the 1 in 8 Americans who use it to feed their families. Last month, SNAP upped its benefits by more than 25%. Families now get an average of $36 more per person each month. For Eric and his kids, that boost puts them at $606 a month, or just over $6 per person a day.
It's just been a big, blessing for us.
That extra money doesn't go as far these days. You might have more that you can budget with, but things also cost more.
Milk went up $1, I think, a gallon. My kids eat a lot of cereal, and we do a lot of pastas, and milk's, a necessity. So, but when the prices went up without the blessing of the SNAP going up, it was like, okay, we're going to cut back on, the things we used to eat.
Higher prices, combined with the pandemic's continued financial fallout, also means leaning more heavily on food banks to fill the gaps of what SNAP can't cover. Gregory Scott runs this one in Southern California. Their demand for food tripled in 2020 and is likely to stay that way.
We had many people who we call newly vulnerable, who had never been in line before, were now dealing with food insecurity and hunger.
During the pandemic, the single biggest request for my time as a congressperson was at food banks.
Congresswoman Katie Porter represents this area.
I think it's also important to think about these issues. They don't just happen in a vacuum, right?
If we're not doing anything about housing costs, if we're not doing anything about the cost of childcare or the cost of prescription drugs, even if we're stepping up with food assistance, at the end of the day, families can run short.
Now, the table's set for the holidays.
I've gotten to a spot in life where I had to bite my pride.
And Eric's table fuller than it would have been.
Other men and families need to know that there is resources out there, and we just need to ask for help.
Ali Vitale reporting there. 2 high-profile trials happening today, one for Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's confidant, and the other former Empire actor Jussie Smollett, both facing criminal charges. Live reports from the courthouses up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Opening statements are underway in the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the British socialite and confidant of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell on trial for 6 counts related to conspiring with Epstein to help recruit and groom 4 underage girls in the 90s for sex. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, is covering the trial in New York. Tom, hi. So Ghislaine Maxwell insisting that she's innocent. You tweeted this morning that this trial is not just about her alleged role in recruiting, as we just said, for Jeffrey Epstein, these young girls, but also allegations that she herself was abusive. How did each side lay out their case today in opening statements?
Right, so the defense closing statement is still ongoing, Kate. I just left court while at sidebar to give you an update. The government opening up with Laura Pomerantz, an assistant United States attorney, telling the story of Jane, one of the pseudonyms for one of the victims involved in this case. She says she was 14 years old when she met Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell at a summer camp. She says, and I quote, that the two of them met at a summer camp. They talked to her and established that they all lived in Palm Beach. She says, quote, what Jane didn't know then was that meeting at the summer camp would be the beginning of a nightmare. She says what Jane didn't know then was that this man and woman were predators. She says Jane was not their only victim. There were other young girls. She talked about how Ghislaine Maxwell tried to win their trust, how she tried to recruit these women. She said that this was really about an ongoing sexual trafficking of these girls. It was a very deliberate, straightforward, calm delivering of an opening statement by Pomerantz, which clearly laid out the case according to her and the allegations the government says that they can prove in the course of their case and their investigation. Now, in the course of this, Kate, I'm going to send it back to you because we've got a little bit of an issue out here on the street, and I just want to make sure that we don't have an issue
just stay safe.
behind us.
Don't worry, we'll come
Thanks
back to
very
you in a
much,
little
Kate.
bit, clear that up, and we'll go on back. For now, let's move on to the other big high-profile trial happening in Chicago. Jury selection is underway in the case of the former Empire star Jussie Smollett. You remember the actor claimed that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack 3 years ago. Prosecutors say that was a hoax to help his career. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is outside that courthouse in Chicago. Megan, it has taken nearly 3 years for this case to go to trial. There have been a number of twists and turns. I need you to remind us how we got here and why it's taken so long.
So, Kate, this all started in January of 2019. Jussie Smollett said he was in downtown Chicago. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning. He was walking to Subway when he says that he was attacked by two men who yelled homophobic and racial slurs at him, poured bleach on him, and put a noose around his neck. So he calls police. He files his police report. Police investigate, and within a couple of weeks, they determined that this was a hoax. So he's brought charges. Charges are brought against him. Then he reaches this agreement with the prosecutor's office here in Chicago. He accepts something called a pretrial diversion, which essentially means that he doesn't have to admit guilt or innocence. All he has to do is pay this $10,000 fine, which he did, as well as do some community service. Those charges went away until a special prosecutor was called, started to investigate. A grand jury convened, and those charges were brought right back. Now, of course, we had this pandemic. So, of course, between the back and forth of the charges and then the pandemic, that's where this time sort of got away from us. But fast forward to today, and this is the first day of his trial, Kate.
Yeah, and we see video of them walking in this morning. Any sense for what's happening inside now?
So what we know is today is jury selection. There were 50 Chicago residents that were called in. We know about 10 of them have been dismissed. But the judge saying that he expects to seat a jury by today with this trial concluding, he says, sometime at the beginning of next week. But if Smollett is found guilty of these charges and convicted, he faces up to 3 years in prison. But we've talked to legal analysts who say it's more likely that he will do probation on this. But keep in mind, there is a lawsuit that's pending against him from the city of Chicago for $130,000. The city saying that they're trying to recoup the cost for the police investigation since they maintain that this was a hoax. Kate.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald out in Chicago for us. Megan, thank you. Some breaking news this afternoon. The New York Attorney General's office releasing new video of the interview investigators had with former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo answering questions for 11 hours as part of sexual harassment claims against him, allegations that he has repeatedly denied. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is with me to talk more about this. This is all developing really quickly this afternoon. So the AG's office had been releasing transcripts, right? But now we've got video.
That's correct. We now have video. We can actually see the governor when he was answering questions posed to him by an independent investigator. You know, as a result of that very lengthy investigation, the Attorney General came back and announced that they had found that he had sexually harassed at least 11 women. So what you're about to hear is one of the more testy exchanges between the independent investigator and Governor Cuomo, former Governor Cuomo, asking him something very simple, and that is if he would give the definition of what is a girlfriend. Take a listen.
Do you understand what a girlfriend is?
Oh, girlfriend means different things to different people.
Okay, what does it mean?
What a girlfriend means to me may be different than what a girlfriend means to you.
What does it mean to you?
It doesn't matter what it means to me. It matters what you want to know.
I'd like to know whether you thought she was a girlfriend of yours. Do you not understand? What is your understanding of the word girlfriend?
My understanding doesn't matter. It's a friend who is a
with all respect.
It is a friend who is a girl.
That's how you define girlfriend?
Yes.
So there you hear the governor, the former governor, a trained attorney, apparently not wanting to box himself in on any particular definition of what a girlfriend is.
Seeming to parse words a little bit there. And this all matters, right? Because it goes to whether these relationships were what they were. Were they consensual? Were they a girlfriend?
Precisely. That's exactly what's going on.
There's another thing in the transcripts, which is an interview investigators conducted in July with Andrew Cuomo's brother, Chris Cuomo, who, of course, is an anchor at CNN. What can you tell us about that?
What we can tell you is that it's something we learned here. We had previously known that Chris Cuomo was an unofficial advisor for his brother. They've been very, very open about their close relationships, that they talk a lot, that they discuss things a lot. But here on the video, what you're hearing is Chris Cuomo admitting that he may have made a mistake by being as close of an advisor to his brother that he was actually looped in on emails with those who were advising the governor, coming up with some sort of a strategy of how the governor should approach these allegations against them, even offering so much as to try and find out whether or not there might be more women who would come forward and accuse the governor of inappropriate behavior and maybe even determine what their identities were. Again, he acknowledged that it was a mistake. He said, first and foremost, he said to his brother, you have to tell the truth, be truthful about this, get out in front of it that way. He also goes on to say that he recused himself from reporting on this story and left it to others and hoped that that would in some way protect him.
In our world, in the media world, this has gotten a lot of attention. There's been a lot of blowback on Chris Cuomo and people saying that he shouldn't be in the position he's in on the air, also trying to, well, I guess not covering it directly, but there's been a lot of talk.
A lot of talk. And at this point, we have not heard from CNN officially in response to these videos being released, but we do know that Chris Cuomo has maintained his job and his position over at CNN.
Okay. Let me also ask you about former Governor Cuomo facing a charge of forcible touching for allegedly groping one of his aides. That is the case that's moved forward criminally. Where does that stand?
That was supposed to go for an arraignment back on November 17th. But because of some procedural issues, they decided that the law enforcement as well as the defense attorneys decided that they would postpone this and push it, in fact, into next year and January.
Right. And we assume everyone's talking behind the scenes as they're trying to figure out how to proceed with that.
We can assume that,
yes. Rahima, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Obviously, much more to tell about that as we hear those tapes. Coming up, a climate rebellion. Why some activists are promising protests will only get more extreme if world leaders fail to take action on climate change.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
A potential restart to the Iran nuclear deal. Representatives from Iran, the U.S., several European nations holding talks in Vienna today, but sticking points remain over a range of key issues. Sky News International Affairs editor Dominic Waghorn has the latest from the Austrian capital.
There's a huge amount at stake in these talks as diplomats reconvene in Vienna. There is the possibility of a nuclear arms race should Iran go nuclear, or even war should Israel decide to bomb Iran if these talks fall apart. They fell apart in June. The attempt was to try and put back together the Iranian nuclear deal that was signed in this building behind me in 2015 after years of grueling diplomacy. The deal was the Iranians would freeze their nuclear program, a program they've always insisted is for civilian purposes, although not many other people believe that. In return for freezing that, the outside world lifted sanctions. But then Donald Trump was elected, he reneged on the deal, and the Iranians went back to enriching uranium and harassing and intimidating international atomic inspectors. They're estimated now to have enough enriched uranium to be able to build the bomb, should they go hell for leather to do so, within either a month to 6 months. So there's a lot at stake here, and I think these talks really are a test of the Iranians' intentions. They desperately need to have sanctions lifted. Their economy's been ravaged by them and by COVID-19. But are they serious about going back to these talks and trying to put this deal back together? The British and the Americans have made it pretty clear if they don't think the Iranians are serious, they are likely to walk away from the talks. Then if you're in Saudi Arabia, you may decide to try and develop a weapon of your own. If you're in Israel, you may decide to bomb Iran. So a huge amount at stake. I have to say, diplomats are pretty gloomy about the prospects, but they are prepared to give it a last go to see if this deal can be revived.
All right, Dominic, thank you. Now to strained relations between the U.S. and Russia. Russia's ambassador to the U.S. said this weekend that the U.S. had expelled more than 24 Russian diplomats. Now Russia's promising a definite response. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner takes a look at the rising tensions between the two countries.
Thank you, Kate. Well, there have been times in the tensions between the U.S. and Russia in the past several years that it's felt like there's almost two different kind of dialogue tracks going on. There's this dispute between the U.S. State Department and the Russian Foreign Ministry, and then there's the kind of mainline diplomacy that really at this point feels direct between the White House and the Kremlin. That's maybe more accurate to say that's how it feels from the Russian side. And so you have this situation running parallel to everything else, and that's this visa war between, again, the State Department and the Russian Foreign Ministry. They have been whittling away at each other's diplomatic missions in their respective countries for the past 4 years or so. So just an example, 100 Russian diplomats have been expelled from the United States since 2016. And the U.S. Embassy here in Moscow has basically been gutted since 2017 when they kind of peaked at their staffing of 1,200 people. Now, obviously, most of those employees were local hires, so there's always been a mix of foreign service personnel personnel, other U.S. agency personnel with representative offices here in Russia, and then local staff that were doing a lot of things like consular services, a lot of visa processing. So one of the things, one of the impacts this has had on the U.S. operation here is it's basically impossible now for a Russian citizen, just a normal person, not involved in anything, to go and get a normal tourist visa or even an immigrant visa now from the U.S. Embassy here in Moscow. They need to go to a third country to do that. Likewise, the Russian Embassy in the U.S. is now complaining it's running into staffing shortages. And so we're just kind of in this very unpleasant situation that's harming normal people. I mean, American citizens here in Moscow even have trouble doing normal consular affairs things that you would kind of take for granted at an embassy anywhere else in the world. So, as I mentioned, unpleasant situation getting all the more unpleasant by the day.
All right, Matt, thank you. Climate activists going to the extreme, vowing there will be more high-profile protests that grab attention as they call on global leaders to act after the COP26 climate conference failed to meet their expectations. Here's NBC News correspondent Josh Lederman.
In Glasgow, they marched. Tens of thousands of climate activists demanding change during the COP26 UN Global Summit.
We say no more blah, blah, blah. No more blah, blah, blah. No more blah, blah, blah. No more blah, blah, blah.
Their pleas failing to force world leaders to deliver the decisive action they wanted.
I apologize for the way this process has unfolded, and I'm deeply sorry.
And now?
Even my non-existent hopes were crushed by COP26.
Hopes crushed, but not extinguished. During 15 days of negotiations in Glasgow, leaders promised to end deforestation by 2030 and cut methane emissions by 30%. There was progress on setting up a global carbon trading market and a surprise joint statement from the US and China pledging closer climate cooperation. But countries' greenhouse gas slashing pledges fell short of what scientists say is needed to avert the worst effects of global warming. And a deal calling for phasing out coal was watered down, instead calling for it to be phased down, and not all coal. So with COP26 in the rearview mirror, a global movement of young climate activists is retrenching, trying to funnel frustration and outrage into greater pressure for the world to act.
And so we're here today at the actual United Nations headquarters in New York City to sort of, I think, show them what actual action in an emergency looks like, because clearly from all of the things that came out of COP26, which was basically nothing, they don't know how to act in an emergency.
Presley is with Extinction Rebellion, a global activist movement that says it has more than 1,200 chapters in 80-plus countries. Within days of COP26, they were back at it, temporarily blocking the entrance to UN headquarters in New York. It's just the latest attention-grabbing move by a group that recently blocked the city's FDR Parkway,
Climate justice now.
leading to 13 arrests.
There's groups like Extinction Rebellion that are making change happen just by forcing the issues in front of people in various ways. And we're seeing a lot more protests. We're seeing the youth marches happening all over the world.
Their methods are peaceful, but can be controversial. For decades, high-profile stunts have been a go-to tactic for the environmental left, forcing attention on issues the public would sometimes rather ignore.
So one thing that you want to do when you're in a soft block line is you want to be like linked arms and you want to have your hands.
NBC News got a look at how Extinction Rebellion trains its activists in nonviolent protest and civil disobedience.
The cops should warn you that you're going to be arrested. They should actually give you 3 warnings. And if you are under arrest, you can say, I'm going to remain silent. I want to see my lawyer. So just like one more time that I'm going to remain silent. Yes, thank you.
There's also a heavy dose of climate science, arming activists with the facts.
It's a scientific programmer at NASA, so a lot of the time we can come and like inform the activism that they're doing because they have to be correct what they're saying, or else, you know, the whole thing's lost. We need to start demanding way more from our leaders, you know, especially from like the President of the United States.
Activists vowing the longer governments fail to act, the more intense their protests will get.
Perfect.
Especially as leaders look toward the next UN climate summit, now less than a year away.
I think I want COP27 to look more like the people who are actually being affected by climate change.
Coming up, inside the private lives of the royals, an explosive new book promising to give us a glimpse of what's going on behind palace doors. What the book reveals, up next.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Twitter CEO and co-founder Jack Dorsey stepping down from his post as head of the social media platform. Twitter saying that Chief Technology Officer Parag Agrawal will take over for Dorsey effective immediately. NBC News tech investigations reporter Zoe Schiffer joins me now. So Zoe, this was kind of a surprise, at least to me. In an email to Twitter employees, Dorsey said, quote, "After almost 16 years of having a role at our company, from co-founder to CEO to chair to exec chair to interim CEO to CEO, I decided it's finally time for me to leave." Am I the only one surprised, Zoe? And why now?
Yeah, no, you're not the only one that's surprised, although I believe that Jack Dorsey has been a bit of an absentee CEO in recent years. He's also running the digital payments company Square, and we've heard from an activist investor last year who felt very strongly that he should resign because he wasn't solely focused on Twitter.
Okay, and talk a little bit about how he has shaped Twitter's policies when it comes to online abuse, the spread of misinformation.
Yeah, so I mentioned that he's been a bit of an absent CEO, but he was consulted on major content moderation decisions on the platform, including Twitter's call to ban Donald Trump from the platform in 2021. The company also showed this major willingness to be pretty decisive and creative in figuring out how to get health misinformation and election misinformation in particular off of the platform. For example, it recently banned tweets containing misinformation about COVID-19 vaccines under its rules against COVID-19 misinformation.
And what can you tell us about the new Twitter CEO, Parag Agrawal, the challenges that he might face in replacing Dorsey?
Yeah, so not much was known about him prior to Dorsey's announcement this morning. We knew that he was an engineer that had joined Twitter about 10 years ago, and that he's leading the company's Blue Sky initiative, this project to create an open standard for social media companies. In terms of the challenges he's going to face, I believe he'll have to contend with some of the major content moderation decisions that have plagued Twitter in recent years and have plagued Dorsey in particular. He's going to be caught in this political debate around how much to police misinformation on the platform. And we're already seeing some of his past comments come back to haunt him in terms of getting him in a little bit of hot water with conservatives. We know, for example, that in 2020, he said that Twitter's role is not to be bound by the First Amendment. It's to create healthy public conversations. And that's a very difficult thing to do, particularly in 2021.
Be interesting to watch. Zoe, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Explosive new details promised in a book about the brotherly bond between Prince William and Prince Harry. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea is in London with more on what the author of this new book claims led Prince Harry to break away from royal life.
Well, Kate, this is something that the royal family certainly will not welcome. And so far, they're pushing back hard against these explosive claims in this new book. Prince Charles's spokesperson calling them fiction. Another bombshell for the royal family. The new book, Brothers and Wives, claiming Prince Charles asked about the skin color of son Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's future children on the day of their engagement over breakfast with his wife Camilla. Charles allegedly asking, what do you suppose their children's complexion might be? An innocent conversation, the book's author says, that was twisted into something toxic by royal advisors and shared with Harry and Meghan. A spokesman for Prince Charles telling the New York Post, this is fiction and not worth further comment. Meghan and Harry accusing the royal family of racism in their tell-all interview with Oprah earlier this year.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
The couple adding they'd never reveal who said it, but later clarifying it wasn't the Queen or Prince Philip. At the time, the Queen said the allegations were taken very seriously and would be addressed privately. Prince William, just days later, publicly defended the royals.
Is the royal family a racist family, sir? No, we're very much not a racist family.
The book's author, Christopher Anderson, has covered the royal family for decades, and his publisher says he has multiple sources for all of his reporting. In the book, he describes William's concerns about Harry rushing to the altar, saying William's advice to Harry was, take whatever time you need to really get to know this girl. Harry's alleged reaction, who the hell do you think you are, brother? The author says the situation became more strained in December 2019 after Harry and Meghan chose to spend the Christmas holiday in Canada, and that before the Queen recorded her traditional Christmas message, she asked that a portrait of Harry, Meghan, and Archie be removed. The book claims William was shocked when he realized the photo was gone and told Kate Harry would be terribly upset. It also cites an unnamed confidant of Harry's as saying that Harry felt as if he, Meghan, and Archie were being erased from the family. A spokesperson for the Queen told the New York Post, we don't comment on books of this kind, as to do so risks giving it some form of authority or credibility. We reached out to Prince William and Prince Harry's spokespeople on this. So far, no comment from either of them.
All right, Kelly, thank you. Celebrating the great Stephen Sondheim, a songwriter whose work transformed the American musical. We take a look next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Broadway's biggest stars coming together in Times Square this weekend, singing in memory of Stephen Sondheim, the mastermind of musical classics like The West Side Story and Into the Woods. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes us through his celebrated legacy.
Kate, Stephen Sondheim wrote about life as it was, not how he wanted it to be, and in doing so, he changed American musical theater, creating a songbook of words and music lauded by stars and shower singers. For Broadway, the best way to celebrate Stephen Sondheim was to sing. Lin-Manuel Miranda among the voices in New York's Times Square, near the theaters Sondheim loved and transformed.
I want to tell stories and write songs that make people laugh, cry, and have a good time and buy tickets.
And they did. Spend a weekend in the country. Except to a little night music.
And thank you for the present, but what's wrong with it?
Folly, Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, and Sunday in the Park with George.
Look at all the things you've done for me.
Actress Bernadette Peters thanking Sondheim for all the gifts he gave the world. Sentiments echoed by Paul McCartney, Hugh Jackman, Mel Brooks, and Barbra Streisand.
The toast to that invincible bunch.
Christine Baranski, who with Meryl Streep and Audra McDonald sang for Sondheim's 90th birthday.
Let's hear it for the ladies who lunch.
Told Variety, we all feel like orphans. Until the end, he was theater's biggest fan, attending revivals of his Assassins and Company. Portrayed on the big screen by Bradley Whitford in Tick, Tick, Boom.
John, Steve Sondheim here.
It is Sondheim himself on Jonathan Larson's voicemail.
That it's first-rate work and has a future. And so do you.
Encouragement, director Miranda said Sondheim gave generations of writers, repaying the debt to his mentor, legendary Broadway lyricist Oscar Hammerstein II. He pushed a then 25-year-old Sondheim to write the lyrics for West Side Story. Now Steven Spielberg's remade that movie. But it is in the theater, in that alchemy between actor and audience, where Sondheim will live forever.
I'd like to be remembered for the shows, that the shows will still be entertaining 100 years from now, that they'll still have something to say.
At 91, Sondheim was working on a new musical. Despite all the awards and accolades throughout his career, he always felt he had something more to say, something more to write. And how lucky we all were to hear it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow in for Allison Morris. Today, you're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Bracing for impact, leaders preparing for the latest COVID variant as the World Health Organization warns Omicron poses a high global risk. What we know so far. Keeping the shelves stocked, President Biden's meeting with CEOs from several major retailers on their holiday challenges. Plus, an emotional walk down the aisle for a woman paralyzed more than a decade ago. Her surprising steps moving her groom to tears. Let's begin at the White House and the fight to stop the spread of the COVID-19 variant called Omicron. Senior White House reporter for NBCNews.com, Shannon Pettypiece, is on the North Lawn with us. Shannon, President Biden delivering remarks earlier today on this new variant, urging Americans to stay calm, saying it's not a crisis, not a panic. How is the White House working to control the spread?
Well, while there is a lot that administration officials acknowledge they do not know about this new variant, they were calling on Americans today to get their booster shots if they are eligible, and all adults now are eligible 6 months out from when they got vaccinated, and of course to get vaccinated if they haven't gotten that shot already. Here's what the president had to say earlier today.
The best protection against this new variant or any of the variants out there, the ones we've been dealing with already, is getting fully vaccinated and getting a booster shot. A fully vaccinated booster person is the most protected against COVID. Do not wait. Go get your booster if it's time for you to do so. And if you are not vaccinated, now's the time to get vaccinated and take your children to be vaccinated.
And one other thing the president recommended is for people to wear masks indoors in crowded settings, regardless of their vaccination status or how prevalent the virus may be in their community. Now, one thing the president did rule out are lockdowns like we saw last year. He also said that he's not anticipating any further travel restrictions, but left the door open to that to some extent, depending on how widespread the virus might be or this new variant might be in other countries and how that situation evolves.
Right. And of course, we already have flights coming from Southern Africa being not allowed into the country unless you're an American citizen. Vaccinating Americans, though, part of the challenge. We were talking about that. What about the rest of the world? What did President Biden say about global vaccination efforts?
Well, and that's something that there has been a lot of criticism about for months now. The United States giving out boosters while so much of the world, critics say, has not gotten even their first dose. The president today called on more countries to step up and contribute, citing the hundreds of millions of doses the U.S. has already given and donated around the world, saying other countries also need to do their part. Here's a bit more what he had to say.
We've shipped for free more vaccines to other countries than all other countries in the world combined. Over 275 million vaccines to 110 countries. Now we need the rest of the world to step up as well. Let me be clear. Not a single vaccine shot Americans ever send to the rest of the world will ever come at the expense of any American. I will always make sure that our people are protected first. But vaccinating the world is just one more tool in how we need to meet our moral obligation as Americans and how to best protect Americans as well.
But one of the issues with those vaccines that have been donated is actually getting them into arms, especially in countries that don't have a strong healthcare system in place. And that has been one of the issues in South Africa, where we have seen this new variant first crop up.
And Shannon, switching subjects, I know this afternoon President Biden also met with business CEOs to discuss concerns over the supply chain ahead of the holidays. He was supposed to speak on the supply chain this afternoon. That speech, we understand, now moved to Wednesday. So what do we know about what came out of that meeting? What do we know about how the White House is trying to tackle this supply chain issue?
Yeah, and quite unusual for the White House to cancel remarks by the president such a short time before they were scheduled. This was about 15 minutes before they were scheduled to begin. And the White House said essentially that the president wanted to have more time to spend with the CEOs who had traveled to the White House to meet with him. You know, more broadly, though, these supply chain issues, I would say up until Thursday, when this new variant came on the scene, had been the #1 issue that the White House was focused on addressing, making sure that stores and shelves were stocked for the holiday season, trying to get prices down, particularly gas prices. We saw the president trying to address that last week by opening up the strategic oil reserves. So this has been a major focus of the administration. Some good news today coming out of the CEOs in this meeting, though, a lot of them indicating that they think they're going to be able to meet demand for the holiday season and attributing some of that to steps the administration has already taken, like expanding hours at ports and just trying to bring all the players in the supply chain together to relieve some of these bottlenecks.
Good news for shoppers. Shannon Pettypiece, thank you so much. Back to the variant again. The World Health Organization holding a special session today, warning that the Omicron variant poses a very high global risk, while the United Nations is urging its members to vaccinate as rapidly as possible. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joining me now. Matt, more than a dozen countries have either confirmed or reported suspected cases of the Omicron variant, including Canada to our north. Where are we seeing it around the world?
Oh, we're seeing it here in Britain, which has just reported 11 cases at last I checked. We're seeing it in the Netherlands, which has more than a dozen cases, mostly in Europe and in southern Africa, which has been the butt of a lot of these travel bans. And so that's what we're starting to see. More than a dozen countries popping up around the world. Kate, nobody in the scientific community believes that this is the end. They believe that there are many, many more cases everywhere, and that even those countries who are reporting a few cases probably have many, many more. Kate?
And that raises a question. So a lot of countries are tightening their borders, the U.S. not allowing people coming in from southern Africa. Are these identified cases that we know about limited to people who've traveled?
It's hard to know, Kate. I mean, we're talking about a situation where we don't know the schema of this virus. We don't understand whether it's more transmissible. And of course, when it comes to whether people have traveled or not, that question starts to become moot after a little while, because then you start to have basically community-borne cases where they're spreading from within populations. Once the virus and once the variant has insinuated itself in a population, it becomes not a question of travel bans. It becomes not a question of moving around. It just becomes one of staunching the spread within that community.
And what else are you hearing that foreign governments are doing to try to contain? We just talked about what the White House is doing here in the U.S., but what are other governments doing to try to stop this Omicron variant from spreading?
That's a good question, Kate. I mean, here in Britain, what we're starting to see here is that they're lowering the age for the booster shot. It used to be 40. Anybody over 40 was eligible for that booster. Now, just today, it's been lowered to 18. Also, more shots that are available, a second dose for children. And they're shortening that time difference from 6 months to 3 months for those between the time you get your last shot and that booster. So really, here in Britain, they're ramping up the effort to try to get booster shots in people's arms by hook or by crook. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to these other places in the global south, countries like in sub-Saharan Africa, South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, they're all saying, get us the shot, get us the jab. They're saying that they were not in part of that original rollout of the vaccine, and that is why the rich world, because they weren't committed to global vaccine equality to begin with, has basically seen the chickens coming home to roost. This is what happens, they say, when you don't get shots in the arms of people globally, when you just concentrate on your own country. Kate?
And this isn't the first variant that we've dealt with, right? Is there any difference in the way the World Health Organization is responding to this Omicron versus Delta when the Delta variant emerged?
It's a great question, Kate, because back in the day, if you remember, the World Health Organization was one of the first organizations to cast skepticism on this idea of travel bans. They said that this won't work. Well, it might not work, and it still might not work this time. But now we're hearing that the World Health Organization is saying, well, you know, maybe take a risk-based, a cautious-based approach. Seems like the World Health Organization, among other institutions, has come around to the idea of travel bans, as well as some of those who objected to them originally. Whether or not the travel bans will work, whether or not any of these measures will work against a new, potentially, though not proven, but potentially more voracious virus, that's yet to be seen, and we'll probably know in the coming weeks. Kate?
Matt Bradley, great to have you with us. Thank you. I want to bring in now NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. She's a primary care physician who also served in the Obama administration as director of policy for the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs and Public Engagement in the White House. Dr. Patel, great to see you. I have so many questions for you. We heard President Biden say, It's cause for concern, not panic. The World Health Organization also holding a special session today. Let's take a listen to what the director said.
We don't yet know whether Omicron is associated with more transmission, more severe disease, more risk of reinfections, or more risk of evading vaccines. Scientists at WHO and around the world are working urgently to answer these questions. We shouldn't need another wake-up call. We should all be wide awake to the threat of this virus. But Omicron's very emergence is another reminder that although many of us might think we're done with COVID-19, it's not done with us.
Of course, everything he just said, every question he just raised is exactly what we all want answers to, right? We want to know, is it going to spread faster? Is it going to make us more sick? How dangerous is it? How are they going to answer those questions? And do we have any answers yet?
Yeah, all the right questions. So maybe it'll help to tell you what's happening right now. Right now, scientists around the world, especially in Southern Africa, are making copies of this virus based on what they're seeing and what they're getting in PCR studies, making copies of that virus, Kate, and then in Petri dishes in a lab setting, taking the viral copies and then taking blood from people who are up to date in their immunizations and don't have other issues to see if their antibodies in that blood can neutralize the copies of this Omicron variant. And I think that's critical because it takes time. It's not overnight, but we should get an answer in about 1 to 2 weeks of whether our current vaccines are effective against this virus. That feels like the quadrillion-dollar question, whatever the largest dollar amount is. I think to your point, though, it seems like we've got signs very early, all kind of preliminary, that this is increasingly transmissible, maybe more so than Delta, but at least like Delta, just because of all the cases we're seeing. It feels like every hour, Kate, there's more cases here in Belgium, in Canada, and et cetera. So that seems to indicate, to the point you made earlier about community transmission, that someone can get it from me if I travel from a part of the world where it might be higher in activity, like Southern Africa, and then I can give it to somebody who never traveled. That's community transmission, and they give it to someone else who's never traveled into another area. It's why travel restrictions generally don't work when a virus is already in our country, which we believe it might be in the United States. It's probably here already.
And I have to ask you, last night on Nightly News, we had a doctor in South Africa saying, look, the cases she has seen so far aren't that bad. They're mild, you know, a couple days of really bad, I think she said, I can't remember, she said pain or chills or fever. Yeah. But do we know if that's the case for we just don't know yet, right? Whether it's always
that's
mild?
right. That's right. It's by the way, we're all hungering for those details. I think what we have to do is step back and applaud kind of Southern Africa, especially South Africa, for coming forward, but they came forward with incomplete details. We want everything kind of nice and tidy in a bow. We're not going to get that, but that will come sooner. Okay, we should have more of those details in the next several days. We're getting even more details. You know, that flight from South Africa that had to get grounded. There were 61 positive cases, Amsterdam flight. Yeah. 61 positive cases. Turns out that a good 2/3 of them were the Delta variant. Not a good thing, by the way, that you have so many positives on a flight, but it tells us that Delta is still active. So you are right that hopefully what we see is that this is very less severe in vaccinated people, and then in unvaccinated people, which we're getting more data on from South Africa and other countries, that many people who are in the hospital were unvaccinated. That's a theme we know well in the United States. But all signs point to our current vaccines largely being effective, just based on the fact, Kate, that it's hard to imagine going from 93% efficacy with a booster to 0. So it'll take a hit, but I have a hard time believing that our vaccines are ineffective completely. But again, a couple of weeks and we'll know some answers definitively.
And Dr. Fauci earlier today talked about protective testing protocols already in place for travelers coming into the U.S. He says that PCR tests that are used can pick up the Omicron variant. What else can you tell us about that? Is that going to help us slow the spread?
It should. Any testing, what I do encourage, we've been telling Americans going into the Thanksgiving holidays to use those rapid tests. I encourage people to continue to use those if they have symptoms. But if they get a positive, Kate, I want everyone to go to a clinic, a pharmacy, anywhere they do those PCR tests, get a full PCR, because we do have a way with our current PCR technology to look for a very specific pattern that is unique to Omicron. So we can find it with current PCR technology. We don't need special tests for it. We just have to look for it, and now we can. And so I think that's why Dr. Fauci was optimistic that our current testing can pick it up. But, Kate, we're not doing enough testing. It's because we're doing at-home testing, or we're tired of testing. We're not doing enough testing.
It's so funny that you just said that. I just had this experience with my own family. One of us needed a test, and we couldn't get it fast enough, and we couldn't get the results fast enough. So
exactly,
it's happening.
We can do better.
Dr. Patel, thank you so much. Let's talk about millions of Americans taking to the skies over Thanksgiving. It was one of the busiest travel periods since the start of the pandemic. So how did airlines handle the influx of holiday passengers? NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National Airport.
Hey, Kate, good day. You know, the airlines really were under the gun and in the spotlight following those high-profile meltdowns and mass cancellations we saw over the summer and, of course, into October. But all indications are it went very smoothly over this 10-day stretch. And even today, very few cancellations, most people getting to their destinations on time.
The Thanksgiving 2021 travel rush now in the rearview mirror, with airlines celebrating their heaviest passenger loads in 2 years. On Sunday, the biggest travel day yet. The TSA estimating 2.4 million flyers took to the skies.
When you haven't seen family in 2 years, sometimes you mask up and do what you got to do.
Over the entire Thanksgiving travel period, an average of 2 million passengers and more traveled each day, the most since 2019. To avoid a repeat of the mass cancellations that began over the summer and extended into October, airlines streamlined operations and staffed up. Air travelers and road warriors also benefited from blue skies and clear weather across most of the country. Though on Sunday, rain showers in the northwest and snow flurries in the northeast delayed some flights, while traffic volume slowed travelers at critical airports in Florida, including Tampa, Orlando, and Palm Beach. Here at Denver International Airport, the nation's third busiest, passenger traffic is surging. 69 million passengers in 2019, 80 million expected in 2025. Denver, a key hub for United and Southwest, operates 6 runways, critical to remaining open during any looming snowstorms this coming winter.
Having the flexibility to keep runways clean, keep the airport open and moving through, and keeping planes de-iced is really key to making sure that all of our flights are operating as on time as possible.
Looking forward to the Christmas holidays, travel experts advise booking now and pad your itinerary with plenty of time.
There are just so many people traveling. Planes are going to be packed, airports packed. You should leave early, build in some buffer time. I don't recommend 45-minute connections these days, because then you're just asking for things to go wrong.
So the airline's very closely watching this new Omicron variant of COVID because, of course, over the summer with Delta, we saw that the Delta variant suddenly kind of slowed passenger volume across the country. Going forward, that's going to be something that the airlines are watching very closely. At the moment, though, no cancellations because of Omicron in the United States. So far, this is not a huge problem in the U.S., as you know.
Thank you. The Justice Department accusing Steve Bannon of trying his case in the media rather than in court. The latest legal fight over the investigation into the January 6th Capitol attack.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Lawmakers getting back to work today and facing a packed agenda in the next month. The top priority, averting a government shutdown when funding expires on Friday. Congress is also on track to approve defense spending and potentially increase the debt ceiling. And Senate Democrats will need to be unanimous if they want to pass President Biden's social spending and climate bill that the House passed earlier this month. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is with me now. Leanne, let's start with the social spending and climate bill. So the legislation needs all 50 Democratic senators. Where do things stand right now, especially with Senators Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin?
Hi, Kate. It's always Senator Sinema and Manchin that we're talking about these days. And the status quo is still the status quo. We are waiting to hear what Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema want out of this legislation. My sources are telling me that Senator Sinema seems to be okay, that she seems to be on board. Senator Manchin, though, has not completely committed. We know that he does not want the 4 weeks of paid leave that has been included in this legislation. He wants that stripped out of it. He wants some other changes to tax provisions as well, including some of the clean energy stuff. So they still have quite a bit of negotiations to do while also just trying to get this bill on the floor and hopefully pass it by Christmas. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was just on the Senate floor and saying that his plan is on track. Let's listen.
I will bring the president's Build Back Better legislation to the floor so we can pass it as soon as possible and send it to the president's desk. Our goal continues to be to get this done before Christmas.
His goal is before Christmas, but that is going to be a very tall task, Kate. They still have a lot of work to do.
All right, well, speaking of work, how about the defense budget? It passed in the House back in September. What's the holdup in the Senate?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. There's some frustration that Senator Schumer brought this to the floor so late in the year against the backdrop of all these other things that they have to do before the new year. But here we are, it's on the floor, and it looks like Republicans are going to do everything they can to try to slow down the process. The reason is because if the process for this defense bill is slowed down, that means that it's going to take a lot more time for them to pass their agenda, the Build Back Better Better plan. They also have to get to government funding and lifting the debt limit as well. And so it's really a crunch at the end of the year. But the defense bill is a really interesting bill. There's lots of interesting provisions in it, including how to deal with sexual assault in the military. There's a new commission created to look at the entirety of the Afghanistan war and repealing use of force authorizations for previous wars. And so it's a really important piece of legislation, but it is really just bunched together with a bunch of must-pass bills, Kate.
Yeah, speaking of which, the government funding that you just mentioned, so nobody wants a government shutdown, right, going into the holidays. What are you hearing from Democrats and Republicans about an agreement by Friday?
Yeah, they sure don't. And that's one thing that Republicans and Democrats do agree on, is that no one wants a government shutdown. But they still have to pass it in the House, they have to pass it in the Senate, and it still has to reach the president's desk by Friday. There are discussions right now about extending that government funding through January, but nothing has been set in stone, Kate.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much. On Wednesday, the U.S. Supreme Court will consider whether to uphold Mississippi's restrictive new ban on most abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. It's the first in a wave of challenges that could lead the conservative-leaning Supreme Court to maybe roll back Roe v. Wade. But NBC News digital reporter Chloe Atkins found that access is already out of reach for most Mississippians, with one advocate saying the state has fallen into a, quote, post-Roe existence. And she joins me now on Zoom. Chloe, thanks for being with us. There's one abortion clinic left in the entire state of Mississippi. What, if any, resources are left for women who do want to seek an abortion? Where are they going?
That's right, Kate. So abortion rights are on the line at the Supreme Court right now. There's only one abortion clinic in the state of Mississippi, and it's only open a few days a week, making abortion largely inaccessible for most Mississippians. And many patients, like you just mentioned, right this moment are already traveling to nearby states like Alabama, Tennessee, and Georgia for abortion care for a variety of reasons, like being too far along in pregnancy or for it being just plain and simple, easier to get abortion care in another state, Kate.
And in your interview with the co-founder of Mississippi Reproductive Fund, that's an organization that provides logistical and financial support to women that are seeking abortions, they said that women have to jump through a lot of hoops to end pregnancy. What else did they say about the impact that the law is already having on women there?
And Kate, that abortion fund helps support up to 7 abortions a week, with more than half of them obtained outside of the state. And they tell me that this law would have an enormous impact on Mississippi. And what we would see would be even more women, traveling out of state, not just to nearby states, but even further to, coastal liberal leaning states where access is a lot more readily available for them, Kate.
And can you describe to me what the other side says, what the people that were for this law argue in Mississippi, and if the ban holds up in court, how does that impact neighboring states?
Sure thing. So I actually spoke with clinics in neighboring states who told me that they are planning for an influx and an increase in patients by increasing clinic hours, working with, nearby funds to help get women out of state. But, depending on how the court rules and if Roe v. Wade is weakened, we could see abortion largely restricted in the South. So as a result, Mississippians and Southerners would have to be traveling even further to get access. And as you note, we have also, abortion opponents really rallying behind this law, and they really see it as, their moment, that this law could be the one that, overturns or weakens Roe v. Wade. And so, we're definitely watching this case very closely come this Wednesday, Kate.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much. The Justice Department says Steve Bannon is filing frivolous legal complaints in an effort to avoid cooperating with the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack. In a document filed Sunday, the DOJ writes the defense's misleading claims, failure to confer, unexplained wholesale opposition, and extrajudicial statements make clear the defense's real purpose: to abuse criminal discovery to try this case in the media rather than in court. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins me now. Pete, we need a little translation here. This involves an agreement about evidence sharing, right? So how does that usually work, and what's going on here?
So the normal way it works is the government has to disclose the defense in any criminal case, evidence that it could help the defense with its case, so-called exculpatory evidence. And what the government often does is says, okay, let's start with material from the grand jury. Now, we'll give this to you, but you can't disclose it to anybody else. So we'll file a protective order. And what Bannon's lawyers say is, yeah, well, we understand that about the grand jury, but there's a lot of stuff the government wants to give us, all covered by this umbrella protective order that would make it impossible for us to disclose that publicly. And we think the public has a right to know what's going on in this case. Mr. Bannon has the right to a public trial, and we think the government is, in essence, trying to hide the ball here. Now, that's what the response is from the government that you read from. The government did file a proposed modification of its protective order that would take some of the documents out from under it and allow a little more flexibility. But this is something that was prefigured right after Mr. Bannon appeared in court. His lawyers came out and said, you know, we're going to insist on a public trial. And at the status hearing, after he pleaded guilty, pleaded not guilty, his lawyers said they were going to fight over this protective order issue. So this is, I think you're going to see the Bannon lawyers try to resist the government's moves at every step here, probably try to delay the proceedings as much as possible. But this is something that's cropped up almost from the beginning here.
And if I'm right, there's a scheduled hearing next week, right, on December 7th. So what do we expect? Does that go forward?
Yes. So the judge has said to the lawyers, why don't you work this out yourself? This is something that shouldn't be that difficult. The government has to provide this material to Bannon. There's no question about that. It's an obligation to do it. The question is, under what protective restrictions will it be shared? And that's something that the two sides will have to come to an agreement on. And if they can't, the judge will have to issue an order.
All right, Pete Williams, always good to see you. Thanks so much.
You bet, Kate.
Coming up, a Cyber Monday like no other. Online shopping expected to hit record highs today, but can retailers make your deliveries on time for the holidays? That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today, markets rebounding from their biggest sell-off of the year on Friday after President Biden ruled out imposing more lockdowns due to the Omicron variant. The Dow climbing 236.60 points to 35,135.94. CNBC reporter Rahel Solomon joins me now with more on the day in Wall Street and what to expect this week. First off, Rahel, Biden's comments did have a ripple effect across more than just the stock market. What else are you seeing?
Hey, Kate, yeah, so not only did we see a nice bounce back in stocks, but oil also closed higher. West Texas Intermediate, which is the benchmark for U.S. crude oil, currently up around 2% or $145 a barrel higher or $69.57 a barrel. Gold, meantime, finished slightly lower after its worst weekly drop since June.
And Rahel, we also had big news out of the tech world today. We talked about this earlier. Jack Dorsey announcing he's stepping down as the CEO of Twitter. Why is he choosing to leave the post? What can you tell us about his replacement?
Well, he did release a statement, but didn't say much about the reason for his decision, except that he thought the company is ready to move on from its founders. Now, the man replacing him is Parag Agrawal. He is the company's chief technology officer. He's taking over as CEO effective immediately. Dorsey, by the way, will still remain a member of the board until his term expires at the end of 2022. He's also still the CEO of his digital payments company, Square, so he's had quite a lot on his plate anyway. The stock, meantime, Twitter closing down a little less than 3% today. Kate?
Okay, interesting. We're going to be getting an earnings report from retail companies this week. What are you looking for?
Yeah, so we'll hear from PVH. That's the company that owns brands like Tommy Hilfiger and Calvin Klein. Dollar General also reports this week in Ulta Beauty. Now, overall, it has been a pretty strong earnings season for retailers. Demand has been strong and promotional activity has been reduced, but there have been a few exceptions. Last week, we heard from Nordstrom and Gap. Nordstrom missing earnings estimates. Part of the reason why there was higher expenses related to labor costs. Gap also struggled with higher expenses because of labor costs and shipping costs. So when we hear from those retailers that I mentioned at the top of this week, it's possible that we may hear some of those same issues from those retailers.
And finally, Rahel, I want to ask you about the November jobs report out on Friday. What are the numbers expected to tell us about the jobs market?
So economists are expecting another 573,000 jobs added back for the month of November, with the unemployment rate ticking down to about 4.5%. We should also note, Kate, that the weekly jobless claims, which is a different data point, but measures how many people are filing for unemployment benefits. Well, last week that number came in at 199,000. That was the 8th straight weekly decline and also the lowest level since 1969. So quite a sign of growth there.
Yeah, that's some good news. All right, Rahel, thank you. Cyber Monday is here. It is expected to be bigger than ever. Shoppers set to spend $11 billion with a B today online, with retailers facing a tight deadline to deliver popular wish list items on time. Here's NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent.
Hi, Kate. We're at the busiest Amazon air hub in the country. This plane right now is getting fueled up and it's heading to Miami. There is a lot of pressure on Cyber Monday today for retailers all across the board, Amazon and beyond. Amazon says that they'll be breaking their own records that they set last year. But overall, spending by consumers has changed. In-person Black Friday shopping was down compared to pre-pandemic levels. Online spending also ticking down just a little bit. A lot of this has to do with the fact that people are facing inflation. They've shopped early because of the supply chain crisis. And they're also seeing discounts overall that are weaker than before. So as we head into the Cyber Monday, we still expect to see a record-breaking holiday shopping day, expecting to see $11 billion. And as of now, the latest numbers we have, $9.2 billion spent over the Thanksgiving weekend, that long weekend online. But certainly retailers and shoppers alike dealing with a holiday season unlike any other as they prepare. And by the way, when I see these airplanes, I can't help but think, what are the deadlines for shipping as an individual? The first deadline is about 2 weeks away, December 15th, USPS ground shipping. You've got to adhere to December 15th to get your stuff in time for Christmas.
Oh, Joe, thank you. I feel like I'm the only person who hasn't started shopping yet. The criminal trial of Ghislaine Maxwell now underway in New York. The British socialite accused of grooming underage girls for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. What can we expect to hear from her accusers in the days ahead? A live report from that courthouse coming up next.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We have some breaking news to report. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention strengthening its COVID-19 booster recommendations with the spread of the Omicron variant, now re-emphasizing that everyone 18 and older should get a COVID booster shot. The CDC saying the treatment should come either 6 months after the first dose of a Pfizer or Moderna vaccine or 2 months after a J&J shot. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky saying she strongly encourages the 47 million adults who are not yet vaccinated to get vaccinated as soon as possible. Jury selection underway in the trial of Jussie Smollett, the former Empire actor who reported that he was the victim of a hate crime in Chicago. That attack set off a wave of public outrage, but prosecutors then said it was a hoax. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest on what happened in court today.
Kate, this trial is just the latest chapter in this ongoing strange saga. We know that Jussie Smollett entered the courtroom today with his family. He has continued to maintain his innocence, but police say as they continue to zero in on the evidence in this case, his story started to fall apart. This was actor Jussie Smollett in 2019, celebrating after prosecutors made the controversial decision to drop criminal charges against him, instead ordering him to perform community service.
I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one.
That agreement later overruled after a special prosecutor reinvestigated the case and found abuse of discretion and operational failures by the Cook County State's attorney. In February 2020, a new grand jury indicted Smollett on 6 felony disorderly conduct charges for lying to police. The bizarre case began on a cold night in Chicago. Smollett told police he was coming home from Subway around 2 a.m. when he says 2 men attacked him while yelling racist and homophobic slurs, threw bleach on him, and put a noose around his neck.
Do you want to take it off or anything?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted y'all to see.
But after putting hundreds of hours into investigating the case, police say Smollett's alleged attackers were 2 brothers from Nigeria that Smollett paid $3,500 to stage the attack.
So what's going on here?
The Osundaro brothers have expressed regret for their part in the alleged scheme and are expected to testify for the prosecution. They have not been charged with a crime. Over the summer, Smollett's attorney accused the special prosecutor of political motives, writing in a statement, "Mr. Smollett is innocent of these charges, and now we are focused on moving forward to trial." Jury selection is already underway. Right now, we know at least 10 jurors have been dismissed, with the judge saying he expects to seat a jury by the end of today. This trial expected to wrap by early next week.
All right, Megan, thank you. The world's still stunned today as fans and friends mourn the loss of Louis Vuitton executive and founder of Off-White, Virgil Abloh. The 41-year-old fashion trailblazer died unexpectedly Sunday after a private 2-year battle with a rare cancer. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has a look at Abloh's legacy as one of the most powerful Black executives in fashion and the tributes being shared in his memory.
In the world of fashion, Virgil Abloh was a star. He exploded on the scene with his street fashion brand Off-White in 2012, later joining forces with Louis Vuitton in 2018, making history as the first Black man named artistic director for a top European fashion house. Abloh's impact clear as tribute after tribute from stars of fashion, music, sports, and Hollywood pour in. Pharrell Williams writing, "My heart is broken." Style icon Victoria Beckham calling him a true inspiration. Born in 1980 to African immigrants, Abloh's mother was a seamstress who taught him how to sew. His career took off when he became friends in his 20s with Kanye West. He became the musician's artistic director, later earning a Grammy nomination for Best Recording Package for the 2011 Jay-Z-Kanye album Watch the Throne.
He saw everything that could be designed as an opportunity to express himself.
Kanye West mourning his collaborator, his Sunday services choir covering Adele's Easy on Me in a moving tribute. LVMH, the parent company of Louis Vuitton, posting, "Virgil was not only a genius designer, a visionary, he was also a man with a beautiful soul and a great wisdom." Abloh passed away on Sunday at the age of 41 from cardiac angiosarcoma, a rare form of cancer affecting the heart. His family saying he chose to endure his battle privately. He is survived by his wife Shannon and children Lo and Gray.
When we come back, we're going to talk about a bride determined to walk down the aisle. Meet the woman who didn't let her disability get in the way of her dreams. Up next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The trial began today for Ghislaine Maxwell. She's the longtime confidant of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Prosecutors claiming Maxwell helped Epstein by recruiting and grooming his underage victims. NBC News correspondent for Investigations Tom Winter is live at the courthouse in New York. Tom, opening statements this afternoon. What charges does Maxwell face? What did attorneys say to the jury?
Right, opening statements and our first witness as well, Kate. So it started out with a little bit of a delay today with the jury getting seated, some logistical issues, and the jurors are actually going to be told that with the exception of the day before Christmas Eve and the day before New Year's Eve, they're going to be sitting through this trial for the next 6 weeks. 6 counts that Maxwell faces, including sex trafficking conspiracy, the sex trafficking of a minor, as well as conspiracy to entice minors. And that was one of the key things that the prosecutor who delivered the opening statement, Assistant United States Attorney Laura Pomerantz, focused on, particularly the 14-year-old underage victim that they say was involved with Epstein and with Maxwell when they recruited her from an art camp when she was, just as I said, 14 years old. They said that that summer camp turned into a nightmare. They detailed the allegations involving the 3 other alleged victims in this case, going into detail about the types of evidence and witnesses they expect to call, including including obviously those 4 women, but also some of Epstein's former employees. And that takes us to the person who's on the stand now, and Larry Vysotsky, who's one of Epstein's longtime jet pilots. So he was one of the people that was involved in flying that now infamous Boeing 727. Just before coming out here, Kate, he testified that he did his best to try to record some of the names of who were on those flights, but in fact, he did not record all of them, particularly when they were domestic flights, and he didn't actually, was not actually rather required by law to record those names. Now, how's Maxwell's side responding? Well, in her opening statements, defense attorney Bobby Sternheim coming out and saying, look, this is going right after the victim's credibility here, Kate, being very specific that this is about 3 things. 1, the memory of these victims. The charges here go back to 1994, or the conduct, I should say, goes back to 1994 to 2004. She said that memory could be contaminated by information that's come out since this case was initially charged, since the plethora of news coverage has come out, the intense media news coverage of what Epstein and Maxwell allegedly did has come out. And she also focused on the idea of money, saying that all of these alleged victims retained civil counsel and reached settlements over millions of dollars in the case of all 4 combined. So she really focused on the victims and says that the evidence here just doesn't support their claims. Prosecutors obviously already addressing that in their opening statement, saying no, in fact, there's going to be a lot of corroborating evidence that they intend to offer that backs up the statements from these 4 alleged victims. So that's where things stand now. We should wrap up here in the next 10 minutes or so. Fully expect that the pilot, Larry Vysotsky, will be back on the stand tomorrow, Kate, to face cross-examination and continue direct examination. One little note, he's being questioned by Maureen Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, who's worked at this U.S. Attorney's Office for some time, continuing a family tradition of working for the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. So that's what's happened here. A slow start to the day, but things certainly got busy later this afternoon. Kate?
All right, Tom Winter, I know you'll be on it for us. Thank you so much. Let's turn now to a really lovely story. A car crash paralyzed a woman from the waist down, but 29-year-old Chelsea Hill promised herself when she was a little girl that she was going to walk down the aisle if she got married, and she did just that in an emotional surprise at the altar. I got to speak with the new bride about her barrier-breaking steps in life. Take a look.
This is what love looks like.
Here we go.
For 29-year-old bride Chelsea Hill, it meant finding the strength to walk down the aisle during her Southern California wedding in September.
Why was it important for you to walk this one time?
I wanted to stand eye to eye with him and confess my love, and I wanted to be there heart to heart.
These steps, a surprise for groom Jay Bloomfield, one that moved him to tears.
You blow me away every single day. Every single day.
Jay, when you saw her, can you go back to that for me?
I don't know. I just got this weird flood of emotions when she walked up to me and her dad passed me off. I think I said something like, you blow me away every single day.
You're absolutely stunning. Look at you.
The emotional moment, a milestone for Chelsea, who was paralyzed from the waist down following a car crash in 2010.
When did you think, I'm going to walk down the aisle?
I promised myself, and so about 2 years, I started really figuring out how I could do this. And I found these leg braces that completely make my knees locked out because I can't move them or anything. And so I started training with them, and I was like, okay, this is really, I can do this.
Chelsea's can-do attitude extending to the couple's reception, where she surprised everyone again, creating an epic first dance with her dad. Her lifelong dream of becoming a dancer on display with another routine she'd been rehearsing for months.
Dance has given me back so much more than I could have ever imagined.
She's giving back, too, as the founder of the Rolettes, a wheelchair dance troupe dedicated to empowering women with disabilities. Breaking barriers in life.
You may now kiss your bride.
And now love.
What do you want people to take away from that?
As far as people with disabilities, I think don't look at us with limitations because there's so much more that we can do.
They are such a great couple, and now they want to start a family together. Let's talk about the return of the Rockettes. Radio City's iconic dancers are back with their eye-catching kicks and intricate dance numbers after last year's Christmas Spectacular was canceled due to the pandemic. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer went backstage to catch up with some of the group's newest members.
The Radio City Rockettes have been dancing for nearly a century. Yet every year is still filled with firsts, including first-time dancers.
How does it feel to say that you are a Rockette?
Incredible. I mean, truly incredible.
JoJo Carmichael made her debut when this year's Christmas Spectacular opened earlier this month.
And as soon as the curtain closed after our final finale wave, I just burst into tears. My emotions were through the roof.
It was just as emotional for those who've been doing this for years, especially after last year's show was canceled. Now the Rockettes are kicking again, the show featuring new choreography and new music.
It means New York is back, and I think we're back in action, and we're back doing what we love, and we're back spreading Christmas joy.
It's Christmas time again in NYC.
Joy that extends to the family of Julia Griffith, also a Rockette rookie. Growing up, she and her grandpa would watch the famous kick line on TV.
He saw the whole world, and my grandpa always said the best women in the world are the Radio City Rockettes whenever they were on.
His words clearly rubbed off. For years, Julia auditioned for the Rockettes, and this year her dream finally came true.
It was a beautiful win, I think, for our whole family as a whole. Unfortunately, my grandpa passed away this past year, and something I definitely daydreamed of telling him was, I got the job, I got the offer.
Her grandpa died after battling COVID.
You know he's watching you, right?
I do. And when I got the call, I looked up and I was like, Grandpa, it happened, I got it. Yeah.
She says she still feels his presence on stage. Reminder behind those eye-high kicks is a show with sky-high heart.
Joe Fryer there. That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with a COVID question mark, that new variant, Omicron, and a very clear message. Don't freak out yet. It's spreading, yeah, but we still don't know how infectious it is or how sick it can make you or even how well vaccines protect against it. But we'll see if Moderna's top doctor can help us get an answer on that last question when we go one-on-one next. And one of the reasons we even know about this variant at all is because of a so-called virus hunter down in South Africa, part of a team who discovered it. So how do you hunt a virus? Richard Engel's live with that story. Plus, Jeffrey Epstein's former partner on trial starting today. Maybe the last chance for Epstein's victims to see someone behind bars for years of his sexual abuse. Our reporter in court will pop out to tell us what he's seeing in the defense and prosecution strategy. And Twitter isn't real life, except if you're Jack Dorsey and you built it and now you're walking away from it. A move so big it actually shut down trading today. Still no word if we're going to get an edit button, but we'll talk about what else it means for those who tweet and even those who don't. And Novak Djokovic, one of tennis's biggest stars and biggest lightning rods, right? Now, even his dad is getting in on it, accusing a top tournament of blackmailing his son into getting vaccinated. Why Djokovic still won't say if he is or not later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and you probably have a lot of questions about this new COVID Omicron variant. And listen, we have those same questions. And to be transparent, we don't have a ton of answers right now. So we want to be really clear in laying out what we do know and what we don't. So here's what we do know. Omicron is already spreading around the world. You're going to see a map showing you where. Southern Africa, several places in Europe, Hong Kong, etc. We know Omicron has a couple dozen mutations, which experts, some of them, are a little concerned about. But here's what we don't know. Is Omicron more transmissible? Do vaccines protect against it? Does it make people sicker than the typical COVID variant? One South African doctor says at this point it doesn't seem to, but Dr. Anthony Fauci says we probably won't see the data to back that up. We won't know the answers to a lot of these questions for probably another couple weeks. And the president, he's trying to walk this line, right? Make sure people understand this could be serious without totally freaking them out. Here's how he framed it.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic.
and we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion.
So today, the U.S. is starting a travel ban targeting these 8 southern African countries. And by the way, that ban doesn't apply to American citizens who want to travel, just foreigners. And the president's also saying at this moment, big-time lockdowns seem to be off the table. Our Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now for more on the response here at home. Gabe, we're glad to have you with us. And listen, the overwhelming messaging seems to be, hey, this isn't March 2020. We're not where we were a year and a half ago, but this is still another good reason to get vaccinated. I know you've been reporting on this a ton. Is that a fair summary of where we are?
Yeah, Hallie, it definitely is. And as you were mentioning, the president today basically saying that widespread lockdowns were not going to happen, at least at this point. But Hallie, just within the past few minutes, we got word from the CDC that it's strengthening its recommendation for booster shots. Now basically no longer saying that people 18 and older could get a booster shot if they wanted to, now saying that they should. And basically what that means is that the federal government, the Biden administration, the CDC is really trying to get that message across that no matter what happens, no matter what extra information we get in the coming weeks, getting a vaccine and getting a booster shot will likely put you in a good position to fight off this variant, whatever comes of it. Helen.
Gabe, that is so important. And you're right. That is happening literally as we were coming on the air. We heard from Dr. Walensky saying, go get a booster shot if you're over 18. And what's interesting here, Gabe, we had talked, I think it was last week or maybe the week before, about that very important difference between can get a booster shot and should get a booster shot. And now the government is leaning on the side of go out and do it now. You don't need any preconditions.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, the Biden administration, he was huddling, over the weekend with his public health advisors, and that is the messaging that they're sticking with. But Hallie, look, you mentioned those countries that are getting, instituting these travel restrictions, including the U.S., which, again, that went into effect today with that travel from those 8 southern African countries. And there's another country that you mentioned where this has already spread, and that is Canada. And Canada, the New York's governor today pointing out, obviously, Canada right next door. She even said that she could see Canada from her house, channeling Sarah Palin perhaps. But she was making the point that this will likely be in the U.S. very, very soon, if it isn't already. It's likely already here. We just haven't reported it. So today, New York City actually reinstituted its indoor mask advisory, being very careful, of course, not to call it a mandate because of, well, where we are with that. But now, New York City reinstituting its advisory for indoor mask use.
Well, this is exactly what the other question I had for you was, Gabe, which is based on your reporting, what state governments, local governments might be doing now that we're hearing more and more about Omicron. Listen, again, knowing we still have questions about it, you talked about what you're seeing in New York with that mask advisory. I spoke with one doctor who said she thought that was actually prudent, right? Almost like a better safe than sorry kind of thing.
Yeah. And look, a lot of it is going to have to come down to we just don't know. And you talked about this in the open, right? We're really going to have to wait for extra information to come out over the next 2 weeks. And as you said, the vaccine manufacturers, and I know you're about to speak with a guest in just a short time, they're really taking a close look at this. And they are going to be looking at this latest data that they expect to have in just a few weeks to try and decide whether to tweak their vaccines, their boosters. But at this point, there are so many unanswered questions in terms of not just, how resistant this variant is to these vaccines, how deadly it is. We're hearing from doctors in South Africa, basically that they say that, yes, while there does seem to be quite a lot of spread of this variant, the symptoms that they're seeing right now are quite mild. So again, we're just going to have to see how this plays out. But and local authorities in different parts of the country are going to have to be reevaluating how they will deal with this, especially heading into the holidays. As you know, Hallie, COVID cases had already been rising before we even got news of this variant.
Probably in the winter surge soon, aside from this. Gabe Gutierrez, it is so great to see you, Gabe. Thank you very much. One of the things Gabe talked about was this idea of restricting travel, right? It's not just the U.S. doing that. Some countries, Japan, Israel, Morocco, they're shutting down travel for basically everybody. Others, the list on the right side of your screen, the UK, Russia, Australia, etc., they're just shutting out those countries in southern Africa. But there's a tension point here, right? Because the World Health Organization doesn't want to see these kinds of travel restrictions. They actually say those countries sounding the alarm on variants should be thanked. and not punished with travel restrictions for bringing this to the world's attention. Richard Engel is here now with more on the overseas reaction. Richard, we're glad to have you on because I know that you've been digging into how this variant was even discovered in the first place, right? And that is through essentially a virus hunter that you talked to from South Africa.
Well, Hallie, it's good to talk to you. South Africa is very good at finding viruses, and it's no coincidence that the same countries keep finding these variants. South Africa has found several, India has found several, the UK has found several, because they have the laboratories to do it, and they're looking. You're not finding variants in countries that don't have the facilities to go out and break down these compounds and do the genetic sequencing. And one of the reasons that South Africa is so good at genetics and so good at identifying viruses is because it was hit so badly by HIV and AIDS. So for the last several decades, you have a generation of South African scientists and geneticists who had a lot of research and had a massive national crisis. South Africa was hit very badly by HIV and AIDS and is still dealing with that pandemic. But there is one particular doctor, and we've been in touch with him throughout the course of this current pandemic, and he was one of the first people to discover the Beta variant, which was initially called the South African variant, almost exactly a year ago. And I spoke to him earlier today, and we were reminiscing. I said, it was just a year ago that I was talking to you about Beta. What about this new one? What about Omicron? What makes you so concerned about it? He's also one of the first scientists to look at its genetic makeup. And what he's mostly concerned about is the number of mutations. And vaccines and viruses work like lock and keys. So if one of those elements, either the lock or the key, changes dramatically, it doesn't fit anymore. And what he was seeing, and again, it is anecdotal, we're not seeing a lot of data yet because it's still very new, is that in certain areas in South Africa, one district around Johannesburg, there's a lot of people who are getting cases where you wouldn't expect them to be cases. They thought there was a lot of protection because people either had already had COVID and then built up some antibodies, or because they had been vaccinated. And in this area around Johannesburg, they had initially had 100 cases just 3 weeks ago. Now they have 3,000. And that's what caused them to be so concerned, that in an area where they should have had protection, people are getting infected. And so far, it's been young people getting infected, and so far people haven't been getting very sick. But he doesn't know if that's just the way that this infection happened to spread this time, that it was young people who happened to get it, and they're not sick yet, but they could be spreading it to other people. So he was quite concerned. He thinks it is a reason for concern and something that needs to be studied more because of this apparent ability to infect people who should already have a degree of protection.
It's such a good explanation of what this is and sort of how doctors, especially in South Africa, are looking at this. And then there's this tension point, Richard, that we talked about a moment ago, right? Of these travel restrictions going in place against a country like South Africa that's essentially saying, well, wait a second. We found this. We are transparent to bring this to the world's attention.
Yeah, don't shoot the messenger.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, So far, it has been in 22 countries that Omicron has been either identified or suspected, and they are around the world. And those are just the countries that have come forward and made this announcement. There are many countries that either A, don't have the scientific prowess to look, or potentially don't have the political will to make an announcement like this. So 22 countries that have come out and said suspected or confirmed, not all of them in Southern Africa. And today the South African president was saying, why are you shutting off this entire region? They were flights that were diverted, not diverted, but they were, people's travel was stopped. They were on flights from South Africa, and as soon as they land, the planes were met by authorities, and all the passengers were taken off and sent into quarantine. Some of the passengers tried to escape. So South Africa, and anyone traveling through South Africa, generally has been massively disrupted, and this sort of tip of Africa has become a bit of a no-go zone. And this same virologist said, in his opinion, that he understands why people want to try to contain the virus, but he said that if you've looked at these variants in the past, at Beta or Delta or any of the others, that they generally aren't that helpful, that by the time you've even detected them, even at this early stages, they've already moved on and are already in multiple places around the globe. So it could be something that makes politicians feel better, punishes governments for coming forward, and might not have a tremendous impact. But what he does think is going to have an impact is more study, try and figure out exactly how serious it is, exactly how different the lock and key mechanism is with this particular variant. He said good news is PCR tests work. The virus has not mutated so much that it can't be detected. It's not invisible. They're still looking at the rapid antigen tests, the ones you get cheaply or for free at the pharmacy. Yeah. They think those still work, and they should still work, but they're still checking on that. But enough reason that he's concerned and is one of the first who was sounding the alarm.
Richard Engel, we're so glad to have you with us. Thank you very much for your great reporting. We'll look for more of it on Nightly News tonight. So as Richard is talking about sort of this lock and key, right, one thing you may be thinking is, okay, is my lock good enough for my key? In other words, is my vaccine good enough to protect me right now? President Biden says, yeah, but the White House is still working on some backup plans just in case, with Moderna, with Pfizer, with Johnson & Johnson. And today, Moderna's top doctor says if they need to, they'll get started on a vaccine and tweak the formula so that it's specific to the Omicron variant. That could come out early next year. That top doctor is joining us now, Dr. Paul Burton, the Chief Medical Officer at Moderna. Dr. Burton, good evening. Thank you so much for being on our show.
Thank you, Hallie.
So let me start here. Right now, based on the data, what little there is that you've seen, does your vaccine protect sufficiently right now against Omicron?
So, Hallie, that's the important question, and we don't know the answer to that yet. We know that it certainly protects very well against Delta, but that experiment, which is critical and has to be done very thoroughly, do we get neutralization of Omicron with our vaccine and indeed with the other ones? We won't know that for a couple of weeks.
Is there data to suggest that you need to reformulate the vaccine, or is that a step that Moderna might take soon, almost as a precautionary measure?
So, Hallie, I think the available vaccines we have today are very effective, and I don't think it is likely that there will be no protection from these vaccines against Omicron, but we may see waning of it. So I think the question could become, will we need to have boosting, which I think is very sensible, at the standard dose or even a higher dose? And then as we begin to see more clinical data coming out of South Africa, as we begin to look at the scientific data coming out from the labs in the next few weeks, if we need to retool the vaccine in some way, we can do it. And indeed, we've been prepared to do that over the summer.
What do those preparations look like?
Well, so we've shown data where we have taken a vaccine that can recognize the original strain and the beta strain, and also testing a beta delta bispecific booster, if you like. So we have those, we've tested those in humans already, and we've published some data from them. I think if we then exhaust that, if we believe that, well, we have to go further, we're already at risk preparing to make a Omicron-specific booster as well, and that work has started even last week.
Is it your professional assessment that if, in fact, Moderna, let's say, does move forward with this Omicron-specific variant, that we're then in a position where, like practically, as a human being, walking around this world, do I then go back and get my new sort of two shots of the vaccine plus a booster? Do I go back for a booster plus? Am I going back every year like we do for the flu shot? What does that really look like for people in their daily lives?
Yeah, so look, as my R&D colleagues are developing the Omicron-specific booster now and the other ones, that's a ways down the road. I think there are very important and sensible things, simple things that people can do right now. So you talked about it. Hand washing, we've kind of forgot to do some of that sanitization that was big earlier in the year. Some distancing, some mask wearing, and all of that as we go into the holidays. The vaccines are effective. The Moderna vaccine is very effective. If you have not been vaccinated now, get vaccinated. If you're on the fence, get vaccinated. If you've been vaccinated, as you said, CDC has now even further recommended getting boosted. And in fact, I saw today the UK has also now removed the limits on boosting. So I think those are the key things, Hallie, that people need to do now. if we're going to need a COVID booster, my professional opinion is that we will need it as a regular thing each winter, as you say, along with flu.
Okay. What is the time? You talked about the Omicron-specific vaccine that you guys are working on developing and began doing so already last week. What is the timeline for that to be, ready to go to market if, in fact, that were to need to happen?
Yes. I mean, that's going to take weeks to a couple of months, 2 to 3 months. So we're really looking at something in early 22.
Before I let you go, I just want to talk about the vaccine formula, because as we know, Moderna has been in this patent dispute. Now scientists in Africa are trying to recreate the formula to fight their vaccine shortages. Is Moderna rethinking being willing to share its patent to help the world, fight more proactively against this virus?
Well, Hallie, look, everything we do is with people's health in mind. We're trying to bring the vaccine to as many people as possible. We're providing 110 million doses through COVAX to African nations. And we've said all along that during the pandemic, absolutely, we will not enforce our patents. So, whatever we can do to support, that's our aim.
Okay. Dr. Paul Burton from Moderna, thank you so much for being with us. Chief Medical Officer, we appreciate your time on an important day. I know a lot of questions for you. We hope to have you back. Thanks. In other news this evening, Ghislaine Maxwell finally is getting her first day in court. The big question, was she Jeffrey Epstein's scapegoat or his partner in crime? That's what the prosecution and defense are laying out in their opening statements that actually just happened late this afternoon. We've even seen, as we were coming on the air, the first witness take the stand here. Just to remind you, Maxwell faces 6 criminal counts tied to a massive sex trafficking conspiracy. The prosecution says she'd find young girls and, quote, serve them up to Epstein. Her lawyer says that with Epstein dead, she's taken the fall for what they couldn't get out of him. So the stakes incredibly high, right? Because this might be the last chance for Epstein's victims to see somebody convicted for these alleged crimes. Tom Winter has been in and out of the courtroom. I know, Tom, you've been popping in, popping out, popping in, popping out. I think when you came out, the one-time pilot for Jeffrey Epstein was called to the stand as the first witness. And you say this is potentially pretty significant, right?
I think so, Hallie. And yes, you're right. Larry Vysotsky, who was his one-time pilot for him, started for him back in 1991, took the stand as the last witness today. He'll still be on the stand tomorrow morning being questioned by Maureen Comey, an assistant United States attorney, the daughter of the former FBI director. He's being asked about his time with Epstein and how the flights worked, and essentially establishing that Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein did have a companionship of some sort. He didn't call it romantic. He said they weren't hugging, they weren't kissing, but they clearly had a kind of a familiar dialogue between the two of them. He said they would fly generally every 4 days, and sometimes they get a day's notice. Sometimes they'd get even less notice that they were going to be flying. He said he flew Epstein and Maxwell on a number of occasions between New York and Palm Beach and vice versa, as well as Epstein's ranch in Santa Fe, his apartment in Paris even. So he was just starting to lay out who kind of some of the players are, also establishing what Jeffrey Epstein's house looked like in Florida, testifying that he recognized a number of government exhibits and photographs tied to his home, Hallie.
We've also seen, Tom, what I think is interesting, a look at the defense strategy here. We know that we will almost certainly hear from 4 of Epstein's accusers. And what you saw in the defense opening statement today was almost a preemptive attempt to seek to take some of the emotional impact away from that testimony.
Perfectly put. I mean, the big question was the defense going to go after the credibility of the victims? And that's a question that is clearly answered now, which is yes. They're going after them on a couple of key themes. 1, their memory, that this was a long time ago. 2, that the memory has been manipulated. The idea that over time they've accumulated additional facts and information that's come out in various press reports and other court proceedings that's kind of guided them. And the third thing they say is money, that they've all obtained civil attorneys, that they all received in cumulatively millions of dollars in settlements, and so that there was a financial motive for them. So yeah, they're definitely going after the victims here.
Was there a moment in court today, Tom, that stood out to you that you haven't talked about on the air yet?
Yeah, a couple of things, but I think the most important thing is how clear each side was focused on their mission. The opening statement given by Laura Pomerantz, assistant United States attorney, almost dispassionate at times, but just laying out what one of these girls went through, according to her and her allegations, this pseudonym of this name Jane, who was 14 years old. And then I think for the defense, I think Bobby Sternheim was very clear. This is not the Jeffrey Epstein trial today. And for the next 6 weeks, this is going to be be a trial about Ghislaine Maxwell, and does the government, do prosecutors have enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? So those were two kind of key moments today. Definitely a heavy afternoon in court, Hallie.
Sounds like it. Tom Winter, I'm sure I'll be talking again as you are posted up there outside that courthouse in New York. Appreciate it. Breaking tonight, prosecutors are asking the U.S. Supreme Court to review an appeals court ruling that overturned Bill Cosby's 28th sexual assault conviction. This is just coming into us in the last couple hours. Why? Well, because of what the DA calls a dangerous precedent that could set for immunity agreements. Cosby, remember, served less than 3 years of a 3 to 10-year sentence. And then this is one of the shots of him. He was released from prison at the end of June. I want to bring in now Pete Williams. Okay, Pete, let's break this down for a second. What is the argument here that the Montgomery County District's attorney is trying to make?
So remember what happened in the case. A woman complained that Cosby drugged and sexually attacked her. But the prosecutor at the time said, you know, I just don't think there's enough evidence. We're not going to prosecute this case. Then Cosby was sued in a civil lawsuit and in his deposition incriminated himself. But he relied on the press release from the previous prosecutor promising never to prosecute him, so he thought he was in the clear.
It was found there was a reasonable expectation, right,
That's right,
that Cosby could assume he wasn't going to get prosecuted.
And the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that for that reason his prosecution had to, he was subsequently prosecuted again. That evidence in the civil case was used against him, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said, tossed out the conviction, said no, he relied on that press release. So what the new prosecutors are now saying is that that doesn't make any sense. That was not a reliable thing. The court got it wrong. Please fix it, Supreme Court. You shouldn't be able to rely on a press release to think that you're immune. There was no court finding of immunity. There was no agreement among the lawyers. So that this, they say, is a wrong decision that could cause lots of, prosecutions to collapse and other people could depend on it.
Okay, so it's an interesting argument, but is it one that the Supreme Court has any chance in the world of taking up here?
Any chance in the world?
Well,
yes.
I was too broad in that, Pete.
Yeah,
I knew you were going to.
But probably not much. This is a real long shot.
But explain that.
Yeah, well, here's the reason. Number one, you don't have any right in almost every case to appeal to the Supreme Court. You have to ask. So the Supreme Court decides which cases to take. Secondly, they only generally take cases in which they view their job as harmonizing the law among the federal circuits. There's no circuit split here. This is a case that the prosecutor says straight out, this is a case of first impression. This has never happened before. The third thing is they say, you got to fix this because it's just prosecutions are going to fall apart. Well, there's nothing in the brief that says prosecutions are falling apart because of this Pennsylvania ruling. So for all those reasons, the Supreme Court just doesn't often take cases when someone says the lower court got it wrong, unless there is some huge constitutional or federal statutory issue at stake, and it's just none of those things are at present here.
Is there anything working in the DA's favor here, in the prosecution's favor, to get the Supreme Court to take them up? You just laid out 3 reasons why they probably wouldn't. Is there anything that tips the scales at least a little bit the other way?
Not that I can see, no.
All
I think, give them credit for giving it the old college try here, but I think the odds the court are going to take it are very remote.
Pete Williams, our Justice correspondent. Thank you, Pete, for being on set with us here tonight. Always appreciate it. Coming up on the show, maybe you saw it in a tweet, right? The Twitter CEO, Jack Dorsey, stepping down from the huge company he founded. So why should we care? Will our lives be changing in a meaningful way? We've got some answers coming up.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We are seeing for the first time today video of former Governor Andrew Cuomo's testimony from the sexual harassment investigation that led to his resignation. This is an interview by the New York Attorney General's office, and it went on for hours and hours, where Cuomo was questioned about the accusations against him. Here's one of his responses to a picture of him kissing a woman at a wedding. Watch.
You remember asking her, saying to her, "May I kiss you?"
I don't remember saying that, but that is something that I have done recently, as I told you.
Cuomo, if you remember, denied the accusations against him repeatedly and then resigned a week after the New York AG's office found he sexually harassed at least 11 women. Rahima Ellis is covering all of this. I know, Rahima, you've been watching these videos. We've known what Cuomo has said through these transcripts that came out already, but this is the first time we're seeing him being questioned on camera. And in some instances, I mean, listen, I think it is objectively fair to say he comes off a little bit testy.
I think that's fair assessment of how this will play not only to you and me, but to people who will see it. And the governor might not even object to it, that he is a little contentious when he's being asked these questions by the independent investigator. And what you will see is some of his responses may have been one of the reasons why, after 11 hours and a number of different interviews with some of the alleged victims in this case, or those who have accused the governor of sexual harassment, why the independent investigator came up with the finding that the governor was sexually harassing people in the office place. So one of the things that he is asked, check out this exchange. He's asked for the definition of what is a girlfriend. It seemed like it might be a simple response, but not so simple from the governor. Take a listen.
Do you understand what a girlfriend is?
Oh, girlfriend means different things to different people.
Okay, what does it mean to you?
What a girlfriend means to me may be different than what a girlfriend means to you.
What does it mean to you?
It doesn't matter what it means to me. It matters what you want to know.
I'd like to know whether you thought she was a girlfriend of yours. Do you not understand? What is your understanding of the word girlfriend?
My understanding doesn't matter.
It actually
friend
does,
who is
with all respect.
It is a friend who is a girl.
There's another exchange that I want to share with you and with our viewers and listeners, that the governor was asked about his behavior in the office place. And this one in particular involving a kiss of a staff member. Listen to this exchange.
Have you kissed any staff member on the lips?
I kiss on the cheek. There may be an occasion where a staff member kissed me on the lips, but I kiss on the cheek as a rule.
The governor said that it is his understanding that a peck on the cheek, almost in the European style of greeting of someone or saying goodbye to someone, that there is the familiar kind of kiss. But he said, he continued on in that to say that it was never anything romantic at all involved in this.
I can only assume that we've already heard, Rahima, from sort of the Cuomo camp, right, as a response to this?
Yeah, they have issued a response. I'd like to read it as we put it up full screen. And it says, to the surprise of no one, Tish, meaning Letitia James, who is the state attorney general, continues abusing her government power to leverage her political future. Today's manipulated release of hand-picked witness testimony with selective redactions is typical. She even edited the governor's video testimony. It is also no coincidence that she decided to release select transcripts minutes before one of her rivals declared for governor. And that's coming from a spokesman for Andrew Cuomo. And you know that Letitia James has also declared that she is a candidate for governor.
Rahema Ellis covering the ins and outs of this one. Rahema, thank you very much for being with us.
For sure.
Coming up, it might be the end of the year. We might all be starting to wind down, but Congress is definitely not, with a ton on the agenda. So that's our backstory with Leanne Caldwell explaining how she covers it all. That's coming up.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So we mentioned Twitter has a new CEO. We'll talk about how it might change the way you use that platform if you use it on a day-to-day basis. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Waukesha Christmas parade suspect Daryl Brooks now faces 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Remember, it was 5 just last week. Prosecutors filed that additional charge today after the death of a little 8-year-old boy, Jackson Sparks. He died last Tuesday. We told you about that here on the show. He was the youngest person killed during that horrific attack. Number 2, Elizabeth Holmes telling her side of the story during day 4 of testimony in her federal fraud trial. She's trying to defend herself against accusations she misled investors on her company, Theranos' abilities. She's pled not guilty. And today she really tried to distance herself from the company's lab operations. She says she was not involved in the day-to-day. Number 3, New Zealand Parliament member Julie Ann Genter got on her bike early Sunday morning right here, not for a leisurely ride, but for this little nugget to have a baby. That's right, she was already in labor when she hopped on the bike. She is real pregnant in that picture, but she made the 10-minute ride to the hospital, didn't have time to hop in the car, gave birth only about an hour later to a healthy baby girl. Congratulations to her. Number 4, the golfing community is saying goodbye to a legend. Lee Elder, who became the first black man to play in the Masters, died yesterday at the age of 87. He was actually honored at this year's Masters back in April during the tournament's opening ceremony. Number 5, there is so much hype for Spider-Man No Way Home that the release of pre-sale tickets crashed a bunch of theater websites like AMC and Fandango overnight. Spider-Man hits theaters in less than 3 weeks. Many of the sites are back up and running again, so if you feel like getting tickets, I guess you have a clear path to do that if you so desire. You might have seen some of this news on Twitter. That's where I think a lot of folks do get those headlines here and there, and there's some big news on that front. The founder of Twitter stepping down. And when that happened, it was such big news that trading of Twitter stock was suspended for a little bit while Wall Street absorbed the whole thing. Dorsey is going to be replaced by the company's chief technology officer, but he's going to stay on the board until his term expires in 2022. Kate Rooney is here to talk about this. Hey, Kate, good evening to you.
Hi, Hallie. Great to see you.
So
Thanks for having me.
Okay, back at you. Listen, this is a big deal, but can you, and I'm going to ask this in a blunt way, and I mean this like in a well-meaning way, why should we care, right? Like if I use Twitter, or even if I don't, why does this matter to my life?
Yeah, of course. Well, it's a huge shakeup in Silicon Valley, and at first the average user might not notice much right away. Twitter right now, though, is still very much the center of politics, media, free speech, so it's an important time for the tech company and for users eventually. You will start to see some of these effects, but part of Dorsey stepping down was a lot of pressure from activist investors and from shareholders, so they really wanted Twitter to grow more aggressively, increase the company's reach and value, and the new CEO has the task here of growing what they call the monetizable daily active users by 50%.
What in
by
English
the end of
does that
2023.
mean? What is that?
Exactly. The user base, the people that are on Twitter that they can actually make money from. So the big thing that users will likely see are things like subscriptions and other ways of monetizing you as a user. So the content on Twitter, while it might be interesting, they just haven't done the greatest job of making money off of that. So that's really what the new CEO is here to do.
Does this change at all? Listen, you know as well as I do that Twitter has really come under fire for how it handles misinformation and disinformation. Does this change signal like the potential for meaningful change on that front? Or is that overreading what this is all about, given that the new CEO is somebody who is still an executive over the last, X number of years anyway?
Right. So still the same long-term vision. They're really still dealing with a lot of the things that they've had to deal with for the last couple of years, including hate speech. The one thing that may change here is some of the technologies that they use to weed out hate speech and other types of abuses. So the incoming CEO, he's an expert in artificial intelligence. He was the head of a project at Twitter called Blue Sky. So this was a research project to really use other technologies and aim to sort of collaborate with other social media companies and find ways to really figure out how these posts are promoted, how users can actually get more control over the content that they see. So one of the things, he uses things like AI, you might see more machine learning, but things that the average user, again, probably won't interact with or know that they're interacting with when they do use it.
And listen, still no edit button, much to the chagrin of some. What's interesting, Kate, and I wonder if you read into this too, they pick somebody from the tech, that was running the tech side of things, not somebody on like the media or comms side, the way that maybe another social media platform, Meta comes to mind, for example, might have done.
Yeah, absolutely. He is very much a technologist, and I've been talking to sources more on the Square side, but sort of why Jack Dorsey picked the chief technology officer. I'm told he really is a product guy. He knows the product better than anybody, and he's very smart. He's also very humble. So Jack Dorsey really puts a lot of he really appreciates the fact that this guy's humble, that he's got a lot of humility, and I think he really just thinks he's a smart guy. So that's one of the things that I've been hearing. And the other thing I was hearing from sources on Jack Dorsey and why this is happening now is that really, he's had to do things you guys have covered at NBC. He has been in front of Congress multiple times. He's had to deal with a lot of the drama here. I'm told it just wasn't fun for him anymore. He runs another multi-billion-dollar, $108 billion company, Square. It's a payments company. That really is where he sort of spends most of his time and effort. And Bitcoin is another wild card there, but he is very much a Bitcoin believer, has been a huge bull there. If you look at his own Twitter profile, it says #Bitcoin. He's really thought is spending more time on global payments and cryptocurrencies than either of the companies that he's running right now.
It feels like a macrocosm of the lessons so many people learned in the pandemic, which is if you're not enjoying it, like go do something else. So maybe that's what it is too. Kate, it's so good to have you on. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Time
Allie.
now to get over to the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, we're taking a closer look at everything going down, and I do mean everything going down on Capitol Hill, where at least for this coming month, the news is not going to stop. If you're a journalist on the Hill, you are looking at an extremely busy end of the year. Why? Because Congress has a lot of things left on its plate, and they're running out of time to do them. They still have to vote to prevent a government shutdown by Friday, raise the debt ceiling again by December 15th, try to pass that $1.7 trillion Build Back Better Act in the Senate. Chuck Schumer wants that done by Christmas, and pass a huge defense spending bill before the first of the new year. And if that wasn't enough, Congressman Adam Schiff says the House January 6th Select Committee looking into the riot at the Capitol will probably decide this week whether to refer President Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, for criminal contempt charges after he refused to testify in front of Congress. They have a vote actually Wednesday for a different former DOJ official. Did you get all that? Leanne Caldwell did. One of our Capitol Hill correspondents who's on top of all of it. Leanne, in the backstory, we like to talk about how a story comes together. This is all coming to a head, as it often does, as Congress puts in place these self-imposed deadlines at the end of the year. Can you talk about what your strategy is for tackling, covering such a long to-do list when it comes to folks on the Hill?
We always brace, Hallie, for the end of the year. Congress waits until the end of the year. Usually the holidays are ruined, especially in the last 10 years. As far as the strategy is concerned, drink a lot of water and be in touch with as many people as possible. We have, of course, there's 535 members. That means 535 available sources to us, plus their aides. And you really have to be in communication with so many people while also staying on top of what other people are reporting to make sure you're not missing anything. So it is extremely busy. It's exhausting, but we are always working on adrenaline.
One of the things that's interesting about this too, Leanne, is that, you and I, we both know this. You have to triangulate what your sources are telling you, right? Because you could hear one thing from one source and something else from another source, and they're both trying to spin you, perhaps on the same topic on which you want to hear. So there's a lot of, always double and triple checking, but especially when it comes to reporting on Congress, a lot of what are this source's motivations, right?
Absolutely. People have agendas. They want to get their agenda out. And that's why here at NBC, we actually have very stringent source approval guidelines where you have to have 2, sometimes 3 sources. But it's also up to us as reporters to be able to see through the spin and not report something just because someone tells it to us. We have to report something that we think is actually true and factual and relevant to the story. So there's a lot of conversations. You can't just talk to one person. You have to talk to a lot of people to get the full story, Hallie.
And in some ways, I wonder, Leanne, if as a journalist watching this and covering Congress, this moment where, we showed that calendar graphic where all the blocks are filled in, like a bingo, if this moment also felt inevitable, because we've been through this cycle, Leanne, you know it, I know it, where there's deadlines, they kick the can, there's deadlines, they kick the can. That's just kind of how Congress has been functioning over the last few years.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Last Christmas, I was here up until Christmas Eve and then back again the day after Christmas because they were trying to get their work done and fund the government. This was the end of a presidential term, the beginning of a new Congress. And this is what Congress does. They are in more often than not around the holidays. Meanwhile, they're still busy the rest of the year as well with politics and their agenda and what they're trying to do. And so we just have to gear up. And we also have to know when you can take time off because that's also really tricky too. And sometimes just stepping away. We have a great team here, Hallie. And sometimes other people can fill your shoes.
No, I mean, that's true. I know you have a great team, particularly your Senate producer, Leanne. Thank you so much. Yeah. I appreciate you being with us, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. We got a lot more coming up here on the show, including firefighters still trying to put out a major fire in North Carolina that's burned hundreds of acres already at one state park. And crews on the ground say this thing is far from over. We'll talk more about it. Plus, Matthew McConaughey not running for governor of Texas. Why he has decided not to do it. We told you last week he might have, and what it means for other folks actually in the race.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Do you love Matthew McConaughey? Do you want to be Matthew McConaughey? Do you want to be with Matthew McConaughey? Well, it's not going to happen if you want him to be the next governor of Texas. He now is saying he is not going to run, even though, as we just told you about last week, he's actually polling ahead of some of the actual candidates in the race. All right, so what happens next? Noted Matthew McConaughey fan Steve Kornacki is standing by for us at the big board. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out east from the Northeast Bureau, fire crews in North Carolina are fighting a huge wildfire for day 3. It's spreading through Pilot Mountain State Park in the northern part of the state. So far, it's burned more than 300 acres, but officials think it's going to burn something like 900 acres by the time it's all over. From our Midwest Bureau, a high school basketball team in Michigan really lucked out after a wrong number in a group text ended up nabbing them a call with Tampa Bay Buccaneers cornerback Sean Murphy, who then got Rob Gronkowski, Tom Brady, other players on FaceTime. Quarterback Brady said it was fun getting the young kids hyped up. Imagine that, one wrong number, and all of a sudden you're talking with the Bucs. And then from our New York Bureau, a Broadway tribute to the late Stephen Sondheim yesterday in Times Square. Sondheim was the musical mind behind favorites like West Side Story and Sweeney Todd. He died Friday, as we told you then, at 91 years old. Stars like Lin-Manuel Miranda and others all came out to remember the theater legend. You can see that scene from Times Square there. Really touching, very emotional for Sondheim fans. The will he or won't he has been answered now. Matthew McConaughey won't be running for governor of Texas. He put the rumors of his potential run to rest overnight. Check out this video.
It never occurred to me that I would one day be considered for political leadership. It's a humbling and inspiring path to ponder. It is also a path that I'm choosing not to take at this moment.
The Oscar-winning actor says he's going to be in service in other ways. But let's not forget the national attention his potential run generated. That was real. And according to polls, he would have been a popular candidate, even though nobody actually knew whether he'd run as a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. So now that Texas governor's race pushes forward, minus one celebrity candidate, but with a lot on the table. Steve Kornacki is here to break this all down. Steve, we'll talk in a minute about your favorite Matthew McConaughey movie, and I'll ask you to quote from it. But let me start with, the fact that he was a popular candidate, right? The fact that he is a celebrity, he did poll well, and what that says about the state of the race in Texas.
Yeah, I'm going to try to come up with the title there while I'm going through this, see if I can do a little bit of multitasking here. But okay, as you mentioned, McConaughey not running. We know much about his politics. We still don't know much about them, but I think this is an interesting measure of that celebrity you're talking about here, that just basic personal popularity he has. Here you go. They put Greg Abbott, the Republican incumbent governor, Beto O'Rourke, a Democrat who wants to run against Abbott, and they threw in McConaughey in this poll, a Dallas Morning News poll. This is just from the last week or two. They put him in as an independent candidate. And look, he was already running in second place. In fact, he was running a bit ahead of Beto O'Rourke, who wants to be the Democratic nominee here. And when you dug into these numbers a little bit here, I think you found broad popularity for McConaughey. It extended into both parties. One question was also asked in this poll, hey, would you rather see McConaughey or would you rather see O'Rourke running against Abbott? More people just wanted to see McConaughey run than said they wanted to see O'Rourke run. So certainly he loomed here as a major presence if he got in this race. Lots of question marks, but a major presence and also clearly an obstacle to Beto O'Rourke in trying to unseat Greg Abbott. And if you take this to the next step, if you take McConaughey out, because in this poll they did, here's what the two-way looks like. You take McConaughey out, you make it O'Rourke versus Abbott, and now you got it at a 6-point spread between them. So that's what now that seems to be what O'Rourke is looking at here in terms of his path. He starts out running behind. He has the major wild card removed. And I can just show you 3 things to keep an eye on, though, Hallie. Abbott's job approval in Texas in this poll is not a great number for an incumbent governor, but it's not a terrible number. Abbott is not very, very unpopular in Texas. 49 approve, 41 disapprove. That number probably has to come down a little bit, or that disapprove has to go up for O'Rourke to have a real shot here. Also, the midterm climate in 2022, especially in a state like Texas, right now at least, is looking like it's going to be very negative for Democrats. Biden's approval in Texas, 42%. That could create headwinds for Beto O'Rourke to be running into. And then finally, there's voters' own view of O'Rourke. Remember, he ran for the Senate in Texas in 2018. Then ran for the presidency. He staked out a much more sort of liberal, outspoken sort of a style in that presidential run, more unfavorable than favorable now back in Texas. So he's got some hurdles of his own.
Steve Kornacki, that is an excellent big board breakdown, as always. And because I said I would ask you, now I have to, just to name, just like your number one favorite Matthew. I know you have a million favorite McConaughey movies, but like if you had to pick just one.
I don't want to get it wrong. Was he in Operation Dumbo Drop?
I'm going to have my research team check on that because I actually have no idea.
I got my fingers crossed. I hope I got one.
Of all the movie titles, Steve Kornacki, you're the best. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for being on, my friend. Talk soon. Tennis star Novak Djokovic probably is not going to be in the court at the Australian Open. Why not? Vaccine mandates. And his dad went as far as to call the restrictions blackmail. So is the #1 ranked tennis player really going to sit this thing out? We'll get into it.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
COVID vaccine mandates have been called a lot of things, but blackmail may be a new one. This is what Novak Djokovic's dad is calling the Australian Open's stance on players getting vaccinated. Now, the Open doesn't start for another, month and a half, January 17th. But Djokovic might miss it because he doesn't want to say whether he's actually been vaccinated. Thing is, we haven't heard from Djokovic himself. The tournament's director confirmed the vaccine mandate for players over the weekend. Sam Brock is here to talk about this. And Sam, this is one that is getting a ton of people's attention because Djokovic is so, hang on, I'm looking at this camera over here. Djokovic is the world's #1 tennis player, right? Huge star. He's now involved in this COVID vaccine controversy. The stakes are high here.
Stakes are definitely high. I mean, what would it mean, Hallie, if we didn't know what LeBron James' vaccination status was for months? That played out. And I'm not saying that Novak Djokovic is LeBron James, but he's the preeminent player in men's tennis. He's also on the precipice of a really hallowed record. He would reach 21 Grand Slam titles if he were to win the Australian Open. As you hear the planes fly above me, 21 would pass Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal. Those guys are a little bit older than he is. If he were to win, it's a huge deal. 9 Australian Open titles to begin with, and yet it is not clear if Djokovic will play. But it's also worth noting, Hallie, that it's his dad saying this,
right?
Not the player himself.
So this is like, why his dad, Sam? I don't, for people who don't know, like, the relationship between the two of them, like, why is his father speaking for him?
Honestly, probably because he's a buffer in this case, Hallie. This is a very sensitive topic.
Yeah.
Novak Djokovic is one of several players who has declined to comment on their status. The number 2 and 3 men's ranked players in the world, Medvedev and Tsitsipas, both of them haven't commented either. Now, we do know this. Rafael Nadal will be playing in Australia. Roger Federer is out with an injury, so there's a possible opening here for Djokovic. But the ATP has been very, very clear about this. If you are unvaccinated and you continue to keep that status, life is going to be a lot harder. More testing, you might have to pay for the testing. You could lose out on prize money if you're forced to withdraw from some of these tournaments.
But they could still play? I mean, they could still get tested? That's an okay substitute?
So, depends on your definition of okay. There was some speculation that you could have a 14-day quarantine for some of these players and then get involved. But the reality is the spectators have to get tested, not just tested. The spectators have to be vaccinated. The employees have to be vaccinated. Why would the players be held to a different standard than everybody else? And it looks like the sea change is about to happen in men's tennis, especially when you have other sports like the NBA and the NFL that are above 90% of their players vaccinated. But this is not a team sport. This is an individual sport unless you're playing doubles. So there's fewer ramifications for your teammates, but it's still really, really important.
You hit on a point that I think is so salient here, Sam, which is, right, unlike the NBA, unlike the NFL. Listen, you and I were just talking about the NFL a couple of weeks ago. Tennis is a solo sport, specifically for what we're talking about, like I said, unless it's doubles. The only potential harm, it seems, is not to your teammates necessarily. It's like to yourself for not being able to go after, let's say, another record or another personal record.
It is, but also at a time when Australia, the host country here, is